Shrouding the Heavens chapter 1577 to chapter 1619. An indescribable aura was produced in the cosmos. The quasi-emperor was horrified, and the old great sage who was about to die in meditation also sensed something, feeling extremely uneasy. He felt that this world was different, that there was going to be a great change. They seemed to have seen a corner of the future. What exactly is going on? What is going to happen? Could it be that after the ancient supreme beings entered, they affected the entire world? Unpredictable changes are going to happen? The entire world was shocked. Forget about the most powerful experts, even ordinary cultivators sensed that something wasn't right. Strand after strand of immortal energy surged, spreading from that great crack. They just had a feeling that something bad was going to happen. However, that place was completely calm. Two groups of supreme beings entered one after another, but there wasn't the slightest bit of activity. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. This type of immortal ascension was too calm, without the slightest ripple, making one feel as if it wasn't real. After who knew how much time had passed, the great crack of the immortal path was closing, continuously closing. This world was truly going to completely end, the curtains falling just like that. However, at this final moment, a world-shattering sound rang out. The entire immortal path collapsed, and then it began to expand again. All of this was because the primal chaos cave exploded, and a figure flew out, stopping everything, opening up the enormous crack of darkness. This person's entire body shone, possessing a wave of supreme power. A sky-covering rain of light flew out from his body, as if they were stars one after another, resplendent and brilliant, incomparably dazzling. Immortal, was this an immortal? Everyone was shaken. The so-called multicolored ascension immortal in broad daylight, was nothing more than this. This was the scene of achieving immortality in everyone's imagination. That place was too dazzling. All of the rain of light was attacking, spreading in all directions. It was even more brilliant than the exploding stars of the 10,000 realms. It was beautiful to the extreme, terrifying to the extreme. Ah! A sorrowful roar sounded. That immortal was roaring, his voice mournful and extremely terrifying. It shook the great cosmos, making everyone feel a type of despair. At this moment, near the eastern wastelands, a few great emperor formation patterns shattered, unable to stop his sound waves. It was extremely shocking. Great Tao symbols quickly rushed out from the ancient desolate forbidden land, Purple Mountain, Mount Meru, Ji family, Jiang family, and other places, finally stopping this type of fluctuation. Otherwise, this ancient land of life in the northern Dipper domain would definitely shatter under this roar, destroyed in a single day. What is this? Everyone was horrified. It was clear that something strange happened in the primal chaos cave. This was definitely not auspicious energy, nor was it an immortal descending into this world. This was an ancient supreme being emerging. Heavens! What is inside that primal chaos cave? Why is it making the ancient supreme beings look like this? Is it as if they are going to transform into the Tao? Is that endless rain of light their life force disappearing? His life has reached its end. His life is about to end, filled with despair and unwillingness. Everyone recognized that this was an ancient supreme being. They didn't know what happened, but he withdrew from the primal chaos cave. This type of roar and howl of grief made everyone's hearts tremble. The rain of light flew away. His entire body was badly mutilated, and the sparkling and translucent blood droplets were as translucent as rubies. They were beautiful and dazzling as they scattered all over the ground. Even his white bones were exposed. What kind of power was this? It actually made him look like this. It was too shocking. In this world, it was also right and wrong. It was actually like this, having hope, but also making one feel despair. This ancient supreme being's voice was overcast, his words full of grief and sorrow. What he waited for endless time was actually this result. In the end, he still couldn't achieve immortality. Just what kind of mood was this? Forget about himself, even the bystanders felt sorrow for him when they saw this result. It was too much of a pity. He paid such a heavy price, yet it was all for naught. What happened? In this cosmos, all of the quasi-emperors shivered inwardly, all of their fine hair standing on end. All of them felt ill at ease, feeling fear. There were 7 supreme beings in the first batch, so what couldn't they break through? Why was he like this? According to normal reasoning, he was definitely going to achieve immortality, no one able to stop their advance. However, reality wasn't like this. This ancient supreme being met a tragic end, clearly suffering something unimaginable. The result was extremely terrible. At the last step, I am no longer at my prime. Otherwise, I would definitely achieve immortality in this world. He roared loudly. He was originally a wise and far-sighted supreme being, but right now, because of extreme disappointment, he became a bit dispirited, completely different from his normal self. He lost that type of feeling as if all things in this world were within his grasp, only having unwillingness and despair. The other supreme beings didn't come out. Could it be that they all achieved immortality? Someone said with a trembling voice. Hong, right at this moment, a loud noise sounded from within the primal chaos cave. Blood splashed in all directions, bright and dazzling, making everyone's hearts tremble, all of their pores feeling as if they were being pierced by needles. Bright red blood splashed out like a red diamond, scattering outwards from the primal chaos cave. Mists pervaded the air, sparkling white bone fragments even falling out, a ghastly sight. What kind of scene was this? The ancient supreme beings were withering away, this was too shocking. Who had ever seen such a thing, and how many people had even heard of such a thing? That was a heavenly sovereign from the legendary era, an archaic emperor, and a great emperor from the desolate era. They were the most powerful individuals in history, yet one of them actually died just like that? How could this be? How could it be like this? No one believed this, finding it hard to accept this reality. It was just too cruel. Everyone thought that these ancient supreme beings had waited for endless time, finally achieving immortality, bringing hope to the later generations, verifying the feasibility of achieving immortality, that this wasn't just some imaginary fantasy. However, reality was just this bloody, making everyone feel despair, feeling a type of great sorrow. Those were ancient great emperor-level figures. They had previously ruled over 10,000 realms, the entire great desolate cosmos crawling beneath their feet, matchless and unmatched, yet they met such a tragic end. This was an unendurable weight, one not willing to accept it. Another great roar sounded. The third supreme being rushed out, his entire body covered in blood, swaying about to collapse. His voice of sorrow rang through the heavens above and earth below. Why did it have to be like this? Killing 100 eras of karma, defying 10,000 eras of time, all for the sake of this world, my Tao, my path, where is it? The supreme beings cried out in sorrow, feeling despair. They were all the main characters of an era, the most powerful individuals from past to present, their glorious years illuminating all of history. However, in the end, it was still so tragic and lamentable. Their entire lives of pursuit, in the end, were all for naught. In the heavens above and earth below, only I am supreme, another aged voice sounded, unwilling to accept the passage of time, wishing to contend against the heavens. However, defeat was still defeat, unable to achieve immortality. After experiencing endless changes, what else could they say? On the path of immortality, I will listen to my own funeral song, ending the dreams of endless ages. The fifth ancient supreme being appeared, carrying endless sorrow, making one's heart feel bitter. I am unwilling. It was actually this type of conclusion, was it wrong, was it right? Whoever achieves the Tao in this era will become an immortal. There is no right, nor is there wrong. It is just that we were born in the wrong era, or perhaps it can be said that we shouldn't have pursued it, achieved immortality, haha. The supreme beings were in grief, their voices ringing through heaven and earth, warning those of later generations. Was this the end of the path of immortality? What exactly did they encounter? Everyone wanted to know. Those who waited, you all were wrong as well. This era isn't right, nor can it be considered wrong. The correct time, the correct place, the only thing lacking is the correct person. Of the supreme beings that entered, 2 of them coughed out blood, exploding apart at the entrance of the primal chaos cave. Blood dripped everywhere, the scarlet color shocking. It wasn't that they were weaker than others, but rather that they were too old. In the end, they still reached their final years, unable to hold on any longer. This conclusion was extremely miserable. Only a few people came out, but there were still others inside, their lives unknown. This era made people feel great sorrow, this era made people feel helpless, this era made people grieve and grieve. Hong, an enormous sound rang through the air. The ancient restricted land exploded. The enormous stone gates opened, and a white-clothed woman with exceptional grace appeared. The sleeves of her clothes fluttered about, aloof like an immortal. She looked over, actually about to take action. Meanwhile, that imposing male whose entire body was covered in golden hair stood not too far away, advancing and retreating together with her, their goal the same. Buddha. In the distant western desert, a Buddhist chant rang through heaven and earth. All of western earth flourished with Buddhist light, especially Shumi Mountain. 10,000 streaks of light swirled about, great Tao rumbling, suppressing the world. Shumi Mountain reached into the heavens, as if it could separate the two realms of heaven and man. Right now, great thunderclap temple that was situated on top shone, releasing a tremendous Buddhist chant. Then, scripture sounded. Dang, at the same time, a bell sound rang through the northern region, shaking up the great wastelands. The Wuxia bell rang. At this moment, it completely revived. What is going on? Big Dipper Star region, these three places were all extremely mysterious. Ordinary people couldn't truly investigate them. Today, they all shone, moreover endless light, the aura not any weaker than that of immortal domain's great cracks. Ah, no, Wuxia, you can't treat me like this. The first to move, the first to release sounds, wasn't those three places, but rather Holy Cliff. Light rushed into the heavens, the aura unrivaled since ancient times. A divine list was dazzling, quickly loosening, and then it fell off from the most majestic peak. In addition, immediately afterwards, a total of 365 talismans flew up, and then they exploded, turning into 365 streaks of immortal light, entering the list, making it even more brilliant, dazzling to the point where one couldn't open their eyes. No, don't. A great roar sounded from within Holy Cliff, but it couldn't change anything. The sacred cliff split apart. An enormous immortal source appeared, auspicious energy endless, multicolored light 10,000 strands. There was a primordial spirit struggling there. Then, another stone coffin flew out, within it a body, an old Taoist. What, my body is still here, so close. Undying Taoist was full of regret and hatred. His primordial spirit that had been cut into several pieces was still struggling. Weng, the divine seal shone, sweeping up several parts of the primordial spirit. Then, it wrapped around that Tao corpse, directly turning into an immortal rainbow, rushing into the immortal path. Divine light shone, matchless and matchless, piercing through that primal chaos cave. That is the divine seal left behind by great Emperor Wuxia. He is still alive. Dang, a bell sound rang out. Purple Mountain split apart. This place that was known as Ancient Emperor Mountain in the Archaic Era, a place that was close to deities, split apart. A great bell flew out, primal chaos surging, directly rushing towards the southern region. After 80,000 years passed, the Wuxia bell shocked the world again. It appeared in this world, appearing in the human world again. Great Emperor Wuxia also took action. Is he really still alive? The immortal source exploded. The primordial spirit struggled, radiance overflowing in all directions. The Tao corpse trembled. Its body seemed to be formed from millions and millions of stars, becoming incomparably brilliant from its deathly stillness. The divine decree wrapped around everything, directly entering the primal chaos cave. It was extremely shocking. No. The undying Taoist released a final roar. His voice thus became dim. There were a total of 365 symbols within the divine decree that shone. They suppressed together, imprisoning him and the ancient corpse, throwing them into the immortal ascension cave that left one in despair. The entire world was shocked. It was too shocking. Emperor Wuxia really did something great. This was definitely an unmatched Taoist, yet he was actually used as a blood sacrifice. What was he turned into? The demon-suppressing stone, as well as an offering, was stuffed into the immortal ascension cave just like that. The undying Taoist, one of the instigators of the darkness chaos back then, a great source of disaster. Who would have thought that he would end up like this? Everyone was shocked. Many old great sage from outside this region were trembling. Countless sect ancestors couldn't help but want to kowtow. When faced with the boundless divine might, their bodies and minds were all trembling. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal path? A voice sounded from the divine decree, shaking the heavens, making the 10,000 regions of the heavens tremble. The rumbling sound spread through all directions. In outer space, everyone couldn't help but tremble, feeling deeply. They were greatly shaken. Meanwhile, within the great crack of the immortal path, the supreme beings who came out alive released a cold snort. Even though they were already at the end of the road, reaching the end of their lives, they still believed themselves to be supreme, not respecting the heavens, not respecting the earth. Nothing more than a deity with a secret artifact, yet you dare question the world? Let Wuxia come. Stone Emperor said coldly. His entire body was covered in blood, even his sparkling white bones exposed. He held the black heaven wasteland great halberd in his hands, his divine might still matchless, his heroic appearance intimidating. His thick black hair was even dyed with bloodstains. The divine decree entered, wrapping around the undying Taoist, sending him into the primal chaos cave. A divine will was transmitted. On the path of immortal ascension, there is a part for me. I will do my best. Honglong, heaven and earth changed. Emperor Wuxia's past immortal Tao laws reappeared in this world, terrifying to the extreme. The river of time and sea of space turned into primal chaos, boundless and boundless, crushing down together. What a great no beginning. On the path of immortality, someone released a light sigh. The ancient supreme being's eyes revealed resplendent light as they watched everything. Wuxia is no longer in this world, but through his artifact, he is able to shine as brightly as he should. It's the same as him personally taking action. This was a type of boundless power. A supreme being was sacrificed, and then it entered the immortal ascension cave. Then, the God decree burned, incomparably brilliant. Symbols covered the sky, releasing jing-jing noises, overflowing from the cave. His body was no longer in this world, but his Tao and his symbols were still there. It was the same as a supreme being taking action, moreover sacrificing undying Taoist. Great Emperor Wuxia had lived a domineering life, and it wasn't just empty words. He had sealed an unparalleled character from ancient times until today. He wasn't afraid of him rebelling at all, and he wasn't afraid that he would escape. Even if he wasn't in this world anymore, he could still control him. Leaving behind a matchless figure, using him to fill up an immortal cave, this type of extravagance left everyone shocked. Who dared to do this? That was a figure that could shake the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. Dang, the great bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner. The world trembled. The Wuxia bell flew over, scattering down supreme immortal Tao laws, striking the primal chaos cave, causing this place to collapse. Moreover, when this bell rang out, the entire cosmos trembled. The most terrifying thing was that the eastern wastelands trembled, the ancient pagoda in the depths of the earth resonating with it. The ancient pagoda swayed, releasing strands of world-splitting aura from the depths of the earth vein. Countless streaks of light rushed into the heavens, suppressing towards the primal chaos cave. What, this is? Ancient desolate tower. The ancient desolate tower that had disappeared for countless years has moved, drawn over by the Wuxia bell, scattering down endless radiance. That is the power to split open the heavens. Could it be that in order to become an immortal, one must split open the heavens and earth? Everyone was shocked. There were 3 special artifacts in this world: the green cauldron, the immortal bell, and the ancient desolate tower. Each one was more ancient than the last, the most mysterious and terrifying. Now, when a Wuxia bell rang, it could actually activate the ancient desolate tower's power, releasing strand after strand of immortal Tao laws fluctuations. It naturally made everyone's blood run cold. Emperor Wuxia was unfathomable. Even though he was no longer around, the runes carved on the magical item were equivalent to him coming back to life. If he were to attack now, he would still be able to sweep away everything in his path. Dong, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. A great explosion erupted within the primal chaos cave, the battle clearly reaching a berserk state. The god confirmant list seemed destined to be destroyed on the path of immortality, bringing along the undying Taoist, turning into a lump of source energy, splitting open the heavens and earth there. In this world, only the Wuxia bell was shaking, suspending above the immortal ascension cave, releasing strand after strand of radiance. Unfortunately, all of the radiance disappeared. Blood energy lingered within the primal chaos cave, the blood of supreme beings, the flesh of the undying Taoist. However, it still couldn't break through the immortal domain. I cannot enter the immortal domain either. The great bell sounded in a long and drawn-out manner. It seemed to be forged from primal chaos, simple and imposing, suppressing the endless blue skies as it suspended above the immortal ascension cave. "You are Wuxia?" an ancient supreme being asked. "I am not Wuxia, and that is why I cannot break through." The great bell released a divine sound. It was only a weapon, the true Wuxia would never appear in this world again. Now, I instead believe that Wuxia might still be alive. An ancient supreme being, even though his entire body was covered in blood, was still incomparably dignified. He coldly swept his eyes over the Wuxia bell, not saying anything else. Was this world going to end just like this? The true Wuxia didn't come out in the end, suspected to have died in meditation 80,000 years ago. This left everyone feeling extremely regretful. It still hasn't ended. In Western Desert, someone said with a low voice. However, this voice shook the world, engulfing the eastern wastelands and even spreading into outer space. In Western Earth, an enormous Buddha image towered, over millions and millions of zhang tall. It solidified from the void, as if its true body had descended into this world. On Mount Meru, Buddhist light shone brilliantly. Great Thunderclap Temple even more so erupted with incomparable life force. That Buddha statue turned into a heaven and earth splitting giant, and then it stood up, taking a step onto the immortal path, charging towards the primal chaos cave. Hong, an intense battle ensued. Endless Buddhist force surged, making the primal chaos cave even more damaged, collapsing beyond recognition. He also rushed inside. This is the magical body of the Amitabha Great Emperor? How could this type of thing be left behind? Could it be that he is still alive? The Amitabha Great Emperor was someone who walked extremely far on the immortal path, someone who meticulously researched the undying enlightenment. It wouldn't be strange if he had some type of inconceivable long life performance. This was the Amitabha Great Emperor's magical body. It actually condensed again from the void, directly rushing inside. Unfortunately, it still failed in the end, not succeeding. However, things didn't stop there. The heaven-shocking changes in the Western Desert continued. Mount Shumi shone, and endless power of faith surged. Enormous Buddhist chants sounded from within the mountain. A true great Buddha appeared within the great Thunderclap Temple. He sat there, the ancient blue sky above his head, auspicious energy rose, and multicolored light shone in 10,000 strands. Endless power of faith surged, even more boundless than an ocean. It engulfed the Western Desert, filling the entire place. Mount Shumi was like an enormous life form, giving birth to a great Buddha. After endless years, it received the worship and kowtowing of all living beings. No one could have predicted that this kind of transformation would occur. That's the Amitabha Great Emperor. He actually reappeared. It really is the Buddhist Great Emperor. He's actually still alive. That kind of vitality, that kind of power, is clearly the peak of his golden years. Many people were alarmed. How was this possible? A great emperor who had long been proven to be a nirvanic reborn reappeared, and he was so powerful, standing at the peak of life. Everyone knew that once the path of immortal ascension was opened, many incomprehensible things would happen. However, no one could have imagined that someone who had already died in meditation would reappear. It was an incomparably enormous old monk, with the heavens above his head. He appeared on Mount Shumi, his face full of benevolence, bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. It was as if he had been sitting there since time immemorial. Don't tell me we have to walk that path? The longevity celestial being's eyebrows jumped, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The Stone Emperor laughed coldly. His hair was disheveled, and he held the black halberd in his hand. He still had a matchless aura as he stared coldly at the Western Desert. He didn't express any opinion. On Mount Shumi, the Buddhas were shaken. Even they didn't know what was going on. Only a few old monks knew. Everyone else was stupefied. Then, they all performed the Buddhist ritual and kowtowed piously. One of the supreme experts began to chant sutras. The world is a sea of bitterness. The Amitabha Buddha has made a great vow to deliver all living beings from suffering, to resolve all calamities, so that the light of Buddha will shine forever. If I achieve immortal ascension, then as long as the three evil paths of hell, hungry ghost, and beast exist in my celestial land, I will not take the position of immortal ascension. If I achieve immortal ascension, then as long as the various heavens and people in my celestial land experience the three evil paths after their lifespan's end, I will not take the position of immortal ascension. If I achieve immortal ascension, then as long as the various heavens and people in my celestial land don't have a golden body, I will not take the position of immortal ascension. The old monk sitting cross-legged on Mount Shumi, who was also the Amitabha Buddha, continued to make great vow. His voice was incomparably grand, and it echoed out into the cosmos. At this moment, everywhere Amitabha Buddha passed by in the endless ancient regions, on the other side of the starry sky, at the edge of the cosmos, everywhere Amitabha Buddha passed by, everywhere there were Buddhas, all of them began to shine. Endless faith power gathered, covering the sky and covering the earth, a golden rain of light came from all corners of the cosmos, converging on the Big Dipper. It descended onto Mount Shumi, turning the entire place into a celestial land. It was incomparably auspicious and auspicious. This type of auspicious sign was rarely seen throughout the ages. In the western desert, countless Buddhas were kowtowing, piously worshipping Mount Shumi. Their entire bodies became clear, and their immortal platforms glowed with light. Countless beams of light rained down from the sky. During this period of time, the Buddhas of the western desert had already arrived at the foot of Mount Shumi through the teleportation gate, turning this place into a Buddhist land. Now, it had become a legendary celestial land. Amitabha Buddha, the great emperor, delivers all living things from suffering. He is willing to lead us to ascend to immortality, to help all Buddhas escape the sea of bitterness. Are you all willing to follow? Amitabha Buddha. Everyone began to chant the name of the great emperor, all of them in unison. They were all willing. This isn't Amitabha Buddha, it's born from the power of faith. However, it's almost the same as him. He used the Sarira from his nirvanic rebirth as an immortal platform, a Buddha heart. Incredible. That's right, back then when Amitabha Buddha accepted the worship of all living things, a god was born, forged from the power of faith. Who would have thought that he was still alive? With a rumbling sound, the entire Mount Shumi was uprooted. The old monk sitting on top transformed into a 6-zhang golden body, exuding a heaven-overflowing Buddhist might. He actually flew over with Mount Shumi and the great thunderclap temple, borrowing the power of all living things to forcefully open the path to immortality. At this moment, all the Buddhist faith force in the universe was supported. Through the void, through the endless starry regions, countless Buddhas were chanting Amitabha Buddha. The rain of light was endless, like divine rivers converging, reaching the Big Dipper, drowning out Mount Shumi. Gathering the faith force of all living things to open the path to immortality, this type of method was heaven-defying, powerful to the point of making people feel fear. Now that Amitabha Buddha was added, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. Hong Long, in the end, Mount Shumi shrunk, smashing into the immortal ascension cave. Everyone was chanting, shaking the entire path to immortality. Amitabha Buddha, how formidable! An ancient supreme being sighed in his heart. Boom, at this moment, within the ancient forbidden ground, that exceptionally beautiful white-clothed woman also took action. She took a step forward, and then slapped into the immortal ascension cave. Even the lord of the ancient desolate forbidden land took action, slapping into the primal chaos cave with a single palm. Its divine might was matchless, making that place collapse greatly. Many people in outer space widened their eyes in shock, revealing looks of disbelief. They were all shaken. Quite a few saints thought that Huang was taking action against Shumi Mountain. However, the ancient supreme beings understood that this wasn't the case. She was attacking the path of immortality, but she didn't want to attack it, but rather forcibly break it apart. No matter how they looked at it, her actions were too unexpected, leaving everyone shocked and confused. Others were doing this for the sake of immortality, yet she didn't care at all. What is the meaning of this? Stone Emperor was furious. He revealed his true body, a tall and heroic middle-aged man. Even though his entire body was covered in blood, that matchless aura didn't diminish in the slightest. His eyes were sharp like lightning as he pointed the heaven-desolate halberd at Wasteland Lord. Dang, however, the white-clothed woman was even more powerful than him. When she saw him point the black halberd at her, she directly slapped down. It was simple and direct, tyrannical and powerful. The jade-like palm and the great halberd collided, releasing an expanse of resplendent radiance. Stone Emperor was shaken until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, because he was already seriously injured and almost died inside. Now that he was shaken, Emperor blood naturally scattered outwards. The entire world was shaken. Was someone at this level finally going to take action? A decisive battle was going to happen between them. Good. Even though this emperor is old and injured, I refuse to believe that there is anyone in this world who can kill me. Stone Emperor roared. His head of thick black hair stood on end. His eyes were intimidating, radiance even more resplendent than lightning. He held the black heaven desolate halberd, erupting with incomparable radiance. Chaotic energy pervaded the air. He took a step forward, about to carry out the most terrifying decisive battle. There are no mortal enemies on the path of immortality. It's best if the two of you stop fighting. The long-life celestial being advised. Hong, right at this time, the primal chaos cave exploded, cutting off the grudges of the outside world. Something extremely terrifying happened inside. An intense explosion erupted. Ba. All life was chanting the name of the Buddhist great emperor, and it resounded through heaven and earth. It actually spread outwards, erupting with a rain of light. It was as if endless pure white feathers were fluttering about, dazzling and beautiful, giving off an auspicious aura. What? Immortal ascension? Great Emperor Ba is going to succeed? This scene triggered a huge commotion. Some of the quasi-emperor in outer space saw this and cried out in alarm. On the path of immortality, the ancient supreme beings were all shocked. At this moment, looks of disbelief appeared on their faces. Was there really someone who was going to achieve immortality? It actually blossomed with such brilliance. Ascension, a rain of light filling the sky, wasn't this the scene? Immortal chi filled the air. This was a sign of a successful transformation. Throughout the ages, celestial being, the ancient emperor, and the great emperor had never been able to become an immortal. Could it be that Ba the great emperor was going to break the record and create a new era that had never been seen before? Perhaps it could be said that it was broken by all living beings of Buddhism. This wasn't just the power of Ba alone, but also the power of faith of all believers. They came from all corners of the universe, and when they were gathered together, they forged this vast Tao fruit. Boom! Inside the flying immortal cave, explosions sounded intensely. The immortal light became even more resplendent, and streaks of colorful radiance flew out, as if they were flying over from another world. Something's wrong, there's a change. An ancient supreme being said coldly, quickly moving to the side. At the same time, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. In the originally incredibly ruined primal chaos cave, rubble flew into the air. The number one mountain of the Big Dipper, Mount Meru, split apart, collapsing and rushing out. The most terrifying thing happened inside. One could vaguely hear the mourning of all life. Bloody light shone endlessly, the result of life being wiped out one after another. Meanwhile, a large half of Great Thunderclap Temple collapsed. Dang, Great Thunderclap's bronze plaque cracked apart. One of its pieces flew out, smashing into the path of immortality, stopping in the primal chaos. Its surface was dripping with blood, the blood of all life, as well as Ba's blood. It was a ghastly sight. They were defeated. The Buddhist sect also suffered a great defeat, unable to pass through. They weren't the right people either. That divine self formed from willpower, even though it was at its peak state, in the end, it still wasn't Ba the great emperor himself. This is a great disaster, an endless tragedy. All of Western Desert, the millions and millions of li of Buddhist country, all of the Buddhists have died. The willpower of all life in the universe's 8 wastelands has exploded. There were ancient people who spoke in a low voice. Even they were moved. This type of defeat was a bit too miserable. The casualties were too great, and it was tragic to the extreme. Ba, the broken pieces of Mount Meru rushed out together. There were vengeful spirits wailing on them. Millions and millions of creatures had died a violent death, completely destroyed. Those were the wills of their unwilling souls. In the blink of an eye, the wailing completely disappeared. They turned into a large rain of light, engraving themselves onto the path of immortality, continuing to construct it. This caused everyone's eyes to narrow and their hearts to jump. Could it be that the various scenes they saw on the path were all real? Could it be that they were formed from the bodies of those who perished in the past? Defeated. Even the Buddhist sect, relying on the power of all life, was defeated. Who else can fight their way in? Only by achieving the Tao in the present can one become an immortal. This left everyone in despair. This conclusion left them speechless and filled with great sorrow. There was no other way. There really was no one who could achieve immortality. Everyone's faith was shaken. Were there immortals? Could they live forever? How could they achieve that? This left everyone bewildered. This result didn't only erase the lives of the ancient supreme beings, it also erased the hope and dawn of hope of the people of this world. Mount Meru was split into pieces, dyed red with blood. Most of the great thunderclap temple at the peak had collapsed. All types of buildings on it were damaged. Void Temple and others were also in ruins, on the verge of destruction. Within the mountain, the endless power of faith seemed to have dried up. Not a single strand seeped out. The cracked Mount Meru carried the ruined temple into the sky, once again descending in western desert. From this day forth, all of western earth became deathly still. There was no more Buddhist country within millions and millions of li. There was no radiance, no chanting of scriptures, no auspicious aura. Western desert became a land of death. At this time, the Wasteland Lord was about to take action again. She wanted to shatter the path of immortality and flatten this place. At the same time, the giant at her side, the male whose entire body was covered in golden hair, also walked forward. He wanted to take action against the master of Immortal Tomb, the long-life celestial being. Wait, I know what you mean. You think that this era has failed and that no one can achieve immortality. You want to destroy this place. However, we are unwilling to give up. We still want to give it a try. The ancient Qilin emperor said. His injuries were extremely serious, and his entire body was covered in blood. Correct, we would rather die on the path of immortality. Another ancient supreme being said. Their endings were already set in stone, and they wanted to die in battle. I don't want to die. I don't want to give up on the path of immortality either. Stone Emperor said coldly. He held the great halberd and confronted them. Fine, I'll give you time. If you die on the path of immortality, then so be it. If you come back, then we'll settle all grudges with one battle. The tall man covered in golden hair said to the long-life celestial being. The white-clothed woman was momentarily at a loss, as if she had lost her soul. Then, she became cold again and no longer took action. It was clear that her state was very special. The ancient supreme beings were also suspicious, because they felt that this was only an unmatched body. Her primordial spirit appeared and disappeared at times. All of you have seen it. This is the path of immortality. Watch carefully. Our method, our Tao, our path. A human supreme being roared loudly. His voice spread to the outer realms. Then, he resolutely jumped into the immortal ascension cave to make his final effort and attempt. Kill. An ancient emperor leapt into the immortal ascension cave again and began his final struggle. I am like a moth flying into a flame, listening to the funeral song on the path of immortality. I am unwilling, but I have no regrets. I will verify my Tao and step onto the path of immortality. I am still alive, and I want to move forward. Someone roared sorrowfully. In this life, in this world, I have already walked through it. I have existed. Death is nothing. I will use my life that is about to be extinguished to verify the method of immortality. I will use my blood that is still warm to water the path of immortality. My Tao, my life, burn and blossom in the flames. The supreme beings howled sorrowfully. They had once controlled the entire primordial universe and were invincible. They looked down on the mortal world. There was nothing they couldn't do, and there was no enemy they couldn't suppress. But now, it was going to end like this. Apart from the two who were blasted into blood and bones, the other ancient supreme beings all rushed in, wishing to carry out a final struggle. In the end, this place became primal chaos. There was blood that blossomed and a sad song that sounded. Not even the powerful supreme beings could change this conclusion. In this world, no one could achieve immortality, everyone was defeated. In the end, they couldn't change the result of this world. They couldn't fight their way in. Endless ages became nothing. My path has reached its end. Since it is already like this, I will just return to this world. There were some supreme beings who were rather carefree. They were like lamps that ran out of oil, not having a trace of blood energy left. Their primordial spirits decayed, sitting on the ground, directly transforming into the Tao. A rain of light surged. Pooh! There were some who didn't even have time to say anything, truly reaching the end of their lives. As soon as they left the primal chaos cave, they directly exploded, turning into blood and bones. Who else hasn't come out yet? There is also a long-life celestial being among them. These supreme beings were already on the verge of dying, all of them not having much life left. In reality, this was already the case the first time they entered. The second time they attempted the immortal pass, the consumption was even greater. Everyone's life was coming to an end, and 2 people had already passed away. The great human emperor is dead. That's definitely because the blood energy of the human emperor has dried up. It's just a sad end. In the outer realm, people lamented. It was such a pity that the eternal invincible had ended in such a regretful manner. The ancient Qilan emperor let out a low roar. Covered in blood, he soared into the sky and immediately disappeared into the universe. Everyone was so shocked that they trembled, feeling as if a catastrophe was imminent. However, the ancient emperor's figure did not stop and ignored them. In an instant, he streaked across tens of thousands of galaxies and arrived at the other side of the universe, descending on a huge ancient planet with life. His body staggered and stumbled. When had the ancient emperor, who looked down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths, ever experienced such a miserable scene? He had been strong and invincible all his life, but in the end, he was so miserable and sorrowful. At this moment, only a string of bloody footprints were left behind on the feet that could once crush the primordial universe. He walked with imperial blood, and his body was shaking violently. Father! Huolin appeared and screamed mournfully. She quickly rushed over and pounced on the ancient Qilan emperor, who was covered in blood. Be careful, I can't control my murderous aura anymore. This blood might hurt you. The ancient Qilan emperor's palms, which could pluck stars and capture the moon, and crush billions of galaxies, were already trembling and unstable. He wiped away the imperial blood for his daughter, his eyes full of love. Huolin burst into tears. Her father used to rule the heavens and earth, overlooking the universe. He was such a strong and invincible person. But now, he was in such a state. Blood flowed all over his body, and he was swaying. He had suffered unimaginable injuries, and his life was coming to an end. Such a powerful person was now in such a miserable state, which made her heart feel like it was being stabbed by a knife. She hugged the ancient Qilan emperor and cried loudly. Father, don't leave me. You have to live, you have to live. This man's figure was once so majestic, unattainable, and unparalleled. All the heroes of the 9 heavens and 10 earths had to look up to him, and even the gods had to kneel down and worship him. However, he was a little hunched now, and his hands were trembling. He could not support his body and was swaying as if he would fall at any time. He tried hard to wipe away his daughter's tears, but to no avail. He was no longer the supreme ancient emperor of the past. At this moment, he was just an old father who could not bear to part with his child. His eyes were no longer domineering, but very dim and full of reluctance. He could not let go of his daughter, and he rubbed her face with his rough palm. Brother, where are you? Come back and see father, he's back. Huolin cried loudly as tears rolled down her cheeks continuously. She hugged the old Qilan emperor. The ancient emperor was on the verge of death. The previous ancient emperor of a generation, the most powerful and unmatched, had this type of gloomy declining years, powerless to reverse the heavens, aging to the point where he almost couldn't control his own body anymore. He's living well at the edge of the universe, the Qilan emperor said softly with a gentle expression on his face. The Qilan emperor spoke softly, his face carrying a gentle expression. Compared to the unmatched dignity of the past, it was extremely different. Right now, he was just like a kind father. However, he was coughing up blood from time to time. The bright red blood beads were extremely shocking. He was trying his best to restrain himself from hurting his daughter. Although he had deteriorated, his corpse alone could crush everything. "Father, I beg you, you must survive. I don't want to be separated from you." Hualiner cried until her voice was hoarse. Her eyes were red. She had never been so afraid before. She was like a pitiful and helpless little girl walking alone on the street in the cold night. "I want to survive too. I can't bear to leave you guys, but one will eventually run out of strength and die. Longevity is difficult." The ancient Qilin emperor sighed and coughed up a large mouthful of scarlet blood. "There will always be a way. We can definitely survive. Father has survived from the primordial era to this day. You can definitely continue to live forever." Hualiner cried loudly. "Silly child, I paid the heaviest price to do that. I had to sever the ancient emperor's position. What else can I do now? My spirit has already decayed," the ancient Qilin emperor said softly. Then, his eyes suddenly shone with a dazzling light. "Everything I've seen and heard on the path of immortal ascension is shocking. It can help future generations reach immortal ascension. However, I cannot leave it to you. Doing so will only harm you." At this point, he looked up at the starry sky. Then, his frontal bone shone brightly, and some spiritual insights and imprints were all shot into the universe, turning into a brilliant rain of light. "My immortal ascension path, my immortal ascension method, and what I, the Qilin Emperor, have seen and comprehended on that path are all contained in it. I won't hand it over to my daughter or my son. I'll leave it for the fated one." The Qilin Emperor's roar shook the entire cosmos, causing the entire human world to shake. This was the primordial emperor, supreme and boundlessly terrifying. Leaving this kind of thing for his descendants, he was afraid of harming them. There were still unparalleled existences in this world that could reach here. He directly entered the universe, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths, letting people search the void of the universe. "Father." When Hualiner saw that his father was still worried about him and his sister even though he was in such a state, he felt even more heartbroken. Spots of light began to appear on the ancient emperor's body. This was a sign that he was about to transform into the Tao. He could not hold on any longer. On the path of immortalization, these signs were already very obvious. However, he had forcefully suppressed them. Now, he had finally reached the end. The ancient Qilin emperor looked at his daughter reluctantly, as if he wanted to remember her in his heart. He then slowly and forcefully pushed Hualiner away, wanting to go on his own. At this moment, Hualiner knew that there was no turning back. Her father, who could make all gods submit to him, who could enter the undying mountain, who could pick the enlightenment tea every day for her to drink, was about to leave this world. The most powerful man, the most loving father, was about to die, and he was about to say goodbye to her forever. "Father." Hualiner stretched out her hand to grab him, but she could not grasp anything. She cried loudly. "I hope that there is an afterlife, and I will be your daughter forever. Father, don't forget me, your daughter forever." Tears blurred her eyes, and her heart was extremely sorrowful. They had been separated by life and death in the primordial era, and now, they had encountered each other again. This time, it was really an eternal farewell, and it was difficult for her to bear. In the sky, the Qilin Emperor was transforming into the Tao, turning into a rain of light. However, it was all controlled by him. The immortal light rushed towards the outer realm, and did not disturb this place in the slightest. All the blood was also burned, and not a single drop was left. Clang, at the last moment, he even cut off some kind of Tao law that would suppress his daughter, so that those immortal chains would collapse and not become shackles. After giving it one last look, the old ancient emperor released a long roar that shook the heavens. He turned into the most resplendent rain of light and disappeared into the desolate edge of the cosmos. Hualiner cried until she fainted. She powerlessly grabbed towards the void and cried out loudly. She clearly saw the sadness in her powerful father's eyes. That was an expression that she had never seen before, and it was full of reluctance. However, in the end, he still left her. Ancient Emperor. Unmatched Ancestral Emperor. On this ancient star, the Qilin race were all alarmed. Everyone rushed over and cried out in grief. They knelt on the ground to send off the rain of light that left into the distance. In the desolate edge of the cosmos, this was an extremely cold and bitter place. On a meteorite, there was a man with his upper body bare. His muscles were all lean. And his eyes were closed as he sat cross-legged to comprehend his own Tao. He had a head of long blue hair. Even though he looked young, there was a type of vicissitudes to him. It was as if he had experienced many hardships and ended up here as an ascetic. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and shot out two beams of horrified light. Then, he clutched his chest as if he was about to suffocate. He said with a trembling voice, "Who is it? Is it younger sister?" "No, who exactly is it?" "One of the people closest to me has died." His eyes suddenly widened, and then he stood up. His entire body erupted with resplendent light as he looked towards the Big Dipper star domain. He trembled as he said, "Could it be, Father?" No. He was precisely the Fire Qilin. After the battle with Dao Yi, he had disappeared for many years and had always been wandering in the desolate edge of the cosmos. He fought against all kinds of strange creatures and underwent hellish bitter cultivation. Back then, after he revived from the divine source, he had always been lingering outside the absolute beginning forbidden region because he had always suspected that his father hadn't died. His intuition was terrifyingly sharp. At this moment, he was afraid and couldn't help but roar in grief. He wanted nothing more than to immediately return to the Big Dipper star domain. A dazzling rain of light covered the sky and blossomed not far away. An imposing figure condensed, and it was precisely the appearance of the Qilin Emperor when he was at his peak. He looked at him with dignity. "Father!" The Fire Qilin shouted. Tears rolled down his face and blurred his vision. He knew that his father had died. This was the last inextinguishable mark, and he rushed here to see him for the last time. "You are the child of the ancient emperor. You should not have tears. You can only bleed. You must have the belief that you are invincible and believe that you are stronger than me." The Qilin Emperor's attitude towards his children was completely different. Daughters were to be doted on, and sons were the continuation of his will. They were strict, and he had entrusted his hopes to them so that they could fulfill his unrealized dream. "You must believe that you are the strongest, because you are the son of the Qilin Emperor. You are his hope, and you must surpass him," the ancient Qilin Emperor shouted. In the end, he sighed again, and a trace of affection appeared in his eyes. "You have already done very well, Father," the Fire Qilin roared and pounced forward as if he had gone mad. However, the rain of light directly tore through the void and buried him in the boundless cosmos. He quickly dimmed because he didn't want his son to be injured by the imperial laws. An ancient emperor of a generation had fallen just like that. On the path of immortalization, the Stone Emperor sneered and coldly scanned the world. "Die? I am unwilling and unwilling. My life is very tough, and it is not time for me to die in this life." Not including the great Emperor Umaba's divine self, a total of 11 supreme martial artists had stepped on the path of immortalization. Now, 5 of them had already fallen. They were the great emperors and supreme martial artists who had said that they would leave behind the path of immortalization for future generations, and used their lives and hot blood to verify it. Before they died, they had already imprinted their enlightenment on the path of immortalization into the cosmos and left it for future generations. Now, the remaining people were almost all the biggest initiators of the dark turmoil. They had once bathed the various regions in blood, or the mysterious ancient celestial being from the mythological era. "Longevity celestial being, could it be that you have fallen in the flying celestial cave?" the giant from the forbidden land of the antiquity era shouted. His hair shone with a dazzling golden light, and it was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Everyone was very surprised. What was his background? "The only one who survived is a great accomplishment, Saint Physique," an ancient supreme martial artist murmured. Even though the fire of his life had dimmed, he was still persevering. His cold eyes swept across the surroundings. "What?" When the people from the outer realms heard his voice, there wasn't a single one of them who wasn't shocked. That majestic man with golden hair draped over his body was actually a great accomplishment, Saint Physique. It was just too shocking. Now, the truth had come to light. The forbidden land of the Antiquity era's earliest master was a great accomplishment Saint Physique that entered that place. The immortal mausoleum's master, apart from the longevity celestial being, was also once the master of the underworld, even though the time was short. Moreover, he had previously launched the dark turmoil, and there was a grudge between him and the great accomplishment Saint Physique. An ancient supreme martial artist said to himself, revealing the secrets within. This really left everyone shocked. The immortal mausoleum's background was just too great, too shocking. As the mythological era's longevity celestial being, that was one thing, but he was actually once the master of the underworld. This left everyone stupefied. Many people were speechless. It was too extraordinary, exceeding everyone's imaginations. Rumor has it that a Saint Physique would experience an inauspicious event in his later years, producing terrifying corpse hair. This is actually true. However, this great accomplishment Saint Physique seems to have restrained himself, maintaining the clarity of his divine consciousness. Apart from the longevity celestial being, the other 5 supreme martial artists that were still alive were all standing on the path of immortality. There were no signs of transforming into the Tao, and they were all bitterly holding on, unwilling to die. Why? I feel like the greatest changes of all time still haven't ended, these supreme martial artists. An old great sage said in horror, and then he suddenly shut his mouth. Go, leave this place. A quasi-emperor felt his blood run cold. He immediately tore apart the cosmos, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At this moment, all of the cultivators moved together. The indescribable feeling from before appeared again. They just felt like this world was going to change greatly, and this place in particular made their blood run cold. In outer space, an ancient cauldron was approaching, flying over from the distant depths of the cosmos. It was covered in rust, covered in green copper rust. In reality, it already almost didn't have the shape of a cauldron. It was pieced together from fragments, and most of it was missing. There were holes everywhere. If Yi Fan was here, he would definitely be shocked. This was the green copper cauldron left behind by an emperor, yet it actually had a third of it, the same amount as what he grasped. Immortal Tomb Master, longevity celestial being, your doomsday has arrived. In the eyes of the celestial court, you are an unforgivable sinner. A roar sounded, shaking heaven and earth. The green copper cauldron released resplendent light, flickering with dazzling radiance. It directly tore apart the void, completely reviving, smashing into the path of immortality and entering the primal chaos cave. They didn't come for immortality, but rather to break the path of immortality and kill the immortal Tomb Master, the longevity celestial being. A group of people who claimed to be gods, a clan left behind by the celestial court. Someone said in a low voice. No one would have thought that deity's organization actually grasped a third of the green copper cauldron. Now, they didn't hesitate to pay the price to break the path of immortality and kill the immortal Tomb Master. This was too shocking. That damaged immortal artifact was burning, a sign that it was going to explode. It was too horrifying. They didn't hesitate to pay any price to kill the longevity celestial being. Just how great of a grudge was this? If it wasn't for you, how could the celestial court collapse? Even an emperor would most likely succeed. Sinner of all time, don't even think about struggling at death's door. Just end your life here. One could well imagine how many tens of thousands of years they had waited for this opportunity. The venerable emperor's immortal artifact, the green copper cauldron, appeared, smashing into the primal chaos cave. No one expected this type of shocking scene to appear. Even though ancient heaven had collapsed, there were still native clans, and this organization was incomparably powerful, daring to kill the long-life celestial being. Today, a series of events happened, every single one of them shocking, leaving everyone stupefied, speechless. The immortal ascension cave split apart, completely exploding. The immortal path was truly cut off, because the immortal artifact, the green copper cauldron, already broke apart, burning and exploding here. This was a type of shocking change. No one expected someone to even dare kill ancient supreme beings. This exceeded the understanding of the people of this world, just too shocking. From past until now, who dared to do this? Only if it was an ancient great emperor revived, at his peak state would they have this type of courage, daring to attack a life-restricted region. It was clear that the celestial court's people grasped this opportunity extremely accurately. The long-life celestial being was extremely weak, about to perish, and its body was in the most terrifying primal chaos cave. To make an immortal artifact break apart, that type of power was unimaginable. Nothing existed here anymore, everything blasted into pieces. The ancient supreme beings didn't stand there either, because this era was about to end. The immortal path no longer held any meaning. First, the 11 supreme beings took action, then Great Emperor Wuxia threw out the undying Taoist to fill up the flying immortal cave, and then the eternal Mount Meru exploded. This path was originally already going to be destroyed. At this moment, it couldn't hold on anymore, turning into pieces, no longer existing. All types of immortal light danced about, a rain of light like boundless stars, flying in all directions. Most of the people from outer space immediately ran. At this cultivation realm, they could all cross the cosmos, not a single one of them a bandit. They all felt that something was wrong, regardless of whether it was the sect ancestors or ancient sages. Most of them had disappeared. Only those whose lifespans had reached the end of their lifespans, those who already didn't have long to live, stayed behind. They really couldn't accept this. Even if they left now, they would still die along the way. The green copper cauldron broke apart. It was formed from fragments to begin with, so now, it split apart again, exploding in all directions, the power extremely great. If not for the supreme being standing here, forget about Big Dipper, even the surrounding star domain would be crushed. Despite this being the case, all types of radiance danced about, rushing in all directions, some landing in the hands of ancient supreme beings, some directly disappearing into the dark depths of the cosmos. Piece after piece of old copper was scattered just like that. The celestial court has already collapsed. No matter how difficult it is to complete this artifact, it's useless to keep it. It's better to let it send you on your way. In the cold universe, there was a voice filled with coldness. It was an unforgettable hatred. In order to kill the former master of the underworld and destroy the longevity celestial being, they would not hesitate to disintegrate the green copper cauldron. Their hatred was deeper than the sea. Rumble, a massive wave of energy fluctuation surged forward. It was an extremely terrifying sight, and the longevity celestial being's entire body was stained with blood. It was in tatters and it was on the verge of losing its humanoid shape. It had nearly been destroyed in both body and soul. This was but an ancient supreme being, yet he actually suffered such a serious injury. It was simply unimaginable. However, he still didn't die and stubbornly survived. It was truly shocking. As expected of the creator of the secret character, the celestial being, it wasn't without reason that he could live through such a long period of time. His blood energy was already not flourishing, but it was still burning to restore his body and treat his Tao injuries. With a light tremble, the sun star was extinguished. Waves of innate essence energy rushed over, entering the longevity celestial being's body to treat his injuries. The remaining people in outer space were shaken. From now on, Big Dipper would never see the light of day again. The green copper cauldron was known as an immortal artifact. Even though only a third of it remained, it was still terrifying to the extreme. The power of its complete explosion was unimaginable. No matter how many quasi-emperors came, they would undoubtedly die. However, the supreme being from the legendary era forcefully endured it, even in the flying immortal cave, even though he was already on the verge of collapse, he was still this terrifying. He displayed to the world what a supreme being was. Boom! The longevity celestial being repaired his injured body, reassembling the torso that was about to break. He took a step out of the primal chaos zone, and his eyes were so cold that they could directly freeze the universe. His eyes shot out cold light. Even though he didn't have much lifespan left, he was still unrivaled and powerful. He was about to head towards the outer realm to kill the remnants of the celestial court. A wave of overflowing golden blood energy rushed up and stopped the longevity celestial being. The great completion holy physique walked forward and said coldly, "I don't have much time left. You've also reached this step, so this battle won't be considered bullying you." Throughout the ages, battles between supreme beings were too rare. They only happened during the Dark Age, and the ones that were exposed to the eyes of the world were even fewer. But now, there was going to be a battle. Boom, the white-clothed woman made her move, shattering the primal chaos with a single slap and completely burying the path to immortality. She stood there alone, allowing the mist to drift about. She looked exceptionally otherworldly. In the next moment, the ancient supreme beings all left this place and rushed out of the terrifying primal chaos storm. It was because everything here had come to an end. The Wasteland Lord was no exception. His sleeves fluttered about, and he was like a flying immortal as he rose into the southern region's sky dome. Dang, the whoosher bell rang, its sound long and drawn out, resounding throughout the cosmos. It went against the natural order and actually suppressed everything. It entered the great crack of the path to immortality alone and filled it in. What is it trying to do? Is it going to eternally suppress the path to immortality? In the outer realm, the people who were left behind cried out in alarm, full of confusion. Even the few supreme beings who survived were stunned. Then, their eyes became unfathomable. Mist curled up around their bodies, covering their torsos. Their expressions couldn't be seen. Northern region. Purple Mountain. The whoosher scripture. The people in outer realm reacted quickly, directly rushing towards the eastern wastelands. They wanted to head towards the northern region's ancient Emperor Mountain. There were too many secrets there, and everyone wanted to obtain them. Unfortunately, it was already too late. A streak of resplendent immortal light erupted. An enormous stone scripture tore apart the cosmos, bringing a sparkling skull with it as it tore through the heavens. Apart from this, there was also a brilliant immortal phoenix. Its plume feathers were bright and beautiful, shockingly beautiful. It spread its wings and flew high into the air, disappearing together with the scripture, entering the desolate borders of the cosmos. There were supreme beings who wanted to take action. The whoosher bell rumbled, releasing a tremendous wave, immediately stopping them, preventing them from doing anything. The other supreme being's eyes shone resplendently. Unfortunately, it was still too late. That stone scripture possessed chaotic energy, swirling with mist, able to cut off everything, impossible to calculate. There was even more so a type of great emperor fluctuation. It completely disappeared with that immortal phoenix. Heavens, that's the whoosher scripture. It flew away just like that. There were people in outer space who sighed in admiration, full of regret. That type of scripture had shaken the past and present, but no one had ever seen it before. Today's opportunity was hard to come by, yet they still couldn't obtain it. The Purple Mountain was in pieces. After towering for endless years, it was finally ruined. The mountain collapsed and the earth split apart. That place was extremely bleak. That immortal phoenix should be the divine phoenix undying medicine. Correct, that is definitely the undying immortal medicine that previously accompanied Great Emperor Wusher. It also flew away with the stone scripture. This left everyone feeling even more regretful. At the same time, everyone knew why there were some ancient supreme beings who were moved. Even though the undying medicine decreased sharply after being used once, difficult for it to be of great use, it should still have a certain amount of use for those whose lives were about to dry up. Dang, the whoosher bell suppressed downwards, landing on the immortal ascension path. As those great dark cracks closed, accompanied by a long and drawn-out bell sound, it completely disappeared within. This meant that from now on, the world would never see the whoosher bell again. The final scene was something everyone saw. The whoosher bell blocked up the primal chaos cave, disappearing together with the immortal ascension path, never to appear again. It ended just like that. Everyone released a sorrowful sigh. The Emperor Burial Star. What is the Emperor Burial Star? Today, we have obtained the most comprehensive explanation. The legendary Era's celestial being, the primordial emperor, and the Holy Spirit divine fetus were all buried here. The 7 great life forbidden zones were 7 great tombs. The Emperor Burial Star was worthy of its name, and today's ending was also befitting of its name. Chong, the great completion divine physique versus the longevity celestial being. No matter how one looked at it, this was world-shocking. He used his matchless fist to clash against the longevity sword. The brilliance that was released made the universe tremble. Why are you still not leaving? Do you want to become someone else's food? The great completion divine physique shouted, shaking the outer realm until the void collapsed. This was a warning that terrified the people outside the heavens. They all felt a chill from head to toe, feeling that a great disaster was about to befall them. Without saying a single word, everyone fled for their lives. The formation platform shone, and the realm gates opened. All kinds of formations came to life. Everyone crossed the star domain and began to flee. In just a short period of time, there weren't many people left in the outer realm. Almost all the cultivators had fled. Only the old and weak, as well as those whose lives were about to be extinguished, were unwilling to leave. They wanted to be buried here. The Great Completion Divine Physique and the Longevity Celestial Being confronted each other. A world-shaking supreme battle was about to erupt. The scene of the universe being destroyed and created appeared in their eyes. It was terrifying and astonishing. Not long ago, the outer realm was filled with heroes, but in the blink of an eye, it was already desolate. Only the lethargic old cultivators were left. The Stone Emperor was covered in blood. He wore black armor and was tall and majestic. He was like a black mountain towering there, suppressing people to the point of suffocation. He held the heavenly desolate halberd and coldly said to himself, "It's useless. What's the difference between a moment earlier and a moment later? It's useless even if we flee to the desolate edge of the universe. This is a grand banquet. An ancient supreme being has appeared, and everything will be rewritten. This is what people call a dark age, and this will be the greatest in history. I don't want to die yet. I'll borrow your life essence to slow down the expansion of the cracks on my immortal platform." Apart from the Longevity Celestial Being, who was confronting the Great Completion Divine Physique, the other 5 supreme beings all had cold expressions. They were like a demonic wall, suppressing the ancient universe to the point where it was about to collapse. These cold voices traveled in all directions and shook the outer realm. Everyone's soul trembled, and they felt a chill run down their spine. Even their bones were filled with an eerie coldness. It was too terrifying. The remaining ancient supreme beings were about to launch the most terrifying dark upheaval in history. The end of the road of immortalization wasn't the end of the storm. Instead, it was the beginning of the most terrifying change. The most terrifying disaster in history was about to unfold. Everyone knew that the terrifying premonition from before wasn't without reason. The greatest change was actually not the road of immortalization, but the dark upheaval that was about to descend. The saints had fled, but was there any use in that? For a supreme being, they could cross to the desolate edge of the universe with just a few steps. They couldn't avoid this world no matter where they went, as long as they were still alive. Boom! A supreme being stepped forward. This time, he wasn't as restrained as he was on the road of immortalization. A supreme aura covered the sky and swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. All the stars were trembling. And at this moment, the Big Dipper star domain directly collapsed. The Emperor Burial Star was split into pieces. And this was only the beginning. With just one stomp, a tall cyan figure stepped out and directly split the Big Dipper star field into pieces. This shocked the human world. What was a supreme being? This was the embodiment of their terrifying strength. Now, the Emperor Burial Star was meaningless to them. With one stomp, they could destroy this star field. In the distance, it was unknown how many stars exploded. It was like a gorgeous rain of fireworks. It was extremely beautiful, but it was also too terrifying. It had reached the extreme. However, the price to pay for this kind of brilliance was too great. Soon, this star field directly dimmed, and the cracked Emperor Burial Star was filled with mournful cries. Hee hee. A cold laugh could be heard, without a trace of emotion. It was unknown how many billions of creatures had died, but he didn't care about them at all. He viewed all living things as ants. Regardless of whether they were mortals or cultivators, they weren't even comparable to bugs in his eyes. With one stomp, they would all be crushed into a bloody pulp. Meanwhile, that type of indifferent smile, that expression of not taking it to heart, even more so made one shiver. This was a supreme being who was previously one of the greatest instigators of the darkness chaos, his hands covered in blood. It was unknown just how many creatures he had killed in the past, a number that needed to be measured in the hundreds of millions. He was the master of Samsara, a supreme existence from one of the 7 great life-forbidden zones, the Sea of Samsara. He wore the feather azure battle armor, and it flickered with the coldest light. The path he had walked was filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, piled up by the bones of billions of creatures. His heart was as cold as a cold blade, harder than iron and stone. He wouldn't even blink when he killed millions of creatures. The great completion Saint Physique roared, "Bastard, you also walked step by step from a weak age to become a supreme being. You treat them like grass, but one day, there will be people who will treat you like meat on a chopping board. You should fight against the longevity celestial being." The master of Samsara's expression was indifferent. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Strands of life essence flew over from the shattered ancient star, turning into a flood that entered his mouth. This was too terrifying. Over 100 million creatures had all died. The Emperor Burial Star was now completely split apart. The Central Plains, Northern Plains, Western Desert, Southern Mountains, and Eastern Wastelands were separated from each other, floating in the universe. Countless living beings wailed. If one looked carefully, they would see that the great earth was covered in corpses, blood flowing like rivers. Too many people died. Just a single step from a supreme being was enough to wipe out the world. Almost all the ancient formations of the great emperor had been taken away by the various sects when they migrated. Formation platforms were transported away one by one. The remaining formations had also been destroyed in the chaos after the road of immortalization opened. This vast planet had lost its protection. It was too miserable. On the ground, there were many white-haired faces, stooped bodies, crawling in pools of blood, struggling to reach their children, crying and shouting, shaking. Unfortunately, those young corpses would never come back to life. Boo-hoo. My child. My child, open your eyes and wake up. Ah, the entire land had become a hell. Many of the young, strong, and full of life essence were lying in pools of blood. A wisp of the most basic essence in their bodies flew out. The mother lying in a pool of blood had long lost her life. The baby beside her was trying hard to find warmth. Then, he cried loudly until he fainted. With tears on his face, he curled up in his mother's embrace, stained with blood. This was hell on earth. It was too tragic. Ah! The great success divine physique shouted angrily. He abandoned the longevity celestial being. Before he could truly fight with him, he was going to turn and pounce on the master of samsara. Can you stop? 5 or 6 of us supreme beings by yourself? Will the master of the immortal mausoleum let an enemy like you go? The master of samsara was cold and calm. He had killed so many people, but he was still so calm. The azure golden immortal robe on his body began to shine. It was dazzling and intimidating. Phew! The longevity celestial being took a deep breath. On the Big Dipper ancient land of life, a wisp of white mist flew out of the bodies of the tens of millions of living beings lying in pools of blood. It rushed over and entered his mouth. After suffering for so long, I don't want to die. How can I be satisfied until I see the immortal? The longevity celestial being said calmly. It did not care about what was happening in front of it. Good, good, good. You are the celestial being of this generation. Since you are like this, I will kill you first. The great success divine physique was so angry that he laughed. The golden hair on his body shone brightly. Although an inauspicious event had happened and his body had been destroyed, he still had a lofty aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. It made people feel a sense of grandeur. He raised his fist and attacked. His entire body erupted with the most terrifying blood chi. He took the longevity sword head-on and fought a great battle with a celestial being from the mythological era. This is why your lifespan is almost up, but I can live forever. You don't know how to be flexible, the master of the immortal mausoleum said coldly. Don't you feel ashamed to live forever like this? The great success divine physique roared and soared into the sky with the longevity celestial being. They left the Big Dipper and entered the vast sea of stars. With a rumble, the sky fell and the earth cracked. In this lifeless galaxy, he fought to his heart's content. He developed a supreme technique and used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist from the start. This was an unparalleled divine technique. It was most suitable for the divine physique to use. His blood chi was as vigorous as the ocean. Coupled with his unparalleled physical body, he could really use it to the extreme. It was unknown how many stars exploded and turned into powder under this unparalleled fist. However, the longevity celestial being was also terrifying. It was extremely terrifying. It was able to live from the mythological era until now. It did not only rely on the secret character, but also because it was very profound. It had achieved the Tao during the mythological era, clang, the sword cut through eternity like a flying immortal. It was too dazzling. The longevity sword was so sharp and dazzling that people could not open their eyes. It was terrifying to the extreme. In the sky, galaxies collapsed one after another. Large areas of the galaxy were extinguished and turned into flying ashes under the longevity sword. The fist and the sword collided. It was a collision between the laws and the great path. It was a battle of wills and an unrivaled belief. A battle between supremes was terrifying to the extreme. It was not just a battle of the physical body and the primordial spirit. There were also all kinds of life experiences and comprehensions. All of them burst forth and shook the entire universe. Clang, there was a loud sound. The most dazzling light burst forth from the fist and the immortal sword. It spread in all directions and engulfed the sky. Many galaxies were destroyed, and countless large planets were shattered into pieces and turned into powder. This was an uninhabited starfield, but such powerful fluctuations still shocked the entire cosmos. The great Tao that could suppress the entire world could naturally be sensed by the most powerful cultivators in the ancient supreme battle. Is this a real battle between emperors? It's too terrifying. How many times has it happened since ancient times? I didn't expect it to appear again in this era. The whole world was shocked. The great completion Saint Physique was fighting against the master of the immortal mausoleum. The effects were too great. The universe was shaking. A streak of bloody light appeared on the matchless fist. Blood sprayed out for 3,000 li, revealing white bones. The longevity sword cut a terrifying wound on the fist. The immortal sword itself wailed and became much dimmer. It was sent flying high into the air. The master of the immortal mausoleum coughed out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. You are celestial being in vain. I couldn't kill you in the past, but today, I will take your life. The great completion Saint Physique roared angrily. Blood energy rushed into the sky. His golden hair danced in the wind. His fist shone and the wound quickly healed. That was an injury from an emperor weapon, but it was healed immediately. It was too shocking. The physique of the Saint Physique could be seen. Young man, you are still a bit lacking. Although you are known to be able to challenge the great emperor, you still haven't reached the Tao. It's not that I can't kill you. Take care. The longevity celestial being said coldly. Someone who severed his own blade and relied on the lives of millions to prolong his existence is not worthy of calling me the great emperor. Today, I will kill you. The great completion Saint Physique was incomparably unyielding. His aura swallowed the starry river and possessed an unrivaled spirit. The two of them attacked again, starting the most terrifying great battle. The Big Dipper was dark and incomparably desolate. 5 continents floated in the air. The ancient land of life was now in a terrible state. Blood dyed this ancient land red. There were just too many creatures who died. Going against the general trend. Does a great completion Saint Physique think he can stop 6 supreme beings? He can only die. The Samsara master said coldly with a cruel expression on his face. Although they were separated by millions and millions of li, he seemed to be able to see the great battle in the depths of the universe. The other 4 supreme beings also took action. After absorbing the source of life, the ancient star that had been split into several continents died even more. The mournful song shocked the world. In the end, several continents shattered again. Only a few important places remained, such as the 7 great life-forbidden regions. These were their habitats. Apart from this, although the western desert's Mount Meru was dim, there was still a Buddhist temple standing tall. It had not truly collapsed, and an indescribable aura was also preserved. The remaining places, such as the extremely mysterious fire domain and some ancestral lands related to the emperor and emperor, were also left behind. They were not massacred. In this era, history's largest dark upheaval will erupt. The ancient supreme beings will come into the world together to eat. Who can stop them? The Samsara master's thick hair scattered down. His terrifying body seemed to be able to crush the heavens and 10,000 worlds. At this moment, the azure battle clothes on his body were incomparably resplendent and terrifying. Wang, suddenly, the void trembled. The white-clothed woman who had been in a state of absent-mindedness all this time seemed to have woken up. She seemed to have sensed something and directly slapped forward, shattering the ancient skies. The Samsara master was alarmed. The void directly collapsed. A sparkling white palm shattered the laws of the great Tao, becoming one and pressing towards him. It was even more horrifying than the collapse of the universe. He had never thought that the Wasteland Master, who had been silent all this time, would actually take action. She wanted to directly hack him apart. This was too powerful and came without any warning. The Samsara Master accepted the challenge. At this level, he naturally had no fear. Otherwise, he would not have achieved the Tao and reached this height. Pa! This palm shook the heavens and shook the earth, shattering the countless stars in the surrounding star field, turning them into cosmic dust. If the white-robed desolate lord had not covered it with his other hand, there would have been nothing left of the Emperor Burial Star. Pooh! The Samsara Master spat out a large mouthful of blood and staggered backwards. His body was almost sent flying. His expression suddenly changed and he was incomparably furious. His head of thick hair was stained with his own blood. His right palm was protected by the immortal armor forged from feather azure gold, but there were 5 finger marks on that area of the armor, almost shattering the palm and fingers of the azure gold armor. The Samsara Master was furious, but before he could say anything, the beautiful white-clothed woman in front of him directly slapped down again. She wanted to hack him apart. He rapidly increased his battle strength. His entire body shone, illuminating the entire galaxy. This kind of aura shocked the countless creatures in the ancient universe. The battle clothes on Samsara Master's body shone. Feather azure gold was an extremely rare type of immortal material. At this moment, it was resplendent and dazzling. Large amounts of divine feathers flew out, as if they were the beautiful feathers of a phoenix. They were brilliant and dazzling. His armor released king-chong sounds. The battle clothes forged from feather azure gold possessed a type of supreme life force. Now that it had completely revived, its brilliance illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths, only in the hands of a true great emperor-level figure would this type of weapon display its greatest power, allowing a supreme being's fighting strength to increase to a terrifying degree. As an ancient ego, how could Samsara Master let the matter rest after being struck by a palm? He naturally had to retaliate powerfully. They were the supreme unmatched sovereigns, the true rulers of the endless blue heavens. From ancient times until now, no one could anger or provoke them. When supreme beings encountered supreme beings, there would definitely be a huge problem. They were both existences at this level, so who was truly unmatched? If they didn't get along, then there would inevitably be a battle of life and death. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Samsara Master displayed his matchless divine might. 10,000 divine chains appeared in front of him, every single one of them moving the heavens, turning into brilliant shackles. They were going to lock down Wasteland Master and suppress him. Pa! That sparkling white jade palm directly imprinted down, colliding with the many phoenix feather-like resplendent chains. It was incomparably dazzling, shaking up all directions in the cosmos. It was shocking to the extreme. This was a collision between supreme beings, something rarely seen throughout the ages. If not for the Great Era's arrival, how could this world see it? No one could witness it at all. An intense great explosion erupted. The cosmos seemed to have been destroyed, returning to its original point. The Northern Dipper star domain no longer existed, directly flattened and turned into powder. Countless stars exploded, turning into a beautiful rain of light that flew in all directions. This was a great destruction under the flourishing fireworks. If a supreme being didn't care about anything else, the heavens would collapse and the earth would cave in. The entire universe would be destroyed, leaving nothing behind. If it wasn't for Wasteland Master's other hand covering the area below, protecting the ancient land of life that was in pieces, this place would have definitely been wiped out, leaving nothing behind. This was the law and path of a supreme being. This time, the Master of Samsara was well prepared and not as rushed as the first time. However, thousands of his dazzling divine chains of order still broke. That sparkling white palm was unstoppable. It was difficult to defend against, and even someone as powerful as a supreme being was almost injured. The Master of Samsara's expression changed. His body shone again, becoming even more resplendent. His armor was submerged by the chaotic energy. He shouted loudly, fighting again. Although the white-robed woman appeared to be a peerless beauty and otherworldly, she truly possessed a mighty strength that could shake the heavens and the earth and make ghosts and gods weep. With a single step, she seemed to have traversed thousands of years, causing time to distort as she appeared before the white-robed woman in an instant. Her attack was simple and direct. She wanted to kill the master of samsara with a single palm strike. This kind of power made the other supreme's expressions change. Buzz. The master of samsara's eyes emitted a demonic radiance, and his forehead was sparkling and resplendent. Tens of thousands of immortal light beams shot out, forming terrifying runes that turned into an immortal blade that slashed towards the space between the desolate lord's eyebrows. The desolate lord's immortal foundation dimmed. Her primordial spirit was very strange, sometimes strong and sometimes weak, and there were even times when it neared nothingness. However, her body contained supreme Tao laws and could even contain a great universe, as well as a strange divine sense. She opened her mouth, and a Tao diagram manifested, directly sealing the sky and blocking that immortal blade. At the same time, her sparkling white palm pressed down once more, aiming for the master of samsara's face at a close distance. Rumble, this was a confrontation between laws and Taos, as well as a competition of one's comprehension and experience. There were simply too many aspects to a confrontation between paragons, and every aspect would determine victory or defeat. However, the desolate lord's physique was exceptionally powerful. This time around, it wasn't a casual strike like in the past. Instead, it caused the heavenly Tao to rumble, causing all the great Taos in the myriad worlds to submit. This was a type of true Tao where one was supremacy. Even when facing a paragon, it was the same. As long as one was invincible, even when facing a paragon, one could still be so calm and unperturbed, treating them like grass. Boom, the confrontation this time around was incomparably intense. The master of samsara was invincible throughout his life, he had never met an opponent who could match him. Even when he fought for supremacy on the emperor's path in the past, he also swept through all his opponents. But at this moment, he suffered an extremely great impact. His right palm felt like it was shattered, and he was in incomparable pain. This was something that had never happened before. How could a paragon feel pain? They were already unrivaled in the world, so when had they ever tasted such a bitter outcome? This was simply unimaginable. Moreover, this time around, he was flung through the air, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. His hair was disheveled, and after he landed, he staggered backwards, suffering a heavy blow. His right palm was dripping with blood. That battle armor forged from immortal gold was shattered, causing his bones to break. His flesh was badly mangled, and even his white bones could be seen. This was too shocking. He was actually injured in this battle. Are you bullying me because I'm old and weak? In my entire life, I've never been defeated before. Today, although I paid a price for challenging the immortal path, do you think I don't have any combat strength left? I came from the sea of reincarnation, and in this life, I want to be unrivaled. No matter how weak I am, I can still ascend in an instant and display my absolute combat strength. The master of samsara's voice was cold and emotionless. There was not the slightest fluctuation on his face. He walked forward step by step, his aura becoming more and more terrifying. It's not like she hasn't killed someone like you before. In the depths of the cosmos, the great completion holy physique with golden hair all over his body said coldly. When this voice sounded, the 10 directions of the cosmos were greatly shaken, and the heavenly mountains rumbled. That white-clothed woman was like a flying immortal, otherworldly and exceptional as she moved forward. The other supreme beings were all shaken, and they all revealed expressions of disbelief. It's her. She actually survived. Every supreme being had their own Tao. Even after living for endless ages, they had never changed. After cutting themselves with a blade, it was still the same. However, this person had even changed her own Tao, and as a result, they hadn't recognized her before. Even her Tao was transforming, to the point where no one could recognize her. How shocking was this? It left everyone horrified and shocked. The supreme beings were no exception, and their expressions all changed. You didn't take that step, and yet, you still survived? The master of Samsara's heart finally sunk for the first time. He wasn't as arrogant as before, and this time, he revealed the most serious expression. It was just like back then, when he killed many great enemies, traveled unhindered through the cosmos, and fought bloody battles in all directions. He raised his essence energy to the limit. The master of Samsara was tall and majestic. Chaotic energy submerged his body, as if he was a demonic god that had lived since the creation of the world. Resplendent splendor surrounded him within the mist. In this cold and dark cosmos, he was exceptionally terrifying and intimidating. Ancient supreme beings mostly wielded weapons, and there were fewer who forged immortal gold battle armor. However, these types of people were destined to be difficult to defeat because they paid attention to defense. At this moment, his forehead shone, illuminating the dark cosmos. It was as if there was a deity chanting sutras there, sitting on an immortal platform. The light was reflected, dazzling through the ages. It was truly world-shaking. In front of and behind him, a vast ocean appeared. This was an ocean formed from souls, one of the most terrifying places in the world. The sea of reincarnation appeared again. I control the reincarnation of the world, the lord of this world. In the past, no one in the 9 heavens 10 earths could match me, and in this era, I won't be defeated either. War souls have revived, and I will destroy the world. The master of Samsara walked forward, his eyes terrifyingly deep. Within them were scenes of the sun and moon being destroyed, stars falling, and heaven and earth collapsing. His body was submerged within primal chaos, and it was terrifying to the extreme. The sea of reincarnation was spinning, as if it was going to carry out a reincarnation of the entire world. At this moment, many stars actually flew over, entering it. Then, even more resplendent great stars fell. Stellar streams poured down one after another, all of them entering the sea of reincarnation. This truly was like a ruler, matchless and unmatched. You control the reincarnation of the world. What if it was from the heavens? That white-clothed woman spoke for the first time. Her voice was cold, but there was also a type of magnetism to it. If not for the fact that she was emotionless, it would have been like the sounds of nature, extremely pleasant to listen to. Then let's fight, a confrontation between supreme beings. Let's decide victory and defeat. Let's see who will rule this world. The master of Samsara roared loudly. His head of thick hair danced about, and his azure gold battle clothes shone. The deity within was also furious. Just now, his body had been destroyed, so he also wanted revenge. Hung Long, the two of them collided, about to carry out a battle at the peak, on the side. When the other 4 saw this, their expressions were all cold. They didn't take action, nor did they express anything. They were all supreme beings, and in the past, they all ruled over the great wasteland cosmos. They disdained joining hands to fight an enemy, because they were all unmatched. In their hearts, they were the only one, so how could they think that others were the most powerful in this world? This wasn't arrogance, but rather the truth. In the past, they were indeed like this. The master of Samsara has already started the battle, so we should also head on our way. We will part ways here and head out on our own. The master of Samsara's situation is worrying. He will most likely lose his unmatched reputation. The master of Wasteland is flawed, and his divine consciousness is impermanent. The master of Samsara should be fearless. These people were all unrivaled and powerful existences. They were not unfamiliar with this part of the universe. They had once governed, protected, and fought. When they recalled the glorious years of the past, everyone's expression became absent-minded. Unfortunately, they were gone for good. They had already changed. Without a doubt, the supreme beings of the 7 forbidden zones were either supreme beings from the legendary era, or the archaic emperors, or the great human emperor or the Holy Spirit divine fetus. All of their origins were astonishing. Now, this was no longer a secret. It was already known by everyone in the world. At this level, they couldn't seal themselves in the source. There was no substance in the world that could preserve their immortal foundations. It was because they were too powerful and couldn't be suppressed at all. The reason why they could survive was because they all had their own longevity methods. Of course, there was another prerequisite, and that was that they had severed themselves. They had to leave their emperor positions and fall from that realm. Otherwise, how could they seal themselves until now, After falling from that realm, some could hibernate for tens of thousands of years, never appearing in the world again. They had the absolute beginning life stone, immortal source, and other things that allowed them to seal themselves for an extremely long period of time. Such existences included the great human emperor, archaic emperors, and others. They only awakened when the path to immortalization opened and directly appeared in the world to fight on the path to immortality. Of course, these types of people's bodies would definitely be at their weakest point. That was why they would fall before the path to immortality even ended, a bloody example right before their eyes. Meanwhile, there were some people who used immortal source, absolute beginning life stone, and other precious materials to seal themselves. However, because too much time had passed, or because they encountered various problems along the way, they couldn't hold on any longer. They awakened prematurely in the ancient times, on the verge of aging. As such, there was the darkness chaos, a world and a grain of sand, a heaven and a blade of grass. Similarly, creatures were like this as well. No matter how weak they were, they all contained a great miracle. Within their bodies was the most precious substance in this world, and that was life. Powerful people would have more of this substance, and weak people would have fewer. It was like a precious treasure, hidden within every creature's body. The supreme beings awakened midway. For the sake of survival, for the sake of prolonging their undying existence, they also created the darkness chaos. It wasn't just limited to Big Dipper, the 8 wastelands of the cosmos were all their hunting grounds. When the ancient saints from beyond this region descended upon Big Dipper, there were people who had previously discussed this, suspecting that it originated from the Big Dipper star domain, just that it wasn't proven. The ancient supreme beings wouldn't let a place dry up, but rather carried out selectively, preserving some life seeds for those ancient star domains. Even if they absorbed life for a long period of time, they would preserve their own immortal platforms and prevent the cracks from spreading, repairing the life wheel. Of course, this type of thing was just like undying divine medicine. After using it once, the medicinal effects would decrease sharply. The same amount would inevitably become useless. If they needed it again, they would have to use it 10 times, 100 times more. As a result, the chaos of the darkness would become more and more terrifying each time. At this point, the number of lives that every supreme being needed to devour would easily be in the hundreds of millions. At most, they would have already massacred tens of billions of creatures, such as the Stone Emperor. However, this didn't allow them to live a second life, only temporarily resisting the invasion of time, resisting aging. Life was the world's greatest miracle, but it also became the greatest source of chaos. When the supreme beings in the life-forbidden region launched the darkness chaos, when they encountered the appearance of a great emperor, they naturally had to retreat with all their might. After all, they had already fallen from that cultivation realm, so they didn't want to risk their lives. However, if they caught up to the desolate era and needed life force, then they could only fight, and they couldn't avoid it at all. That was because during the desolate era, there were always more than 1 or 2 great emperors who appeared. After one passed away, there would still be others who achieved the Tao. Their respective eras were almost connected. Of course, it was impossible for a true great emperor to meet. After all, there was a time limit that affected one's Tao. However, even if there were no great emperors, there would still be great saint physiques. The ancient supreme beings of that era could only take action, they had no choice at all. They couldn't avoid it, and thus created the most terrifying darkness chaos, carrying out a bloody battle. Although the ancient supreme beings had withdrawn from the throne, if the great emperor of the human race went to suppress and kill them, they could also rise to the peak and temporarily recover their former glory. It was hard to say whether they would win or lose. However, as long as they did this, the price was extremely great. Even if they didn't die in battle, even if they risked their lives to kill the great emperor of the human race, they might still wither after the battle. After the battle, even if they didn't die, they would have to use the emperor's Tao fruit that was cut off. Only a few supreme beings could survive. As a result, if it wasn't for the great emperors of the ancient era appearing from time to time and the great saint physiques appearing one after another, there wouldn't be such a terrifying bloody era, because no one could suppress them. No one was willing to carry out a battle between great emperors. Regardless of whether it was the ancient supreme beings or the great emperor of the human race, they all had the danger of dying. And in those eras without great emperors, it was truly too bitter. The sky and earth were dyed red with blood, and it wasn't just limited to the Big Dipper. It happened in other places as well. It was a tragedy in the human world. The four supreme beings had also risen and fallen in the human world, becoming the rulers of the world. They were respected by hundreds of thousands of races in the universe, but now, looking back, what was left, perhaps, they had sighed in their hearts, but it had long been drowned out by coldness, replaced by ruthlessness. They were already no longer their past selves. The four ancient supreme beings gave each other one last look, and then they each chose a direction. They were about to go on their way, hurrying towards different ancient regions to eat. They were about to unleash the greatest darkness chaos in history. The entire universe was trembling, and all life was in fear. They all felt a type of impending disaster, as if the world was going to be destroyed. There wasn't a single one of them who wasn't trembling. Meanwhile, there were some ancient regions that already knew what happened in the Big Dipper star domain. There were some heavenly mystery masters who sensed the bloody disaster and the most terrifying chaotic era. They were all crying loudly. "Great emperors of the human race, please revive all of you. The human world is going to suffer greatly again. Who can save all life from fire and water? Who can avoid the bloody disaster of all life?" Woo-woo. The Big Dipper star domain has already been plunged into misery and suffering. Unmatched great emperors, please revive and return. Woo-woo, where is the void great emperor? We are willing to pray for you, using our lives to exchange for your return. Please reappear in this world. The mournful cries of all life were world-shaking, as if they were transmitted to this region. This was a type of spiritual sublimation. Suddenly, the Wasteland Master took action, unexpectedly separately releasing the most terrifying attack towards the four supreme beings who were about to leave. Her white clothes were exceptional, and her beautiful hair danced about. She was elegant and otherworldly, yet she was powerful to the extreme. This was the power of ascension. The radiance illuminated the 33 layers of heaven, making the entire cosmos tremble. A single person was going to contend against 5 supreme beings. Huang took the initiative. This delicate and wonderful woman actually took action against several great supreme beings at the same time. This was just too shocking, leaving everyone feeling that this was inconceivable. Those were but true ancient supreme beings, past emperors, or celestial being, every single one of them possessing astonishing backgrounds. Who could be defeated? Who dared face them alone? Now, this type of scene really appeared. A delicate and exceptional white-clothed woman dared to do this, ascension force striking outwards, immediately slaughtering towards the 5 great supreme beings. Hong Long, in that instant, the entire universe seemed to have been destroyed, all things withering away. Regardless of how far away they were, they all trembled, unable to help but want to kneel down, bow down towards those fluctuations. It was too terrifying. Several supreme beings took action, affecting the great Tao of heaven and earth, wishing to wipe out all Tao. It was only because of these individuals that some unforeseen events took place in the great cosmos. Apart from Samsara Lord, the other 4 supreme beings also turned around, their expressions cold, eyes ice cold, all of them retaliating. They were emperors and emperors of a generation, unable to tolerate provocation. Even though this person was extremely powerful, she already took action against them, so they definitely wouldn't endure silently. Kill. Undying Mountain's Lord Stone Emperor released a great roar, blood energy matchless. The great black halberd in his hands crushed the cosmos, the most terrifying great cracks and world-destroying radiance. Erupting, engulfing everything. The great halberd tore apart the 9 heavens, pouring down endless primal chaos waterfall, directly hacking towards Wasteland Lord's face, vicious might exceptional and heaven overflowing. This was Stone Emperor, a simple strike shocking the human world. Dang, a strand of ascension light shot out from the white-clothed woman's sparkling fingers, stopping the snow-white halberd's blade, allowing the deep cold energy to attack. The surrounding cosmos and void were collapsing, her head of beautiful hair flying about, as if she was facing a great ocean wave. However, her body didn't move in the slightest, calm like a boulder. Once my Tao appears, heaven and earth can be defied. Another supreme being slaughtered over, his entire body erupting with immortal radiance, as if silver streams were exploding. It was too resplendent, condensing supreme immortal Tao natural laws, about to destroy the great cosmos. These rays of light gathered together, releasing King Chong noises, actually forming a cage that was 10 zhang in size, able to suppress all creatures, able to trap supreme beings. The 10 zhang cage was completely constructed from symbols. Every single symbol was incomparably brilliant, as if they were burning. They were incomparably profound, impossible to fathom. They all flowed with the most powerful natural law power. Clang, clang. With a flick of the Wasteland Master's finger, streaks of heaven-reaching sword energy flew out, turning into a large expanse of light rain. That was the power of the fairy realm, matchless and unrivaled. All of the radiance landed on the cage, making the giant immortal gold pillars grow dim, unable to approach, stopping the 10 zhang cage's suppression. 3 realms reincarnation! Shouted the master of samsara. He had also closed in. The 3 ancient universes revolved, and the aura of creation filled the air. One was the universe of the past, one was the universe of the present, and one was the universe of the future. Their nomological laws ran through the past, present, and future. This was the true creation of heaven and earth. Mist surged, all types of gods and devils roared within the primal chaos. There was even a vermilion bird that took to the skies, burning down the southern heavenly gate. There was also a Kuan-Pung that spread its wings, shattering millions and millions of li, terrifying to the extreme. However, the white-clothed woman was the first to take action against him, standing in front of him. Her attention was still focused on him, and as such, her attacks were also the most powerful. This time, her hands moved together, gently moving out. A simple and ancient artifact appeared. It wasn't a true object, but rather formed from interweaving Tao laws. It was actually a 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron. It didn't have any brilliance, only having a type of simple and powerful Tao aura. Hong, this cauldron formed from Tao patterns flew out, piercing through the 3 realms, smashing inside. It shook intensely, wishing to completely destroy this 3 realms. This was definitely a great battle that shocked endless history. A single person faced 5 great supreme beings, this type of inconceivable scene. No one would believe it if it was told to others. Forget about whether the white-clothed woman had a chance of victory, just this type of boldness was enough to shock the universe. Even if she was defeated and killed by a few ancient supreme beings, it still wouldn't be much of a humiliation. Daring to take action like this, possessing this type of courage, possessing matchless might, was definitely rarely seen since ancient times. At the very least, not even mortals had heard of such a thing. They were all supreme beings. If they truly recovered to the Emperor realm, their bodies rising, who would be much inferior to who? They were all the past rulers of the universe, overlooking the 9 heavens 10 earths, supreme existences. This battle suddenly erupted just like that. Several great supreme beings all took action. Even though they still didn't use the most powerful secret techniques, not risking their lives, this type of probing was still enough to be recorded in the future books of history, becoming a magnificent chapter. Perhaps the most terrifying emperor battles had happened before, but there had never been records of someone fighting 5 alone like this. This type of individual had only appeared once. Let me look forward to seeing just how powerful you have become. Perhaps if I kill you, I won't have to incite the darkness chaos anymore. You alone are enough. Stone Emperor said coldly, a type of bloodthirsty radiance flashing past his ice-cold eyes. It was just too intimidating. The other supreme beings all took action, but they still held back, carefully taking precautions. The white-clothed woman definitely had something to rely on for daring to face them like this, even though they didn't believe that there was someone this powerful. As emperors and emperors, they firmly believed that there was definitely no one who could face 5 emperors alone. There was no one in the past, no one in the present, and no one in the future. It was because if they revived, they would be at the very peak, impossible to surpass. However, the white-clothed woman really was too powerful, her appearance exceptional. She was still calm and unruffled when facing 5 emperors, as if she didn't sense that she wasn't a match at all. An emperor battle erupted, moreover quickly heating up. They were going to display their most powerful Emperor Dao laws again. However, at this moment, something strange suddenly happened. Wasteland Master's body trembled, expression perplexed. She encountered a huge problem. The great supreme beings were all stunned. Their previous premonition was true after all. Her state was unstable, primordial spirit impermanent, appearing and disappearing at times. She herself had a great flaw. Even though they were supreme beings, it was Wasteland Master who took action against them first. Since she already took action, no one would stop here. This was especially the case when Samsara Master was already bleeding before, his immortal gold battle clothes in tatters. At this moment, he even more so wouldn't be lenient, slaughtering his way over. Suddenly, the cosmos exploded. The white-clothed woman's body released endless radiance, divine might matchless, becoming many times more terrifying than before. What is going on? I feel like she is in even more danger. Her primordial spirit suddenly became almost non-existent, and her flesh also mysteriously became like this. Can she even protect herself like this? The great supreme being's eyes were cold, not immediately attacking. They felt that it was extremely strange. The white-clothed woman in front of them was too mysterious. This type of state made them feel like something wasn't right. Wasteland Master became even more lost, forgetting to take action, not knowing where she was. She didn't seem to react at all when facing 5 great supreme beings, her eyes lifeless, vacant and ignorant. However, great fluctuations erupted from her body. Layer after layer of immortal light wrapped around her, and then it unexpectedly turned into a great cocoon, burying her within. Moreover, as time went on, this cocoon became more and more real, turning into a tangible object. It was no longer light, but rather a tangible immortal cocoon. Even if she has lost her consciousness, killing her like this is an unfair victory. She brought this upon herself. I am willing to have my hands covered in Emperor blood. Samsara Master said coldly. He walked forward, insisting on taking action. The other 4 supreme beings' expressions were cold. They didn't say a word, quietly observing the changes, not expressing anything. At this moment, Samsara Master's arm turned into a giant heavenly blade that was several hundred zhang in length. His flesh formed a blade, and in addition, it erupted. It was snow-white and dazzling, cold energy threatening. Gotcha, he hacked down, directly aiming for the immortal cocoon. He wanted to cut Wasteland Master in half, end her life, and then obtain the endless vitality of an unmatched great emperor's blood to prolong her life. The cosmos void was hacked apart by him, releasing an extremely terrifying sound that made one's heart tremble. The heavenly blade descended, firmly hacking down on the immortal cocoon. Light illuminated the 33 heavens, leaving everyone shaken. This result was too unbearable to watch. Who could block this type of blade? This was the full power attack of a supreme being, the pressure making the heavenly Tao laws tremble. Meanwhile, the white-clothed woman was completely defenseless, mysteriously sleeping in the cocoon. According to normal reasoning, she was definitely going to die. However, the final result was unexpected. That resplendent heavenly blade was snow-white and intimidating, but when it landed on the cocoon, it actually melted. The power of the immortal Tao laws completely entered, becoming a part of the cocoon. What? Samsara Master was shocked, feeling that this was inconceivable. This was his powerful attack. The endless power of an ancient supreme being flew out, but it was actually melted. Strange, is she trying to borrow our hands to help her transform? A supreme being said coldly. Those who reached this cultivation realm were naturally matchless figures, able to see through the principles of all things with just a single look, keenly seeing through some innate things. If it was Quasi-Emperor in her place, there was no way he could instantly understand this. Does she want the 5 of us to take action at the same time, turn into a cauldron's flame, help her succeed? That might not be the case. She definitely has some problems with her body, but she can protect herself in this state. Moreover, if we take action, we might help her succeed. They directly saw through the innate essence, clearly seeing the truth in the mist. Samsara Master was naturally dissatisfied. He released a cold snort, displaying the greatest natural laws, trying to refine it, wishing to slowly refine the white-clothed woman to death. However, terrifying things continued to play out. It was just like before, all of the divine force and immortal Tao laws entered, like a clay ox entering the sea, completely dissolved. What he released was like a cauldron's flame, burning below the cauldron, helping the cocoon mature. There is no time, we need to replenish our life energy. We've exhausted too much on the path of immortality, if we delay any longer, we will definitely die of old age. A supreme being spoke, giving Northern Dipper Star Domain a look. He opened his mouth, sucking in millions of units of life essence, turning into multicolored light and flying over. These were the creatures that died not too long ago, all of them being devoured. The other supreme beings were like this as well. Then, they went on their separate ways, stepping into the cosmos' 8 wastelands, heading towards ancient star lands one after another. A great chaos was about to descend. Who could stop it? This great darkness chaos was unprecedented in history, exceeding the past. It was going to happen in the end. They couldn't stop it. It was a pity for the white-clothed woman. Something unforeseen happened at the crucial moment, sinking into the cocoon. Otherwise, there would have definitely been a great bloody battle. Perhaps she could have stopped these supreme beings' footsteps, or perhaps she herself would have fallen. The endless changes arrived on time, but in the end, they couldn't stop at Northern Dipper, starting to engulf the heavens and ancient lands. Big Dipper star region was in an expanse of darkness, deathly quiet. There wasn't the slightest bit of sound. Apart from that ancient land of life that was broken into pieces and protected by Wasteland Lord, the other stars were all blasted into pieces, turning into ashes, never to exist again. An immortal cocoon floated up and down, suspending above the destroyed ancient land. The immortal light gradually dimmed, and then it entered the darkness, thus disappearing. Only now did all of the emperors might disappear. Only then did the ancient land of life below release cries of grief. It was unknown just how many people had died, blood flowing like rivers on the great earth, corpses endless. Most of the strong people had died, only the elderly and children remaining. This was also the case for the other races, only the old and weak, as well as a small portion of the strong, continuing on as the seeds of life. However, without the sun, how could they continue? These supreme beings, because of their failure to achieve immortality, clearly vented their anger on Big Dipper, wishing to destroy this place in one go. Light was released from the ancient restricted regions, as well as some historical remains left behind by ancient great emperors. It surrounded the great earth, not letting the cold approach, protecting this ruined ancient land. Western Desert was deathly silent, but Mount Meru was still there. One could vaguely hear the sound of ghosts chanting Buddhist scriptures. Southern Ridge collapsed, corpses of ancient beasts and vicious birds everywhere. Many small beasts cried piteously, waiting to be fed, the scene miserable. Eastern Wasteland's 7 great restricted regions were extremely peaceful, but they still made one feel reverence, deep and immeasurable. Perhaps some supreme beings would return to continue sleeping here. Northern Plains was desolate, traces of life rarely seen. Central Continent was the most desolate, the number of people who died also the most. It wasn't like other places where the population was sparse. This place was densely packed, corpses truly piling up into mountains and seas. Comparatively speaking, Big Dipper wasn't that bad either. After all, they had already experienced it. The darkness chaos could be considered to have ended, not like the other star domains whose suffering had only just begun. Heavens, please open your eyes and look at this great earth. Is there still a path of life? The people are in a terrible situation, corpses and blood everywhere. What hope is there left to speak of? On a planet, a white-haired elder roared angrily towards the heavens, his face covered in tears. At his feet were several children who were trembling in fear. There were many corpses in the distance, their parents, their loved ones, all of them dead. The Lord of the Divine Ruins descended here, opening his mouth and inhaling. Endless people, endless creatures exploded, blood covering the stars. Countless life essence turned into strands of multicolored light, flying into the air. Most of the powerful individuals were going to die, only a portion of them left behind, allowing the ancient land's life inheritance to continue. They were going to be used in the future when the darkness chaos erupted again. As for the elderly and children, most of them were spared because the amount of life force they contained was relatively small, so they were not within the range of being devoured. The Lord of the Divine Ruins only stayed here for a moment before a billion creatures were devoured. This small star was covered in gloomy clouds. The bloody mist was very thick, and it was filled with wailing sounds. This was a purgatory on Earth. And this was still considered good. The crisis that broke out in other places was even worse. Some of the famous main planets in the universe encountered a major crisis. Because of the large population, there were even more deaths. For example, Gauch, an ancient star, this place had previously produced a great emperor. It was extremely glorious in the past, becoming the center of the cosmos during a certain era. However, now that a great disaster descended, it still couldn't be stopped. The Stone Emperor had arrived. This was an extremely callous ancient supreme being, his heart long submerged in coldness and ruthlessness. Even if millions and millions of creatures died, he wouldn't even frown. In the past, he had already devoured tens of billions of creatures. Now, if he wanted to extend his life, he could only do more, or else it wouldn't be of any use. It was just like taking an undying medicine. After a single use, the medicinal effects would definitely decrease. Only by taking 10 times, 100 times more would one be able to continue extending one's life. And if he calculated it like this, then the number of creatures he needed in this world would be too shocking. At the very least, it would be in the hundreds of billions, or even trillions. The universe was extremely large, with endless star systems. However, there weren't as many ancient life stars as one could imagine, especially the main planets like Xianxia and Ziwei star domain, which were even fewer. Even if those small stars, as well as the small worlds of life opened by many ancient sages were included, the number of creatures he needed still wasn't a small number. Moreover, the darkness chaos in this world wasn't limited to him alone. There was also the Lord of Samsara, long-life celestial being, and several others, so the number of creatures they needed wouldn't be much weaker than his. As a result, in this world, if they continued like this, they would definitely cause rivers of blood to overflow into the heavens. The entire universe would mourn and tremble. The darkness chaos would only become more terrifying each time. This world would reach its most powerful state. Some of the despairing Heavenly Secrets masters even pessimistically predicted that the world might be destroyed. The flowers are the same every year, but the people are different every year. It's another world. I've been here before, and it was also a scene of rivers of blood overflowing into the heavens. It's just that the feeling each time is different. The Undying Mountain's Lord, the Stone Emperor, was calm and carefree. Below, countless figures were running, crying, kneeling, and praying to the heavens. They dragged their children, rolling and crawling as they fled. This was a human tragedy. But what was the use? In the eyes of an ancient supreme being, these were all ants. They couldn't cause even the slightest ripple in his heart. With a point of his finger, billions of people exploded. The multicolored light of life entered his mouth and nose, filling the air like strands of white mist. Stone Emperor had a heart of stone. Even the most miserable scene couldn't move his heart. After achieving the Tao, his will was like steel, but after severing his blade, his blood became cold to the bone. He turned around, arriving in another region of this main star. He wasn't in a hurry to wipe out all life, but instead carried a hint of coldness at the corners of his lips. He was admiring this 100 forms of the human world. There were saints who screamed miserably, doing their best to fly high into the sky. However, under the pressure of an ancient supreme being, it was difficult for them to move even an inch. They directly collapsed in this world. Even those as powerful as saints were nothing more than ants. There wasn't much power that could stop an ancient supreme being from foraging for food. From saints up high to mortals, they were all targets of slaughter. Meanwhile, experts were even more so the first choice, because the life essence they contained was greater. Even though it is a great star, it still isn't enough for this emperor. There are still too few. Meanwhile, what about the saints? I don't see many of them. Have they all gone into hiding? Stone Emperor's cold voice was incomparably cold, shaking this entire starry sky. His will reached all directions. In a breath of time, his divine sense swept over all of the stars, not holding back in the slightest. Then, he rose into the sky, entering the starry domain. Many saints on the stars in the depths of the darkness screamed miserably, turning into a rain of blood. Stone Emperor only went to make a circle, and most of the saints that belonged to Xianxia's star died. It was useless even if they hid in the starry river. A supreme being could find them with a single thought. Leave behind a few fragrant seeds for the future. Stone Emperor stood up. With a single step, he disappeared from this great star, entering the depths of the cosmos. Blood covered the skies here, and the number of dead creatures numbered in the billions. However, it still couldn't satisfy his needs. That day, the entire cosmos was wailing in grief. All life held in grief. The end of darkness arrived, and no one could save them. The great emperor grew old and passed away. In this world, no one achieved the Tao, and no one could resist the darkness chaos. Bloodshed continued just like that. The great era of darkness officially began. This was an era of chaos and misery. What love and hate! What grand goals on the path of immortality! What dreams of achieving the Tao! In this world, everything was empty. Only survival was the truth. Void Great Emperor, where are you? All people pray for you to live forever. Please fight for our human race again. Ah woo, all life was in grief. In this dark era, they thought of the Void Great Emperor who had previously fought left and right, fought in all directions. He fought his entire life, all the way until the very last moment of his life. He never stopped. Back then, he pacified all regions alone, stopping the darkness' chaotic tides. It was unknown just how many creatures he saved. Unfortunately, he died early, only living for less than a single era. Void Great Emperor, your people miss you, woo-woo, please come back to life. How can the Great Earth not have you? Even a few saints were praying, and even a few old great sage who understood the secret history were weeping, kowtowing towards the dim Big Dipper. Void Great Emperor, how can we forget you? You went alone to block the exit of the Sea of Reincarnation, and then fought a great battle against Undying Mountain with the resolution to die. In this era, who will fight for us? Who will stop the darkness chaos for us? On the other main star, Skirich, tragedy was also playing out. Light and Darkness Supreme Being was taking action, slaughtering everything within a million li. He opened his mouth, inhaling, and endless multicolored light of life entered his body. Suddenly, he felt an intense pain in his heart, and then his body staggered. It was because he saw some scenes, and recalled some past events. He saw a little boy drag out the corpse of an old man from the pile of corpses, crying loudly, throwing himself into the old man's embrace. His white hair was dyed red, and his entire body was soaked in blood. He saw an infant curled up in the arms of a mother, crying loudly, using his little hands to touch that ice-cold and young face. He saw a young man go crazy after a young female cultivator exploded, throwing himself into the bloody bones, smashing his head against the ground, and then he lost his life. He was once weak, and he had struggled before. He also went through a stage of growth that he couldn't bear to look back on. At this moment, he was momentarily absent-minded. Hee. Light and Darkness Supreme Being rubbed his chest, and only after a long time did he catch his breath. He said in self-mockery, my heart actually felt a momentary pain. Did I think of some past events? But soon, his expression was replaced by coldness. Killing intent filled his body, and cold light blossomed from his eyes. As he swept his gaze over, boundless killing tribulation rose again, and blood splattered across the entire ancient star. Great Emperor Wuxi, you used to suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and fought until the universe trembled. Now, the star domain has withered, and everything is silent. The human race needs you. Cries resounded through the world. Heaven-abandoning Supreme Being had slaughtered his way through, and his harvest could only be described as ordinary. That was because what he needed wasn't much less than what the Stone Emperor needed. Now, what he needed was tens to hundreds of times more than what he needed in the past. If one really calculated it, the amount was too shocking. Today, he slaughtered his way to an enormous star that he had never been to before, and he didn't know anything about it in his sea of consciousness. However, when he descended, his heart jumped violently. 2 terrifying beams of light shot out from his eyes, and he stared in a certain direction. The ancestral star of the Overlord body. No wonder, the people here are all so powerful. There seems to be another place that's not ordinary. In another part of the starry sky, the Samsara Master was also moving. He had already massacred 3 stars, and behind him were endless skeletons and waves of blood, shaking the universe. He traveled all the way to the other side of the starry sky. He knew this place, and he also understood that this place was not ordinary, but he still came because there might be a great harvest here. This was a blue star, and the celestial beings now called it Earth. Hanga Pass still exists. After several reincarnations, it still has this name. Heh. The master of Samsara rushed over from the depths of the universe. His eyes were frighteningly cold. He took a step forward and approached the ancient star, arriving in front of an ancient city that the world could not see. 3 large words were carved on the city gate, Hanggu Pass. The strokes were bold and vigorous. No one knew how long this ancient city had existed. It was engraved with the wind and frost of time, modeled with the passage of time. It gave off the feeling that it had existed for millions of years. This was like a reincarnation cycle. The ancient city was still there, but the living beings on the ground had changed countless times. The old bones had turned to dust, and the races had changed again and again. This city is still the same, the master of samsara said to himself. He did not need to show his might. A supreme aura rushed forward and immediately shook the ancient city, causing it to shine brightly. Formation patterns actually appeared, turning into a vast world of celestial laws. The great emperor formation has life. The master of samsara's eyes narrowed, shooting out 2 sharp beams. This city was connected to the starry sky and the universe. It stood under the sky, a city of the starry sky. Brilliant meteor showers flew past, making this place even more mysterious and unfathomable. There are still people who dare to defend this city? The master of samsara took a step forward, and the universe immediately collapsed. However, the entire ancient city unexpectedly lit up with 4 types of formation patterns, quickly expanding, immediately blocking it, resisting the berserk fluctuations. This shocked him. 4 kinds of great emperor formation had appeared at once, and all of them were reviving. This was beyond his expectations. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, so he did not immediately attack. Instead, he stepped into the starry sky and returned to the outer realm. The master of samsara stood in the cold outer space, looking down at the blue star below. His eyes were filled with scenes of the sun and moon collapsing, the stars being destroyed, and the chaos spreading. The world in his eyes was different from that of ordinary cultivators. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, this was a star that looked like a blue diamond, but in his eyes, it was a great path star densely covered with Tao patterns and endless runes. Moreover, it was not as small as it seemed on the surface. It was vast and boundless, even larger than the Big Dipper. Countless great formations covered this place, overlapping each other. Mountains that were tens of thousands of meters tall could be seen everywhere, towering into the boundless sky. The areas outside of the Great Formation were filled with humans, but this was only a corner of the true area, insignificant. Those areas didn't have spiritual essence and were all filthy. Even if it was the great sage, he could only sense that something wasn't right, but there was no way he could see through the source. The ancient supreme beings were different, they could see the most fundamental things. This is the formation pattern laid down by Dizun back then. With the passage of time, it can no longer be concealed. He used the assembly character secret and his own unmatched ancient formation to cover this place, allowing him to sense people's hearts. It was one thing if he entered normally, but if he wanted to destroy this place, then it would incur a disaster. Other than that, there are actually other emperor formations. A cold voice rang out. The master of samsara's eyes were hollow and looked extremely frightening. It was as if they could swallow the sun, the moon, the mountains, and the rivers, and cause the universe to collapse in an instant. Even someone as powerful as the reincarnation supreme being didn't barge in forcefully, because there were many secrets here. No one would look down on the formation patterns of the venerable sovereigns of the ancient heaven and had to treat them seriously. After looking for a long time, he returned to the front of Hanggu Pass and sneered, "It's not like I've never been here before. So what if these formation patterns have awakened? Can they stop me?" He pointed out with a finger and was about to press forward, but a blazing beam of light swept down from the ancient city and directly collided with him. The reincarnation supreme being was naturally unharmed. There were only a handful of people in this world who could contend against him, and they were all cultivators. But were there any on earth? However, his body trembled from the impact and revealed an expression of disbelief. Even if it couldn't injure his body, it still greatly surprised him. Could there really be some kind of character here? The great emperor's formation patterns have all revived in advance for no reason and are attacking me. There must be someone in charge who is incomparably knowledgeable. There was a mysterious formation here that could isolate many auras. It was similar to the heaven-deceiving formation patterns, and there were more than 1 or 2 of them. Even the reincarnation supreme being couldn't thoroughly investigate them. This time, he forcefully stomped down, and a huge crack extended out. It directly tore apart the universe and headed towards the ancient city. He wanted to forcefully break it open. Boom, suddenly, immortal light exploded, and the aura of an ancient great emperor erupted, shaking time and space. A beam of dazzling killing light directly swept down. The great crack that had expanded over was shattered, but it didn't reach the city. Moreover, the reincarnation Supreme Being's body trembled as he felt a vast ocean-like vitality confronting him. It's completely revived, an emperor weapon equivalent to a great emperor's attack. His eyes became sinister as he stared at the top of the city gate. As expected, there were preparations there. There were millions and millions of strands of immortal light, releasing an immortal radiance within the mist. It was definitely activated by a powerful figure, or else there was no way to revive a true emperor weapon. And at this time, the various great emperor formations within the city gate also revived and expanded outwards. Moreover, several figures suddenly appeared on top of the city gate and stood there. At this moment, the reincarnation Supreme Being's eyes erupted with two terrifying rays of light. He revealed a shocked expression and involuntarily took a step forward. His head of thick hair danced about. This was an extremely rare event, and it actually made him reveal such an expression. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely shock the world. As a supreme being, facing the boundless universe, there was simply no one who could be his opponent. No matter what he encountered, he wouldn't act like this. It was only in this special great era that a few people like him had appeared that he couldn't directly sweep through the universe. You guys, on top of the city gate, there was an old Taoist, a monk, and one or two people hidden in the primal chaos. It was impossible to see them clearly. Moral celestial being, you, are actually still alive. The master of Samsara's expression was shaken as he stared at the old Taoist in front of him. He revealed an expression of disbelief. How could a character who had long been confirmed to have died in a sitting posture in the legendary era still be alive? On top of the city gate, a green ox leisurely walked over with an old Taoist on its back. The old man on its back looked like an immortal with white hair and a youthful complexion. Although he was very old, his face was rosy and healthy. No matter how one looked at it, there was a kind of transcendent temperament. It was as if he was going to ascend to the outer world on the ox and become an old immortal. If Yifan was here, he would definitely be alarmed. Wasn't this the original appearance of the old man carved on the stone wall? He had appeared alive and returned to Earth. Benefactor, you've mistaken me for someone else, the old man on the green ox said calmly. Some people call me Lier. The master of Samsara's expression was overcast. There was no fear, but it wasn't all that pleasant either. He never thought that he would encounter this kind of ancient celestial being on Earth. Moreover, it wasn't just one. There was also a great emperor. His expression became extremely cold as he stared at another figure who seemed like a great emperor. His voice was cold to the extreme as he said, Great Emperor Hangyu, I didn't expect you to also survive. You once confronted several supreme beings from the origin ancient mine and killed one of them. I didn't expect your method of survival to be similarly heaven-defying. That was a middle-aged man. He was tall and strong, his body tall and sturdy. He was like an unrivaled hero from ancient times. He was powerful to the extreme, and his gaze was incomparably deep. You've mistaken me for someone else. I am Shino. The dignified middle-aged man said calmly, making him seem even more mysterious. He stood within the hazy mist. If Yifan, Pang Bo, and the others were here, they would definitely cry out loudly. This was the human ancestor. He had actually reappeared in the world and was still alive. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. Back then, when the Xianxia clan was the quasi-emperor, they had to avoid Shino and the Yellow Emperor. They left for the outer realms, believing that their talents were too extraordinary. They didn't have the chance to achieve the Tao himself. How could such a person not survive? They had to break through and enter the Great Sage realm. Then, they would enter the quasi-emperor realm and unswervingly walk down the path of Tao. It was just that, the master of Samsara had mistaken Shino for the great emperor Hangyu. This was quite puzzling. The only similarity was that both of them had the surname Jiang. If Yifan was here, he would definitely say that there was a Jiang river near the Big Dipper Jiang clan. In the past, there was also a Jiang River near the Yan Emperor's bloodline on ancient Earth. Was this a coincidence, however? Shino himself said that the master of Samsara had mistaken him for someone else. The master of Samsara laughed coldly. He stared at the middle-aged monk in white and said, "Don't tell me you're not the Amitabha Buddha too? Although you don't look like one, you have the aura of a Buddhist emperor." "I am the Sakyamuni Buddha," the monk said calmly with his palms pressed together. Haha. The master of Samsara laughed loudly. His hair danced wildly in the wind. However, when he saw the appearance of the other person in the chaotic mist, he was speechless. He took a step back and cried out involuntarily, "The Void Emperor." This man had stepped out of a stone coffin. He looked very ordinary. There was nothing special about him. He couldn't be considered heroic, but he had an aura that made people feel at ease. It was plain, ordinary, simple, and simple. Impossible. You couldn't have survived no matter what. The master of Samsara had never acted like this before. Only this Void Emperor made him lose his composure. This was because this person had once fought against the Sea of Reincarnation. Void Great Emperor encountered the most terrifying chaos of this era. He fought bloody battles in all directions alone, dragging his injured body to the Sea of Reincarnation, blocking that place, not allowing the ancient emperor to appear. He had even killed a supreme being there. At that time, the master of Samsara didn't come into being, but he knew everything. How could he not have a deep impression? Among the great emperors, the Void Emperor's life was the most turbulent. He paid the most, until his blood ran dry and he died in battle outside the realm. He left an indelible impression on the 7 forbidden zones. Even though he had died, he was still respected and the races were grateful. Even now, they missed him, mourned, and prayed for this human emperor to come back to life. I can confirm that the Void Emperor is dead. I have to admit that he was an amazing person. He was definitely worthy of the gratitude of those ants. He used his life to protect this world, and his blood was spilled outside the realm. His death has long been confirmed. It can't be fake. "I am the Yellow Emperor," the ordinary-looking middle-aged man said calmly. He didn't look like an unparalleled supreme at all. "Haha, good. You are the Yellow Emperor." "I know. You are definitely not him." The master of Samsara laughed. He then looked at the others and said, "You are the Buddha, you are Li Er, you are Shenong. You are not the celestial being from the Age of Legends, nor are you the great emperor of the antiquity, right?" Haha. The master of Samsara laughed, but his voice suddenly stopped. He said, "This ancient planet is really a good place. I finally know why the venerable emperor set up so many things here. It is really a good place to nurture. It can actually advance time by so many years. To be more precise, this is a place for raising corpses. You are not them. You are indeed Shenong, the Yellow Emperor, Li Er, and Sakyamuni." There was a terrifying coldness in the depths of the Samsara sovereign's eyes as he stared at the 4 of them. Then, his expression became a bit complicated. No one knew what he was thinking. He actually remained silent for a long time. "Benefactor, please return," said Sakyamuni. "Monk, do you think you can stop me with just you?" shouted the master of Samsara. His expression was cold to the extreme. If news of this got out, it would definitely shake the universe. What kind of person was Sakyamuni? He had already become the quasi-emperor more than 2,000 years ago. His achievements were profound, yet the master of Samsara didn't care about him at all. In this world, only the ancient supreme beings dared to act like this, treating a peerless figure like Sakyamuni like nothing. It was because he was too powerful. "Then why don't you try attacking?" someone said calmly. "Do you think you can defend this ancient planet just because you have a few great emperor formation runes and an emperor weapon? I control reincarnation and am an emperor myself. How can a mere formation stop me? I personally drawn Dao patterns of this level." The Samsara sovereign spoke coldly as he walked forward. The sky immediately trembled. Strands of the aura of the Great Path spread out, rushing towards Hanga Pass, wanting to break this place apart. "Unfortunately, you are no longer a true emperor." On top of the city gate, several figures were fearless and aloof. They activated their emperor weapons together and shot out a blazing light. At the same time, several great emperor formation runes were revived. They swept out for millions of miles and swept out with murderous light. Boom, the universe trembled. Immortal light surged like a vast ocean, colliding with the Samsara sovereign. Terrifying Tao cries resounded in this place, rumbling and rumbling. In the end, when all the light receded, the Samsara sovereign's expression was extremely cold. His eyes became increasingly empty, as if he wanted to devour all life in the universe. His attack didn't break through. After all, there were several great emperor formations here, and every one of them was astonishing. There was an exceptional heavenly formation formed from the secret set of characters and an immortal formation personally laid down by an emperor. It was easier said than done to break through. In the end, he wasn't a true emperor, unless he instantly rose up, returning to his peak from endless years ago. However, if he paid that type of price, it would be hard for him to live after this battle. The gains didn't make up for the losses. Paragon Samsara walked around Hanggu Pass, trying to break the array formation. However, this wasn't his forte. His attainments in the array Dao were only at the level of a supreme Arch, and he wasn't an expert in Dao patterns. As a matter of fact, once one reached the martial monarch realm, they only needed to lift a finger to destroy the heavens. There was no need for a solution. It was just that his condition was not at its peak. Encountering such a large formation, it was impossible for him to break through in a short period of time. There's no time left. In order to stop the aging process, I'll need trillions or even trillions of living beings. Wasting my time here isn't worth it, Autark Samsara murmured to himself. Of course, he was still very unwilling. At the very least, those 4 people were unmatched great tonics. How many quasi-emperor could he encounter in this world? But if they really wanted to attack, they would have to pay a huge price. This star is a place for nurturing spirits. There are 99 dragon mountains from the mythological era. No wonder it can nurture celestial cauldrons. Similarly, it can also nurture corpses. Being buried here will allow one to form the seal of Samsara in the shortest time possible, the Master of Samsara said faintly. The Master of Samsara said faintly. His eyes flickered as he stared at the ancient star. His expression was extremely cold. This was definitely a shocking piece of news. Even if only a little bit of it leaked out, it would be enough to shake the entire universe and shake the myriad worlds. It was too shocking. The bodies of Xianxia, the Yellow Emperor, and Li Er all had great origins. It was only because they were buried here that they formed the seal of Samsara and regained consciousness. A long time ago, Yi Fan had speculated about Laozi's origins. Legend had it that he was washed out of a mountain torrent. He was born with white hair and a white beard. He was an ancient corpse that had gained a spirit. The Eternal Universe Emperor was the same. After he died, he was buried on Earth. His corpse gave birth to a new spirit even though it wasn't him anymore. The Void Emperor was very complicated. He was buried in the universe and his coffin fell on Earth. He also nurtured a spirit in the coffin, leaving behind the name of the Yellow Emperor. Then, he opened the coffin and left. He had been sealed in the coffin all year round because his body had suffered great injuries. Although he had developed consciousness and was a new person, his body was still the same. The hidden injuries left by the bloody battles in the past were still there. He needed the divine coffin to suppress and nourish his body. He even needed the blood of his old enemies to cleanse his body. After all, he was still an emperor. In short, they were no longer the great emperors and celestial being of the past. They had cut off their relationship with the mythological era and the desolate antiquity era. They were all new individuals. In a sense, the Void Emperor and the celestial being of the mythological era could never appear again. This was only their bodies and not the real people of the past. With the passing of time, their primordial spirits had died. The hearts that were born were completely different. Only their forms remained. Although these people had obtained scriptures and seals from the ancient coffins, they still couldn't awaken the so-called past. It was impossible for them to reappear in their previous lives. You are not you after all. Everything is gone with the wind. Time is too merciless. The Samsara supremacy glanced at them coldly and chose to leave. He didn't attack. In fact, if he really fought them head-on, he would most likely die here. the samsara supremacy brought with him a monstrous aura that made the stars tremble. He took a step forward and entered the depths of the universe. The next moment, he arrived at a source of life according to the ancient memories. He washed an entire ancient planet with blood and drowned the sky. The dark chaos continued. No one could stop it unless the real great emperors came back to life. Otherwise, it would be useless. Shennong, the Yellow Emperor, and Li Er had reached the peak of the Quasi-Emperor and theoretically had the power to fight. However, if they really tried to stop the Supreme Being from eating, they could only die with regret. On Earth, there were several Emperor formations that were more than enough to defend but not enough to attack. This was a helpless situation. The Dark Era had begun and would continue. No one could stop it. Even if the great emperors were to come back to life, they would be powerless if there were only one or two of them. In another universe, an earth-shattering battle had actually occurred on the ancestral planet of the Ether Tyrant body. No one would have thought that the heaven-abandoning Supreme would meet an enemy. He washed this planet with blood in order to obtain enough powerful life energy. The people here were all very strong, and there was no lack of saints. However, as soon as the battle began, they all roared in unison and called for the ancient ancestor. They prayed for the return of the tyrant body of the past to save them from danger. This was the ancestral planet of the tyrant body, but it didn't mean that all the beings on this planet were tyrant bodies. There were only a large number of descendants. Pure tyrant bodies and saint bodies would only appear once in many years. However, the common tyrant body of this planet erupted with peerless might in a mysterious ancestral cave. A huge immortal source flew out and then exploded, stopping the tragic scene of blood floating on the ground. The tyrant body of the Ether Tyrant body was still alive. He sealed his source and didn't achieve the Tao, so he naturally didn't need to cut himself. He was worthy of being the mortal enemy of the saint body and could challenge the supreme beings. This was a great life and death battle. It was extremely bloody. The two fought until they went crazy and rushed into outer space. It was unknown just how many stars were destroyed. They fought a great battle and slaughtered their way into the depths of the cosmos. This Ether Tyrant body was unrivaled and valiant. Even though his entire body was covered in blood, he still managed to injure the heaven-abandoning Supreme. No one expected that the ancient Supreme Beings would actually meet an enemy in the present world. This shook the cosmos and gave everyone hope. In another region, there was a saint body of the Great Perfection who was fighting against the longevity celestial being. It was a life and death struggle, and blood splashed across the cosmos. Meanwhile, another tyrant body of the Great Perfection appeared in this region. This was truly a pleasant surprise and made many people excited. If you force me to recover to the peak, you won't be able to live. The heaven-abandoning Supreme shouted. With a slash of his hand, a river of stars collapsed. It was unknown just how many stars were turned into dust. The endless starry sky in the cosmos dimmed. His methods were extremely terrifying and could easily wipe out the world. If you do that, you will undoubtedly die after a bloody battle. The tyrant body of the Great Perfection was fearless. The great battle didn't stop and continued. If this goes on, the tyrant body's ancestral star will still be lost. Even if I don't descend there, there will be other supreme beings who will go and bathe the firmament in blood, the heaven-abandoning Supreme said coldly. The tyrant body of the Great Perfection was silent. But his attacks didn't stop. Your lifespan is also about to run out. If you want to live, then I will be your senior. The path I took in the past will be your tomorrow, the heaven-abandoning Supreme said. The old overlord's attacks became even more frenzied. He attacked until the heaven-abandoning Supreme coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Even though he himself was almost hacked apart, he became more and more courageous as the battle went on. In the cosmos, after some powerful saints learned of this, all of them were praying for the Great Perfection Saint body and Ether Tyrant body of the Great Perfection Saint body to survive and defeat their opponents. This would bring hope for the end of the darkness chaos. However, after a bloody battle, everything changed. In the end, Ether Tyrant body of the Great Perfection and heaven-abandoning Supreme stood side by side. They actually reconciled and no longer fought to the death. The heaven-abandoning Supreme didn't go to the tyrant body's ancestral star again. He went on his way and continued to bathe other ancient lands of life in order to obtain life substances that could stop his aging. Meanwhile, Ether Tyrant Body of the Great Perfection Saint Body also took action. He massacred the ancient stars and conquered the cosmos. He became another source of darkness chaos. This was equivalent to having one more person. The number of ancient supreme beings was increased by one. This kind of change made people feel suffocated and despair. He didn't massacre his own ancestral land, but he carried out an unbridled conquest of the ancient region in order to obtain what he needed to slow down his aging and enter a second hibernation. The disaster was so terrifying that it made people feel more and more despair. There wasn't even a trace of light to speak of. Mind Quasi-Emperor has fallen in battle in outer space. His life force was seized by the ancient supreme beings. Terrible news covered the sky and covered the earth. There wasn't the slightest bit of hope. There was only darkness before their eyes and ears. The universe was bathed in blood, and it was difficult for the supreme beings to meet their match. The light and darkness sovereign descended on Ziwei starry domain. With a raise of his hand, billions of creatures died violently. He opened his mouth and sucked in a strand of life essence contained within each of them. When all life was helpless and mournful, they continuously shouted the Sun's sacred emperor's name. It was because he achieved the Tao precisely on this star, and then rolled over the cosmos. The results were truly accurate. The northern sea exploded. Coffins flew out one after another. A stone pagoda trembled and released endless radiance. The past divine will had already been erased, no longer existing. However, after the ancient coffin exploded, there was a set of human skin that carried the Sun's sacred emperor's blood. Then, it unexpectedly swelled up. He turned into a human figure. It was as if he had revived, awakened by the will of all life. In his hands was an emperor pagoda. He looked down on the world and slaughtered his way towards the light and darkness sovereign. The eye of the sea collapsed and the sarcophagus exploded. The Sun Saint Emperor seemed to have heard the cries of all living beings. He had really defied the heavens and appeared. All living beings were weeping in sorrow. The earth was covered in blood, clouds of sorrow and mountains of corpses. Their cries shook the heavens and earth. Countless people were calling for the ancient emperor of the human race, hoping that he would come back to life. In the end, it actually came true. This peerless hero in the history of the human race had returned in defiance of the heavens. In the most desperate moment of people, in the most terrible dark turmoil in history, he had appeared out of nowhere. No one would have thought that after so many years, when his inheritance had been severed and even his descendants had been killed, he would still return to fight for all living beings. The Sun Saint Emperor is really the Saint Emperor of the human race. The human emperor, it's him, he really has returned. For a long time, only the ancient Sun Emperor and the ancient Moon Emperor had been honored as the human emperor. Their achievements shook the world and were deeply popular. Some of the great emperors of later generations had studied their methods, and the two imperial scriptures of the extreme Yang and extreme Yin were revered as the mother scriptures. At this time, some of the old saints were shouting and roaring with extreme excitement. They wished they could rush into the sky and immediately have an audience with the human emperor to express the excitement and reverence in their hearts. In this most dangerous moment, praying to the heavens was useless, kowtowing to the earth was fruitless, and calling out to the gods and demons of the heavens was all to no avail. Only the Sun Saint Emperor, who was in the depths of people's hearts, had appeared. This caused many people's eyes to brim with tears, and they cried out involuntarily. They shouted and shouted loudly, hoping that the human emperor would be able to calm the world, calm the chaos, and return peace to the world. However, many people were also ashamed. The bloodline of the Sun Saint Emperor did not fall behind and encountered a disaster. They were completely slaughtered by the powerful Golden Crow race, but no one lent a helping hand. This was really embarrassing. The bloodline of the human emperor was almost severed. If Yifan had not saved Little Tong, there would have been no more descendants. Where were they at that time? It was not until today, when the dark turmoil came and the world was about to be destroyed, that people remembered the Sun Saint Emperor and called for his return to quell the blood disaster. We are ashamed to face the human emperor, we have no face to face the human ancestor. Many people were remorseful. To this day, there was only one bloodline of the human emperor left in the human world. It was a sad thing to say, but he selflessly reappeared when the people needed him the most, fighting against the ancient pride. The human skin that was soaked in blood swelled up. His appearance was majestic and intimidating. His hair scattered about as he turned into a sun-holy emperor. His divine might was matchless. With the emperor weapon in hand, he once again ruled over the world. He didn't come to flaunt his might, nor did he come to enjoy the worship of the people, but rather to quell the chaos. The people didn't know his current state, but their hearts were in their throats. The sun-sacred emperor was going to fight for their sake. It's you. Human emperor. I can't believe he's still here. Autarch light and darkness's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking as he stared at the figure in front of him. No one responded. This majestic body was surrounded by clouds and mist. His hair was disheveled, and there was a sorrowful emptiness in his eyes. However, his emperor artifact was shaking. The stone pagoda shone, endless strands of immortal radiance dancing about, illuminating eternity. Then, it obtained the sun's sacred emperor's blood's nourishment, erupting with the most terrifying aura. You are no longer the true sun's sacred emperor. You can't stop my footsteps. Autarch light and darkness said coldly. He pointed forward. Divine chains immediately danced about. These were divine laws formed from natural order. They were matchless, piercing through the heavens to trap the human emperor. With a pung sound, the stone pagoda trembled. Emperor energy spread out in all directions, severing the endless divine law chains. Everything was erased. Those natural order chains couldn't rush forward. Hong, the sun-sacred emperor defied the heavens and slapped forward with a palm. He also used a great natural law, stellar transposition. The two of them immediately arrived in outer space. Don't worry, I don't want to destroy this main star either. I left behind a seed of life to be used in the future. Autarch light and darkness said coldly. He followed the human emperor into outer space. His left pupil was completely black, as if it could devour the cosmos, sucking in all things in the world and erasing them completely. At this moment, his left pupil blossomed. Darkness surrounded the void, devouring all the stars in the sky. There was no light in this world, only darkness left. This was his technique, his Tao. He tried to stop the sun's sacred emperor's palm and was about to devour it. In an instant, the sky exploded. Endless light and flames erupted from the sun's sacred emperor's palm, burning fiercely. It broke through the haze and seemed to have ignited hope in everyone's hearts. Hong, in the end, autarch light and darkness had no choice but to reach out and suppress forward. He collided with the giant palm, causing him to shake violently. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He forgot that the one he was facing wasn't the true sun's sacred emperor, and he himself wasn't the supreme being he was when he was at his most powerful. Even though he surpassed the quasi-emperor and still had the might of a great emperor, he still had that kind of natural law. In the end, he had severed himself and was no longer perfect. Wang, the valiant-looking middle-aged man, smashed his fist forward. His divine might was matchless. His head of hair danced wildly, but there was no spirit in his eyes, only blood. However, he still attacked powerfully to protect everyone. This was the Sun Emperor's fist. It could devour the universe and was invincible in the heavens and earth. The pressure made the stars tremble and fall. Autarch light and darkness was shocked. This was a piece of human skin in a miraculous state. There was an undying imprint left behind by the sun's sacred emperor. It was a battle avatar. Even though it wasn't his true body, it was still so powerful. Hong, autarch light and darkness attacked. He naturally wouldn't admit that the other great emperors and ancient emperors were stronger than him. He had once achieved his Tao and ruled the ancient universe. He had once looked down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths, so he naturally dared to fight against anyone in history. Dazzling light erupted. Resplendent radiance rushed into the universe and shook the world. This was a great battle between supreme beings. The sun's sacred emperor only had a piece of human skin left, but he still had this kind of majesty. Supreme reincarnation stopped, and the sun emperor's fist made him cough out large mouthfuls of blood. However, this piece of skin also cracked. Even more bloody scars appeared. It was a shocking sight to behold. There is battle intent from when he was alive, as well as borrowed power. However, in the end, it is still a temporary achievement. The curtains will still fall. Autarch light and darkness said coldly. A loud winglong sounded. The stone pagoda in the sun-sacred emperor's hand swayed. Boundless fiery light scattered down. There was primal chaos swirling about as well, making it look incomparably terrifying. When the stone pagoda suppressed downwards, the entire universe trembled. The sun-sacred emperor's power erupted, shocking the heavens. Even the divine ruins lord, reincarnation sovereign, undying mountain stone emperor and others in the other star domains all turned around, looking in this direction. There wasn't a single one of them who wasn't moved. With a hong sound, a divine staff appeared in autark light and darkness right hand. It was extremely short, less than a foot in length. It was forged from Tao tribulation gold. It was resplendent and dazzling to the point where even the stellar streams seemed to lose color. Meanwhile, an ancient shield appeared in his left hand. It was entirely pitch black, forged from black gold. It was incomparably terrifying, as if it was a black hole. These were his emperor weapons, the light staff and dark shield. His eyes were like this as well. The right eye was resplendent, while the left eye was dark. They both embodied light and darkness. An intense collision erupted. Light and darkness erupted. The light staff and dark shield came from the same source, giving birth to the same deity. When the two weapons collided, it was as if the heavens were being opened. The power was extremely great, shocking the universe. Endless light erupted, and endless darkness surged. Light and darkness were displayed vividly and vividly. Left and right were born, and then they blended together, producing a great explosion. However, the stone pagoda still smashed in. The sun-sacred emperor's divine might was matchless. The stone pagoda collided with the light and darkness emperor weapons. His own unmatched techniques were also stored on the human skin, suppressing downwards. Hong, autark light and darkness rushed into the sky. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in bloodstains. Blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Before he even stabilized himself, he staggered again, almost falling down. Meanwhile, on the other side, the sun-sacred emperor's most powerful battle intent was almost extinguished. That human skin was damaged, and blood flowed out. His imposing body seemed like it could collapse at any time. The stone pagoda trembled and shone on its own. It hung above his head, protecting him from falling. With the nourishment of the royal blood, it was much more powerful than when it was revived normally. It was unwilling for its master, and it was even more terrifying than when it was revived on its own. You're just a dead man. There's no need for me to waste time with you. If I really kill you, I'll have to waste some of my life force. The gains don't make up for the losses, said autark light and darkness. These words were filled with despair in the ears of the saints. Clearly, autark light and darkness hadn't really gone all out. He was just conserving his life force. After all, that was just a piece of human skin. No matter how powerful it was, it couldn't really defy the heavens. Even if it contained the sun-sacred emperor's strongest battle intent, there was a limit. Autark light and darkness put away his weapon and looked coldly at the Ziwei star region. Let this place have peace for now. But how long can you defend it? Can you live forever? He didn't stop, because there was no time to waste. He had wasted too much on the path to immortalhood, and he urgently needed to replenish his life force to stop aging. Sun-sacred emperor, you're indeed respectable. Even in death, you're still doing this. But is it worth it for them? This was his last word. To be evaluated like this by such a great enemy, one could only imagine the sun-sacred emperor's character. Many people in the Ziwei segmentum felt guilty. The Holy Sun Emperor's bloodline was almost extinct here. At this most critical moment, who had protected them, the sun-sacred emperor stood up and dragged his broken body to the Ziwei star region. He looked down at the ancient land he had once fought and protected. Blood dripped from his empty eyes again, like crystalline tears. Finally, he sat down cross-legged on the purple planet, motionless. His hair was turning gray, and his back wasn't as straight as before. He didn't say a word. No one knew what state he was in, and no one knew if he still had a will left. Everyone on the planet was looking up at him. His broken body and the Emperor's pagoda. Apart from that, there was nothing else. He was just an old man who had one foot in the grave, silently protecting the planet and not letting enemies get close. This made everyone in the Ziwei star region sad. The sun-sacred emperor used to be invincible. How could he be bullied? No one could resist him, but now, to protect them, he had to die. Ah, everyone cried. The sun-sacred emperor didn't seem like he could live much longer, but in the end, he still did his best to protect this land. All the creatures on the planet couldn't help but shed tears. The sun-sacred emperor was old in the end. This wasn't his true body, but through this body, people could feel the loneliness and sorrow of a hero. Everyone cried out in sorrow. Willpower surged, entering the gradually aging body, but it couldn't change anything. The sun-sacred emperor's hair was gray. He wanted to stand up, wanting to go into the distance to fight a final battle, but in the end, he had lost all of his strength. Blood flowed from his withered body as he collapsed. A final tear of blood fell from his eyes. He turned into a broken piece of human skin, never to stand up again. Only the emperor's pagoda wailed and roared, shaking here. It released endless light, protecting him, not willing to leave. Everywhere in the universe fell into darkness and chaos. There was blood everywhere. Countless ancient lands of life suffered a calamity. At this point, no one could stop it. There were no true great emperors left alive. The entire universe sank into darkness. The Lord of Samsara, light and darkness supreme being, undying mountain stone emperor, divine ruins lord, and heaven-abandoning supreme being all appeared, bringing disaster to the world. The five of them bathed the universe in blood. In addition, there was also a large success tyrant body. He was just as terrifying, able to challenge the ancient supreme beings. His true strength was naturally unmatched, able to wipe out all the creatures on an ancient star with a raise of his hand, blood splashing across the heavens. This was an unprecedented great upheaval. The six great supreme beings were patrolling, sweeping through the 10,000 worlds. There was no one who could match them at all. It was known as the most terrifying upheaval in history, affecting the entire universe. None of the ancient lands could escape. These supreme beings had once ruled the universe, their footprints covering the 8 wastelands. There were no coordinates they did not know. This was unprecedented. All creatures in the world were howling in grief. There was simply no one who could stop them even half a step. The universe trembled, and all creatures wept. There is no hope. From now on, there will only be darkness. A new era has begun, and we can no longer see the light. An old great sage fled, entering the desolate border of the universe. Unfortunately, he still couldn't escape death. When a supreme being took action, no one under the heavens could resist him. The divine ruins lord pointed out with a finger from a distance. He and the dozens of saints who fled here all exploded on the spot, immediately turning into a bloody mist. Their enormous life essence energy was completely devoured. It was like this everywhere. They couldn't escape, and no one could see a bit of hope. Hong, in another star domain, a quasi-emperor with a spear in hand, his entire body shining, was fleeing. He tore through the void, avoiding other domains. Unfortunately, it was still not enough. He was originally hiding in the most desolate star domain, a vast and boundless land of death without a trace of life energy, but he was still seen through by a large success tyrant body. The large success tyrant body took a step forward, passing through the boundless universe and directly following. He naturally wouldn't let go of such a big fish. For him, it was the most effective replenishment. The more powerful a person was, the more life matter they contained. Pooh. When the large success tyrant body's palm descended, everything was over. This newly promoted quasi-emperor, who had the ambition to walk the emperor path, who had once appeared in the Big Dipper star domain and stood in front of the great crack of the immortal path, died just like that. Even his weapon was smashed into pieces, turning into a bloody paste. The old tyrant sucked a huge amount of life essence into his mouth. The world insults me and curses me. If we were in each other's shoes, what could you guys do? What would you guys do? I think everyone in the world is an overlord body, just like me. He spoke coldly, his expression indescribably cruel. His large body was like a black mountain, crushing down on everyone until they couldn't breathe. He took a step forward, going to massacre the next ancient star. The entire universe had lost its light, and everyone was in complete despair. Who else could change the tragic fate of all living beings? Perhaps, his only hope was the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution. He was fighting against the longevity celestial being. The sixth Daos of reincarnation fist shook the world, causing the sky to collapse and the universe to split. However, his body had also entered a state of withering. The longevity celestial being met the attack head-on. He was not in a good state. At this point, the secret character of swordsman was about to lose its effect. His body had been smashed multiple times by the invincible fists, and his life force was severely depleted. But, so what, even if the first-rate divine physique won, there were still 6 ancient supreme venerables behind him. How many nails could he crush alone? The ending had already been decided. Blood would inevitably splatter across the universe, and it would come to a tragic end. The Stone Emperor, the heaven-abandoning Supreme, the Master of Samsara, and the others were very indifferent. They had no intention of joining in the fun, and they only waited quietly for the result. They came from different life-forbidden zones, and they had no obligation to help. They also didn't want to waste their imperial blood. Now, the most important thing was to replenish themselves to the most ideal state and recover. Even though they could almost see the tragedy, the ancient sages in the universe were still praying, hoping that the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution would win and turn the situation around, creating a series of miracles. Although the fusion of the Holy Constitution had seriously injured the longevity celestial being and almost tore him apart, it was still difficult to destroy him. This ancient supreme was too powerful. He had suffered such serious injuries on the path to immortality, and he had also been hit by the green copper cauldron, but he still didn't die. Just like his name, he was immortal. In the end, the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution roared, and all the golden hair on his body stood on end. He unleashed all his unique secret techniques to attack the longevity celestial being, almost tearing him into pieces. However, the other party's longevity sword almost cut him in half, and his primordial spirit almost suffered a calamity. This was the most tragic bloody battle. The two of them had fought until now, and it was unknown how many brilliant galaxies had been destroyed and how many attacks had been exchanged. They were still in a stalemate, and there was no result. However, it was clear that the longevity celestial being and the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution had reached the end of their lives, and they couldn't take it anymore. The longevity celestial being was too ancient. Even though it had devoured a large number of creatures, had the immortal source, grand beginning life stone, and other things to suppress its body, and hid in the immortal mausoleum, it was about to die after living for so long. And the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution was just as he said. If not for the white-cloaked woman, he would have already passed away. His condition was very poor, and he was also in his final years. Boom, the master of the immortal mausoleum completely threw caution to the wind. He wanted to recover to become a martial emperor, sublimate to the extreme, and transform into the invincible celestial being of the legendary era to carry out the final suppression. This was because if this went on, he might perish together with the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution, or even die first. At the most critical moment, even the secret swordsman couldn't stop it. Up until now, his blood chi had been dried up by the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution, and his life force had dropped too much. He could already clearly feel that the secret swordsman was about to be useless. However, the result was very cruel. He failed and couldn't sublimate to the extreme. His body's condition was too terrible, and he couldn't even fight to the death. He had already expected this result, but when it really happened, his pupils shrank. This was an extremely dangerous signal. He, the longevity celestial being, had lived for tens of thousands of years, and today, he might finally fall. Outsiders didn't know about this battle, but it was really crazy. The major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution against the great emperor-level figure of the past made the galaxies lose their color and become dim. Not to mention the recent ancient times, even looking at the desolate antiquity, archaic era, and the legendary era, it was the same. There weren't many examples of such a tragic battle. The blood of the Holy Constitution and the Emperor's blood splashed everywhere, and it was boundlessly terrifying. The major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution challenged the celestial being and fought until now. Although they weren't at the peak of their strength, it was still intense enough. Apart from the ancient supreme beings, no one could clearly see their battle and understand the profound meaning of their laws. As long as they were swept by the fluctuations, they would definitely not exist in this world anymore. In the end, it finally came to an end. The longevity celestial being's sword pierced through the head of the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution. The celestial sword trembled, and drop after drop of sparkling and bright red blood flowed down. It was exceptionally beautiful. The eyes of the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution dimmed. He had fought his whole life and protected the peace of the human race. He was crowned with the title of the human race's Holy Constitution, but today, the curtains had finally fallen. His life had come to an end. His primordial spirit had been pierced through by the Emperor's weapon, and he would die without a doubt. If it was anyone else, they would have already turned into cosmic dust. Only he remained standing. The longevity celestial being smiled bitterly. He would die without a doubt. There was no hope of survival because the unparalleled fist of the major accomplishment of the Holy Constitution had directly smashed into his forehead. At this moment, the fist hadn't been pulled out yet, and there was a large bloody hole there. The instant his longevity sword pierced through the other party's head, the other party's fist had also smashed his immortal foundation and shattered his primordial spirit. In the end, he was sent to his death. In this life, he had experienced too much and lived for too long. He had experienced countless eras until now, and now, the curtains were finally going to fall. The supreme celestial being of the legendary era had created the famous secret character, which was known throughout the ages. In this field, he was the number one in history, and no one could compare to him. But even so, he couldn't use the secret to save himself. Looking back at the past, the glorious years would never return. In the legendary era, after he achieved the Tao, he became the most powerful person, ruling over the universe. He was once respected by all living beings and protected them. Later on, he was defeated by time and chose to sever his saber. He chose to hibernate in the forbidden area and hid in the immortal mausoleum. Until the Dizun appeared. That person was extremely powerful and invited him to come out of seclusion. The Dizun gave him a peak emperor's horoscope for 2,000 years, allowing him to take over the underworld, and started another legend. However, he also wanted to become an immortal. How could the once supreme celestial being be willing to be the cornerstone of someone else's path to immortality? Naturally, he had to take a gamble. That was how the tragic disaster of blood filled the sky. The peak emperor's horoscope that lasted for 2,000 years ended. He returned to the immortal mausoleum and went into hibernation. In the future, he caused a few disturbances, and when the path to immortality opened, the final outcome was like this. I'm finally going to die. I've lived for so long, but I'm a little tired of living. There's only one thing I want to know. Am I the oldest living being in this world? The longevity celestial being muttered to himself. If there was no immortal, was there anyone who had lived longer than him? It seemed like no one had. He had gone through the legendary era, crossed the primordial era, experienced the primordial era, and arrived in this era. Who would believe his words? It was truly heaven-defying. I'll leave first. I don't want to be buried in the same galaxy as you. After saying that, the longevity celestial being's head exploded, turning into a dazzling rain of light that disappeared into the depths of the dark universe. His longevity sword let out a mournful cry. He pulled it out with a clang and chased after it, disappearing into the galaxy. The greater success sage physique was covered in blood. The golden hair on his body fell off and burned. In the end, his black hair draped over his shoulders. His true appearance was finally revealed. Although his eyes were dim, they could not hide his peerless heroism. His sword-like eyebrows slanted to his temples. His face looked as if it had been carved by a knife. He was extremely resolute, and his body was strong. He had a majestic aura that could devour mountains and rivers. He had been fighting all his life. This was not the first time he had faced the chaos of the darkness. He had fought a bloody battle before, and now, he had reappeared in the world. He had died and shed his last drop of blood. There were chaos in the legendary era, the primordial era, and the primordial era. It never stopped. However, I've reached the end of my life. The world calls me the sage physique of the human race, but I'm ashamed. I couldn't quell the chaos in this era. I can only listen to the cries of all living beings. I've exhausted all my strength. The greater success sage physique looked at the universe. Ancient lands were withering everywhere. He no longer had the strength to fight and quell the chaos of the darkness. Just like that, he fell into a pool of blood. He would pass away here. He took one last look at the ancient star sector that he had once protected. This is the end. How sad. In the distance, a majestic figure walked over. He was incomparably tall, like a black demonic mountain. His oppressive aura made people suffocate and collapse. The greater success sage physique arrived. His face was filled with coldness. He stood in front and looked down at the sage physique who was lying in a pool of blood. Your hands are stained with blood. I can hear the wails of countless souls coming from your immortal foundation. At the last moment, the greater success sage physique's eyes were incomparably resplendent as he stared at the tyrant king in front of him. Do I have a choice? This is the only way. The greater success sage physique coldly replied. After that, he lowered his head and looked down at the tyrant king. Swallow my saint blood and stop the slaughter, said the greater success sage physique. Ha ha ha. The greater success sage physique laughed loudly. After that, he suddenly stopped. In the end, he coldly said, You've already seen through my heart and know that there's no way back for me. Are you trying to lure me into a trap and use this to get rid of me? The greater success sage physique's eyes widened in anger. You should know what you've done today. In the future, there will definitely be people who will settle the score with you. After that, he began to pass away, turning into a large rain of light. He definitely wouldn't leave a single drop of essence blood for the tyrant king. The greater success sage physique didn't stop him. With an indifferent expression, he said, The human heart is like this. Everyone in the world is a greater success sage physique. When it's your turn, it's all like me. After saying this, his tone became even colder. The Sun Saint Emperor shed his last drop of blood for the people of the world. In return, the people of the world left his last bloodline for him. You should already know that this is the truth. And your greater success sage physique shouldn't even exist in this world. People like you won't live for long. This is the truth. So what if I'm cursed for eternity? I'll still live forever and will never die. In the end, I'm the one who stepped on your corpse and you fell under my feet. What's true? Only a bloody scene is true. The greater success sage physique said in an awe-inspiring manner. Today, he annihilated tens of thousands of lives and massacred ancient stars one after another. His blood had already turned cold and his heart had hardened. He was submerged and occupied by ruthlessness. You're a hero, so you have to die. There has never been a living hero in this world. As for me, I have eternal life and I still have to live on. So what if I'm cursed for eternity? He hysterically shouted. Hong. The divine body turned into a rain of light and rushed into the distance, flying past ancient lands one after another. Those were the places he had fought before, the places he had protected before. There were the corpses of his enemies, the corpses of his comrades, and even the ancient graves where he had buried his beloved in sorrow. Just like that, the rain of light that he had turned into finally dissipated into these old lands. From then on, he would no longer fight and would no longer risk his life. He would let go of everything and sleep forever. The Heaven Transformation main star has been destroyed. Not even 1 in 10 survived. Too many people have died, the bright blue main star has been massacred. All saints have been wiped out. News came one after another. The experts who were still alive were already numb. No one knew when it would be their turn. In the vast starry sky of the universe, it was unknown just how many ancient lands had become bloody graves. The supreme beings could destroy the world. No one could stop them. Those who went up would only die. Even the great completion Saint Physique had fallen, extinguishing the last shred of hope in everyone's hearts. At this point, the world was in darkness. There was no longer any light. There was only blood and sorrow. The heaven-abandoning Supreme has killed his way into the depths of the starry sky ancient path. There was nothing that could stop their footsteps. It was like a few prehistoric beasts rampaging through the world, mercilessly killing. A single one was enough to kill all the experts in the world. It's broken. The Heaven Ghoul race's ancient path has been broken. Those who haven't left have all died. The human race's ancient path has been damaged. There are corpses all over the city. Those who haven't left have all become ghosts. This world was drowned in despair and fear. There was not a single ray of light to be seen. The slaughter continued without stopping. No one knew just how many creatures the supreme beings needed to devour. The starry sky ancient path had become the gathering place of the supreme beings. This was the main point because there were saints and experts here. It was naturally a great disaster. Those who could leave had all left. Those who stayed behind would undoubtedly die. All the saints were fleeing in every corner of the universe. They chose the most desolate star domains and didn't stick together. This was the only way to have a chance of survival. At this point, the supreme beings had massacred many ancient stars. They didn't care about individuals and wouldn't hunt for them. If the great sage and many saints were discovered at the same time, it would definitely draw their attention. That would definitely be a tragedy. In the end, the ancient supreme beings gathered. They had killed too many people. It was unknown whether it was hundreds of billions or trillions. The entire universe was crying and bleeding. This is only the beginning. It's far from enough. The feast is still to come. Because our losses this time are too great. Even if we are fine in this world, we might not be able to make it through after a period of time. No one could live forever. Even if they severed themselves and lay dormant for thousands of years, it still wouldn't work. After all, they had already appeared several times, breaking through the immortal source. Even if they couldn't ascend to the peak, it was still a type of great harm to themselves. Even though they had paid a price to survive, it was not true longevity. There were too many restrictions, and they would eventually turn to dust. The only thing they could do was delay this trend. They could not live forever. Once the time was up, they would all be obliterated. Next time, some people might not even have the chance to start a dark upheaval. They were destined to pass away in the passage of time. After sleeping for so long, he had only been active for a few days, yet it was already like this. This made such a powerful figure truly unwilling. Maybe it's time for us to purge some heavy-tier life forms with their blood, allowing our weapons to grow stronger. At the same time, we might be able to strengthen ourselves and extend the lifespan of our immortal foundations, the Stone Emperor coldly spoke. You mean? Paragon of Samsara's heart skipped a beat, and he said, unless we bathe the forbidden area in blood and kill all those at the same level as us. No, kill the gods. Undying Mountain's master, the Stone Emperor's voice was ice-cold. The so-called god race, they are nothing more than this. What can they amount to? Light and darkness supreme being said coldly. No, kill the gods and the Emperor weapons and seize their life force to strengthen our weapons. Moreover, we might be able to live a bit longer, the Stone Emperor ruthlessly said. This? Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. This kind of method was too intense, and there might be heaven and earth collapsing consequences. They could foresee that they might all be threatened. What's so intense about it? The path to immortality is wrong, and heaven and earth are in chaos. This point in time is separated from time and space. Even you and I can't predict what will happen. The people of the past are destined to not know either. They won't be able to predict this era, so there won't be any backup plans, and there won't be any accidents, the Stone Emperor said coldly. The black great halberd of endless desolation in his hands was incomparably sharp, and his killing intent was world-shocking. He was extremely forceful, advocating a thorough slaughter. In the end, the ancient supreme beings didn't have any objections. They all accepted this decision. The appearance of the path to immortality was predicted by many supreme beings. The results were both right and wrong, and it was hard to say for sure. This was a special point in time. It was separated from time and space, and the future events could not be predicted. They could use this massacre to reach their strongest state in order to deal with the unknown future. This was what everyone was thinking. Boom, the heavens collapsed, and the earth split apart. The bloody massacre continued. Some small worlds were preserved, and they didn't suffer because there were too few people, so it wasn't worth going. There were also some secret places that hadn't been discovered yet because there were too few ancient Great Emperor's world concealment formations. The universe was too big. As long as the supreme beings didn't approach, these emperor patterns could still deceive everything. It was to the extent that the ancient emperors and great emperors' complete and flawless formation patterns that were used to conceal one's aura could seal everything. Even if an ancient supreme passed by nearby, they might not be able to sense it immediately. In the sea of blood, there would always be seeds of hope left behind. The universe was too vast, and even the ancient supreme beings couldn't reach every place. There were always many desolate and uninhabited star regions that were left behind. There were even many regions that no one had set foot in since ancient times. However, when the ancient supreme beings truly tried to sense it, specifically searching for certain inheritances, this was an unimaginable disaster that was difficult to escape from. Found it. Light Clan's God's Smelting Pot. That day, this ancient star of light suffered a bloodbath. Everyone in the clan was praying and calling out. The deity in the God's Smelting Pot revived, reaching its peak state. The black gold divine pot erupted violently. The deity inside trembled, carrying out a bloody massacre, fighting a great battle against the supreme beings. You were created by people of our level. Even though you can injure us, you are still a bit lacking. Even though the ancient supreme beings weren't in a perfect state, they still had Emperor Dao laws, and they all had Emperor weapons on them. With two supreme beings taking action, there wouldn't be any accidents in this tragedy. In the end, the God's melting pot was blasted apart, turning into fragments. Stone Emperor and Reincarnation Supreme Being divided them equally, refining the deity into their own weapons. Moreover, a portion of it was temporarily refined into the body and immortal platform, waiting to be refined and refined. With this kind of example before them, Light and Darkness Supreme Being, Divine Ruins Lord, and Heaven Abandoning Supreme Being also took action. That day, the most miserable thing happened. The inheritances of the original Big Dipper star domain encountered a calamity one after another. Even if they fled into the star domain, it wasn't enough. They were chased down. Of the four great empires of the Central Plains, the ancient Hua Empire and the Divine Continent Empire had been destroyed one after the other, becoming history. Only a small portion of the people who had been bestowed had survived. They were seeds that did not even survive. This was the unwritten agreement of the Dark Ages, and the Emperor weapon had been destroyed. This was a rebellion. The two great empires had two Emperor weapons revive, but they were both smashed into pieces. The deities were killed, their life force sucked clean by the supreme beings. The effects of this were too great, shaking the entire universe. This is just the beginning. Not only do we have to survive, we also have to forge the most powerful weapons. They still wanted to continue, to slaughter. Along the way, many star domains shed blood, these people showing no mercy. In addition, the Grand Completion Tyrant body was also slaughtering. He didn't touch the Emperor weapon alone, but he didn't show any mercy as he slaughtered wantonly. His cruelty wasn't inferior to the ancient supreme beings. Behind him was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Countless corpses lay beneath his feet. He was like an unrivaled demon king, his hair curling around in a bloody mist. He walked into the distance step by step, the universe trembling because of him. The Supreme Being's final target was the Big Dipper, because there were bound to be Emperor weapons there. For example, Ancient Chaos Weapon, Great Emperor Umaba's demon-subduing pestle, and there might even be other Emperor weapons there. Meanwhile, the Stone Emperor shook his head, expressing that he would go to the Big Dipper last. At that time, he could be considered to have stepped on the path back. His expression was cold to the extreme as he said, "Void, you have already died, but the hatred hasn't been resolved. The Emperor Oath has already expired. Use your bloodline and the Emperor Mirror to make up for the hatred of the past." His target was the G clan. He wanted to search the entire universe and destroy it. He even wanted to shatter the Void Mirror. "I'll go with you. After all, that is an extremely strange and powerful celestial mirror that has been tainted with the blood of a supreme being," Sky Abandoning Supreme said. "There's no need. I'm looking forward to that ancient mirror being stunning enough. This is the grudge between me and the Void, and it will end here." He held the black halberd in his hand and went on his way alone. The Supreme Being split up one after another. They didn't immediately return to the Big Dipper, and they were still searching for powerful prey. They wanted to massacre the heavens and earth through different paths. Boom. Yuanxing ancient star was destroyed because there were many cultivators howling and cursing furiously. They weren't willing to submit to fate. In the end, Reincarnation Supreme flicked his finger lightly, and this star was directly shattered. This was the first time a star was slaughtered. In other places, the Hidden Dragon Ancient Star, the Abyssal Ocean Pure Land, and the other 18 places were also massacred. Void Emperor. Where are you? Come out and fight for your people again. Woo-woo. It's a pity that the Void Emperor died so early. Otherwise, how could the darkness chaos descend upon the world? One couldn't help but say that the Void Emperor's contributions were too great. During the primordial era, he fought bloodily in all directions, blocking supreme beings by himself. He fought for his entire life, leaving behind legends in many places. A few old great sages knew about that period of time. They used their great mental force to roar and make all living beings pray. The power of all living beings. This might be the only hope. The Void Emperor is already dead, and he can't protect all living beings anymore. However, we might be able to settle accounts with the supreme beings with our own will. This was a method suggested by a few old great sages. They found this saying after flipping through countless ancient texts. Everyone reminisced about the Void Emperor, the Human Emperor, the Saint Physique, and others. At the same time, they cursed the ancient supreme beings. They were filled with blood and hatred. Using the will of all living beings to settle accounts with me? Too weak. So what if it's all living beings? It's not enough at all. Perhaps they can only affect me at crucial moments when I become an emperor or on the path to immortality. What do you all count for normally? The will of all living beings is something that those who stand at the peak of the world can trample on. The supreme being of light and darkness laughed coldly. He pointed out with a finger, and the indescribable aura that was entangling him directly exploded, unable to touch him. Correspondingly, the space between the eyebrows of many people on the ancient planet exploded. A terrifying hole appeared, and all of them fell into a pool of blood. The great sage was also the same. Human Emperor, Void Emperor. Where are you? This was the murmur of an old man before his death. It was filled with despair and unwillingness. His white hair was covered in blood, and his aged body was protecting a few children. And this was just one of the many tragedies in the human world. There were too many tragedies going on. Earth, Hangu Pass. 4 figures stood side by side. The most ordinary-looking man touched his face with his hand, which was full of tears. This was his body's instinct, and it was also something in the depths of his sea of consciousness. I can hear the cries of millions of living beings, calling out to me. They are filled with despair. He said softly. He wiped away his tears and said, "It's time. We should move." So what if we die? Yes, it's when those people are complacent and let their guard down. It's time for those weapons to be revived. The last and only chance is here. Even if we die, we must fight them. The majestic Xianxia said. He also heard the cries of countless people, which were directly transmitted into his soul. It was as if they had come from the primordial era. The figures on Hangu Pass disappeared, rushing into the depths of the universe. Bang! The body of the supreme being of light and darkness exploded into a long flower of blood. He staggered, but he still couldn't stop his body. He was sent flying, his body covered in blood. Unfortunately, he didn't die in the end. The void silently split open, and an ordinary-looking man walked out. It's you. You used the forbidden celestial technique exclusive to the Void Emperor. He had already heard about it from the reincarnation sovereign. Although this face was so familiar, his expression was still cold. He said, "Although you have the Emperor body, you are no longer the original you. You have lost the Emperor Dao laws, and you still want to fight me? You will only die." The newcomer was silent and didn't say a word. He had the Emperor body, but he still couldn't kill the opponent in one blow. This result was within his expectations, but he still had to fight. In another star field, Xianxia suddenly appeared. He also used the Emperor body to beat the reincarnation sovereign until he coughed up blood and almost broke him in two. However, he was still a bit short and couldn't succeed. The master of Samsara revealed the cruelest smile. We finally left Hangu Pass. I've been waiting for you all this time. Ha ha ha. Obviously, everyone in the universe who could threaten them had been eliminated. They were all going to die. There was no longer any power that could stop their footsteps. Boom. In the distance, another Emperor artifact shattered. Another Supreme Immortal artifact was destroyed on this day. Several figures rushed over. The great Supreme Beings all appeared, and then they surrounded the 4 people who came out of Hanggu Pass from different star fields. This really was an accident. We meet again in the void. Undying Mountain's master, Stone Emperor, said coldly. He tossed over the corpse of the great sage and said, "This is your descendant. I've wiped out many of them, and this is only one of them. However, there seem to be quite a few of their nests, and they haven't been completely wiped out yet." Without a doubt, this was going to be the final battle. The great Supreme Beings surrounded them. When they looked at these people, it was as if they were staring at the purest immortal essence. These were people who could fight against them. The spiritual essence within their bodies was definitely like a sea. I'll kill you all and massacre the 10,000 regions. This era can be considered to have come to an end. You all can offer up your sacrifices, Stone Emperor said coldly. It's about time for this era to come to an end. The ordinary male in front carried grief as he said this to himself. It's good that you know. I know. I've already made preparations for death. However, you all have to pay the price. You all have created enough great enemies for yourselves. A male that looked exactly like GZ shouted loudly. This was the first time he was so dignified that it shook the universe. Great enemies? Are there any left in this world? Just you all alone isn't enough. Stone Emperor roared with laughter towards the sky. Emperor weapons have life as well. You all continuously shattered several of them. All of the Emperor weapons in the cosmos have already been roused awake, all of them reviving on their own. Today, you all are going to be killed. The one that looked exactly like GZ wasn't tall or large, but that type of dignified and righteous aura was intimidating. Hong, the demon fall pestle shook, shattering all things. It descended from the sky, purple energy endless, rising into the air. Zheng, immortal light tore through the everlasting. The Tai Emperor sword appeared, illuminating the 9 heavens, tearing apart the cosmos, slaughtering its way here. Walala, the 9-Li diagram trembled, shattering the sky dome. It arrived from an extremely distant place, crossing millions and millions of stellar streams, crushing downwards. Winglong, the Western Emperor Tower rushed into the heavens, immortal tears green gold. Tear light scattered across the cosmos, all life weeping in grief, shaking the 33 layers of heaven, crushing down on the human world, crushing downwards. Emperor weapons were all roused awake by this most miserable slaughter since ancient times. They all woke up, moving out together, taking the initiative to suppress the ancient supreme beings. The universe was sliced open, and beams of the most resplendent immortal light flew out, illuminating the dark and cold universe at this moment. The light was resplendent. This was like the start of a new era, illuminating the past, present, and future, connecting the past, present, and future. It was unknown how many Emperor weapons were awakening, crushing everything. It was as if they were splitting the heavens and earth apart, suppressing over to deal with the darkness chaos together. The auras of ancient emperors erupted. The entire cosmos was trembling. Gigantic Dharma images appeared one after another in different star regions, tearing apart the cosmos as they shot over. The figures that were worshipped by the ancient people seemed to have returned, descending into this world once more, wanting to quell the most terrifying darkness chaos since the ancient times. Everything in the world, every blade of grass and every tree, was trembling. There was no need to even mention the myriad of living beings in the cosmos. There had never been a generation like this before. So many Emperor weapons revived and moved out together, suppressing a single region. This was simply like the end of the world. This wasn't a simple revival, but a true complete revival. It was comparable to a strike from an ancient emperor. With so many weapons rushing over, even the heavens and earth were about to wither. This was the first time the ancient paragons were so shaken. They were no longer as calm as before. All of them had heavy expressions on their faces, as though they were facing a great enemy. These emperor weapons were all created by people like them. It was extremely difficult to destroy them. Let alone the fact that their immortal foundations were flawed, they weren't flawless. With so many weapons appearing at the same time, from ancient times until now, not a single person could deal with them. It was too terrifying. If it wasn't for the 5 paragons standing together, there would definitely be no suspense. If it was just one of them, they would directly be turned into dust. Clang! The black halberd in the hands of the Stone Emperor trembled violently. Black light tore apart the sky. The gigantic halberd flashed with a terrifying light, as though it could shatter everything in its path. However, the weapons rushing over didn't hesitate at all and unleashed their strongest attacks. Rumble! The devil-subduing pestle smashed down, incomparably violent. The cosmos instantly collapsed. With a clang, it collided with the black halberd, causing the Stone Emperor's arm to feel numb. A look of shock appeared on his face. These weapons were angered to the extreme, exceeding his expectations. They all revived one after another, as if great emperors of the past had descended into this world. The demon-subduing pestle was a supreme treasure forged by the great Emperor Amitabha. It was a supreme demon-subduing ancient weapon of the Buddhist sect. In the past, it was always surrounded by auspicious colors, holy and auspicious. However, on the path of immortality, it was splashed with the blood of too many Buddhist disciples, and it almost changed greatly. At this moment, it was like an angry purple lion, its roar shattering the cosmos. Its entire body erupted with purple light as it smashed over with all its might. Clang! A sky-shaking explosion rang out as the demon-subduing pestle erupted, smashing down once again. The purple weapon shone with boundless radiance, and it was as if a giant Buddha was standing in the void, trying to suppress the Stone Emperor. The great halberd in the Stone Emperor's hand trembled. This strike made his arm feel numb again. He was extremely shocked. What a great Amitabha Buddha! Watch how I destroy your weapon and refine it into my immortal artifact. However, as soon as he finished speaking, saying that he was going to use a forbidden secret technique to deal with the demon-subduing pestle, a resplendent immortal sword hacked down from the side. It was too sharp and too resplendent, illuminating the Stone Emperor to the point where he almost couldn't open his eyes. The Tai Emperor sword descended. Its offensive power was matchless. Its dragon head was the tip, and its tail was the weapon. It possessed unmatched offensive power, capable of slicing apart the cosmos. No one could face it head-on. The Stone Emperor trembled. He avoided the tip of the sword and attacked the demon-subduing pestle. He also did his best to avoid the Tai Emperor sword, but he was still a bit too slow. Brilliant light streaked past, scattering his black hair. A lock of his hair had been cut off, and he was just a bit away from being sliced apart by that immortal sword. Back then, the Tai Emperor's offensive power was matchless. His technique was known to be comparable to the fighting secret art, a type of unmatched immortal technique. The offensive power of his weapon was naturally the same. The Stone Emperor was furious. He blasted away the demon-subduing pestle and reached out a large hand to directly grab that resplendent immortal sword. He wanted to grab it and refine it. He was an unmatched supreme being from 10,000 years ago. Who in this world could match him? Ever since he achieved the Tao, forget about cutting off a lock of his hair, there wasn't even anyone who dared approach him. Yet now, a lock of his black hair was directly cut off. This was simply a type of extraordinary shame and humiliation. Hong, heaven and earth trembled. An endless rain of tears scattered down. A green golden pagoda descended, shaking the world until it cried out in grief. The universe was about to explode. The Western Emperor Pagoda smashed towards that large hand. Terrifying power overflowed into the heavens. Tao laws were endless, radiance endless. It immediately made that large hand tremble, almost smashing into it. Stone Emperor was furious. At this moment, several weapons attacked him. It wasn't that he couldn't face them head-on with his emperor body, but he had to pay quite the price. Life essence was too precious for him. Roar! He released a great roar. An expanse of blazing light was released from his mouth. This was Emperor Tao Laws. It turned into flames, wishing to submerge the Western Emperor Pagoda and refine it with unmatched natural laws. Walala, the ancient scroll was modeled, moving through the air. The 9-li diagram cut off the path ahead. Inside was a resplendent starry sky, vast and boundless. Its defensive strength was definitely astonishing. All of the flames were collected inside. Its body erupted with radiance, breaking down the natural laws. Those that couldn't be dealt with were directly directed into another starry sky. Just a few weapons, yet you dare treat me with disrespect? Stone Emperor was truly angered. His entire body shone, Emperor Dao laws erupting. Divine chains of order released Xianxia noises, as if they were made from immortal gold, flying out from his body. However, the Emperor weapons also shone. The natural laws of ancient great emperors interweaved. The revived deities similarly fought with everything they had. This time, 4 of them flew over at the same time, suppressing him at the same time. The ancient supreme beings were indeed extremely powerful, the creators of weapons of this level. Even though they were powerful to the point of being unmatched, when faced with attacks at the same level, there was no way they could completely subdue them. These were 4 weapons. They were equivalent to the attacks of ancient great emperors. Otherwise, how could these artifacts become the weapons in the hands of the past supreme beings? Without corresponding offensive power, they weren't worthy at all. Stone Emperor was immediately in a bit of a sorry state. He was surrounded and suppressed by 4 weapons. If he didn't advance to the limit, something unexpected might really happen in the end. Kill. On the other side, the other supreme beings were the same. They had all sunk into this kind of battle situation. Originally, they still wanted to save Stone Emperor, but in the end, immortal light flew over one after another, suppressing them. You want to be called supreme even with weapons? You all are still lacking. Reincarnation Supreme Being roared loudly. He struggled with all his might, suppressing the surrounding immortal light. Chi. The Chaosu war axe was world-shaking. It had 2 forms. One was a Dao symbol, and the other was an axe that could cut through anything. It transformed between the 2, able to refine all things and slice apart the universe. The azure battle clothes on Reincarnation Master's body shone. He used his finger to block it, wanting to shatter the blade of the axe. It was terrifying beyond compare. Dong, a loud sound rang out. A great imprint smashed down. The great imprint of the lunar human emperor appeared. Even though it was missing a corner, it was still exceptionally powerful, suppressing all things in the universe. Especially now that it had revived, it seemed to possess a strand of the human emperor's will from when he was alive. It wanted to protect all living things, and its power was exceptionally powerful. Reincarnation Supreme Being was careless for a moment. Under the attacks of several weapons, he was almost smashed by the human emperor's imprint. His cheek was grazed lightly, dripping with blood. It was incomparably terrifying. If it was anyone else, after being struck by an emperor weapon, their body and soul would definitely be destroyed, turning into cosmic dust. Meanwhile, the ancient supreme beings staggered, but they didn't receive any serious injuries. They were able to resist those natural laws. This kind of matchless divine might almost left them in despair. How were they supposed to fight? However, there were enough emperor weapons, more than 10 of them. They submerged the supreme beings, and the most terrifying battle in history began. There had never been a time like this, where so many weapons appeared and suppressed supreme beings together. This was something rarely seen since ancient times. Because the range of the darkness chaos this time was too wide, all of the weapons were roused awake, causing them to revive one after another and participate in this incomparable battle. It's useless. In the end, they are just weapons. If we can refine them, then we can destroy them. Light and Darkness Supreme Being roared. The light staff in his hand collided with the dark shield. Light and darkness interweaved, and a great explosion of energy erupted. He released the most terrifying power of natural laws, sending several weapons flying. The other supreme beings also went berserk. Apart from not advancing to the extreme, they all used the most terrifying forbidden natural laws, shattering the sun, moon, and stars, destroying all things in the world. Kill! The supreme beings roared. The universe trembled, all life shivering in fear. Many people knelt down on the ground. No matter how far away they were, they could all feel this tremendous pressure. It was as if they were facing an ancient great emperor. This incomparable great battle was fought from one place to another. It couldn't help but affect many stellar rivers, turning a few stellar domains into ashes, never to appear again. The battle was unprecedentedly intense. There were Emperor weapons that were destroyed, blasted apart in the cosmos, becoming a thing of the past. This was the most tragic type of ending, making everyone sigh in sorrow. Supreme beings went all out. Not even so many weapons could suppress them, and there were Emperor weapons that were destroyed. Of course, there were supreme beings who were injured as well. Blood splashed across the starry sky, the scarlet blood a ghastly sight. Kill. The one from Hanggu Pass moved. The male who looked exactly like GZ was unafraid of death, releasing the most terrifying attack, making Stone Emperor's body produce a streak of blood. However, he couldn't kill him. He suffered the backlash of the Emperor Dao laws, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood as he staggered backwards. He stood at the peak of Quasi-Emperor. The most important thing was that he had an Emperor body. In theory, he could fight against supreme beings, but unfortunately, he couldn't display the Emperor Dao laws. In a life-and-death battle, he still wouldn't be a match. Void, it truly was an accident. I never expected that we could meet under these types of circumstances. This really is too wonderful. You will be used as a blood sacrifice, turn into living matter, become a part of my body. Stone Emperor laughed cruelly. The great black halberd in his hands pointed forward, the snow-white radiance at the edge shattering the 9 heavens. His entire body was surrounded by chaotic energy, as if he was a matchless demonic god. Fine, today, I am the Void, fighting against you. His appearance wasn't all that outstanding, but right now, he was unyielding, pressing forward courageously, about to carry out the final bloody battle with his life. Stone Emperor's mind jumped. This type of expression, this type of decisiveness, made him recall the great battle of the past. The Void fought a bloody battle in all directions, carrying the resolution to die. He entered Undying Mountain alone, facing several supreme beings. It was too similar. Stone Emperor originally knew that this wasn't the Void, but right now, he was shaken a bit. Fine, since you said that this is the Void, then I'll treat you like him. There is too much enmity, too much blood. You killed my Undying Mountain supreme beings, so today, it will be settled. Stone Emperor roared out, the great halberd in his hands splitting the skies. Void, where is your weapon? Can you still fight? Many weapons flew over, but they still didn't see the Void mirror. The Void mirror has arrived. At the limits of the starry sky, a male held an ancient mirror in his hands. He was on the verge of collapse, his entire body covered in blood. Meanwhile, that mirror was also bright red, dyed red by blood. Divine King Jihaoyue appeared, standing at the limits of the distant starry river. He said, "This is the blood of everyone in Ji family, all of it poured onto this mirror. Our bloodline contains our ancestors' hope, the continuation of his life, contains his great Tao fragments. Today, we ask our ancestor to revive, carry out the final battle for the sake of all life. Unmatched Void Emperor, where are you? This world needs you." In the endless star domains, there were many ancient lands of life. It was unknown just how many people were praying, crying out in grief, crying out in grief. This type of will force formed a sea, surging about, even ancient supreme beings moved. Woo-woo. Void Emperor, please carry out another battle for your people. The heavens are begging you, please let him return. Mirror, come, fight with me. Right at this time, the eyes of that ordinary-looking male erupted with blazing radiance. He released a loud shout, making the entire cosmos tremble. The moment he said that, the Void mirror trembled and gave out a light cry. Brilliant light erupted with excitement and also sadness. Facing that Void, it violently shook. Zhong, the ancient mirror clanged and its light shone through the ages. This was the weapon of the Void Emperor. It was outstanding and had accompanied him for his entire life. At this moment, it felt like it had returned to the era where blood flowed everywhere and the world was peaceful. It was replying to the Void in the distance and it continuously trembled. One last step, merge with me, my blood, my bones, my soul to awaken the ancestors' Void. Jihaoyue's body was covered in blood and he said with sadness. He took one last look at this world and prepared to sacrifice himself. He came with the hope of the entire race on his shoulders. At this moment, the celestial mirror was completely red and dripping with blood. The blood of everyone in the Ji family was poured onto it. Anyone who was still alive, from the saints who were about to die to the babies who were just born, all of them used their blood to sacrifice themselves to the celestial mirror. His body was also branded with everyone's imprints, fused with the blood and life fragments of everyone in the clan. Xianxia represented everyone in the Ji family and wanted to merge into the mirror. The life of the ancestors flowed in his blood to allow the Void Emperor to temporarily revive and come out to fight. Father. At the end of the world, a little boy's eyes were filled with tears. He then cried out loud and reached out with his small hands, trying his best to grab towards the pitch-black depths of the universe. He was Ji Qingdao and he knew that his father would never return. Ji Ziyue's face was also covered in tears. She knew that if nothing unexpected happened, she wouldn't be able to see her brother again. This goodbye might be forever. Let me go, I will replace my brother. Ji Ziyue cried and wanted to charge out. However, she was held back by someone and couldn't break free. The entire Ji family was in grief. Once the God King left, he definitely wouldn't be able to return. He was prepared to sacrifice himself and they wouldn't be able to see each other again. In the depths of the universe, Xianxia's body shook and he froze up. A strong hand grabbed his shoulder and then fixed him in place, unable to move at all. The void split open, and an ordinary-looking man appeared, taking his place. Little ancestor, what are you doing? Xianxia cried out. It was Ji Zi. He stepped forward and took the imperial mirror. At this moment, his blood burst out of his body and entered the ancient mirror. Go back. The small accomplishment Dao is waiting for you. Ji Zi's Daoist robe was stained with blood. He drew all the blood and fragments of his clan from Xianxia's place. His face was calm, without a single ripple. Little ancestor, your path is still long, and I am not a person of this era. My joys and sorrows are all in the primordial era. Perhaps the reason I have lived to this era is to wait for this moment. Ji Zi calmly said. He tore open a great crack in the void and pushed Xianxia inside. He sent him into the designated coordinates and left in an instant. Little ancestor. The space closed, and that sorrowful cry stopped. Meanwhile, at this moment, as the voice of fight with me sounded from the distant void, Ji Zi merged with the void mirror, releasing endless auspicious brilliance, flying over. The mirror and person were both bright red, covered in blood, but they were also releasing the most dazzling light, illuminating this dark world. Ji Zi and Void stood opposite each other, holding the ancient mirror. The two identical people merged into one, no one could stop them. Only those with Ji family's bloodline could approach, because the celestial mirror was releasing the most dazzling light, making everything seem mysterious and astonishing. Void? Stone Emperor was shocked. Ever since he appeared in this world, he was only slightly moved at most. This was the first time he revealed this type of expression. You can think of it like this. Let's continue the battle from the past. The male on the other side's aura suddenly rose. Chaotic energy immediately rushed out millions and millions of li. He had an emperor body, and with the void mirror in hand, he was dyed red by the blood of his entire family. It flowed into his body, and then merged with Ji Zi, who was dripping with blood. At this moment, it was as if he became a completely different person, actually displaying Emperor Dao laws. Meanwhile, the void mirror was even more special. 10,000 streaks of light flowed out, immortal light released in endless streaks. It was as if a phoenix was undergoing rebirth, illuminating the cosmos. It directly suppressed forward, striking towards Stone Emperor. Undying Mountain's Lord Stone Emperor moved his halberd, smashing forward. His entire body was covered in divine chains of order, wrapping around him. He was like a demonic god that rushed out from hell, shackled. Dang, the two weapons collided. The void mirror was incomparably resplendent, and the great halberd also rushed into the heavens with black light. The space between Stone Emperor's thumb and index finger was completely split apart, blood gushing out. Meanwhile, his entire body continuously retreated. There really are Emperor Dao laws. His eyes were incomparably cold. He knew that this was definitely not the void, just that the entire Ji family contained the void's blood and great Dao that revived. From a certain perspective, all creatures were the continuation of their ancestors' lives. Kill. Samsara Lord rushed over. He didn't wish for the void to truly reappear. Back then, the void blocked the sea of reincarnation alone, killing supreme beings. It could be said that there was a blood feud between the Sea of Reincarnation and the Sea of Reincarnation. Regardless of whether it was the Sea of Reincarnation or Undying Mountain, they both had a great grudge against the Void Emperor that couldn't be resolved. Chang, the Void Mirror shone, releasing a streak of immortal light, neutralizing Samsara Supreme Being's attack, scattering all of the Emperor Dao laws. This result left everyone shocked. As expected of an immortal mirror that has drunk the blood of Supreme Beings. Its power is matchless after all. Stone Emperor said coldly. He waved his hand, having Samsara Supreme Being not interfere. He was going to fight the void alone, settle the grudge of the past. At this moment, the Demon Fall Pestle, Imperial Sword, and 4 other Emperor artifacts all backed up, attacking the other Supreme Beings, making the pressure on them increase greatly. Kill! Stone Emperor released a great roar, his head of thick hair fluttering about. He was like a matchless demonic god, crushing the cosmos with a single step, slaughtering his way towards the void. Hung Long, he brandished the great halberd, crushing everything. Many stars exploded, unable to endure this type of pressure. He directly aimed at the void's head, wishing to hack it in half. Chi! The ancient mirror shone, becoming like a sun, rising into the sky. Raging flames burned, locking down that snow-white halberd blade in this world, unable to descend. Good! Stone Emperor roared out, saying, "You aren't him, yet you temporarily revived him, possessing his life imprint and great Tao fragments." When all of the Supreme Beings heard this, they were shocked. Then, they began to think to themselves. This was worth pondering over. Perhaps after studying it thoroughly, it might be another type of long life method. While Stone Emperor roared out, his entire body erupted with radiance. Blood energy pierced through the sky dome, shaking up all directions. Divine chains of order shot over like streaks of phoenix feathers, wishing to pierce through the void. However, the ancient mirror trembled, becoming one with the blood energy in the void. At this moment, it released heaven overflowing divine might. The mirror surface was glossy like jade, releasing resplendent light, completely blocking all of the natural law attacks. This was a heaven collapsing sound. Stone Emperor's body swayed, his entire body like a demonic mountain as he backed up, making the stellar domain cave in, tremble endlessly. Kill! For the first time, Void uttered a murderous roar that shook the entire area. All living beings seemed to have sensed it. Boundless willpower surged and gathered on his body, causing the originally dim Emperor's Tao laws to shine brightly. The damaged Emperor Tao fragments seemed to have become sparkling and translucent, complete. This was a strange transformation, leaving the great Supreme Beings truly shocked. This type of nourishment, the power of all living things truly is unfathomable, worth pondering over. There were ancient Supreme Beings who thought to themselves, feeling like their benefits were great. Hung Long. Void took the initiative to attack. 9 colors blossomed in front of him, the void flower unfolding. Space froze, even time stopped, sealed by him. This type of unmatched forbidden secret method belonged to the ultimate secret section. Now, it actually appeared again. This was the unmatched extreme art the Void Emperor used to suppress chaos, previously used to kill more than a single supreme being. Void stopping, time stopping, suppressing the everlasting. In the distance, those who weren't on the battlefield all revealed looks of shock, as if they were also affected. Stone Emperor found it hard to budge, body rigid, primordial spirit unable to rush out. After exerting too much force, his entire body contorted, but he still couldn't break free. Hung. Void took action, a palm hacking forward. A stellar stream immediately turned into smoke, palm and fingers smashing towards Stone Emperor's head. At the same time, the Emperor mirror became even more resplendent, carrying the blood of G family's people as it descended, suppressing Stone Emperor's primordial spirit, wishing to kill him in one go. Ah, Stone Emperor roared. When the palm and fingers approached, his body suddenly moved, eyes so cold it made one feel as if they fell into an ice house. He carried a cruel smile, brandishing the great halberd, saying, "What a pity, you aren't him in the end, unable to excite me enough." This was a terrifying great collision. The heavenly dome collapsed, groups of stars falling, this starry domain immediately growing dim, terrifying beyond compare. Void faced it head-on, using a great palm imprint to face it. In addition, the Emperor mirror became even more resplendent, suppressing forward, striking down on the heaven-desolate halberd's blade, making the great halberd cry endlessly. Blood splashed outwards. Void and Stone Emperor both flew outwards. They both had Emperor bodies, yet under this type of power, they were still affected. Comparatively speaking, this wasn't the Void of the past. He suffered serious injuries, and Stone Emperor also coughed out a large mouthful of blood. As for the Emperor artifact's retaliation and bloody struggle, it was also extremely intense. This type of collision might even destroy one of the artifacts. It was clear that the immortal mirror was stronger, radiance blazing brilliantly. Meanwhile, the heaven-desolate halberd became quite a bit dimmer, a nick appearing on the halberd blade, even more so a few cracks, suffering serious damage. Stone Emperor fought Void, directly fighting into the depths of the cosmos. Even if it isn't the true Void, right now, it still has his Emperor Dao. Laws. I'm looking forward to it, I'm happy. Reincarnation Supreme Being said cruelly, chasing after him. He wanted to drink the blood of the Void. Meanwhile, those Emperor artifacts trembled, suppressing towards him. The battle continued, the range of the fluctuations becoming wider and wider. The heavens were trembling, the stars exploding, this world wailing. Everything seemed to be reaching its end, everything about to come to an end. Stone Emperor and Void fought to the climax. Undying Mountain's Lord simply didn't dare believe everything. Perhaps we were all wrong, the true Void seems to have returned. It was because that Void was actually becoming more and more powerful, becoming much more difficult to deal with than before. This was especially the case with that type of light, it was too familiar. One has to understand that that was the eye of the soul, representing a person's soul radiance. Kill! Stone Emperor roared, fighting with everything he had. He believed himself to be number one under the heavens, unmatched from past to present. Even if the true Void appeared, he still wouldn't feel any fear. Is that so? Has the Void returned? I really want to experience it. Reincarnation Lord arrived. This time, he didn't pay Stone Emperor any attention, directly taking action, collapsing the sky dome. Hong, the Void mirror trembled, releasing an expanse of eternal light. A giant ancient formation appeared, directly descending, submerging Reincarnation Lord within. Hong, endless light erupted, endless energy surging, resplendent and dazzling. This was a killing formation the Void Emperor laid down endless years ago, unexpectedly preserved until now, appearing for the first time. Moreover, at this moment, Void abandoned Stone Emperor, directly rushing into the formation, holding the immortal mirror to fight a great battle against Reincarnation Supreme Being. Reincarnation Supreme Being released a great roar, releasing a furious roar. A bloody arm was broken, flying out of the formation, and then exploding. Void. Then, another furious roar sounded, accompanied by heaven-collapsing fluctuations. Reincarnation Supreme Being was imprisoned by the Great Formation, the formation patterns and Emperor artifacts coexisting. Together with the Void Emperor's attack, a large piece of the battle clothes in front of his chest was blasted apart, and then his chest was blasted apart by the Void Emperor's fist and mirror. Blood and several bones flew out of the formation. The Emperor formation trapped a Supreme Being, the Emperor weapon suppressing him. Did the Void Emperor really return? He was going to kill a Supreme Being. Everyone's minds jumped. I pray to the heavens, please extend our lives for the Void Emperor's life. This world needs the Void Emperor. Let him fight for his people once more. In the endless stellar domain, it was unknown just how many people were praying. The will of all creatures surged, gathering over, all of them praying for the Void Emperor. There had never been a world like this before. The darkness chaos was so bitter, the entire world in despair. Only at the final moment did a glimmer of hope appear. The entire universe was bleeding, the people in misery and suffering, corpses piled up into a sea. Now, it was unknown just how many people had died. This was a world drenched in blood. Hong, the Great Formation was cracking apart. Stone Emperor hacked down with the black heaven desolate halberd in hand. He was breaking through the formation. Supreme beings were unmatched in the 9 heavens 10 earths, nothing able to stop their advance. At this moment, Emperor Dao laws flew out like streaks of bright-colored phoenix feathers. They pierced through the world and attacked the formation the Void Emperor laid down. The great halberd forged from black dragon-marked gold was extremely terrifying. Chaotic energy curled about it, the snow-white halberd blade able to hack through everything in its path. Radiance flickered as it slaughtered its way into the formation. This was an extremely bad sign. Once the great formation collapsed, the Void would be in danger. All of their previous efforts would go to waste. The situation was truly dire. Within the Emperor formation, a roar sounded, shaking everyone to the core. This was the fury of the reincarnation Supreme Being. His blood splashed out, his bones broken. As an ancient Supreme Being, when had he ever suffered such a great disaster? This was simply unimaginable. For someone who had been unmatched his entire life, this was a type of extraordinary shame and humiliation. His other arm also flew out, forcibly severed. Blood flowed everywhere. Meanwhile, his chest seemed to have been pierced through. A powerful heart was beating. Each time a fluctuation spread, it was as if a heavenly drum was being struck. Void, is it really you? I'm looking forward to it. Drinking your blood has always been my wish. Let me resolve this obsession. The reincarnation lord was extremely terrifying. Even though his entire body was covered in blood, he still had a cruel smile on his face. It was as if the severed arm and broken breastbone didn't belong to him as he slaughtered his way over. When he first encountered the ambush, he suffered the attacks of the Emperor formation, Immortal Mirror, and Void. As a result, he was in an incredibly sorry state, his entire body covered in blood, almost dying. However, at this moment, he already stabilized. The remaining azure gold battle clothes on his body shone. The deities inside roared, wishing to get revenge for the destruction of his body. Moreover, the reincarnation Supreme Being believed that Stone Emperor was about to attack. At that time, he wouldn't be passively fighting in the formation, but would instead tear apart the Void to settle his grudges and taste his Emperor blood. Void was taciturn, not saying a single word. He had a medium build and ordinary appearance. His silent appearance made him seem extraordinary within his ordinariness. Everything he did was worthy of being remembered by all living beings. There was no need to say too much. Everything he did was upright and honorable, glorious throughout the ages. He was destined to be engraved into everyone's hearts, making them cry out in grief. Hong, the celestial mirror shone, and the beam of light was like a waterfall, fiercely attacking the master of samsara. At the same time, the forbidden chapter of the Void appeared again. He put his heart into it, and his right arm felt like it was about to melt. A streak of blazing light extended outwards, splitting the entire world into two halves, wishing to use this to cut the Supreme Being's body in half. It's Void Realm Separation. The reincarnation lord released a cold snort. He saw the secret technique again. Back then, it was precisely this type of terrifying technique that separated the body and primordial spirit of the sea of reincarnation's other Supreme Being, melting them into nothingness. It was terrifying to the extreme, leaving him with a deep impression. Hong Long Long, an enormous crack extended between the boundless heaven and earth. The light was like a sea, separating the two realms, severing heaven and earth, severing the everlasting, shattering the restrictions of time. This was a true forbidden secret technique. At this moment, it appeared again, illuminating the past, present, and future, horrifying the world. Ah! The reincarnation lord roared. Endless strands of immortal light shot out from his mouth. This was his technique in Tao, turning into a heavenly cycle star river diagram. Divine chains of order interweaved, extremely dazzling. One separated the two realms, wishing to separate him. No matter where he fled to, he would be locked down. The other wanted to mend the heavens, block up the gap between heaven and earth, erase all natural laws, making the void truly empty. The light between these two was boundless, exceptionally dazzling. Winglong, the celestial mirror trembled, shining down endless light, joining the battle. The great formation was still there, still displaying its might, also suppressing forward. With a pu sound, blood flew out. The reincarnation lord's body was struck by the mirror light, tumbling out. Moreover, the great formation crushed him, causing him to stagger, almost falling to the ground. The void realm separation, this forbidden secret technique attacked. The light was resplendent, sweeping across his shoulder. The terrifying crack directly swallowed his shoulder blade, dripping with blood. He was almost hacked apart, the reincarnation lord groaned, his expression sinister. After achieving the Tao, this was the only time he suffered such a great loss in this battle. In the past, he was unrivaled, but this was not a defeat, but a humiliation. His entire body erupted with immortal light, the battle clothes forged from feather. Azure golden tens of thousands of streaks, auspicious color surging out. Terrifying battle force surged out like a sea, wreaking havoc between heaven and earth. That was his origin law whistling, the three realms reincarnation, the past, the present, and the future alternated, sweeping through the void, sending him flying. Blood gushed out from his mouth, and some of his bones deformed. The Supreme Being was going all out. The reincarnation lord was furious, going completely berserk. It was as if he had returned to the night before he achieved the Tao, fighting a bloody battle against a great enemy of the entire universe. His spirit and fighting spirit had risen to the peak of his life. And at this moment, his primordial spirit rumbled, shining with immortal splendor. This was a sign that he would ascend to the peak at any time, returning to the throne. Of course, he was hesitant, restraining himself. After all, the price of doing so was too great. After this battle, he would inevitably wither away. The great battle continued, and the void was still growing stronger, as if it had truly returned. It beat the reincarnation Supreme Being until blood splashed everywhere, and his body was badly damaged. Although it could be restored in an instant, the essence energy used to treat the Emperor physique was so precious that it tore their hearts apart. "Can you kill me?" The reincarnation lord laughed cruelly. During the desolate era, the void could kill supreme beings, and in this era, I can do the same. The void didn't speak easily, but this time, he spoke with a murderous voice, resounding through the heavens. Before his death, this promise would be fulfilled. All spirits felt this, continuously praying. Their thoughts turned into the most surging will force, supporting Void's body, making his Emperor Tao laws shine with a brilliance similar to that of the past. Everyone held in grief. Will force was a miraculous thing. The Void sensed their fear and despair, and they also seemed to be able to see everything that was happening here. All spirits kowtowed, prostrating themselves in this direction, continuously praying. The will force that turned into a sea continued to support him, praying for the Void Emperor to defeat all opponents. Pooh! The reincarnation Supreme Being felt as if he was facing the Void Emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago, and not a replacement. This battle was actually this difficult. He was actually going to be beaten until he exploded. Flowers of blood blossomed one after another. Before the Void's forbidden secret technique, he suffered serious injuries. If he didn't return to the peak, perhaps he would fall here. How many people had seen the arms of emperors and emperors broken, and now, it was really happening. The Void was going to kill the reincarnation Supreme Being. In this apocalyptic despair, he created the only hope, revealing the dawn of victory. Hong, a world-shocking explosion occurred. A rain of blood flew everywhere, bones were broken, and the reincarnation lord was sent flying. The Void's emperor fist almost shattered him, making the world wail. In that instant, he returned. That gaze was no different from the Void Emperor of the past, and the fluctuations of his primordial spirit were almost the same. The Void Emperor within the blood of the Ji family had revived. Ah, the reincarnation Supreme Being roared, his entire body shining. Failure wasn't his choice, and being unrivaled under the heavens was his life's conviction. He would rather pay the price to return to the peak than kill the Void Emperor, even if he himself had to die in the end. However, the Void's forbidden secret technique was too terrifying. When his palm descended, the entire world trembled. The radiance of the immortal mirror almost locked the reincarnation lord in place, preventing him from advancing smoothly. Hong, a large rain of blood flew everywhere. The Void Emperor's fist and the immortal mirror actually fused together and shone, destroying everything in their way, including the ancient supreme beings. Another supreme forbidden secret technique. The reincarnation lord adjusted his state. His eyes were cold to the extreme as he did his best to resist. However, when facing the person who had almost become the true Void of the past, he fell into a passive state of death and was about to be consigned to eternal damnation. With a pu sound, the Void Emperor's fist and the immortal Mirror fused, shattering half of the reincarnation Supreme Being's body. Flesh and blood were everywhere, and he was sent flying. The void moved forward, wanting to kill his primordial spirit. At this time, the Emperor formation, the immortal mirror, and the void were synchronized. They all reached the peak, forcibly preventing the reincarnation lord from returning to the peak. They wanted to kill him in this final attack. This would definitely shake the ages. After a long time, the Void Emperor was awakened by all living beings. He once again fought for his people, and he would once again kill an ancient supreme being. The Void Emperor, regardless of whether it was in the past or now, alive or dead, has always been protecting his people. He will pacify the chaos in all directions. You have to succeed, this was the call of all living beings. The will of the entire universe came to support him, causing the Void's battle power to surge. Even though his appearance was ordinary, the power of a great emperor was undoubtedly displayed. He suppressed downwards, about to kill the reincarnation supreme being. Hung Long, a black halberd hacked into the formation, opening up a gap. The Stone Emperor slaughtered his way in, immediately causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. He was like an unrivaled demonic god. His eyes released cold lightning as he brandished the halberd, cutting apart heaven and earth. He left behind a terrifying wound on the back of the void, almost splitting it open. Even his bones were split open. The reincarnation lord suffered serious injuries, but he still managed to avoid a fatal blow. His head was a bit shattered, but his primordial spirit was preserved. He stood up from the pool of blood, laughing cruelly while dripping blood. Void, you failed at the last moment. The reincarnation lord's face was full of ruthlessness. He stomped down, shattering heaven and earth. Together with the Stone Emperor, they destroyed the Great Formation that had long been cracked. The Great Formation's materials weren't good. The Void Emperor didn't have enough immortal materials back then. After endless years passed, even though the formation wasn't destroyed, in a battle of this level, after suffering the attacks of several people, it still collapsed. The Void faced the two of them, blood dripping from his back. His bones were connected together, but he still remained silent. In the end, he only said a single sentence, "The Void has never been weaker than anyone in this life." Then, his eyes erupted with two blazing beams of light. He slaughtered his way over, actually going to fight the two of them alone. Cold laughter rang out. 3 unrivaled demonic figures appeared. The Light and Darkness Supreme Being, the Lord of the Divine Ruins, and Chi Tian Supreme Being pressed over together. All of them were tall and intimidating, like 3 demonic gods from before the world was created. They fought against the Emperor weapons while slaughtering their way over. This is but a true Emperor body that has undergone rebirth. It contains the most precious Emperor Dao laws. Do you two want to hog it all for yourselves? The 3 of them were surging with killing intent. They had long been injured, their bodies covered in blood from the Emperor weapons. After all, there were just too many Emperor weapons, but they still pressed over. It was clear that they viewed the Void Emperor as prey, wishing to participate in the hunt and kill the Great Emperor, the life essence energy they needed. If it was provided by a Great Emperor, then that would be the most abundant surprise, bringing them tremendous benefits. The Void could sense all living beings through the sea of will force, and all living beings could also sense his situation. Many people were alarmed, crying out loudly in grief. Who can fight shoulder to shoulder with the Void Emperor? Who can lend the Void Emperor a helping hand? Heavens, how unfair are you? Why does the Void Emperor always have to face so many great enemies? Is he going to repeat the same mistakes, fight a bloody battle to the death? The entire world was in mourning. In the depths of the universe, where the Jiang clan had retreated, a handsome young man with peerless charm stood up with his sleeves fluttering in the wind. He said, "Everything is ready. I have integrated the Eternal Universe Great Emperor's remnant seal into the faith energy of living beings. It's time for me to move." Ife. His grandfather grabbed his arm. His tears were turbid, and his eyes were filled with regret and sadness. He knew that the most outstanding disciple of the clan was going to use his life to fulfill the responsibility of a great emperor's descendant, and he would never return. The young man was Jiang Ife, the current leader of the Jiang clan. He was extremely talented and easily defeated the clan's god physique. His real combat ability was enough to show disdain for his peers in the Big Dipper clan. However, he didn't show his strength and kept a low profile. No one knew how strong he was. However, those who knew him well could only describe him as unfathomable. Since the ancestor's bloodline has been revived in my body, I need to use my life to explain it. I need to let the Hangyu Great Emperor return and settle the darkest chaos in history. Jiang Yifei had a kind of otherworldly appearance. He still had a gentle smile on his face without a trace of sadness. He was still aloof and elegant. Yifei. Many elders in the clan said with trembling voices. However, they could only call out this name. They had no way to stop it. Now, who else in the Great Emperor's clan could fight? Until now, only the Ji clan and the Jiang clan still had the imprint of their ancestors. They could still use the life fragments in their clan's bloodline to revive the Great Emperor for a while. This is the moment. Jiang Yifei stood up decisively and soared into the sky. I'll wait for you, Yifei. I believe you can come back. A woman shouted from behind. Her face was full of tears, and her body couldn't help but tremble. She didn't have a high cultivation level or a strong physique. She was almost an ordinary person. She couldn't even be considered to have stepped on the path of cultivation. However, she walked together with the peerless Jiang Yifei. She couldn't stop him, and she wouldn't stop him. She could only stand there and look at the starry sky. She crossed her arms and prayed with tears in her eyes, hoping that he could come back alive. Jiang Yifei's body trembled. He didn't look back. He paused for a moment and said, "In this dark age, you must take care of yourself and raise Feng-er into a man." "I know. I know." That woman wept in grief. She watched as that exceptional figure disappeared into the depths of the cosmos. She wept loudly, kneeling on the ground. Behind her, a little boy appeared. He looked to be only 3 or 4 years old. "Mother, don't cry. Father will come back." He stretched out his tender little hands to help the woman wipe her tears, but there were also sparkling and translucent tears that appeared, sliding down his tender cheeks. "I'm not crying. Good child, let's wait for your father to come back together." Behind them stood many elders, all of them silent, no one saying anything. They could already foresee the result. "Feng-er, be good." Jiang Kaishan appeared and picked up the little boy. Then, she helped her sister-in-law up. In the sky, Jiang Yifei transformed into a beam of eternal light. He held the eternal universe furnace in his hand, and his entire body was burning. The furnace was bright red, and it was sprinkled with the blood of everyone in the clan. As for himself, he would fuse into his ancestor's body, using his own soul, bones, and blood to awaken the potential of the Emperor's physique of the past. He would regain control of the Emperor's Tao laws, allowing the life fragments and great Tao of the eternal universe Great Emperor in his clan's bloodline to gather once again. Boom! In the sky, a white-robed figure appeared. He held the Li Fire Divine Furnace in his hand, and in an instant, tens of thousands of zhang of light burst forth. He came close and fused with the eternal universe Divine Furnace, and the two furnaces became one. Divine King. Jiang Yifei bowed deeply after seeing him. Jiang Taishu helped him up and took the eternal universe Divine Furnace. His intention was clear. He wanted to fuse with the Tao laws and carry out the blood sacrifice. "Divine King, Ancestor Xian, only I can go today." "You can't go. The bloodline of the Jiang clan still needs your protection." Jiang Yifei was unwilling. "You're still young. Go back. Don't let Feng-er wait for too long. Don't let the woman who has been waiting for you guard in silence for the rest of her life," the white-robed Divine King said softly. He patted his shoulder and tore open the void, about to banish him back to the Jiang clan. "No, in this life, there can't be any accidents. My awakening is a blessing from the heavens. The bloodline of my ancestors has completely recovered in my body. Even my appearance is the same. This is not a coincidence. The emperor of my clan died in battle in the Age of Darkness. Only I am the most suitable. Please let me go." Jiang Yifei was not as gentle as before. At this moment, he was very determined to go. "My body contains the hope of the eternal universe Great Emperor's resurrection. Only I can do it. Although you have great achievements, you are not the most suitable candidate," Jiang Yifei said loudly. The white-robed divine King Jiang Taishu did not say anything. This was indeed the case, and there was no time to waste. He immediately brought Jiang Yifei with him and flew into the depths of the universe. The eternal universe divine furnace erupted with the most dazzling light. Psychokinesis was a mysterious thing, and it was also a power that people could not understand. Otherwise, the undying heavenly emperor would not have created a divine fetus and studied it for a lifetime. Also, the Amiba great emperor would not have gathered the power of faith to create immortality. And now, when everyone was in despair, they could not help but think of the ancient great emperor. He really made the void return and carried out the final battle, even though he would disappear forever in the long river of time. And the other great emperors were naturally remembered and thought of. When the Jiang clan sent a wisp of their imperial imprint into that ocean-like psychokinesis, everyone's call for the eternal universe divine king reached its strongest. The eternal universe great emperor has returned. In this boundless heaven and earth, there were cries everywhere. It was like a drowning person grabbing onto a piece of driftwood, wanting to desperately hold on to it and use their lives to shout. Rumble. Shino awakened, and there was endless sharpness in the depths of his eyes. A radiance that even the sun, moon, and stars were about to lose their splendor blossomed. His entire aura became who knew how many times stronger. He was controlling a few emperor weapons in battle, and those weapons were all willing to do as they wished. And now, he broke free and faced the supreme being in front of him alone. Moreover, the heaven and earth exploded. The eternal universe furnace flew over like the light of hope. It illuminated the darkness and warmed the cold universe, cutting open the shackles of eternity. No one could stop it. The divine king and Jiang Yifei appeared, holding the emperor furnace forged from phoenix blood and scarlet gold. Their bodies were covered in blood as they sacrificed themselves to fuse with the person in front of them. I have returned. A desolate voice shook the universe. The light in Shino's eyes became even more resplendent as he erupted with true emperor might. Primal chaos chi exploded for millions and millions of Li. The ancestor's life continues in our blood. Now, let it truly awaken. The divine king and Jiang Yifei shouted. They rushed forward and finally collided with that person. No one could stop them. The eternal universe furnace erupted with its most powerful state in history. Clanging sounds rang out as it saw its former master. It was as if it had returned to the primordial era and was longing for an emperor battle. The other emperor weapons were also resonating, protecting at the side. Light rushed into the heavens. Immortal light burst forth. In the final instant, the three figures fused into one. But in the end, after the bloodline power was fused, Jiang Yifei fell out again. Go back. Don't let those who waited for you feel sad because they waited for you for a lifetime in vain. It's enough for the Jiang clan to have you. That was the divine king's final words. Divine king. Jiang Yifei held in grief. He didn't expect that at the final instant, the power of his bloodline would be transferred and pushed out by the divine king. He was clearer than anyone what the consequences of doing this were. This indicated that the divine king would no longer have a chance to reappear. By allowing Jiang Yifei to escape, he had severed his final hope of reappearing in the world. There was only a single thread of hope left. This was a thread of hope in the face of the destruction of the world. He had severed his own path, leaving it to Jiang Yifei. The eternal universe furnace trembled, smashing apart the void and blasting Jiang Yifei into it. Jiang Yifei vanished into the darkness of the void, vanishing from this place. So what if this is the case? Can an additional eternal universe furnace really be enough to defy the heavens? It's merely creating an Emperor Dao expert. I will only feel more satisfied when I taste the Emperor's blood and Emperor laws. A true Emperor's law fragment will appear in your blood. It would be extremely beneficial to our immortal foundations. The heaven-abandoning paragon coldly spoke. His eyes flickered with coldness as ruthlessness was written all over his face. Good, we now have a true Emperor's body and he's also our enemy. The five of us will split it equally and it will be sufficient to nourish our immortal foundations. The light and darkness paragon laughed cruelly, he had no fear at all. With a thunderous boom, the divine furnace forged from phoenix blood directly smashed over. Heng Yu was extremely domineering, directly aiming for the kill. With a bang, the ancient golden staff in the light and darkness paragon's right hand trembled violently, causing his arm to turn numb as blood flowed from the webbing between his thumb and index finger. He was forced to summon all the Emperor Dao laws in his body to resist. Heng Yu, I've long heard that you are very mysterious. You fought against the entire Origin ancient mine alone and seem to have interacted with the greatest schemer since ancient times, protecting the peace of the mortal world. As expected, you have some methods. The Light and Darkness Paragon coldly spoke. Is that person really still alive? You brought the Scarlet Phoenix blood gold, a supreme immortal material that he loves the most, to the absolute beginning forbidden area to refine weapons. You're trying to force him to prove that he's still alive, right? There's no need to ask. He once left behind the Phoenix blood gold in the absolute beginning forbidden grounds. That person didn't take it, so he definitely isn't in the Big Dipper region. Also, do you all really think that the person before you is Heng Yu? The Divine Ruins Lord coldly spoke. Kill the two of them and everything will be clear. Why is there a need to ask so many questions? Their blood and souls will become the divine essence that nourishes our immortal foundations. The reincarnation sovereign was covered in blood as he fought in the air. At this moment, he spoke cruelly. At this time, they weren't fighting for the Emperor Dao, but for longevity, for the sake of prolonging their lives. Killing Emperor-level prey, their methods would naturally be extremely cruel, however, even though their words were confident, they still paid a great price. Because of the Emperor weapons attacks, almost every single one of them was covered in blood, suffering injuries. In fact, if they were careless, they might even be forced to sublimate to the extreme in order to neutralize it. Hence, in this intense battle, even the 5 great paragons didn't dare to be careless. Everything would come to an end, everything would come to an end. At this point, another Emperor weapon was shattered. It was because not only were the 5 great paragons fighting, they also had weapons, so the pressure on them wasn't that great. In the depths of the starry sky, Ji Ziyue was watching from afar. She still didn't know that Ji Haoyue had been sent into the depths of the void by Ji Zi and didn't die. On this day, not only did she send off her brother, she also sent off Yi Fan. In a single day, 2 people were injured, their hearts broken. Both of them were going to die, with almost no hope of survival. In a single day, she lost 2 of the most important people. Her heart was broken, and she couldn't stop her tears. In the eyes of the supreme beings, perhaps I am just a particle, perhaps I am just an ant, but I will release my voice, use my angry roar, use my actions to resist. Big Dipper region, Yi Fan returned, roaring loudly. The universe was in turmoil, the world was bleeding, and one race after another was suffering. In particular, the roar of the great completion divine physique when he died in battle unexpectedly reached his heart. This was a mental message that transcended galaxies. In an instant, he understood many things. He entered the ancient forbidden area to gather medicine with the tacit approval of the great completion divine physique. Otherwise, he could leave, but he definitely couldn't bring the medicine away. He silently watched him grow, but didn't interfere. He hoped that he could tread his own path and not follow the path of all the divine physiques. Ah! Yi Fan shouted. The great completion divine physique's death and Tao transformation deeply shocked him. It was truly engraved in his heart, causing his blood to surge. At that time, his body almost exploded from his own blood. Even if I am a moth flying into a flame, even if my body is crushed, I have no fear. I will prove that I existed, that I have fought, that I am unyielding. The path of life, the roar of millions and millions of ants, will make the world tremble in the end. Yi Fan angrily roared. He arrived outside the sacred cliff. He wanted to ascend this blood-soaked peak, take away a few things, and then go into the universe to fight. The former glory had all come to an end, the present Big Dipper was lifeless. There were bloodstains and corpses everywhere, forming seas and mountains. This was the most miserable scene of the apocalypse. The ancient land of life was in pieces. Many, many things no longer existed and could never return. They were forever erased without a trace. It was unknown how much blood and bones they had seen along the way. Yi Fan stood outside the sacred cliff and clenched his fists tightly. In this dark chaos, human life was truly more worthless than grass, making one feel grief and indignation. Behind him was the Black Emperor. It had come to break the formation patterns, so entering the sacred cliff with it was the safest choice. Apart from that, there was also the little girl. She possessed a strange ability that would always appear at the crucial moment. Big brother. The little girl's large eyes were filled with tears. Everything she had seen along the way made her eyes glisten. This tragedy was unbearable for a child. There's someone. Yi Fan's hair stood on end. He directly took out the green copper cauldron, which emitted a sparkling light that enveloped this place. His expression became serious because there was naturally an extremely dangerous fluctuation. There was a powerful character coming with hostility. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly used the immortal cauldron. Heh. Your intuition is quite sharp. At the sacred cliff, a hazy sphere of light appeared. A tall figure appeared, and an ocean-like pressure instantly descended. The terrifying aura, powerful energy fluctuations, and dense killing intent indicated that this was a supreme expert. It was as if an ancient heavenly dragon was looking down on ants. This kind of arrogance and transcendent attitude was somewhat dazzling. He did not conceal his sharpness at all. Emperor Qi pervaded the air, making it extremely terrifying. This was a quasi-emperor. Yi Fan had never thought that after the great calamity, there would still be such a terrifying character here. He clearly showed hostility and killing intent towards him. You are the divine physique Yi Fan? He asked indifferently. Yes, and who are you? Yi Fan's eyes flickered as he asked in a deep voice. Divine Quartz Vice Sect Master, Yu Huatian. His expression was cold. The mist around him was hazy, and chaotic force surged. A powerful aura surged forward, intimidating everyone. If it was a normal great sage, he would have directly collapsed, turning into a bloody mist and crushed bones. This was the tremendous pressure that came from the quasi-emperor. It could definitely crush all ants. The green copper cauldron shone, releasing King Chong sounds, releasing powerful fluctuations. Immortal splendor scattered down, protecting Yi Fan, not moving at all. However, his mind was not calm, not expecting to meet the other party here and now. The Imperial Lord of the Divine Court had once issued an edict for him to have an audience with him, but he had refused. Moreover, he had destroyed the Tao foundation of that arrogant messenger, causing him to fall from the realm of the great sage. Naturally, there was enmity between them. Then, this bisect master drafted an edict, his words forceful, telling him to go to the divine court to receive his punishment, or else he would be slaughtered for millions and millions of li until he died. This was really unexpected. In this dark turmoil, experts from all sides were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring, fleeing for their lives. They never thought that they would meet Yu Huatian, the deputy cult master of the divine court, at the source of the dark turmoil, the Northern Dipper. To be more precise, he wanted to leave from this place. It was clear that the divine court's deputy cult master Yu Huatian was extremely daring. When the various rulers were panicking, he was extremely shrewd, quietly hurrying to the bloodland where chaos had taken place, staying right near the various supreme beings' lairs. This was indeed quite daring. One had to admit that the current Northern Dipper could still be considered safe. Many supreme beings didn't return. This place that seemed to be the most dangerous was actually the most peaceful Pure Land. Right now, he was going to leave. It was because he reckoned that many supreme beings would return soon, so he couldn't stay here for too long. He could only temporarily avoid disaster. This old thing really is more slippery than a fried dough stick. The Black Emperor cursed silently, inwardly cursing. Encountering a quasi-emperor in this place, moreover with such strong hostility, wasn't a good thing. If he ascended the sacred cliff and obtained what he needed, then that was that, he wouldn't have to fear him. However, things were a bit bad now. What did you come here for? Yu Huatian asked coldly, not hiding his killing intent at all. He was going to take action. Yi Fan's expression was calm. The darkness turmoil is coming, so I have to do my part. You? Ha 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 ha. Yu Huatian laughed loudly towards the sky. The chaotic energy around his body spread, and then his laughter suddenly stopped. He said with disdain, even an ant like you dares to boast shamelessly? What can you do? No matter how small an ant is, I can still do my part. I'm not strong enough, but I want to make my voice heard. Even if I die in battle, I want to prove that I fought before. Yi Fan coldly replied. What use is that? You are just an ant, so you can only die in vain, making others laugh at you, haha. Yu Huatian laughed loudly, his face full of mockery. At least I made my voice heard, used my angry roars, used my actions to resist. If everyone in the world was like you, like the overlord body, then there really wouldn't be the slightest bit of hope. Yi Fan said coldly. The smile on Yu Huatian's face became even stronger, but his voice became sinister. Even if you had 10,000 lives and slaughtered your way over, you still wouldn't be able to make a splash. Laughable to the extreme. I'm not strong. You are strong enough, and the Lord of the Celestial Court behind you is even stronger. He is about to achieve the path and has the ability to fight against the ancient supreme beings. If you can ask him to come out, you can at least make him bleed. Why? Why do we have to fight? Yu Huatian's expression became cold. I believe that the two of you aren't the only ones who are exceptionally strong. If you are all unyielding and go help the Void Emperor, lend him a hand, then maybe you can change the situation. The roars of billions of ants will make even the heaven and earth tremble. However, if everyone is silent, then it will be the sorrow of all living beings. At this point, Yi Fan was expressionless. Even though he already knew the result, he still said it. Ha ha ha. Yu Huatian couldn't help but laugh. Then, his expression turned cold. If you want to die, then go yourself. No, let me send you on your way so you don't have to bear the pain of losing your essence and blood soul. Rebelling against the Celestial Court, you have committed the great crime of killing without pardon. Today, I will deal with you according to the law. The Black Emperor's expression was ugly. He had seen people who could make his black heart beat in anger, but he had never made his heart boil like this. In this dark and chaotic world, it was understandable that he didn't do his best. Everyone had different ways of thinking, but he was still so despicable. When others wanted to do their part, it was one thing for him to mock and ridicule them, but he even wanted to kill them. This was truly unforgivable. Scram! The large black dog shouted angrily, directly laying out a few killing formations. Originally, he had wanted Yi Fan to take him on his way. Even though it wouldn't be of much use, it was still a token of his sincerity. Hong, the true quasi-emperor, was a person of another cultivation realm. Yu Huatian was who knew how many times stronger than the old magical snake, so how could he kill him just like that? He took a step forward, and the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. He blocked the formation and didn't fall down, not being trapped within. Normally, you give orders and stand above all, but when I really need you, you are even worse than dog shit. Yi Fan directly cursed. The Black Emperor ground his teeth, and didn't say anything. The expression of the deputy sect master of the Divine Court was cold, and he said, "It's useless to say anything. I only know that you are about to die, and I will take your head right now and sacrifice it to the Divine Court. This is the result of not respecting the divine decree. A person like you also wants to rule over the universe and rebuild the ancient heaven? What a fool's dream. Shameless and despicable, I look down on you." Yi Fan said disdainfully. Yu Huatian took a step forward, and was about to kill Yi Fan. Moreover, he stared at the green copper cauldron, and the flames of greed in the depths of his eyes were scorching like the sun, blazing and pressing. Big brother. Little Nan Nan grabbed onto the corner of Yi Fan's clothes, and peeked out her small head from behind him. She looked forward, and was incredibly worried. Then, she ran in front of him, stretched out a pair of small arms to protect him, and shouted angrily, "Don't hurt big brother. Nan Nan, don't worry, the despicable have no face, we have feet, he can't do anything to us." Yi Fan carried her and was about to enter the holy cliff with the Black Emperor. Just as Yu Huatian was about to make a move, he suddenly shivered. After staring at little Nan Nan, the more he looked, the more terrified he became. A layer of goosebumps actually grew all over his body, and after probing with his divine sense, he actually felt as if he had fallen into an endless black abyss. He couldn't help but cry out loudly, and retreat in shock. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor's figures flashed, and taking advantage of this opportunity, they directly entered the area of the holy cliff. According to the formation map held by the Black Emperor, they advanced step by step towards the old blood-stained land. This way. In reality, the Black Emperor's formation map didn't even need to be taken out. Once they entered, little Nan Nan's eyes sparkled brightly, and she extended her white little hand to point the way forward. Just like when they entered the undying mountain back then, she seemed to have awakened once again, and could see through all the Tao patterns. Outside the restricted area, Yu Huatian stared at their backs. His eyes were cold and confused, and a cold light flashed. He didn't leave, but waited outside. He believed that Yi Fan definitely wouldn't come here for no reason. He had long heard that there might be 9 secrets here, and that there might be immortal treasures. A cold expression appeared on his face as he quietly waited outside. That little girl terrified him. He saw some of the real scenes, but he believed that if he suddenly attacked, killing Yi Fan wouldn't be a problem. I'm just guessing. I can't be sure that it's here. I only heard the Great Emperor say something about it, but I didn't understand it at that time. The Black Emperor said. The Great Emperor he was talking about was naturally Wu Shi. Doggy, you must remember carefully. Big Brother knows that he will die, but he still wants to fight with his life. I don't want anything to happen to him. You have to think of a way. Little Nan Nan said seriously with tears in her eyes. Finally, they reached the main peak. On the way, they met a few ancient figures standing on the mountain, their bodies submerged in mist. They are all extremely powerful figures. Even though they comprehended the Tao, time doesn't spare anyone. In the end, they all passed away. In reality, they were already considered lucky. Even more people died on the way, and those who were lucky enough to reach this place were few in number. Along the way, they were careful and cautious. Finally, they reached the peak of the cliff and arrived at this place once again. Yi Fan opened the giant coffin. 2 corpses were lying inside. There was blood and evil inside, and the scene was extremely miserable. One of them was the master of the celestial court, an unparalleled and powerful figure. However, his death was extremely miserable. He was strangled to death by a large success holy body with green hair all over his body. Yi Fan came for the corpse of the large success holy body, and also for the things carved by the great Emperor Wu Shi. He wanted to search carefully. According to the Black Emperor, Wu Shi should have left something behind back then. This corpse was truly demonic and incomparably terrifying. In a trance, his eyes seemed to have opened, revealing a cold glint. However, this was not a real scene. It was just a type of evil energy. Now, after a long period of time had passed, this place was already very peaceful, and there was nothing else. Yi Fan suppressed him with the green copper cauldron. Even though it was damaged, it was still equivalent to an emperor weapon. It was an emperor's immortal weapon, so it naturally had no problem suppressing evil and releasing evil. Even though you are already the great sage and can't be mentioned in the same breath as before, you can't stay in this body for too long. Otherwise, you won't need the Jizun to make a move, and you will be in danger. At that time even the gods won't be able to save you. The Black Emperor warned seriously, his expression extremely serious. He had no way of approaching. Only Yi Fan could approach the powerful large success holy body, because Yi Fan had activated the secret realm of cultivating the holy body, so he could touch it. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to do anything at all. They definitely wouldn't be able to touch the corpse, let alone enter it. It's a pity that he lost too much blood and dyed the holy cliff red. He isn't at the peak of his body, or else even you wouldn't be able to approach him. The Black Emperor's mood was complicated. Yi Fan nodded. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything left behind by Wu Shi in this place. There was nothing there. I know, it might be there. The Black Emperor's eyes revealed a faint light, and said, even though doing that is disrespectful to the great Emperor Wu Shi, there is no other way. Then don't delay any further. Go immediately. Yi Fan urged. Brat, you have to understand that even if you have a heaven-piercing cultivation, you will undoubtedly die if you leave like this. Even if you use the things left behind by the great Emperor Wu Shi to fight, it will still be difficult to change your fate and outcome. You will lose your life. I have already decided that I will only do my part. I have fought, and I have no regrets. Yi Fan said resolutely and decisively. With the arrival of the dark turmoil, there was no pure land in the world. He wanted to use his own blood and soul to explain the unyielding spirit of this era. He had once existed, and he had once fought, When they were about to walk out of the holy cliff area, little Nan Nan stretched out her small hand and pointed forward, saying, "That bad guy is hiding outside." Yi Fan opened his origin heavenly eyes and saw a hazy light. Yu Huatian hadn't left yet and was actually waiting outside. It was clear that he wanted to hunt him down. One can't have no bottom line. I'm like a moth flying into a flame, rushing into the cosmos to fight. Even though my power is insignificant, I'm still doing my part. Meanwhile, you don't care about the darkness chaos and want to kill me here. What a divine court, Yu Huatian. Yi Fan was truly furious. Even though this person was a quasi-emperor, he was still spurned by him. Even though this person had emperor energy rising, he still loathed and looked down on him. What did you take out from the sacred cliff? Yu Huatian's eyes flickered. He didn't care about anything else and only cared about this. There was a type of desire in the depths of his eyes. Something that could make Yi Fan come here in this dark era was definitely world-shocking. I took out a supreme treasure that can fight against a supreme being. Do you want it? Yi Fan asked coldly. Are you trying to scare me? Why wouldn't I want it? I'm waiting here precisely to send you on your way. No matter what it is, just leave it behind. Yu Huatian said coldly. Even though that little girl was terrifying and had a terrifying background, he still wanted to take action to avoid her and quickly get rid of Yi Fan. Fine, I'll give it to you. Yi Fan roared angrily. His hair stood on end. Every strand pointing towards the sky. Golden blood energy rushed into the heavens along with waves of red multicolored light. There was a huge beam of light at the top of his head, shattering the dome of heaven. This was the power of his bloodline, the foundation of his unrivaled physical body. A corpse appeared, falling out from the cauldron. Its entire body was covered in green hair, and its appearance was extremely terrifying. It stood there majestically, its aura suppressing the world. This was the great completion saint physique of the past. He had once fought against Undying Mountain, cutting off a black ancient mountain and turning it into a sacred cliff. He fought a bloody battle for his entire life, his name resounding throughout the ages. Unfortunately, in the end, his body declined due to old age, and his blood energy was no longer abundant. He was killed by the Undying Taoist in his later years, dyeing the sacred cliff red. This was the hero of the past, only, his fate was tragic, becoming like this. Originally, his divine might should have been matchless, looking down on the world, but now, he could only be covered in green hair, horrifying the world. Yi Fan's primordial spirit did not enter the body, but his entire body. The blood of this body had already turned cold, the sea of bitterness had already dried up, the immortal platform no longer existed. However, as Yi Fan merged with it, his entire body shone, and then rumbled with noise. The sound of blood flowing was like thunder. An unmatched hero was reviving, as if he was going to wake up from his slumber. This corpse was glowing, just like the second-rate holy body that Yi Fan had when he entered the Green Flood Dragon King's treasure house. It made the dried-up samsara surge again, the sacred body was connected by blood. Yi Fan felt that he and this body were born as one, as if they had never been separated. Buzz, it directly pierced through the 9 great heavens, its power endless murderous calamity. This body shone with resplendent radiance, the surging sounds of blood sounding like the angry roar of a great sea, absolutely deafening. Yi Fan merged with this body. That azure lotus in his sea of reincarnation directly took root in the body of the sacred body, causing a vast ocean to churn, resplendent and resplendent. The vitality of this body seemed to have recovered. Only the immortal platform was dim, without any luster at all. That was because his soul had already died, dissipating into thin air. Everything happened in the time it takes for sparks to fly off a flint, giving no time for others to react. Yi Fan rushed out. He could sense how powerful this body was. Just the fleshly body alone was enough to destroy this entire star region. The green copper cauldron also followed him, hovering above his head, protecting his frontal bone. Brilliant immortal light cascaded downwards, protecting his immortal platform from attacks. Yu Huatian was very powerful, he was a quasi-emperor. Although the time he spent in this realm wasn't very long, he had long stabilized his cultivation base. He also prepared to rush over. In the end, he didn't expect that a thunderous boom would ring out. Yi Fan merged with a body, radiating resplendent light as he took the initiative to rush over. In just an instant, his opponent already arrived before him. He swiftly punched out. This was the true might of a quasi-emperor, causing the heavens and earth to crumble. If it wasn't for the St. Cliff behind him being protected by the Great Emperor formation, the shockwaves would definitely have destroyed everything. However, this tyrannical punch didn't have the effect it should have. It was completely ignored by that person who rushed over. That person lifted a gigantic green hand and directly grabbed over. Damn. Yu Huatian was shocked. He hurriedly dodged because that was a sacred body at the grand perfection. Although he had never personally seen it before, he could definitely guess that this was someone from the ancient era who could fight against immortal emperors. Competing against a sacred body at the grand perfection stage was simply courting death. Even if he became a quasi-emperor, he still wouldn't be able to do so. Xiao, he retreated like a bolt of lightning. However, Yi Fan's speed was just as astonishing. The dimension's secret art represented the pinnacle of this domain, and it almost touched upon the domain of time. And now, Yi Fan was even displaying it with a sacred body at the grand perfection stage. This kind of speed was simply too terrifying. Even time seemed to be flowing in reverse. Yi Fan was like a shadow, chasing after the quasi-emperor and slapping out with his palm. He had no way to compare his primordial spirit with his opponent because he hadn't reached that realm. Only his physical body was invincible at this moment. This was something that belonged to people like them. When their physiques were cultivated to the peak, they could destroy everything in close combat. Yu Huatian clearly sensed Yi Fan's weakness. His entire body erupted with light as divine chains of order shot out, rushing towards Yi Fan's skull, wanting to pierce through his immortal foundation. However, it was clearly impossible. The green copper cauldron hung there, emitting immortal light that blocked everything. However, little Nan Nan at the back didn't understand. Her intuition told her that the quasi-emperor was much stronger than Yi Fan's original body. Hence, she cried out in fear, "Don't hurt big brother." Her tender cries actually contained a mysterious power. A large portion of the light emitted by Yu Huatian's primordial spirit immediately dimmed. His primordial spirit was in intense pain as if it was about to explode. At this moment, he was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He was the quasi-emperor. Who could injure him like this? There was only one answer. When he thought of this result, his entire body convulsed. He turned around and left. However, his primordial spirit was unstable and in incomparable pain. He was actually injured by the cries just now. Behind him, the Black Emperor saw everything clearly because little Nan Nan was right in front of him. His sharp spiritual sense allowed him to capture a strand of multicolored light flying out from the space between little Nan Nan's brows. As she cried, it pierced into Yu Huatian's body. Pow! At this time, Yi Fan's large hand swung down like the heaven-overturning seal. It was incomparably huge and unstoppable as it firmly struck the quasi-emperor's back. Blood blossomed everywhere as bones were broken and tendons snapped. Without any suspense, Yi Fan's palm strike was too heavy. It struck through the quasi-emperor's back and came out from the front. Yu Huatian's chest was fractured and blood splattered everywhere. He looked extremely miserable. The power of this strike shocked the human world. He cried out loudly and felt that a great disaster was about to befall him. His primordial spirit woke up from its stupor and was about to rush up and leave his physical body. This was because being pressed down by a complete divine physique at such a close distance was no different from death. He had to stay far away. Unfortunately, what awaited him was the green copper cauldron that directly smashed down. Even though it was damaged, it was not weaker than an emperor weapon. Ah! Yu Huatian cried out loudly. His soul was about to scatter. He tried to shatter the small green figure on his own, wanting to scatter and escape. In the end, it was futile. Under the envelopment of the green light, his primordial spirit quickly melted like snow encountering fire. In the end, Yi Fan saved a piece for him and grabbed it in his hand. He really wanted to know where the Emperor Lord was, but in the end, he didn't find anything. Pfft, the multicolored light shook, and the final primordial spirit turned into ashes. Yi Fan withdrew his palm and threw the corpse onto the ground. The deputy sect master of the divine court, a quasi-emperor, was killed just like that. It was simply like a dream. If news of this got out, it would be very hard to believe. Blood was flowing, and the corpse was still warm. The bloody truth was laid out in front of him, but even Yifan himself was a bit stunned. You deserve to die. In the end, he only spat out these 3 words. If it wasn't for Nan Nan, he should be able to escape. The Black Emperor walked over and began to seriously analyze the power of the complete divine physique's body with Yifan. The strength of the physical body was one thing, but it didn't preserve the corresponding Supreme Being's law fragment. This was a shortcoming. If Yifan were to use this to fight, it would only be a tragic end. Moreover, this body has lost too much blood essence. It has dyed the sacred cliff red, and it is a bit weaker than it was back then. This was the truth. Otherwise, even Yifan with his divine physique wouldn't be able to approach this strange and powerful body. He would be blasted away by the Emperor-level aura. Let's go, Yifan said. He didn't have much of a choice, so he would do as much as he could. They arrived at the Purple Mountain. This place had long since collapsed, but unfortunately, it was still empty and they didn't discover anything. Then it can only be that place. If you are disrespectful to the great emperor, then so be it. Hurry over immediately. In any case, you have seen those 2 bodies with your own eyes, the Black Emperor said. Yifan, little Nan Nan, and the Black Emperor rushed straight to the old place of the Jade Pool. They went deep into the celestial pool and went straight down to the 9th heaven to see the Western Emperor again. In addition, there was also a majestic body covered in golden hair accompanying him. In that special area, it released an immortal Emperor-level aura. Last time, Yifan couldn't get close, but this time, he could get close after entering the body of the large success divine physique. He saw the heroes that were buried together. The Western Emperor was shrouded in primal chaos. It was hazy and still couldn't be seen clearly. The large success divine physique was covered in golden hair, so he couldn't see through it either. Their divine appearances were extraordinary, and they emitted an unrivaled dignity that made others revere them. These are the parents of the great emperor. We can't care too much now. Brat, you should temporarily merge with this body as well. The Black Emperor made up his mind and said this. In this world, he respected great Emperor Wuxia the most. He definitely wouldn't let outsiders blaspheme anything related to him. However, today, he had this kind of attitude, and this was the only time they met. He knew that even if Yifan merged with this perfect large success divine physique, his physical body would only become powerful to the extreme, able to fight against supreme beings in close combat. However, once imperial Dao laws were involved, there was still the fate of being killed, and there wasn't the slightest bit of suspense. I never had extravagant hopes of slaughtering supreme beings, and I never had those thoughts. As long as I have the chance to kill my way over and make a certain supreme being shed a drop of blood, I have to kill a supreme being. The Black Emperor shouted. Big brother, don't die. The little girl immediately began to cry. Don't cry. Big brother won't die. I still have to watch you grow up. Yifan rubbed her head and softly consoled her. He walked up and moved the large success divine physique, preparing to merge with it. Only someone with a similar divine physique could do this. If it was anyone else, it would be completely useless. In addition, it was only because of the sacred cliff's large success divine physique that they could endure this type of pressure, approach, and move this perfect large success divine physique. Big brother, there's something here. The little girl's eyes were filled with tears. She could actually get close as well, not fearing the pressure of the Western Emperor and large success divine physique as she walked over. Even the Black Emperor couldn't do it. He had no way of going over at all. He immediately shouted anxiously, "Bring it over and let me take a look." The little girl dragged out a stone chest with great difficulty. Yifan hurriedly walked up and carried it out. That's it, that's it. The thing is inside. The Black Emperor shouted loudly, trembling with excitement. Has it really come to this era? The path of immortality is suppressed, powerless to care about anything else. This is the only thing left. A male's voice, without any joy or worry, without any fluctuations, resounded through this place. Great Emperor! All of the black hairs on the Black Emperor's body stood on end. He was immediately shocked and jumped up high. The Black Emperor had seen this stone chest before. Great Emperor Wusher's voice traveled over, startling him so much that the black hair on his body stood on end. He jumped up high and cried out in shock. That man's voice had a strange charm that made one feel reverence. One couldn't help but listen attentively, wanting to find out everything about him. He has already found this place. This must be a great calamity. It was clear that the path to immortality was a broken point. It was extremely special. Time and space were in chaos and everything was cut off. Even Great Emperor Wusher couldn't see through the ages. All of this was just speculation. The voice became softer and softer. It was as if he had been erased in the river of time and gradually disappeared. Powerless to care about anything else, these were 4 very clear words. Even what Great Emperor Wusher had left behind might not be able to change the situation. The broken words made Yi Fan feel a chill run down his spine. How could this be? The Black Emperor went from excitement to desolation and then silence. The true Great Emperor had died. This wasn't the first time the Black Emperor had said this. There were people who had mentioned it in ancient times, and now it seemed like it wasn't without reason. How could the dead compete with the living supreme beings? In this world, the path to immortality wasn't the biggest change since the beginning of time. The biggest change was the darkness chaos. The scale was huge, the bloodiness was terrifying, and it surpassed all of history. It disrupted the human world and dyed the universe red. Let's leave this place first. Yi Fan carried the large success holy body and the stone chest as he took the lead. As for the West Emperor, even though he was an emperor corpse, he couldn't use him at all. The reason why Yi Fan was able to enter this flawless large success holy body was because he had this bloodline. Moreover, he had merged with a wounded holy body before, which was why he could resist this kind of pressure. Great Emperor Wusher couldn't split himself in the past and didn't have any extra power left to suppress this world. The things in the stone chest might not be useful either. This was most likely a cruel reality. Yi Fan and the others came to the surface and walked out of the jade pool. He silently merged with Great Emperor Wusher's father. Even though it was disrespectful, he couldn't care so much now. He needed this battle. The Great Emperor never speaks with certainty. He definitely has unparalleled divine might, the Black Emperor said, feeling a bit sad. Boom! At this moment, Yi Fan's fusion was complete, and he erupted with a myriad of strands of immortal radiance. It alarmed the entire dark universe, and it caused this expanse of the starry sky that had long since withered to become dazzling. He entered the flawless great perfection holy body. Now, the 3 of them were one, fusing into one. He felt a power that could sweep through all the ancient times. It was truly too powerful. It had to be said that the great perfection divine physique was extremely powerful. This was the perfect body. Compared to the body of the holy cliff, which had lost a lot of blood essence, it was a better representation of the unparalleled divine might it had when it was alive. This was all thanks to the green lotus in Yi Fan's body. Up till now, he was very puzzled as the primal chaos lotus didn't seem to exist in the other saint physiques. He had seen a few holy bodies, but he had never found one in their sea of suffering. Even if they were damaged or withered, he had never seen one. Only his body had one. This primal chaos green lotus was very mysterious. The moment it took root, it directly revived the 2 great sage holy bodies' withered seas of reincarnation. A might that could shake the ages surged out, causing even Yi Fan's heart to palpitate. A very long time ago, he had some conjectures, but he felt that they were very absurd. Now, he didn't have the time to ponder them any further. He needed to go into the universe and engage in a bloody battle. The large black dog fumbled around on the stone chest. Not long after, a light click rang out, and the chest was opened. In a mere instant, its emotions that weren't that high directly became excited. It forcefully suppressed its excitement and took a few steps back. Then, it raised its head and howled into the sky. Ow, how was this like a dog? It was clearly more like a wolf with a big tail. Its heavy howl shocked the heavens and the earth. The surrounding mountains also rumbled and swayed, and it was as if they were about to collapse. There was a sparkling and translucent bottle in the stone chest. The inside was filled with bright red light, and it was dazzling and dazzling. The radiance it emitted shook heaven and earth, and even the great Tao was wailing and trembling endlessly. This was a bottle of blood, and it possessed a strange demonic power. It hadn't even broken out, and it already directly suppressed the great Tao. It was boundlessly terrifying. Woo-woo, between heaven and earth, gods and demons wailed and howled. Gales swept about, and all kinds of strange phenomena appeared. The stars in the universe were all trembling, as if they were about to explode. This was the blood essence of great Emperor Wuxi, and it had been refined by him before being sealed in the future. It could be said to be a supreme precious blood, and it contained the fragments of his great Tao. It was so shocking that one couldn't even speak. Great Emperor, back then, your body was already old and weak, and you didn't have the strength to care about anything else, yet you still refined so much blood essence. The Black Emperor trembled. Apart from this, there were also some words written especially for the Black Emperor. The Great Emperor knew that I would come. So it turns out that he didn't say it casually back then. He clearly wanted me to remember it. Tears rolled down from the Black Emperor's eyes. He didn't say much. He only said that if he found an innate saint physique and used these things, he could temporarily allow Great Emperor Wuxi to reappear in the world. It was a pity that such a physique hadn't appeared in this world yet. This is the greatest regret in life. Brat, do you think I should have forced you back then? I actually really needed the innate saint physique. The Black Emperor let out a heart-wrenching scream, and almost pounced over. Perhaps that was the last chance he would have to meet Great Emperor Wuxi. It was impossible for the innate saint physique to be found at the last moment, but there was a saint physique. According to his speculations, he couldn't make Great Emperor Wuxi reappear, but he should be able to use these things. In the past, the Black Emperor was almost paranoid and crazy. He wanted to force the birth of the innate saint physique, but even he himself didn't know that it would be of such great use in the end. As expected, the casual words that Great Emperor Wuxi said back then were all useful. It's a pity that I didn't put my heart into it. The Black Emperor was extremely regretful. Right now, there was no time to waste. Yi Fan held the bottle in his hand, and when the bottle stopper was opened, the seal would automatically disintegrate. This bottle of blood contained the laws of Emperor Tao, and it was what Yi Fan needed the most right now. Even so, it wasn't enough. After all, this was all pieced together. However, he believed that this bottle of blood would definitely be able to severely wound a supreme being. It's not over yet. There's another formation here, and it seems to be able to summon something, the Black Emperor said. This was a miniature formation. It was really very small, and only one person could stand on it. However, it was complicated and profound, as if it had been condensed from the entire universe. There were countless stars and stars engraved on it, and it was impossible to see through it. The Black Emperor felt a headache coming on. He couldn't see through it, and he couldn't decipher it either. However, his attainments in this field were profound, and he was able to decipher a line of words from the formation. It seemed like he was going to summon something. This? What is it going to summon? The large black dog couldn't figure it out. It was far too mysterious. He had definitely never heard of this formation before, and Great Emperor Wuxi had never revealed it to him. It should be a powerful force that can most likely severely wound a supreme being. This was the opinion that Yi Fan and the Black Emperor shared. Moreover, they felt that for the sake of safety, it was best to only use it on the battlefield. Yi Fan soared into the sky. Now, his physical body was so powerful that it could be said to be unparalleled. With a light tremble, he could shatter a galaxy. He didn't immediately enter the universe. Instead, he rushed toward the fire domain in his memory. The entire planet had been shattered, and many mountains and rivers no longer existed. He didn't know if he could still find it. When he arrived here, his body trembled. This was because a figure had already arrived here before him. He was standing in the 10th level of the fire domain, and was currently communicating with the ultimate celestial fire. Is there someone who has the same goal as us? Yi Fan wanted to come here and give it a try. He really wanted to take that ball of fire with him. Even the ancient desolate tower could be tempered with it, so it could easily kill a supreme being. Even though the chances were slim, he was unwilling to not give it a try. It's Senior Guy Joyo. In an instant, Yi Fan knew who it was. This person who had once shocked the world and almost achieved the Tao despite the suppression of the Azure Emperor's great Tao was even older now. Gai Jiuyo was currently playing the Tribulation Transcendence Immortal song. A flame made of celestial talismans danced in front of him, moving continuously. It looked incredibly mysterious. You guys go. I'll do my best. I'll guide the celestial fire. Gai Jiuyo's spiritual sense transmitted over. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Gai Jiuyo really had become even older. He didn't have much time left. If not for the Azure Emperor, he would definitely have achieved the Tao back then. This was because under that kind of suppression, he had almost taken that step. The once unparalleled genius had now become like this. He was unbearably old, making one's heart ache. It seemed like he wanted to guide the celestial fire into his body and fight in the universe. Senior, take care. This was all Yi Fan could say. He wanted to stop him, but he stopped himself. That might be old man Gai Jiuyo's last glorious battle. He brought along little Nan Nan and the Black Emperor, directly turning into a streak of light, shattering the vacuum. Then, he went to search for the desolate ancient forbidden land. He didn't give up on the desolate lord and wanted to invite her out for a battle. This place was naturally preserved and couldn't be destroyed. As soon as they approached, they saw a tall figure currently pulling an enormous celestial cocoon out from the broken abyss. It was actually the old madman. After not seeing him for so many years, his blood energy was still vigorous and even more powerful. You guys go first. I'll take care of this place. The old madman said. Now, the desolate lord was asleep. This place had lost the power to seize time. However, it was still very strenuous for him. It was because he was pulling out two ancient tablets. It seemed like he was going to use some kind of forbidden power they contained. One was the Immortal Ascension tablet, the other was the Six Tao Reincarnations tablet. Alright, I'm going to fight. Black Emperor, take good care of little Nan Nan. Yi Fan said. He knew that little Nan Nan was very mysterious and had great potential. However, in the face of a true ancient supreme being, it was definitely useless. She didn't have any battle awareness at all. The little girl immediately hugged his calf, tears rolling down her cheeks. She wasn't willing to let go no matter what, wanting to go with him. I don't want Big Brother to throw his life away. Nan Nan is very strong, I want to go with Big Brother. She covered her small mouth and cried loudly. It was because she knew that once Yi Fan left like this, he would never return. Darling, be obedient. Big Brother won't die, I still have to watch you grow up. Yi Fan sighed lightly. He gave them one last look, and then his body released a streak of divine light. He pried her little hands away and resolutely rushed towards outer space. No, I don't want Big Brother to throw his life away. Little Nan Nan cried loudly, trying her best to reach out a small hand towards the starry sky, wanting to grab onto something. The Black Emperor sighed. He stood outside the desolate ancient forbidden land and looked at the ice-cold starry sky. He forcefully waved his large claws and said, blood will not flow in vain. There will always be people in the future who will eliminate those supreme beings. It is just a pity that in this era, so many heroes were buried in foreign lands. The little girl's cries faded into the distance, disappearing. Yi Fan almost immediately arrived in outer space. As he stood here, he could sense the shouts of despair from the depths of the cosmos. A bloody battle was currently being carried out, he couldn't endure it any longer. Auspicious multicolored light surged above his head, the copper cauldron reviving to its peak. His body shone, blood already boiling. He held the precious bottle in his hand, containing wushers. Blood. He completed his preparations for battle, about to hurry over. Suddenly, a wave of Emperor energy pervaded the air. Blazing light flickered, blocking his path. A figure appeared in outer space, the aura of an ancient great emperor spreading. Golden immortal light scattered through the cosmos, terrifying and powerful. Saint Body. Yi Fan? That figure transmitted a divine will, calling out his name. It's me, you are. Dao Yi. An extremely dazzling golden immortal armor stood before him. It was forged from Dao Tribulation gold, dazzling and releasing the aura of a great emperor. It was currently in a state of recovery. This was a supreme being battle armor that came from the eternal star domain, belonging to Dao Yan the Great. Now, it was worn by Imperial Prince Dao Yi. Yi Fan's evaluation of Dao Yi was extremely high. Back then, he defeated the ancient race with his own strength, truly shocking. Meanwhile, his greatest accomplishment was what he did on the other side of the divine. He set up a trap alone, completely overturning that place, successfully seizing back the ancient tree of life, leaving everyone in awe. It really is you. Who would have thought that your saint body bloodline would be so extraordinary, actually merging together? Dao Yi spoke. Do you need something? They couldn't be considered mortal enemies, but they were definitely not close friends. They had previously clashed, involving the confrontation of emperor weapons. You have a saint body. After entering the Great Completion Saint body, your bloodline will be connected, allowing you to display the greatest power. Are you going to fight in the cosmos? Dao Yi asked. Correct. After merging with the Great Completion Saint body, as well as that bottle of emperor blood that makes one tremble, it might be able to make a supreme being produce emperor blood. However, if you go like this, you most likely won't return. Dao Yi said. If this is what you came to say, then there's no need to say any more. Yi Fan was about to go. Clearly, Dao Yi was very smart. He also avoided disaster by coming to the Big Dipper star region. This place was the safest, and he was preparing to leave. Now that he discovered Yi Fan, the big black dog and little girl, with his intelligence, he could naturally figure out many things. Clang, Dao Yi's body shone with dazzling light. Waves of metallic sounds rang out. That golden immortal robe shone with dazzling light and left his body. Piece after piece of golden armor shone with immortal radiance that tore through the cosmos, making it impossible for one to look directly at it. Clanging sounds rang out, as if 100,000 immortal swords were trembling. The Tao Tribulation's golden immortal armor floated in the universe. It was broken down here and was no longer on Dao Yi's body. To put it bluntly, I, Dao Yi, am also a great figure in this world. In our generation, I fear no one. You can go fight me like a moth flying into a flame, so how could I be inferior to anyone? It's just that I won't be able to solve any problems by myself. Wear this immortal armor and fight. Dao Yi was straightforward and his words were forceful. He revealed his true body. His body was tall and slender, and his heroic appearance was matchless. His hair was scattered behind him, and he had an otherworldly aura. Yi Fan was startled. His impression of Dao Yi was that he was extremely scheming and terrifyingly powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to accomplish two great things in the past. Now, he had a completely new understanding of him. Who would have thought that at this crucial moment, he would actually directly remove the immortal clothes, sending him out to battle? Your flesh is extremely strong, but your primordial spirit really isn't enough. In front of an ancient supreme being, it's as weak as porcelain, a single flick of a finger and it'll turn into powder. Dao Yi said without any trace of politeness. Thank you. This result surprised Yi Fan, but he did not decline, because he really needed it. With a sonorous sound, pieces of golden immortal armor flew over one after another, shining with resplendent light. They had long been truly revived and didn't exert any pressure on Yi Fan at all. Instead, they landed in an extremely suitable manner, entering his immortal foundation and enveloping that golden little man. Amidst the clanging sounds, Yi Fan's primordial spirit was armed. The golden clothes of the Tao Tribulation covered his body, and the tiny golden person wore them. Immortal light shone, illuminating the sky. As the immortal clothes of Dao Yan completely merged together, Yi Fan's immortal foundation seemed to have countless suns burning. The light shot out from the top of his head, shaking the universe. Dao Yi spoke, I hope you can survive. But if we really meet again, we will still be enemies. We will fight for supremacy on the Emperor's path and determine who's stronger. Right. Yi Fan nodded. After that, he tore apart the cosmos and directly left. This was an opponent worthy of respect. He didn't want to say anything more. If he could return alive and fight against such a person, it would also be a kind of honor. Now that Yi Fan had fused with two major completion saint physiques, he could directly shatter the starry sky. With a single leap, he could traverse a star region. He was like the light of time, flying. On the way, he sensed several powerful auras and heard their roars of anger. Even if I die, I have to fight. In this life, I cannot allow the Void Emperor to die while bathed in blood. I'm already old, I might as well throw these old bones into the fray. But even if I die, I won't provide them with a single strand of life essence. On the way, Yi Fan heard the roars of a few old quasi-emperors. They didn't belong to the human race and came from different star regions. Now, they were going to participate in the war. This path wasn't lonely. There were people like him, knowing that they would die, they were like moths flying into a flame. They went to help the Void Emperor and the Eternal Universe Emperor, willing to use their lives to do their part. They were close, they finally arrived at this battlefield, stars were hacked apart, great stars falling, suns exploding. This place was in ruins, crushed rocks everywhere. There were shattered stellar rivers everywhere. Blood splashed out, flickering with shocking radiance. This was Emperor blood, Emperor blood. When a drop splashed out, stars would be blasted through. Kill! Ancient supreme beings roared, shattering stellar rivers. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Murderous energy covered endless time. The great battle here reached its climax, it was too bitter. In the ice-cold cosmos, endless stars exploded, turning into fragments, becoming completely dim. Blood splashed out, the scene too horrible to endure. There was a Samsara Lord's arm floating, and there was also a Void Emperor's breastbone that was broken, dyed in blood. This battle had been slaughtered until now. Clouds of blood pervaded the air, cruel and bloody. Several Emperor weapons were broken, everyone suffering injuries. The Void and Eternal Universe Emperor were on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, the Supreme Beings were also bleeding. Many Emperor weapons revived, releasing boundless offensive power. The 5 great unrivaled demon kings couldn't be that confident anymore. Among them, there were some whose weapons were already damaged, some even exploding. An unwilling and unyielding roar sounded. Pooh! Bloody radiance splashed out. Stone Emperor brandished the black great halberd in his hand, shattering heaven and earth, hacking a figure vertically, directly blasting him into a bloody paste, turning into a bloody mist. Body and spirit were erased, not even bone fragments left behind. You are just a quasi-emperor. Forget about your blood energy drying up, even if you were at your peak, so what? You still dare participate in the Supreme Being battle? You are just courting death. His merciless words reverberated in the air. The halberd in his hand fell, and blood splattered everywhere. He had killed another old quasi-emperor. It was a pity that a hero of his generation had died a violent death, and not even his bones remained. You bunch of bastards, unworthy of being supreme beings. In the past, you all achieved the Tao, the heaven's eyes were truly blind. A bloody elder roared angrily. This was another old quasi-emperor whose race was unknown. He wanted to, but he was powerless. Even though he obtained the assistance of the Emperor weapons here, he still couldn't injure a supreme being, while he himself was about to die. His words seemed to have stirred up the Supreme Being's old memories. When they achieved the Tao, when they protected all living things, when they ruled over the cosmos, they were also previously revered and revered by all life. Endless years passed, everything changed. Their bodies, their hearts, they were all different from before. Noisy, even an insignificant ant vainly wishes to look up to the world of the giant dragons, overestimating your own capabilities. Heaven abandoning Supreme released a ruthless snort. He raised his hand and clawed forward. That space directly collapsed. The old quasi-emperor who couldn't stand still a long time ago couldn't hold on any longer, disappearing from his original location, sucked over by the imperial Tao laws. Pooh! Heaven abandoning Supreme crushed his skull with a single grab. It was like a watermelon exploding, bright red splashing out, a ghastly sight. This type of method was too cruel, yet his brows didn't even furrow, as if he really just crushed an ant to death, cold-blooded and ruthless, making one's body tremble with fear. Just like the old quasi-emperor who died not too long ago, this person's life was directly burned into ashes, transforming into Tao and turning into a rain of light, not leaving behind any essence for the Supreme to seize. Obviously, when they came to battle with the determination to die, they had already foreseen this possibility and were prepared to die in battle. This made Heaven abandoning Supreme frown. To him, this was too much of a waste. Sukong, you're dead meat. So what if a few puny insects came? Can they really fight alongside you? Today, I'm destined to taste your blood and look forward to the sweetness. Supreme Reincarnation laughed cruelly. His entire body was covered in blood, but he revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. He had once lost an arm, so he used a large amount of essence blood and life power to reconstruct his emperor body. At the same time, the Stone Emperor also attacked. The black halberd in his hand was shocking, tearing the universe apart, and a terrifying bloody groove was opened up on Sukong's body. White bones were exposed, and blood splattered everywhere. Supreme Reincarnation also attacked, speaking as he fought. A bloody hole was opened up on Sukong's body, and he placed his blood-stained finger in his mouth to taste it. He said in a chilling voice, "It's very sweet. I want to drink to my heart's content." Boom, Sukong didn't say a word and responded with the most powerful combat strength. The celestial mirror resonated, shining with an immortal radiance and sending the Stone Emperor's black halberd flying. At the same time, Supreme Reincarnation's blood splattered everywhere, and his shoulder was almost pierced through. On the other side, Hengyu also encountered a similar situation. This wasn't a fair battle. 5 ancient supremes attacked, bloody and brutal, wanting to hunt them down. It's finally going to end. I'm waiting for those ants to come to their deaths. It's so funny that I can fight alongside you. Supreme Reincarnation said cruelly. His finger was stained with Sukong's blood as he pressed forward. Suddenly, the space beside him exploded. A pair of indestructible fists smashed out. This was the body of a great emperor. It shattered the heavens, causing the distant galaxies to collapse, and the universe to explode. Die, animal. Yi Fan arrived. With the power of the 2 emperor weapons, he successfully opened up a passageway silently and suddenly attacked. One of his fists directly blasted towards the Samsara sovereign's head while the other pierced towards his chest. His hair stood on end as he was filled with hatred. He wanted nothing more than to kill this paragon right now. Bzz. The Samsara sovereign's immortal foundation suffered an attack. His head automatically shone as a divine halo manifested, blocking Yi Fan's right fist. However, under the pressure of the 2 emperor weapons, as well as the emperor's fist, his head still cracked apart. Although his immortal foundation wasn't injured, his skull was fractured as blood splattered everywhere. Pooh. At the same time, Yi Fan's other fist blasted a bloody hole into the Samsara sovereign's body, causing blood to gush out wildly. Courting death. The Samsara sovereign roared in rage. He was too careless, he forgot that the azure golden battle robe that accompanied him throughout his life had already been destroyed by the Void Emperor not long ago. When he was attacked, he still wanted to rely on the immortal battle robe to kill his opponent. In the end, he didn't even have the armor, causing his blood to splatter everywhere. Bastard, you are the one who should die. Yi Fan also roared in rage. He almost tore the Samsara sovereign apart, achieving his original goal. Even if he died, it would be worth it. And since he had started such a good situation, he naturally wanted to expand his battle prowess. He fought with his life on the line. Even if he died here, never to return, he wanted to fight to the end. Bang! The master of Samsara's palm slammed towards Yi Fan's head, colliding with the fist of the great perfection Saint Physique. Blazing light erupted, as if the end of the world had arrived. Countless stars ignited at the same time and then exploded. They were together with the light, and their speed reached the limit of this world. When they collided, the river of time stagnated and even flowed backwards. In a battle of primordial spirits, Yi Fan was far too inferior. He lacked the corresponding imperial laws, and if he really dared to do that, he would be instantly killed, but now, he had opened up a very good situation. He had closed in, and his physical body was his greatest advantage. Naturally, he would not give up, and he fought with all his might. An afterimage was left behind as Yi Fan's leg spun and swept towards the master of Samsara. It was as if the Milky Way had swept over, and the shockwaves were boundless and boundless, causing the star domain in front of him to collapse. However, the master of Samsara disappeared in an instant. Then, Yi Fan felt a pain in his shoulder, and a few bloody marks appeared there. A few tendons had been directly scratched out, and blood was dripping down. Boom, the master of Samsara was too powerful. With a turn of his body, the star domain was torn apart, and the shockwaves spread to another sea of stars, causing many great stars to explode. As a supreme being with the emperor physique, his combat talent was too powerful. Even if Yi Fan entered the body of the great perfection saint physique, which was renowned in the universe for close combat, he would not be able to gain the upper hand. Pfft! Blood dripped from Yi Fan's sternum, and a few of his bones were almost broken. Clearly, the master of Samsara was aiming for his heart. Brat, you actually obtained such a body. But do you think that you can fight a supreme being like this? You are still far from it, the master of Samsara said coldly. Yi Fan did not speak. This was a fact. What was an emperor and emperor? When he was young, he was not weaker than him, and then he experienced endless bloody battles and fought his way up to the great emperor level. Yi Fan was very strong, and now he also had a body that could challenge the great emperor. But overall, the gap was still very big. The fact that Samsara's supremacy was able to attain the Tao was enough to prove that he was an extraordinary figure when he was young. The bloody battles that he had experienced in his life far surpassed that of Yi Fan, let alone the experiences of the quasi-emperor and the great emperor. Yi Fan's heaven-warping talent was matchless, yet at this moment, he still suffered greatly. His entire body was dripping with blood. This wasn't the same level humanoid lightning from the lightning tribulation, but rather a true emperor Tao figure he encountered after forcefully increasing his strength. However, amidst the splattering of divine blood, Yi Fan quickly stabilized his disadvantageous position. Disregarding the consequences, he sacrificed himself and charged forward. Pooh! Yi Fan slashed out with his palm, causing a river of stars to explode, leaving his left rib for his opponent while he directly attacked the immortal foundation of his opponent. He disregarded the price, going all out. Without any accidents, Yi Fan's powerful abdomen was slashed apart as fresh blood gushed out. However, his attack also slammed into Yi Fan's immortal foundation, brushing past Yi Fan's face as blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The Samsara supremacy coldly snorted. His cheekbones were exposed, dripping with blood. This caused his expression to be somewhat malevolent, appearing extremely terrifying. I can trample millions of bugs like you to death with a single stomp. You're just an ant. Do you think you can defy the heavens just because you borrowed a body? The master of Samsara said coldly. He did not take Yi Fan seriously at all. Bastard, don't think too highly of yourself. It was very rare for Yi Fan to curse. But when facing these ancient paragons, a ball of fire seemed to be burning in his chest. Boom, Yi Fan unleashed all of his techniques, executing the Heaven Empyrean Fist. This was his strongest physical attack, capable of shattering the cosmos as constellations shattered one after another. Even at the end of the star region, under the might of this fist intent, the constellations in the sky seemed to have deviated from their original trajectories, trembling in response to his fluctuations. You have some tricks up your sleeves. You might be a special ant, but the number of geniuses I've killed is more than the number of people you've met. As long as you don't become an emperor, you're nothing without a genius that has matured. There have been too many demon-level geniuses since ancient times, but 99% of them have died. The Samsara supremacy coldly laughed. He directly used his physical body to fight against Yi Fan. This was a stance that transcended all living things, looking down on the primordial universe. Boom, however, he underestimated Yi Fan's determination and combat prowess, as well as his indomitable will to fight without regard for his own life. He wanted to heavily injure his opponent even at the cost of his own blood. He would rather be half crippled than to tear off a piece of flesh from his opponent's body, disregarding his own life. The Heaven Empyrean Fist erupted, appearing consecutively in mysterious trajectories. He borrowed the power of his grand completion saint physique to attack the paragons, displaying this forbidden fist art to the extreme. The divine might was unrivaled, the cosmos collapsed, the sea of stars dimmed, and everything was shattered. As long as it blocked the path, it would all be destroyed. It was as if the true Heaven Empyrean had been revived. PFFT, this time, the fist of the grand completion saint physique crashed into the palm of the master of Samsara. The combat prowess of the paragons was too powerful, and it was terrifying to the extreme. However, this time, Yi Fan didn't compete with him in techniques. He used brute force, and the blood in his body boiled and burned fiercely. Boom, his clenched fist was almost translucent, and the flames burned the cosmos and destroyed the star field. Yi Fan's fist almost exploded, but the palm of the master of samsara was also shattered. With an earth-shattering explosion, the two of them separated, and their right hands were destroyed. Pretending to be a heaven Empyrean? You're not. You're far from it. Yi Fan sneered. The master of samsara's expression was gloomy. He and Yi Fan raised their hands at the same time and pointed at each other. Then, their blood energy rose and healed their palms. Yi Fan was happy to use his physical body to fight. His original goal had been achieved, and he didn't feel wronged even if he died. He had sacrificed his most precious life energy to kill an ancient supreme being. The master of samsara didn't say anything, but to him, it was a great humiliation. His palm had been destroyed by an ant in his eyes, and he was even mocking him. It was an absolute humiliation. Be careful. Don't fail miserably. Light and darkness supreme being reminded. Killing geniuses and covering the sky with one hand, there are no miracles in front of me, the master of samsara said. His face was gloomy as he pressed forward. He liked to fight tit for tat, and they both fought in close combat. This was the pride of a supreme being, and he looked down on all living things. Yi Fan was naturally happy to play along. He hoped that he could use this body to fight for a while longer and earn more supreme blood essence. Of course, this was a matter of time. If something happened to Yi Fan during this process, then it would be difficult to use the things left behind by Great Emperor Wushi. Blood splattered. At the beginning, Yi Fan could only hit his opponent once after dozens of attacks, while Supreme Samsara made him bleed from time to time. But as time went on, Yi Fan's battle prowess increased rapidly. With a dozen or so strikes, he could make his opponent bleed. Compared to the results of Yi Fan's battles against others in the past, it was without a doubt still quite sullen. However, when one thought about how this was a supreme being who had previously walked over from this cultivation realm, his combat skills long. Reaching the peak, reaching perfection, being able to obtain this type of battle result was already extremely heaven-defying. There was no reason for this. It was just that the other party was a supreme who had long achieved the Tao. Even if a normal person had 10 emperor bodies and fused them into one, they would still be defeated by a true supreme. They would only be sending themselves to death. It could only be said that Yi Fan's battle awareness was heaven-defying. He improved rapidly in this kind of desperate situation and discovered a whole new world in the battle against a supreme. This was no longer a battle of secret techniques and battle techniques, but rather experience, life, willpower, courage, decisiveness, and many other aspects. This sublimated the battle to the extreme, surpassing the arts and Tao. Without a doubt, if this was a normal day, this would be a heaven-defying opportunity that could only be seen once in 10,000 years. All the cultivators in the world would go crazy, hoping to obtain such an opportunity. However, in this kind of apocalyptic blood calamity, Yi Fan could die at any time, so there was nothing to be happy about. He would rather never have today's experience, that the apocalypse would never come. In a frenzy of battle, Yi Fan saw a whole new world. His world was suddenly magnified many times. This wasn't a humanoid lightning of the same realm, but a true imperial supreme. His battle techniques were improving rapidly, like an immortal sword being sharpened. Yi Fan's entire body was covered in blood, but when facing this one and only battle where there was such a great disparity in cultivation realms, the benefits he obtained were great. He was almost at the level of a deity. He felt that if he could survive, his close combat Tao would slowly become unrivaled under the heavens. Yi Fan's breastbone was broken, and a few of them had been crushed by Samsara Supreme. He held them in his hand, letting out gabbing sounds. They were dripping with blood, looking sinister and terrifying. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also tore off a piece of Samsara Supreme's flesh, trampling it into bloody paste. He spat out a mouthful of saliva, his eyes releasing cold lightning as he slaughtered over again. This was a bitter and bloody battle. Yi Fan found his own battle domain, as well as his powerful innate awareness, becoming more and more valiant. Hong! The two collided. With a light pu sound, Yi Fan's heart was grabbed out by the Samsara Lord and crushed. It was a tragic sight to behold. Moreover, his spine was almost cut in half by the palm blade. The upper half of his body was almost separated from the lower half, and his blood splattered across the cosmos. And Yi Fan paid such a price, but he also obtained another great harvest. He was willing to pay such a heavy price in exchange for breaking one of the Samsara Lord's forearms. He persevered, and no matter how much pain he suffered, he forcibly broke his left forearm. Blood sprayed all over his body, making him look bloody. The Samsara Lord finally let out a loud roar. This was really not worth it. He felt that he had been seriously injured by an ant, and he felt that this was a humiliation. There was a huge explosion between the two, and they both flew back. Yi Fan used the secret character to heal his injured body. Don't waste time with a bug, the Stone Emperor reminded the Samsara Lord. He frowned, somewhat unable to continue watching. The Samsara Lord clearly had great power, but he insisted on fighting with his body, which made the Stone Emperor very dissatisfied. Bzz, the Samsara Lord stepped forward, his forehead glowing with light. Countless chains of order flew out from his body, resembling immortal gold chains that pierced through the surroundings, sweeping towards Yi Fan. This was especially so for the strongest Emperor Dao Laws. They directly rushed towards Yi Fan's immortal foundation, wanting to destroy his origin soul, destroying it from the source. "Ant, I'll just trample you to death. I don't have time to care about you." The Samsara Lord said this, and did as he said. A huge foot stomped down, bringing with it boundless laws, wanting to trample Yi Fan's body. Boom! At this moment, not only did the green copper cauldron shine, even the golden immortal robe within Yi Fan's immortal foundation shone resplendently. Emperor ripples spread out, protecting his head and blocking the attack. He knew that with two Emperor-level weapons, no matter what, he wouldn't be broken through in a short period of time. At the same time, a precious bottle appeared in his hand, the blood within dazzling to the extreme. After the stopper was pulled out, it directly shook this part of the universe, even the ancient skies about to be ground to pieces. It was too terrifying. The blood contained endless great Dao fragments, as if it could destroy the world, directly severing the myriad Daos in the starry sky, about to turn everything into powder. However, the Stone Emperor, the Lord of the Divine Ruins, and the Light and Darkness Sovereign's divine light erupted, not the slightest bit worried. Their eyes instead revealed hope and blazing light, looking over together. Blood that contains the Emperor's rule. Are you going to use it against us? Ha ha ha. The master of Samsara guffawed before he stopped abruptly and said in a creepy voice, "This is the blood that flows in our bodies. It's just due to us that can nourish our life power." However, as soon as he finished speaking, dozens of drops of this blood flew out, scattering on the formation platform beneath Yi Fan's feet. The void was directly opened, and a door appeared. The Stone Emperor was shaken, the great halberd swinging over, but it was useless. There was a type of supreme law that froze this place. Just as the Black Emperor speculated, it couldn't be broken through. Yi Fan could just stand on this formation platform, brilliant light erupted, surging violently. The great battle was about to become even more intense. This formation platform was extremely small, only a single person could stand on it. Above it were the stars of the heavens, as if it was a condensed cosmos. There were Tao patterns engraved all over it, profound and immeasurable. The radiance was brilliant, forming a gate that seemed to be connected to the immortal domain. It was so blinding that one couldn't open their eyes, as if something was about to step out. One could vaguely hear the clear sound of footsteps. Each step made the heavens tremble, as if it was trampling on one's heart. Who was that? The footsteps were separated by a gate, yet it actually shook this cosmos. This should be the power of an emperor. This blood belongs to Wuxia. Stone Emperor suddenly said, revealing the origins of the blood. When these words were spoken, the battlefield became a bit quiet. The great supreme beings were all a bit shocked, staring at the precious vase in Yi Fan's hands. It was sparkling and translucent, and there was brilliant blood flowing within, suppressing all Tao in the heavens. Correct, it's his blood. Who would have thought that it was actually Wuxia's essence blood? The great supreme being's eyes flickered, their expressions not quite right, as if they were full of surprise and shock towards this result. What did Wuxia want to do by leaving this behind? The entire world knew that great Emperor Wuxia was extremely domineering in the past, tearing through everything he faced, never compromising, always sweeping everything to the end. No matter what this person left behind, it definitely wouldn't make others feel at ease. It would definitely be extremely unyielding and domineering, definitely intimidating. However, they were all former emperors and emperors, all of them achieving the Tao, all of them ruling over the great wastelands, receiving the worship of all life, all of them feeling supreme. After a short period of silence, Reincarnation Supreme Being was the first to stand out, the first to speak again, saying, "It's just Wu Shi. I heard he was quite strong, but unfortunately, we never fought." "Humph, it's just some blood left behind, so what if the real person is here?" "Heh, even the living aren't our opponents, so what use is a dead great emperor? Even if he himself comes out, we'll kill him all the same." Light and Darkness Supreme Being also said coldly. The few of them stared at the vase in Yifan's hand. Now that they knew that it was Wu Shi's blood, they were even more excited. The essence blood refined by a peak stage great sovereign was sealed in this world, it was a supreme tonic to them. Wu Shi's blood. "I'm looking forward to it," the heaven-abandoning supremacy said, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Boom, right at this time, the footsteps from the Gate of Light seemed to have become even heavier, trampling over, as if it descended into this world, leaving several supreme beings shaken. What happened? The battle continued. Stone Emperor, Lord of the Divine Ruins, and the others were fighting against the Void and Hengyu. They could feel that there really was a life form coming over from behind the gate. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and a huge figure appeared at the light gate. It was indomitable, and it seemed like it was about to step out. The aura of a supreme being rushed out, as if it was a living great emperor. "Shatter the light door," Lord of the Divine Ruins said. Even though he was an ancient supreme being, unrivaled and powerful, he still didn't want any accidents to happen in the battle. If an indescribable great emperor appeared again, that would truly be bad. This time, it was no longer a single person taking action. Light and Darkness Supreme Being, Lord of the Divine Ruins, and Reincarnation Supreme Being all shook, releasing imperial Tao laws, rushing forward. However, an expanse of bloody light flew out. The precious vase in Yifan's hands once again dropped several dozen drops of blood, making the entire formation stage seem as if it was burning, pushing the light door to its greatest extent. 3 types of imperial Tao laws rushed over, but they didn't shatter the giant gate. Moreover, a figure truly appeared, about to descend. "This is Wu Shi's true body?" Stone Emperor was the first to cry out in alarm. This was a bit inconceivable. The 7 great life-restricted areas had all sensed it back then. 80,000 years ago, Great Emperor Wu Shi seemed to have passed away in meditation in Purple Mountain, and that terrifying fluctuation had woken up all the supreme beings. How could his true body appear again after ascending? At this moment, they had a bad premonition. Could it be that Wu Shi didn't pass away in meditation back then? If that wasn't the case, then there was only one possibility left. Wu Shi? Wu Shi. So what if you are still alive? If you truly come out, we will still kill you. Reincarnation Supreme Being roared. At this moment, they all made preparations for battle. None of the people here had fought against Wu Shi before, but they all deeply understood his reputation, not daring to look down on him. This was especially the case when they didn't understand the unknown, so they had to be even more vigilant. If it was some kind of killing trap, they would most likely suffer greatly. They did their best to conserve energy, surrounding Yifan, staring at that giant light door. All of their imperial Tao laws were ready, as long as they crossed over, they would kill them. Dang, it was as if there was a long and drawn-out bell sound wave that transmitted over. At the same time, an imposing figure stepped out, producing a giant storm. With a honglong sound, it rushed straight at Reincarnation Supreme Being. Gotcha, it was too ferocious, too fast. The imperial Tao laws struck over, but they couldn't stop it. This beam of light rushed over and swept across Reincarnation Supreme Being's body. He was directly sent flying, blood spurting out of his mouth. The azure battle robe on his body was even more tattered, and his entire body trembled violently. Clearly, he had suffered a great loss. This is the power of someone who hasn't severed himself. How could Wu Shi do this? How could he still survive like this? Reincarnation Supreme Being was finally shocked. He steadied himself and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. How could that person directly use an imperial Dao law to send reincarnation supreme being flying with a single step, causing him to cough up blood? This was obviously Great Emperor Wuk. Forcing me to sublimate to the extreme to fight you? It's still uncertain who will be the one to die. Reincarnation supreme being's eyes were bloodshot. He was injured by Yi Fan because he was too careless and didn't take him seriously at all. Now, he was sent flying by a great emperor's foot. This was a fundamental difference. Who was weaker was too important in the eyes of people at their level. They had once reigned supreme over the heavens and earth, invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They were the main characters of an era and were the most confident, believing that they were invincible throughout the ages. That was their belief, they couldn't be defeated in the world, but now, it seemed like a powerful great emperor wanted to shatter his confidence. It was just a single step, and he was sent flying. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. Kill. The other supreme beings also attacked. If a great Emperor Wuk appeared again, it would be a big problem. It would force some of them to sublimate to the extreme to fight. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't be able to suppress him. But what would be the consequences of doing that? Everyone knew that even if they defeated their opponent, they would most likely die. Boom, all kinds of light danced. The Stone Emperor took a blow from the void head-on. He also sent the great halberd and boundless light over, wanting to shatter that figure. This was a fundamentally different kind of power from the void and the eternal universe. These two people had barely awakened the imperial Dao laws, and their condition was even worse than theirs. Meanwhile, Wuxia seemed to be unharmed. If he really did come over, it would definitely be a disaster. Heaven abandoning pride, Lord of the Divine Ruins, and Light and Darkness Supreme Being all took action again, especially Reincarnation Supreme Being whose expression was even more ice-cold. He tore apart a corner of his battle clothes, igniting it into azure golden radiance, striking over, containing a strand of his true blood. Hong, it was still just a single step, yet it completely shattered, turning the azure golden battle clothes into ashes, unable to injure him in the slightest. Meanwhile, the others' attacks were actually devoured by the Gate of Light, all of the Imperial Dao laws disappearing, terrifying beyond compare. Wuxia, come out. This one will fight you to the extreme. Reincarnation Supreme Being shouted. Now, when he saw this result, he felt a wave of coldness inside. This was definitely the perfect Wuxia, not severing himself, or else he wouldn't have this type of matchless power. Not only did that step shatter a corner of his battle clothes, it was also equivalent to stepping on his face. With a single step, what else was there to say? To treat him like this. Wuxia, come out and fight. Stone Emperor also shouted loudly. The great halberd in his hand was raised towards the heavens, dazzling and terrifying. He then aimed it at the Gate of Light. The 5 great supreme beings shook the imperial Dao laws, coldly guarding the gate. They weren't scared, those who achieved the Dao never feared anything, all of them having an unmatched heart. However, after waiting for a long time, that figure still didn't come over, as if he couldn't hear their words, not replying at all, only moving half a step. Wuxia couldn't advance or retreat, he couldn't appear in this world. Yi Fan's heart sank. He knew that because he wasn't an innate holy body Dao core, he couldn't let Wuxia's war soul descend, unable to truly appear. At this moment, through the discussion with the Black Emperor not long ago, together with what he saw before his eyes, he knew what was going on. He was going to act as a vessel, carrying Wuxia, accepting the descent of his laws and Dao fruits. All for naught. Yi Fan sighed inwardly, full of unwillingness. In this chaotic world and bloody calamity, he really needed Great Emperor Wuxia to appear. This isn't Wuxia's true body, just the most powerful magical body he sealed. Unfortunately, it can't appear. Stone Emperor said. What a great Wuxia. Regardless of whether it's his true body or a projected magical body, he didn't sever his own blade and survived in this world, possessing such unparalleled power. I have to admit that it's truly admirable. The Lord of the Divine Ruins said. What a pity, then die. Reincarnation Supreme Being began to attack crazily. This place became a chaotic place. There was a great battle against the void, a clash with imperial weapons, and even a clash against Wuxia's natural laws. Those were densely packed imperial Tao laws interweaving. Wuxia, come out and accept your death. If you can't appear, then what's the point of leaving behind such a thing? Someone shouted. Yi Fan felt that the formation platform was unstable, about to collapse. He sighed inwardly, looking towards the depths of the cosmos. There were his friends, the woman waiting for him, little Nan Nan, Black Emperor. Today, it seemed like blood was going to be shed here, unable to return. When one's strength reached his level, they had long developed intelligence. Before death, they would have a premonition that their lives were about to reach their end, about to fall into endless darkness. There was no mistake, this feeling was extremely real. At this moment, he saw a corner of his future. Perhaps it couldn't be considered a future anymore, because it was darkness. There was nothing, no longer existing. I'm going to die. I'll fight without regrets, just let me fight until my blood dries up. Yi Fan roared loudly, directly holding the green copper cauldron in his hands, ready to make it self-destruct at any time, destroying everything indiscriminately. You want to die in battle? It's not up to you to decide. If I want you to live, then you will live. If I want you to die, then you will die. Life and death are not up to you to decide. Supreme Reincarnation stared at him and then said, that includes Wuxia. The essence blood he left behind can only be regarded as a sacrifice to us, it has no other use. This kind of attitude, this kind of insolence, made Yi Fan want nothing more than to stomp on his face, but this person indeed had the strength to say such words. He was invincible, and who could do anything to him? Boom, at this moment, the light gate dimmed, and Wuxia withdrew his foot. The sound of his footsteps faded into the distance, never to be heard again. Ha ha ha. Supreme Light and Darkness laughed loudly, and then shook his head. So this is what Wuxia left behind, what a joke. Someone laughed coldly. Boom, suddenly, there was a violent explosion, and the light gate shattered. Although Wuxia had left, a powerful aura erupted, covering the sky and earth, shaking the world. The moment the light gate and the formation platform under Yi Fan's feet were destroyed, an item flew out and landed in his hand. It's this, it's actually this. Yi Fan shouted. Kill. The great supreme beings all attacked, and Yi Fan's hand also glowed, and clanging sounds rang out. First, a huge palm reached out, and with a slap, it directly slapped Supreme Reincarnation's body. This slap was too solid, and blood sprayed 3,000 feet into the air. The master of Samsara was like a little chicken, and with an angry cry, he was sent flying, blood spurting out. Boom. Then, another huge foot stepped out, and Wuxia's endless, transcending the river of time, unexpectedly made it impossible for Supreme Light and Darkness to dodge. The foot stepped on his chest, and he was sent flying. Dang, heaven-abandoning Supreme Being also suffered a blow. A streak of primal chaos flew over, hacking down on his weapon, making his body stagger, shatter an expanse of the starry sky as he backed up extremely far. Reincarnation, Light and Darkness, heaven-abandoning Supreme Being, all three of them suffered serious injuries. Stone Emperor and Divine Ruins Lord both shivered inwardly. This type of method was just too powerful. Wuxia. Reincarnation Lord cried out loudly, his face full of anger. That palm was too vicious and ruthless, directly landing on his body. The pain and suffering of the flesh were far inferior to the humiliation he felt in his mind. This was a type of contempt and humiliation. It was as if a resounding slap landed on his face, solid and firm, making his hair stand on end. He was just too unwilling to accept this. He released a light shout, and then his entire body turned into a streak of flowing light, rushing over murderously. Endless ancient divine force surged, wishing to destroy Yi Fan and that artifact. Light and Darkness Supreme Being was also furious. His body was trampled on by another. What kind of face did he have left? A divine staff appeared in his right hand. It was extremely short, less than a foot, forged from Tao Tribulation gold. It was resplendent and dazzling to the point where even the stellar streams lost color. Meanwhile, an ancient shield appeared in his left hand. It was entirely pitch black, forged from black gold. It was incomparably terrifying, as if it was a black hole. Kill. The light staff and dark shield collided. Light and darkness sang together, as if an ancient immortal scripture was being chanted by gods and devils. It was deafening, ringing through the cosmos. Divine chains of order flew out streak after streak, all of them sparkling like stars, rushing toward Jifan. These were the imperial Tao natural laws produced by the light and darkness immortal scripture, displaying power that could erase the world of mortals. The two great supreme beings slaughtered their way over together. Yifan naturally felt waves of killing intent assault his body. Even someone as powerful as his divine body felt all of the fine hairs on his body stand on end. This was an instinctive reaction. However, he didn't feel any fear. The artifact in his hands released King Chong sounds, releasing streak after streak of divine laws. Then, a pair of fists rushed out, collapsing the starry sky. Emperor Tao natural law surged, stopping the two great supreme beings. Hung long, it was as if primal chaos wind and thunder were ringing. The noise was loud and the astral winds were fierce. It was as if a world was being created. Many stars in the distance were directly turned into fine powder. Large areas of the star domain dimmed. When the Emperor Fist attacked, the great winds it produced were this domineering. It really was worthy of great Emperor Wusher's reputation, facing two great supreme beings head-on, blasting them back. The Book of Sealing is like the rebirth of Wusher. The Stone Emperor's expression was gloomy as he coldly stared ahead. There was no true great Emperor Wusher descending into this world. That was just an immortal scripture. In Yifan's hands, it automatically launched an attack. The natural laws that flew out materialized, as if a real person appeared. It was a stone book. When it first appeared, it was incomparably large, but now, it was only a foot in length. It was simple and crude, but chaotic energy curled about it. It had already been opened. This was the Wusher scripture. Yifan had seen it before, and was fortunate enough to learn an unmatched divine technique from it. He never expected that it would appear and fly into his hands. The outside was simple and crude, but the inside was a boundless world. It released immortal splendor. This was too shocking. The thing great Emperor Wusher left behind was actually this. Not only did it record everything he learned, it even sealed his Emperor Tao strength, truly reappearing. Engrave my name on the Three Realms monument, write life and death on the path of reincarnation. I will grant you death. Reincarnation Supreme Being's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He actually chanted an incantation. Normally, Supreme Beings wouldn't do this when they fought, because it was too complicated. However, he chanted it seriously, all for the sake of obtaining even greater power. This was a type of strange natural law divine force, the embodiment of his will and great Tao. It rushed out from the crown of his head, turning into strand after strand of terrifying demonic light, shattering the starry sky. With a light wing sound, the demonic light turned into clearly visible ancient characters one after another. This kind of curse-like light flew up, directly rushing toward Jifan. It would kill gods and Buddhas in its way. At this moment, in the distance, a quasi-emperor of an unknown race cried out. He rushed over from the depths of the star domain, but he didn't even get close. His body and soul directly exploded, dying a violent death. What a pity, this could be considered a hero, but he died in vain. It could be seen just how terrifying reincarnation Supreme Being's natural law attack was. It was separated by the starry sky, separated by an endless distance, yet it still harvested such a powerful life form. Yifan naturally encountered great danger. All of the golden and green fur on his body stood on end. This was an inauspicious sign of a great divine physique. However, he didn't encounter a disaster. The precious bottle in his left hand automatically flew out several dozen drops of blood, landing on the Wusher scripture, causing the primal chaos mist to rise. With a sonorous sound, the Wusher scripture turned over a new page. Then, a type of Emperor Tao law flew out, turning into a mighty divine statue. It seemed as if it had crossed through the endless primordial era of the universe, arriving from the source of the creation of the world. He took a step out, directly releasing a Tao shout from his mouth, shaking the stars in the sky until they fell. The great Tao mourned, rising and falling under his feet, and all the natural laws trembled. This divine statue was formed from symbols to begin with, and it opposed the ancient character's reincarnation Supreme Being struck out with tit for tat. They first collided, releasing light that attacked dozens of star domains, spreading into the cosmos. Then, it was ruthless obliteration. He shattered the incantation characters of Reincarnation Supreme Being, and the symbols exploded one after another in the void. In the end, this divine statue rushed over, releasing a world-shaking roar. Time passes. His entire body seemed to be crushing down on Reincarnation Supreme Being's body. One could clearly see the long river of time surging. Reincarnation Supreme Being was on the verge of collapse under the obliteration of time, almost exploding. This was the power of the long river of time. His body was almost weathered away, as if he was a rock that had stood towering for endless time. He finally couldn't hold on any longer and was about to collapse, reaching the end of his life. Break for me! Paragon of Samsara let out a loud cry, and a stream of blood essence gushed out from the top of his head, cleansing his body, scattering all the laws and the final illusory image of the deity statue. He trudged out with great difficulty, staggering. This time, he suffered a great loss again. This left everyone shocked. It wasn't because of Wusher's return. It was just a scripture, yet it was already this unimaginable. Without a doubt, every single scripture engraved in this ancient scripture could be displayed through Emperor blood. This was precisely what great Emperor Wusher had left behind. Even though he was already powerless to do anything else, this immortal scripture was truly powerful, possessing the power he had when he was alive. At this moment, Yi Fan came to a sudden realization. No wonder this stone scripture couldn't be opened in the past. This sealed the offensive methods of great Emperor Wusher, so it couldn't be casually flipped through, or else one might directly be blasted into smithereens. Even though this result was shocking, as ancient supreme beings, they naturally wouldn't cower because of this. They attacked together. However, Yi Fan wasn't the only one here. There were many Emperor weapons, as well as the Void and the Eternal Universe. Heaven-abandoning Supreme Being spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He was restricted by the Void Emperor and almost hacked apart. The Stone Emperor's great halberd of eternity descended, forcibly shattering that area, allowing him to break free. At this moment, this place entered a chaotic battle. No one could look down on the Void and the Eternal Universe. Even though the Emperor's Tao was flawed and he wasn't the great Emperor of the past, he still brought about the same pressure. Meanwhile, the offensive power of the scripture in Yi Fan's hands was truly too great, making people feel restraining fear. It preserved the laws of great Emperor Wusher when he was alive, as if he was the one using them. Even ancient supreme beings weren't willing to casually fight to the death. That was the terrifying divine law of a peak great emperor. Even the Lord of Samsara and Light and Darkness Supreme Being had suffered greatly. They didn't know how Wusher did it. Every page of the scripture was a type of attack. It was truly unimaginable and puzzling. It definitely wasn't as simple as activating the Emperor's blood. That stone scripture definitely had Wusher's undying imprint, and it also had a transcendental Tao fruit. Otherwise, how could it be like this? Walala, the stone scripture continuously flipped, and laws shot out one after another. Yi Fan targeted one person and focused all his attacks on Samsara Supreme Being, wanting to concentrate all of his power to kill him. It was because he knew that there weren't many chances left. Within the bottle in his left hand, the blood was quickly being consumed. The great Tao fragments contained in the Emperor's blood were the foundation of the Wusher scripture. Kill! Shouted Yi Fan. Seeing that the blood was decreasing, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He was prepared to attack regardless of the price, and the green copper cauldron could be thrown out at any moment. Samsara Supreme Being coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He was forced into a rage out of humiliation. Even an ant dared to fight against him. There was no end to this. He couldn't kill him instantly. Today was truly a day of humiliation for him. But he really couldn't move it. He had no way to break through the Wusher scripture. This was a power that hadn't severed itself. Although it was somewhat lacking over the years, it still sent him flying several times, and he almost died on the spot. Especially in the end, when the stone scripture flipped over the forbidden chapter. Wusher's secret technique was used, and everything about Samsara Supreme Being was beaten back to its original state. Even a portion of his cultivation was almost cut off. What? This caused everyone to be moved. You all have angered me. Samsara Supreme Being roared. His words weren't directed at Yi Fan, but at the void before, as well as the current Wusher scripture. It shook the mountains and rivers. "Are you angered? Go to hell!" Yi Fan shouted. The immortal power unleashed by the Wuxia scripture was even more terrifying. A single move, Wuxia, was repeatedly unleashed, causing the Samsara Supreme Being who was rushing over to tremble violently. Blood splashed everywhere. In fact, his immortal foundation almost shattered. This made everyone shocked. It was just a scripture, yet the art sealed within was actually so powerful. Boom! The void slaughtered over, directly dealing a heavy blow. He didn't care about the price, wanting to kill Samsara Supreme Being. He endured a strike from the Stone Emperor's halberd, his back dripping with blood. "Ah!" Samsara Supreme Being screamed, suffering heavy injuries. The void immortal mirror suppressed down, directly blasting his body apart, almost causing him to explode. At the same time, the void emperor's palm slashed down, almost decapitating him. Only a layer of bloody skin remained on his neck, not falling off. Boom! The Lord of the Divine Ruin slaughtered over. The Light and Darkness Supreme Being followed, Hingyu came to the rescue, the Stone Emperor blocked, and the heaven-abandoning sovereign slaughtered over. This place was blasted apart, completely erupting with chaos. The Samsara Supreme Being was at the center of the waves of attacks, suffering injuries he couldn't endure. His head finally fell off. The Void Emperor was expressionless, slamming out a palm. However, Yi Fan didn't stop, rushing over. The Wuxia scripture in his hand shone with boundless light, raining down, sweeping over his body. "No!" Samsara Supreme Being roared. His head separated from his body. The secret art of the Wuxia Great Emperor as well as the Void Emperor's palm pressed down together, scaring him so badly his soul scattered. He was a supreme being who had lived through the endless ages, unrivaled under the heavens. But at this moment, he also tasted the aura of death. He had never felt such a tremor before. He slaughtered his way up to the sovereign realm, but he had never experienced such despair before. He had always fought his way up to the Emperor realm. However, today, he felt that a great disaster was about to befall him. He was going to die, unable to resist this secret art. "You forced me to this extent," he roared in anger. His head shone, erupting with a world-shaking might, shaking the entire cosmos. A true great emperor has appeared. Sublimated to the extreme, about to return to the emperor position. All life in the cosmos was in despair. Meanwhile, the ancient supreme beings' expressions were strange, all of them backing up. As for Yi Fan and the Void Emperor, they bore the brunt of the attack, about to face the awakened Great Emperor. That head shone, auspicious brilliance shining in 10,000 streaks, pulling his body over. The Samsara Master didn't care about the consequences, wishing to recover to his peak and kill the enemy, even if he had to die afterwards. "You won't be able to return." The Void Emperor spoke. Endless divine chains of order flew out from within his body. This was his cultivation, essence energy, and soul. Endless splendor scattered down, forming a mysterious formation, crushing down, isolating heaven and earth, almost forcibly cutting off the Samsara Master. Right at this moment, Yi Fan took action. His eyes felt like they were going to split apart. He knew the consequences of the Void Emperor's actions, that he would be crippled and die afterwards. He scattered Wuxia's blood over the green copper cauldron, and then he directly smashed it outwards. The Void Emperor understood, also activating a wave of power, adding it to the green copper cauldron, shocking the supreme beings until they all quickly backed up, giving up on the Samsara Master. The green copper cauldron smashed into the Samsara Supreme Being's resplendent head, directly exploding. The Lord of Samsara screamed miserably. His head exploded. The skull of a Supreme Being exploded, indicating that his immortal foundation had been shattered. He was someone who had achieved the Tao, someone who would be annihilated in this world, becoming the dust of history. At the same time, the green cauldron also exploded, transforming into a rain of light that scattered in all directions. It had also exploded. It was stained with the blood of Great Emperor Wuxia and was originally an immortal artifact. Even though it was damaged, its power was still boundless and unfathomable. In addition to the Void Emperor and Yi Fan controlling it together, its divine might was even more unrivaled. However, after it smashed into the head of a supreme being, its body also disintegrated. From a certain aspect, one could see how unrivaled the past emperors and emperors were. Even though they were injured, they were still so powerful that no one dared to believe it. This was a third of the immortal ascension cauldron. It wasn't easy to gather all of it, yet it was destroyed in this battle. However, Yi Fan didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. As long as he could kill a supreme being, let alone the green cauldron, even if his own body exploded, it didn't matter. The terrifying green immortal rain scattered in all directions. The Void Emperor staggered, a few fragments penetrating his body, causing him to be dripping with blood. Yi Fan was shocked. The Void Emperor actually couldn't evade it. Clearly, he paid a great price to prevent the Samsara sovereign from ascending to the peak. Now, his true body was crippled, and he was about to die. This caused him to feel a wave of fear. It wasn't for himself, but for the myriad of lives. If even the Void Emperor didn't have the strength to fight, then there really was no hope. Dazzling light erupted. After the head of the Lord of Samsara exploded, it turned into a ball of fire that burned fiercely. It tore through the dark cosmos, making this place seem incomparably terrifying. Had a true supreme martial artist died? This was definitely a major event that would shake the ages. Someone killed such a character. This was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. His radiance would shine through the ages, forever being remembered. This type of event was too great, shocking everyone. Dark Era, killing a supreme being, bathing in the glory of his blood. This was destined to break through eternity, forever remembered. However, the Void Great Emperor's own condition was extremely terrible. For the sake of stopping the other party from returning to the imperial path, too many of his Tao skills and vital energy formed divine chains of order flew out. That was the fragment of the great path in his blood. It was the essence substance that allowed him to live and become powerful in this world. It was also the reason why he was able to fight this battle. He had consumed too much. His body staggered, and he couldn't stand steadily. Everything he did was for the sake of killing Paragon of Samsara. He had no choice. Great Emperor! Yi Fan cried out in grief. If Mengqi did not stop the master of Samsara from ascending to the highest level, the entire world would have to submit to him, and no one would be able to keep him in check. Although he would eventually die, the destruction he had caused was enough to destroy all hope. Don't worry. Su Kong stabilized his body and mind and straightened his back once more. Although he could not hide his exhaustion, his eyes shone brightly once more. His battle intent surged as he stared ahead. Reincarnation Supreme Being's head was shattered, and his body was also in tatters. However, at this time, he trembled and stood up. He released a cold voice and said, "You want to kill me? It won't be that easy." His primordial spirit was in his torso, and it wasn't completely destroyed. Previously, when he said he wanted to ascend to the highest level, it was just a bluff. It was actually just a ploy to escape by abandoning his head. Su Kong, you're finished. For the sake of dealing with me and stopping me from returning to the imperial throne, you've already destroyed yourself. How much longer can you fight for? The master of Samsara's smile was extremely cruel. You. Yi Fan's heart went cold. He had been deceived. He clearly saw him ascend to the highest level. If he didn't stop him, he would become a true emperor. Who would have thought that this wasn't true? Were all ancient supreme beings this powerful? It made one feel despair. Even after paying such a great price, they still couldn't kill him. How were they supposed to fight? At this moment, Yi Fan's heart was filled with haze. This was the first time he felt gloomy. The entire world was this cold and bitter. Not even a single supreme being was killed. Unwillingness, anger, and gloominess weren't enough to express his emotions. However, this was the cruel reality. Every single ancient supreme being was unrivaled and difficult to kill. What do you take me for? You all are just an ant, a void corpse that isn't even a great emperor, yet you want to kill me? Go cultivate for another 100,000 years. The master of Samsara reconstructed his head. His primordial spirit's flame flourished, blazing fiercely. He looked down on everything under the heavens, standing in the starry sky, making one feel despair. I'm unwilling. Yi Fan cried out loudly. What is a supreme being? Unmatched under the heavens, matchless and unmatched, someone who had previously ruled the universe. It's still not enough for you all to kill me. The master of Samsara mocked. Then let's go again. Yi Fan roared angrily. With the Wuxia scripture in hand, he shook off a bit of the blood in the precious bottle. He was about to fight a decisive battle against him, not hesitating to take him down with him. However, right at this moment, the Void Emperor shook his head and said, "There's no need." You. Paragon of Samsara suddenly roared. He could sense that something was off. The essence, energy, soul, and cultivation of the Void Arch had yet to dissipate. They were not destroyed by the explosion just now. They were still attached to his bones. Ah, the reincarnation supreme being screamed miserably. The Void Emperor's immortal realm in the sky trembled. It had dyed itself with the blood of more than one supreme being. Even if it couldn't be said to have done so since the ancient times, it wasn't too far off. At this time it turned into a sun that descended, resonating with the void Tao and vital energy in the reincarnation supreme being's bones. The master of Samsara screamed miserably, struggling with everything he had, but he couldn't change anything. Not even the supreme beings in the distance came over to rescue him, because they knew that he was finished. It was impossible for him to forcefully advance to the extreme. His primordial spirit was still partially shattered by the green copper cauldron just now. At this time, his body was filled with the Tao laws of the void. The immortal mirror trembled. With a pu sound, the master of Samsara's body and mind both trembled. He began to break apart, and then he began to burn, completely exploding. This time, he truly died. The primordial spirit turned into powder. The last bit of essence blood in his body rushed out, scattering down, landing on the emperor mirror. Another type of emperor blood was added to the ancient mirror, and it was completely devoured. The divine mirror became more and more simple and unadorned, possessing an indescribable type of charm. In the distance, the supreme beings all felt their hearts go cold. They saw someone at the same cultivation level break apart and be killed. For them, this was a type of shock. They were all those who achieved the Tao, previously unmatched in the heavens above and earth below. Yet today, there were two people who decided victory and defeat, deciding life and death. It left everyone greatly shaken. After the ancient wasteland war, another supreme being was killed like this. That ancient mirror is becoming more and more mysterious. I feel like it has a chance of breaking into the immortal domain. The Stone Emperor's way of looking at things was quite unique. What others paid attention to was the void itself, yet he stared at that ancient mirror. The Void Emperor's body swayed. It was as if he immediately aged 10,000 years. Even his eyes became a bit dim. He fought a great battle against 5 supreme beings, and then he killed the master of Samsara. The price he paid was just too great. Now, a large half of his cultivation disappeared, his essence energy empty. He already couldn't hold on any longer, unable to continue fighting. Now, I want to see what you can still use to fight. The Light and Darkness Supreme Being said coldly. The great supreme beings pressed forward. At this time, Hengyu Great Emperor also closed in while fighting, wishing to face the enemy together with the void. He knew that he couldn't hold on any longer. Roar, Yi Fan roared angrily. The Wuxia scripture in his hands quickly swept out with radiance, aiming at the people in front of him. Wuxia's natural laws covered the heavens, hacking towards the ancient supreme beings. Use your natural laws and power to kill the enemy. Don't waste a single drop for me. Soon, I will return to the eternal silence of the void. The Void Emperor calmly said. Yi Fan felt bitter inside, feeling like he was powerless to reverse the situation. This type of conclusion was hard for him to accept. Why was killing a supreme being so difficult? They were all former emperors, so it is normal for them to fight bitterly. Void's hands were stained with the blood of supreme beings throughout his life. Dying in battle is destined, and it is also the best ending. Void said. For the sake of the common people, what is wrong with bathing in their blood? This is a glory that will shake the ages, something that will be remembered for all eternity. Yi Fan loudly roared. Send Void on his way. The supreme beings coldly said, pressing forward murderously. This was the most terrifying great battle Yi Fan fought until now, with the identity of an ant, yet he was able to obtain such results. It was worth it. He delivered an extremely crucial blow for the death of the reincarnation Supreme Being. That was why at this time, he truly didn't fear anything. Even if he died in battle immediately, it didn't matter. He charged forward with everything he had. In his hands, the Wuxia scripture shone, becoming dazzling. All types of Emperor Dao laws danced about, blasting the great Supreme Beings until their blood splashed 10,000 feet into the air. Meanwhile, Hengyu Great Emperor was even more so in a dangerous situation of life and death. They fought intensely, and Void was already injured, making the pressure Hengyu faced even greater. At this time, the Emperor weapons also went crazy, all of them rushing over. This place sank into the most terrifying battle and chaos. It was a tragic sight to behold, that was Emperor blood fluttering about, dyeing the cosmos red. Don't waste even the slightest bit of power because of me. The Void Great Emperor reminded again. Yifan still had one thing he wanted to use, but he endured it. He sent Void with tears in his eyes, knowing that this mighty emperor was about to die. Void, what else can you use to fight now? The Light and Darkness Supreme Being sneered. Stone Emperor was even more direct. The great halberd in his hand directly slashed down, wanting to personally cut off the Void Great Emperor's head, settling the grudge between Undying Mountain and Void from the desolate era. My blood has dried up, my spirit has weakened, but I still have my Dao bones. Why would I fear a battle? Void roared in anger. This roar contained the unyieldingness and unwillingness of a human emperor. He needed the power of the desolate era, but unfortunately, this was no longer the desolate era. He no longer had that kind of combat strength. Boom! At this moment, the Void Great Emperor's flesh split open. Sparkling Dao bones flew out one after another, turning into inextinguishable immortal light that flew towards the four Supreme Beings. The Emperor bones were like weapons, especially with the inextinguishable imprint of the Void Great Emperor carved on them. They were filled with unwillingness and unyielding roars. His bones were all shining and burning. One after another, they were like Emperor weapons that rushed towards the Stone Emperor, Light and Darkness Supreme Being, and the others. This was a battle where he refused to submit to fate. This was the final attack of a great emperor. Even though he could no longer hold on, he still resolutely and decisively took out his Dao bones. His blood had already been drained. In the end, even his Dao bones were sacrificed, and he died in battle without a trace of strength left. This place entered a great era of destruction. Everything was shattered. All types of light danced about, and immortal Dao laws trembled. Several Supreme Beings roared in anger, blocking the final attack of the Void Great Emperor before he died. The sparkling Dao bones exploded, burning into ashes. Ah! Yifan roared, doing everything he could to kill. Eternal Space Great Emperor was even more so, fighting a bloody battle. This place was dyed red with blood. The four great Supreme Beings were all dyed in blood, injured by the Emperor bones. They frantically retaliated, wishing to devour the last bit of the Void Great Emperor's flesh. The immortal mirror wailed, watching as the Void Great Emperor fell powerlessly. It erupted with dazzling light, releasing waves of sorrowful sounds. It was almost as if it was protecting itself, attacking here. This intense battle made heaven and earth collapse. Ghosts wept and deities howled. Stone Emperor was almost beaten into ruin, his primordial spirit seriously injured. Light and Darkness Supreme Being's arm also fell off. Divine Ruins Lord and Heaven Abandoning Supreme Being's weapons were broken. It was just too miserable. No one expected that the instant the Void Great Emperor fell on his back, that mirror and his Dao bones would have such unmatched divine abilities, seriously injuring more than one Supreme Being. It was as if it was infected by immortal Dao laws. At this moment, the Emperor bone was completely shattered, and half of the mirror also shattered. It couldn't endure the attacks of the four Supreme Beings. While breaking their weapons, it itself was also half destroyed. The mirror was sparkling and translucent. Half of its fragments landed on the Void Great Emperor's body, while the other half maintained the mirror form, still releasing undying radiance. It released woo-woo sounds of grief. Right now, all creatures in the cosmos were greatly shaken. Because of the will force of all life, they understood the result. There wasn't a single person who wasn't in grief. Hateful, Why didn't they return us a peak Void Great Emperor, letting him drag his ruined body through this type of battle that was completely impossible to win? The Void Great Emperor died in battle. The heavens have no eyes. In the cosmos, cries of grief sounded from countless star domains. 10,000 creatures wept in grief. At this moment, voices rang through the heavens above and earth below, sounds of grief everywhere. On the battlefield, the half of the Void Mirror rose and fell, protecting the Void Great Emperor's corpse. It headed into the depths of the cosmos, the woo-woo sounds making one's heart feel dismal, incomparably bitter. They couldn't help but shed tears. The supreme beings felt restraining fear towards that mirror, not immediately chasing after it. They watched from the distance. The Void Great Emperor's blood-soaked corpse wasn't that complete, only half of it remaining. It was because the Void Great Emperor's bones had pretty much all flown out, used to kill the enemy. Now that it lacked support, the original Emperor body was already a bit deformed, riddled with scars, flesh badly mangled. Recalling the desolate era, the extraordinary years, he fought alone, his life full of ups and downs. Even though he fought all the way to the 7 great life-restricted regions, he himself also shed blood for 10,000 years, all the way until he grew old, all the way until he died in battle. He fought his entire life in bloody battles, his blood scattered in the various great life-restricted regions, leaving behind his illustrious achievements, but also buried the rest of his life. In the end, in his declining years, he still fought even to the point of death, burying himself in the starry sky, still experiencing blood and flames in his own funeral song, dragging 2 supreme beings down the path of death with him. This was the Void Great Emperor's life. He didn't live a second life, spending his entire life quelling darkness chaos, all the way until he died in battle. Now, in this life, after being called out by all life, he appeared again, fought. In the end, he no longer had his past fighting strength, but just like before, he used up his final bit of strength. His blood already flowed out, his Dao bones exploding. Just like that, he died in battle, it ended just like that. The half-ruined mirror accompanied the Void Great Emperor's ruined body, leaving into the distance, buried in the boundless void. The broken mirror and the void ended just like that. The cold starry space, the dark universe, was dyed with the Emperor's blood. The broken bones of the great Emperor hung there, cold and desolate. He had toiled his entire life. Finally, this day arrived. He no longer needed to fight a bloody battle, he no longer needed to rush about. He could enter eternal slumber. Arg! Yi Fan screamed, his voice shaking the entire universe. He was filled with sorrow and anger. His eyes turned red, but he couldn't change anything. He was powerless to reverse the situation. This was the ending of a human emperor. In the depths of the universe, tens of thousands of spirits wailed. Through the will energy of all living beings, many people knew about this. Their hearts were filled with bitterness and bitterness. Such an ending truly made them sigh. Great Emperor, little ancestor. Another person roared in the depths of the universe. Ji Haoyue's body trembled. He gritted his teeth as tears of blood flowed down his face. The final battle, the final battle. He bled so much just like that, even his Dao bones were sacrificed. Sounds of mourning rang out from the various regions. Yi Fan mumbled. At the final moment, he clearly saw a few people. The broken body belonged to the Void Emperor, GZ, and the Yellow Emperor. He was filled with hatred and let out a long howl of grief. Things ended just like that, how could he accept this? Such sorrow caused everyone to feel deep despair. A revered great emperor had fallen just like that. The 8 desolates trembled, the universe resonated, and the 10,000 Daos trembled. The void is finally dead. The light and darkness paragon spoke emotionlessly. Kill. When Yi Fan heard this, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At this moment, what else could he do? He could only fight, using the enemy's blood as a sacrifice to the void. The remnant seals in the void had yet to dissipate. When they saw and heard the word kill, all of them roared in anger. Kill. The tremors caused the heavens and earth to tremble. The light and darkness paragon who was the first to arrive trembled violently. He was struck by a powerful killing intent and was flung through the air. A crack appeared on his immortal foundation. He had suffered a great loss, this result caused the others to be shocked. Their expressions changed. However, the light and darkness paragon stabilized himself. His expression was so cold that it was terrifying. Even the combined power of all living beings was unable to kill him. He was truly too powerful, and one could imagine how difficult it was to get rid of him. Unfortunately, the Void Great Emperor's imprint scattered, and the willpower that rushed over from anger also disappeared, unable to continue attacking. Just a bug, jumping around until now. Even the void has died, so what is the point of you living? We will harvest your life. The Lord of the Divine Ruins also spoke, walking forward. Boom, an even more miserable great battle erupted. For great supreme beings took action, pressing forward murderously. Yi Fan went all out. He was an ant, far inferior to supreme beings. It was as if he was looking up at a giant dragon, but now that he had the chance to fight, he was already unafraid of death, no longer caring about his life. Meanwhile, Hengyu Great Sovereign's entire body flowed with light, slowly burning. That was the source of an emperor. He was going to risk his life to carry out the final bloody battle, using up his last bit of strength in this darkness chaos. The word Great Emperor was as heavy as a mountain. Yi Fan held in grief. He saw the slowly shining Hengyu, and he choked with sobs, unable to speak. He knew that another respectable person was about to leave. Hong, in the depths of the cosmos, on a floating shattered continent, Sacred Prince roared angrily. This was the burial ground of the battle-sacred ape bloodline. He frantically entered, raising the immortal iron rod, hoping to find the Sacred Emperor killing formation. Unfortunately, the formation was already damaged. In the end, he released a roar, flinging out the immortal iron rod, bringing the incomplete formation into the starry sky. In the void, Jizi's ruined body drifted about in the darkness of the cosmos, as well as Yi Fan's roar. They were all sensed by Sacred Prince. His hair stood up in anger, wishing to go mad. The immortal iron rod left his hand, carrying his grief and anger. He asked the deity in the rod to bring the killing formation over, to fight until the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Auho, this was a world-shocking roar, shaking up all of the existences in Origin Ancient Mind that had never appeared in the world, waking them up. They released divine light, looking towards the resplendent immortal iron rod in the cosmos. That pitch-black iron rod released endless streaks of auspicious multicolored light, endless strands of immortal light erupting with heaven overflowing might, rushing towards the battlefield. The most terrifying thing was that behind that iron rod was a golden figure, incomparably dignified, domineering under the heavens, terrifying to the extreme. It was as if the Emperor of Fighting in his prime had been reborn. In that instant, the immortal iron rod brought the killing formation to the cosmos battlefield. It hacked down, directly aiming at the supreme being who was currently hunting down Yi Fan, a furious roar shaking the starry sky. Dang, Light and Darkness Supreme Being and the others originally wanted to get rid of Yi Fan, turn the ant into dust sooner, because Great Emperor Wusher's blood was about to run out. However, at this time, the immortal iron rod smashed down, completely unexpected to everyone. It was extremely special. With a honglong sound, it smashed apart the magical staff in Light and Darkness Supreme Being's hands that had been shattered by the void mirror, directly smashing into his body, almost directly hacking him in half. A chunk of his skull even shattered, half of his face badly mangled, bones broken, blood dripping out, the scene too horrible to endure. Emperor Fighting. The four paragons were all shocked. They could naturally tell that this wasn't merely the might of the immortal iron rod. Behind it, there was a gigantic holy ape. His entire body was covered in resplendent fur. He stood tall in the starry space, resembling a towering pillar of the heavens. His eyes were as deep as the sea. He was the one who smashed down with the rod. The Light and Darkness Supreme Being groaned in misery, an expression of pain appeared on his face. That strike earlier was more severe than he had imagined, actually injuring his immortal foundation, causing terrifying cracks to appear on it. To paragons, this was the most terrifying thing. For the sake of longevity, they had to ensure that their immortal foundation would remain undying. They must not suffer such a calamity. So this is actually the case. This is the battle intent left behind by the Emperor of Fighting after he transformed into a war immortal. It actually hasn't dissipated yet, and it's still contained within the immortal iron rod. The Stone Emperor coldly spoke. This caused everyone to be shocked. Back then, the Emperor of Fighting was too tyrannical. In the end, he didn't have a good ending, directly exploding to death when he transformed into a war immortal. That kind of battle intent was naturally extremely powerful. No wonder the instant it appeared, it almost killed the light and darkness paragon, even injuring his immortal foundation. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Back then, he had once seen this Saint Emperor's body. It manifested when the victorious Buddha brought the immortal iron rod to the Origin ancient mine to retrieve the life stone. The heaven-abandoning paragon coldly laughed, "It's truly powerful, and he didn't even self-destruct. But in the end, it's merely a battle intent. It can only manifest a few times before it is completely destroyed." Bzz, the holy ape, swept out with its iron rod as a formation behind it flew out and exploded, attacking the Stone Emperor and the other paragons. This place erupted into a commotion once more. Initially, the Hangyu Immortal Emperor and Yi Fan were already in a disadvantageous position under the powerful attacks of the four paragons. But now, there were signs of the situation turning around. The battlefield was in an uproar. The blood of paragons splattered as the sound of bones breaking rang out. Sadly, that inextinguishable battle intent of the Saint Emperor only lasted for a few moments before vanishing. Also, the damaged formation was shattered, no longer existing. Only an immortal iron rod remained, radiating auspicious light. In the end, he wasn't the Emperor of Fighting. It was merely a battle intent that injured the paragons. Now, he himself had died, no longer able to exist in this world. Everything returned to the starting point. The amount of Wusher's sovereign blood in Yi Fan's hand grew lesser and lesser, about to dry up. The might of the secret art unleashed by Wusher was also weakening. Although it sent paragons flying and caused them to bleed, it was no longer as imposing as before. As for the Hangyu Immortal Emperor, he was too fatigued. His entire body was covered in blood, and he was ultimately no longer the him of the past. He lacked the unparalleled combat prowess of the past and fought bitterly. His sovereign blood was burning and his body glowed with light. He was fighting with his life on the line. Evidently, he had a goal. At the very least, he wanted to bring a paragon along with him to die. Even if he had no way to completely quell the chaos of the darkness, he wanted to reduce the number of paragons alive to the minimum. This was a sorrowful choice, but also the cruel reality. He was no longer the same as before. He was powerless to quell all the chaos and could only do his best to reduce the amount of blood in the world. The two of them were on the verge of collapse, about to die at any moment. But at this moment, the collective power of the Emperor weapons erupted once more, disregarding the consequences, even if it might injure the deities within. The death of the great Emperor, the shattering of the void mirror, the sad song after sad song caused them to descend into a frenzy. The situation on the battlefield changed. The immortal foundation of the light and darkness sovereign is cracked. Today, I will do my best to bring him along with me. The calm voice of the Hangyu Immortal Emperor rang out in Yi Fan's ears. This caused his heart to sink as he felt a kind of pain. Clearly, this great emperor didn't have much life left and couldn't hold on anymore. He wanted to use his last bit of strength to kill a paragon. Maybe I can allow the great emperor to have some strength left to kill one more paragon. Yi Fan replied. He needed an opportunity. He wanted to wait for the paragon to be exhausted and let down his guard. Rumble. The Wusher scripture rumbled, blasting out beam after beam of light. As for the blood in the bottle in Yi Fan's hand, it had already reached the bottom and was about to dry up. Even ants want to look up to the world of the heavenly dragon? This isn't overestimating one's capabilities, but rather, it's lamentable. The light and darkness sovereign arrived, shifting positions with the other paragons. He finally came to kill Yi Fan once more. At this moment, his entire body was covered in blood and injuries. His essence energy was severely depleted and there were cracks on his immortal foundation. If he didn't die, he would undoubtedly be in the greatest danger, because he needed to repair his immortal foundation. The number of living beings he needed to devour would be the greatest. He had to kill them all. Yi Fan used the Wusher scripture in his hand to attack with all his might. After that, the light in his eyes suddenly erupted as 81 great banners flew out, shaking the starry space. At this moment, the heavens and earth collapsed, ghosts wailed and gods howled. The stars were like candles that were extinguished by a gust of wind. The entire starry space turned dark. Undying Heavenly Emperor! The master of the divine ruins cried out in shock. How could it be his emperor-grade forbidden weapon? Even the Stone Emperor was stunned, a heavy expression on his face. Everyone was stunned. The fame of the Undying Heavenly Emperor was too great, shaking the ancient eras. He was an existence that was worshipped by many great races in the cosmos after the ancient emperors. No one rushed over to stop him. They didn't want to invite trouble onto themselves. This was an emperor-grade forbidden weapon, it existed precisely for the sake of destruction. The so-called forbidden weapons were weapons that could only be used once or a few times. Different levels meant different levels of power. They were destined to be completely destroyed in battle. If one wanted to kill, they had to destroy themselves first. What kind of character was the Undying Heavenly Emperor? The emperor-grade forbidden weapon he left behind was naturally world-shocking. Its power couldn't compare to the damaged green copper cauldron from not long ago, but the divine might it released definitely wouldn't be much weaker. At this moment, the Light and Darkness Sovereign's entire body was covered in injuries. Even his bones were broken. If he were to face such an attack again, he would naturally be in a dangerous situation. Moreover, his immortal foundation had cracks. It was difficult for him to ascend to the peak in a short period of time. What a pity! Yi Fan sighed silently. These great banners were cracked and could only be used once. If they could be used a few more times, it would be enough to cause an ancient supreme being to suffer unbearable injuries. Roar! The eternal universe immortal emperor transformed into a beam of fire as he flew over. His entire body was burning. He was going all out, giving it his all. The flames engulfed the Light and Darkness Sovereign. The Stone Emperor coldly stood at the side. The Lord of the Divine Ruins and the heaven-abandoning Paragon didn't help because they knew that the Light and Darkness Sovereign was finished. His immortal foundation had been ignited by the eternal universe immortal emperor. No one would be able to save him. Anyone who went up would only invite trouble to themselves. The three paragons no longer looked at the eternal universe immortal emperor and the Light and Darkness Sovereign. They only coldly stared at Yi Fan. Right now, only an ant remained. There was no one else who could obstruct their footsteps. The void has died, the eternal universe immortal emperor will die as well. Vent your sorrow and pain to your heart's content before offering your sacrifice. The Lord of the Divine Ruins spoke, his voice filled with disdain. He was looking down on Qin Wendian. Because of his strength, he could do whatever he wanted in this world. The void has died, the eternal universe immortal emperor will die as well. Now, I no longer feel sorrow, only battle intent. Even if I die, I will make you pay the price. Yi Fan's voice was cold. There were no more tears, he couldn't even express his sorrow. Right now, he could only fight. This is the coldest joke I've ever heard. A speck of dust wants to fill the sea, a stalk of grass wants to split the heavens. How lamentable. The Lord of the Divine Ruins shook his head. He took a step forward and attacked Yi Fan. Even though he was covered in blood and the attacks from the Emperor weapon became more and more ferocious, he had already made up his mind to eliminate Yi Fan. The Eternal Universe General was dead, no one could control this battlefield anymore. Now, it was time for the curtains to fall. Next would be the Dark Feast, the time for them to roam the cosmos. Yi Fan was no longer angry, he also forgot about the pain. There was only battle intent in his heart. For the last time, the Wuxia scripture in his hand flipped, the Emperor Dao Laws rushing forward. Also, his immortal foundation shone, preparing to borrow the last bit of the Dao evolution immortal robe to explode his grand completion saint body before his life ended, using his body to shatter and his bones to fight against the Supreme. Boom! At the side, the flames of the eternal universe great Dao burned, causing that place to boil. The Light and Darkness Sovereign screamed miserably, powerless to struggle as his immortal foundation exploded. No, I'm unwilling. I haven't even seen the immortal realms yet and I still want to live for eternity. He roared in anger, like he had lost his mind. Sadly, the ending was already set, it was impossible to change. Within the flames, the Supreme's body shattered, becoming tribulation dust. His immortal foundation also shattered, turning into light and rain. The Stone Emperor and the heaven-abandoning sovereign saw all of this without any fluctuations. One of the lords of the samsara had already died. At this point, no matter who died, they wouldn't be moved. They killed their way to the throne of the Emperor Path, invincible in the heavens and earth. After that, they experienced several chaos throughout the ages. Their hearts had long since turned cold. Let alone a supreme who was unrelated to them, even their own flesh and blood wouldn't make them frown. The remaining wuxia blood in Yi Fan's hand could only be measured by how many drops it was left. Cracks appeared on the body of the bottle. The Lord of the Divine Ruin's palm struck over, shaking him. At this moment, the power of the wuxia scripture was far inferior to before. What should he do? How should he fight? Finally, at the last moment, Yi Fan could only rely on the flesh and blood of his divine physique, which was known to be able to challenge a great emperor. If he really exploded, blood would definitely dye the blue sky, and the enemy would suffer heavy injuries. The moment he was about to go all out, the world suddenly exploded. A giant monument struck over. The Lord of the Divine Ruin sneered. Without even looking, he slapped forward, causing it to explode. However, right at this time, an aura that left even supreme beings horrified spread. Endless strands of immortal light surged, submerging this place. Immortal Ascension Steel. They knew what this was, and there was a type of powerful divine force sealed within. When the monument exploded, it would naturally injure them. Supremacy Samsara flew into a rage out of humiliation. It was just a stone steel, yet it had actually caused him to be drenched in blood. Although it was difficult to kill him, he was still in a rather sorry state. Boom, another monolith flew over. It was just as large and majestic. Let's see how many steels you still have. This time, he flicked his finger. Even from far away, that enormous steel exploded, unable to approach. The 6 paths of reincarnation steel was destroyed, however, a type of boundless fist intent suddenly covered heaven and earth, shaking the starry sky. This was the 6 paths of reincarnation fist source fist intent, an unmatched secret technique. Hong Long, the fist intent was unmatched, connecting the heavens and earth, actually resonating with Yi Fan, causing the flesh and blood in his body to boil. He temporarily abandoned the wuxia scripture and directly rushed over. All of the blood vessels in his body surged, battle intent surging into the heavens. The divine physique and this source fist intent had a special connection. Dong, Yi Fan's fist split the boundless starry sky, striking out berserk, directly attacking fiercely. His fists resonated with the source, releasing the most powerful attack power of this body, as if the true divine physique had been revived. Every single fist drew blood, directly penetrating the Lord of the Divine Ruin's body. Even his imperial Tao laws were scattered. What was this? Everyone was shocked. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was a technique recorded on the path of immortality, but it actually resonated with the divine physique, activating every inch of his flesh and blood. At this time, Yi Fan was like an unrivaled divine monarch. This was not an experience of battle experience, but rather the release of a type of primal instinct, precisely for the sake of killing the enemy. Kill, Yi Fan roared, his eyes blood red. The wuxia scripture flipped, floating above his head, helping him block the attacks of the imperial Tao laws and divine chains of order. The Lord of the Divine Ruins was a bit confused. At this moment, he was actually sent flying by an ant, a fist almost piercing through his body, causing him to spurt out blood. There is a saying that the 6 paths of reincarnation fist might have been created by the divine physique's first ancestor, but it has not been proven. Now, it seems like there is some truth to it. Stone Emperor said. Hong, the fist intent finally exploded. Yi Fan lost that kind of resonance, the blood in his body was no longer berserk, and the divine physique returned to its original state. However, that short experience just now was extremely precious to him. Not only did it resonate with the source of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, there was also the reaction of the 2 divine physiques themselves. The recovery of their primal instincts allowed him to see a world that he had never seen before. It just had to be at this time. Yi Fan said to himself, not sad, not smiling. Now, for him, it didn't have much meaning, because there was no hope or tomorrow. Otherwise, if he could survive, his heavenly emperor fist might undergo another transformation, and his battle awareness would become even more astonishing. His physical body would gradually become unrivaled under the heavens. Lowly speck of dust, in front of a supreme being as vast as the ocean, your laughable and lamentable luck has come to an end. The Lord of the Divine Ruin's face was gloomy. He turned into a streak of light and rushed over. Instantly, the chains on his body rattled, and millions of strands of divine light appeared. Bang! Yifan took action. Wuxia flipped through the scriptures, and at the same time, he was also resisting. However, he was still sent flying. His body was pierced through by a streak of light, and blood flowed out. This was the power of the imperial Tao laws. It was the most terrifying, causing a bloody hole to appear between his brows. If not for the existence of the Tao Evolution immortal robe, protecting his immortal platform, he would have definitely died from this strike. In the distant star domain, the old lunatic's entire body was covered in blood. He threw out the 2 tablets, but it was difficult for him to move forward while carrying the large cocoon. At first, it was fine when he brought it out, but the more he walked, the more terrifying the cocoon became, wanting to crush everything that approached it. Throw it out, damn it, I can't throw it out, damn it, woof. The Black Emperor followed close, almost going crazy. He did his best to carve the formation platform, but when the immortal cocoon descended, those patterns were directly obliterated. This cocoon was terrifying and strange, unpredictable and uncontrollable. In the cosmos battlefield, everything was coming to an end. Yifan flew out horizontally, suffering another injury. If not for the last dozen drops of Wuxia blood and the protection of the scriptures, if not for the light of the Tao Evolution immortal robe, he would have already died. Hong Long, the eternal universe great emperor's body was like a sun, bringing with it heaven overflowing Tao flames as he rushed over, exceeding all speed, cutting off the path ahead, clashing head-on with the Lord of the Divine Ruins several times. This time, the Stone Emperor and Heaven-abandoning Supreme were both attacking, but the Emperor weapons also went berserk, fiercely attacking them. In the end, this place erupted. The Eternal Universe Great Emperor also finally came to an end. He fell towards the sky, his body breaking into pieces. The divine furnace forged from Phoenix blood went all out, directly exploding in this place. It was as if a scarlet rain of blood was raining down, the mournful cries of a phoenix could be heard. Hong, the Eternal Universe furnace that became fragments carried the shattered corpse of Eternal Universe into the depths of the cosmos, leaving this battlefield. The 3 supreme beings suffered serious injuries in the clash, but in the end, they persevered. They were still alive. Now, only Yifan was left on the battlefield. For them, there was no one else who could stop their footsteps. They traveled through the cosmos, swept through the star domains, no one could stop them. Yifan was like a moth flying into a flame, slaughtering his way forward. Ho! In the depths of the cosmos, a long roar sounded. The human demon old man stood on a desolate star, staring at an enormous light source, saying, I finally obtained the most precious food since ancient times, but I have to fight it out again. If the Black Emperor was here, he would definitely go crazy. It was precisely the Emperor's source that he had bitterly chased after back then that was cut off by the old Ting snake, causing him to lose all traces. Now, it was obtained by the human demon Dongfang Tai, truly finding it. Something left behind by the great Emperor Tao transformation, then continue. Tao transformation. The human demon released a loud shout, guiding the Emperor source left behind towards the direction of the Tao transformation. In the end, it struck out, turning into a terrifying expanse of light, rushing straight into the battlefield. Stone Emperor, Heaven-abandoning Supreme, and the Lord of the Divine Ruins' fine hairs stood on end. The cosmos void was annihilated, a ball of light approaching, making them all horrified. An ordinary person's Tao transformation was ineffective against them, but the source of those at the same level, at this time, burning into light, rushing over like this undoubtedly possessed powerful destructive power. They chose to evade. However, there was a type of imprint fluctuation in this rain of light. It didn't disappear, rushing over to kill them on its own. It was clear that this change was unexpected. Hong, in the end, they used their own essence blood to extinguish the rain of light, extinguishing the power of the Tao transformation, injuring a portion of their vitality. At this point, the last strand of light in the great era of darkness was also about to be extinguished, nearing its end. The 3 supreme beings pressed over. Yifan smiled bitterly. What else could he use to fight? His immortal foundation shone, the blood in his body surging. He wanted to self-detonate in the intense battle, letting the Supreme Being's blood splatter everywhere. Suddenly, a faint immortal voice rang out, like a song, like weeping, shaking the starry sky. At the limits of that star domain, an old man appeared. His body was in decline, his eyes dim, carrying a type of sorrow as he walked over step by step. Gai Joyo, Yifan saw a type of resolution on his face. The tribulation crossing immortal song was playing, the sorrow on his face wasn't for himself, but for the great emperor, for all living things. Senior. He called out softly, releasing a light sigh. In terms of talent, Gai Joyo was definitely one of the most stunning people since ancient times, publicly acknowledged by the entire world. If not for Azure Emperor achieving the Tao before him, the two of them being too close, he would have definitely become another great emperor, such a stunning person, breaking into the quasi-emperor realm in the shortest amount of time, and then advancing to the limit, already touching upon that unmatched domain, yet he still couldn't undergo the final transformation. Life's regret, after the desolate era, heaven and earth changed greatly, everything was just that difficult. This was especially the case when Azure Emperor's great Tao hadn't disappeared, yet he could still reach that step, almost breaking through the restrictions of endless time, changing history, creating miracles, truly achieving the Tao. This already couldn't be described with just the word stunning. What a pity, an unrivaled hero was born in the wrong era. His life made others sigh with regret. Interesting, even an old and weak quasi-emperor dares to attack us? Something's not right. So powerful, truly powerful, almost breaking through our trial, but something unexpected happened in the end. This was the evaluation of an ancient supreme being. The tribulation transcendence immortal song sounded. Gai Joyo walked over step by step, his entire body shining. The sorrow on his face was concealed, gradually becoming peaceful. With every step he took, the great Tao of heaven and earth would resound, and the light on his body would also become more and more resplendent. Moreover, during this process, his withered body would release sounds. In the end, the sound of blood flowing within his body could be clearly heard, like the surging of a long river, like the raging sea splitting the sky. Astonishing changes were happening to Gai Joyo. With every step he took, it was as if he was walking against the river of time for 100 years. His body was becoming younger, once again radiating vitality. Yifan's eyes became blurry, filled with mist. He had a feeling of wanting to cry out loud. This dark upheaval was too cruel, and Gai Joyo was fighting with the last of his life. This old man was forcefully refining his essence chi, restoring himself to the peak state of the past. He was going to fight against the ancient emperor. The result of doing this was that perhaps in 2 hours, perhaps in an hour, perhaps in a quarter of an hour, he would directly turn into dust, body and soul destroyed, forever no longer existing. He was originally already old, but for this battle, he refined his blood essence, condensing time, all for that moment of power, recovering to the peak state of the past when he was about to break into the great emperor realm. Who dares fight against me? Gai Joyo asked, his voice calm, without anger or sorrow, only a type of confidence. His face carried a type of astonishing brilliance. When these words were spoken, it was deafening, leaving the three supreme beings stunned. Gai Joyo's voice resounded through heaven and earth. What kind of determination and boldness was this? Did the ancient supreme beings dare fight against him? You want to fight against us? Stone Emperor asked coldly. Do you dare? Gai Joyo asked. His voice wasn't loud, but it made the stars in the sky tremble. If anyone else said this, they would definitely be thought to have gone mad, and the people of the world would laugh at them. Meanwhile, supreme beings would naturally show disdain, not paying them any attention. However, when Gai Joyo spoke these words, even heaven and earth trembled, making everyone feel a type of great boldness, feeling that this was a matter of course, believing that he had the qualifications to fight against supreme beings. Moreover, the three ancient supreme beings themselves were all stunned, momentarily forgetting to berate him. They actually had a type of feeling that this person really was a matchless expert of a generation. It was as if they were treating him as one of their own. Tribulation crossing immortal song sounded, resounding through the starry sky. Gai Joyo's body became younger and younger, radiance covering his body. He walked over step by step, his dim eyes full of astonishing brilliance. In the end, blood energy rushed into the heavens, the declining figure disappearing, replaced by a body full of vitality, divine appearance imposing, transcendent. Was this what Gai Jiuyo looked like when he was young? He possessed a type of matchless heroic bearing, eyes brilliant, black hair thick, scattering over his shoulders and back, as if he was the reincarnation of an immortal king, his entire being transcendent and powerful. This was a wondrous man with heaven-warping talent, divine appearance like jade, possessing a type of matchless might. As he stood there, his unique aura oppressed the heavens, a single person able to suppress the universe, surpassing deities. This was the young Gai Jiuyo, the supreme being of the universe, unparalleled in this world. His eyes were bright, his bearing unmatched, his tone calm as he said, "Who dares fight against me?" These words weren't arrogant, it made others feel that it was only natural, believing that he had the ability to challenge supreme beings. Yi Fan's heart was sour, he couldn't help but sigh. Gai Jiuyo truly yearned for a battle, wishing to compete against a great emperor, wishing to fight against an ancient emperor, fulfilling one of his wishes. He could have become an emperor, but he was born in the wrong era. If the Azure Emperor was still alive, he believed that he would definitely challenge him back then. Now, he wanted to bid farewell to this era in the most glorious battle, prove that he wasn't weaker than others, make up for his lifetime's regrets. Gai Jiuyo's dream, Gai Jiuyo's death, Gai Jiuyo's wish. A hero who should have blossomed with the most resplendent radiance in history missed an era. He wanted to pave out his own emperor path in the ultimate battle. Even if he died, he had to reach the peak in the final instant. This was a supreme being hero with regrets, as well as an old man who had a dream in his heart that hadn't disappeared. He was going to burn in the most resplendent fiery light, the curtains falling. Hong, the Lord of the Divine Ruin's entire body shone, treating his own injuries, recovering. You? A quasi-emperor, yet you want to challenge me? Fine, I'll help you fulfill your wish of sending yourself to death. This battle erupted, the result shocking. Gai Jiuyo's aura devoured mountains and rivers, oppressing even the supreme beings of a generation to the point of being shocked. As soon as he appeared, blood splashed into the sky. This was a battle between emperors. They fought their way into the starry sky, crossing through many star domains, leaving behind endless battle remains, as well as leaving behind endless legends for later generations, shaking the eternal universe. From this day forth, Gai Jiuyo never appeared again, sublimating in a glorious battle, ending the curtains. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Divine Ruins didn't appear either, the curtains falling, leaving this world. Endless great stars became fragments, stellar rivers eternally turned to dust one after another. Many ancient regions were ruined, becoming star ruins. Many star systems were in a mess, destroyed. Emperor blood scattered everywhere. No one knew the details of that battle, but there were many legends left behind. Even after many years passed, the glory and sorrow of the human race supreme being Gai Jiuyo were sung. There were some who said that in the final instant, he corroborated the Tao, becoming a great emperor. Then, he dimmed at the absolute peak like fireworks. After the brilliance passed, he walked towards darkness, thus disappearing. There were others who said that they saw the supreme being in the darkness chaos, forced to submerge that star domain. There were others who said that they saw an immortal flame burn, destroying the Tao traces of the heavens, burying everything, not leaving anything behind. The hero of a generation, Gai Jiuyo, disappeared from this world. After this battle, he never appeared again, leaving behind endless sorrow and sorrow. Even after many years passed, it was still being sung. In the depths of the cosmos, immortal music lingered. A white-clothed woman's face was covered in tears, playing a tribulation crossing immortal song in grief, full of grief, sending off her master. She was Xia Jiuyo. In the cosmos battlefield, the battle continued. There was only Yi Fan left, completely without hope. The entire world was filled with haze and austere. Now, who could keep Stone Emperor and Heaven-abandoning Supreme in check? No one was their opponent anymore. Yi Fan's entire body was covered in blood. He fought until his body was in tatters, divine might exhausted, not having the slightest bit of fighting strength left. As he watched this conclusion, he was powerless, full of unwillingness and grief. Hong, an emperor weapon exploded, shattered, but it also released a powerful fluctuation, blasting the two great supreme beings until half their bodies were covered in blood, almost becoming crippled. There was no hope left, making one feel despair. The Emperor weapons went crazy to the extreme, wishing to destroy everything indiscriminately. For the two great supreme beings, this was an extremely dangerous sign. Only the two of them were left. The ancient supreme beings' 5 Emperor weapons were all destroyed. When faced with the wrath of these Emperor weapons, they would be in a life and death situation. Chong, in the distance, sword cries sounded. There was a killing sword that carried heaven overflowing bloody light as it arrived. There was a new Emperor weapon that joined. This was a killing sword from the spiritual treasure celestial being. Then, the second immortal sword flew over, blood radiance sweeping through the stars. It was unknown just how many light years long it was, breaking through the confinement of the cosmos, arriving in an instant. The Black Emperor roared angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out the third killing sword. The sword body had the imprint of slaughtering immortals. It was dripping with blood, making this entire cosmos tremble. In the depths of the starry sky, a monkey that looked very similar to the sacred prince stood up and opened his palm. A killing sword that had an aura similar to his and had already fused with him soared into the sky, turning into a beam of eternal light as it shot over. Boom, the 4 killing swords arrived together, brandishing about, erupting with resplendent radiance, hacking down murderously, adding a wave of power to the Emperor weapon. Moreover, in that instant, in a distant star system, within a vast ocean, a Tao diagram flew up. The sound of chanting filled the air as 4 killing swords appeared. This was a formation diagram refined from immortal materials, engraved with the spiritual treasure celestial beings' unmatched Tao marks, merging with the 4 swords. This wasn't a normal formation, but rather a great killing weapon that could truly kill supreme beings. In that instant, the 4 swords returned to their positions, forming a world-shocking killing formation. With a wing-long sound, a streak of resplendent radiance was released, hacking down on Stone Emperor's body. King Chong sounds rang out, triggering an intense confrontation. Right at this time, the other Emperor weapons also joined in, entering the formation to carry out the fatal attack. Stone Emperor and Heaven Abandoning Supreme's expressions truly changed. If they didn't return to their peak state, then they might face a bloody disaster. Streak after streak of blood flew out from their bodies. This was already no longer the original killing formation. Now that many Emperor weapons were added, it became much more powerful. The two of them had no choice but to stake it all, carrying out the final bloody struggle. The creator of the group's secret character, the representative of the unmatched killing formation, truly is terrifying. Unfortunately, it isn't the spiritual treasure celestial being controlling it. No one understands the most complex and profound immortal texts and Tao marks, so the power can't be displayed to the greatest. Even though Stone Emperor was seriously injured, he still stabilized himself. Without the main leader, he didn't feel like he was in a situation of inevitable death, so he launched a counterattack. With a raise of his hand, a similarly terrifying killing formation appeared, vicious energy rushing into the heavens. This was a type of blood formation that devoured 10,000 spirits. He actually still had something up his sleeve. In that instant, blood energy overflowed into the heavens, surging, drowning out this stellar domain. In addition, he raised his hand, grabbing towards Yi Fan. It was because right now, Yi Fan was seriously injured, fighting until he was half crippled. Wuxia didn't have the support of blood, so he already couldn't release Emperor Dao laws. Blood sacrifice my formation, Stone Emperor said. Yi Fan didn't resist. Only when he got close did he say, I'll sacrifice it for you. Hong, he was extremely unyielding, directly letting his body explode, wanting to take down half of Stone Emperor's life. In addition, there was a type of Tao transformation power spreading. He wanted to burn his own blood into ashes, not leaving behind any life substance. Stone Emperor released a muffled groan. His arm split apart, almost exploding. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was already in pieces, about to self-destruct under the Tao transformation rain of light. You want to die? It won't be that easy. You can only die if I want you to die, and you can only live if I want you to live. I will decide whether you live or die. Stone Emperor's expression was cold. He repaired his arm, the space between his brows releasing auspicious radiance. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, actually directly extinguishing the Tao transformation rain of light. Then, he raised his hand, making Yi Fan's broken body merge back together. He threw him into the blood formation, saying, "I'll leave you alive, so you can suffer in the blood sea." Yi Fan laughed bitterly. He didn't even completely succeed in self-destructing, only injuring one of his opponent's arms. His primordial spirit wasn't powerful enough, and he didn't have Emperor Dao laws. The difference was too great after all. From a certain perspective, he really was just an ant. Even if he crawled into the body of a giant dragon, he still wouldn't be able to defy the heavens. He knew that he didn't have much time left, that he was about to leave this world. There were laughter, tears, past people and events all appeared in his heart, day after day, scene after scene. He didn't want to give up just like that. If there was a chance, he would still destroy everything indiscriminately, using the power of crushing his bones to make the other party's blood splash 3,000 feet. In the distance, Laozi and Shakyamuni hurried back from the depths of the endless stellar domain, tossing several damaged Great Emperor formations into the center of the battlefield. This place became even more chaotic. It was clear that the situation had worsened greatly, going out of control, making the two great supreme beings frown. In the distant depths of the starry sky, on a meteor, Duanda's entire body was covered in blood. There was a damaged scripture at his side that had formation patterns extending outwards, dyed in blood. He almost sacrificed his own blood, saying through clenched teeth, "This humble Taoist refined the celestial being true blood with great difficulty, and now I have to offer it all up as soon as it was born. The loss is too great, not even digging up several great emperor tombs can make up for it." He held, feeling incomparably pained. He was sacrificing himself. The heaven-devouring demonic cover rose and fell within the formation patterns of the damaged scripture, the bloody light turning into mysterious symbols and power, calling out to the demonic cover to awaken. This wasn't the ordinary revival of an emperor weapon, but the revival of its subconscious. It was because this wasn't an ordinary emperor weapon, it was formed from the shockingly talented great empress head. What Duanda wanted to revive wasn't the emperor weapon itself, but the empress subconscious and potential. In the end, he brought out the half of the heaven-devouring demonic cover and shouted, "Unmatched female heavenly empress, this humble Taoist paid half of his life, please return to one, go." He muttered incantations, the incantation like thunder, shaking the starry sky. The half of the heaven-devouring demonic cover flew up, rushing into the depths of the cosmos. At this moment, the other half sensed something, flying over in an instant. With a rumbling sound, the two merged as one, vaguely forming the image of a woman that suppressed the world. This was the most unique emperor weapon in the world, refined from the flesh and blood of a great emperor, using his own body as immortal material to forge a peerless emperor weapon. Meanwhile, he broke free from the divine core, rumble, it rushed into the cosmos battlefield, not like a weapon at all, but more like a true living great emperor, arriving in an instant. Amidst the huge fluctuations, heaven-abandoning Supreme flew up, revealing an expression of disbelief. His body was covered in cracks, and he wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth with great difficulty, saying, "Is it an emperor weapon or a person? This is a bit strange." Heaven-abandoning Supreme made a move, slapping forward, but after the demonic cover became one, a woman's illusory image actually appeared, her divine might matchless. With a stomp, the surroundings collapsed, causing his body to tremble. It's just an emperor weapon, can it really defy the heavens? It's not like she came personally. Heaven-abandoning Supreme roared, rapidly increasing his battle prowess, but the glabella of the woman in front of the demonic cover shone brilliantly, shooting out strand after strand of multicolored light, actually canceling out his power. Rumble, most importantly, the demonic cover shone, and a huge killing formation appeared, covering the sky and covering the earth, submerging this place. Together with Laozi, Shakyamuni, and the others' damaged formations, this place became a danger zone. All types of great Emperor Dao marks attacked together, terrifying to the extreme. The Wuxia scripture that originally calmed down, died in the blood of the void, eternal universe, as well as the supreme beings floating here, also shone again, turning over a mysterious page. Formations interweaved, constructing another great formation. Just some weapons, yet you want to kill an emperor? You can't defy the heavens. The two supreme beings cried out, but the situation was many times more serious than they had imagined. Every single emperor weapon began to shine, borrowing the great fluctuations here to summon all types of great emperor formations left behind in the cosmos, all of them suppressing over. Some damaged formations that had long been buried, unable to reappear in the world, at this moment, because of the roars of so many Emperor weapons, as well as the eruption of endless power, all of them revived, uprooting from the ground, suppressing over. Roar, heaven abandoning Supreme couldn't hold on any longer. He had no path of retreat, no choice. At this moment, he rose to the extreme, his Tao rapidly rising, reaching the peak, releasing undying radiance. The damaged formations in the surroundings all exploded, unable to suppress him. Even Stone Emperor's blood formation collapsed, because the materials weren't good enough, unable to resist this type of matchless might. The entire cosmos was trembling, many great stars exploding one after another. Heaven abandoning Supreme didn't hide this type of divine might at all, as if he could crush the entire great wasteland with a single stomp. Heaven abandoning Supreme was in despair. He never thought that before the feast of slaughter, he would actually be forced to this step, sublimating to the extreme, turning into a matchless ancient emperor. No one could stop his footsteps. However, this also meant that soon, he would self-destruct under the most brilliant radiance. Yi Fan didn't know whether to feel gratified or to sigh. This supreme being was destined to die, but the price was just too great. Heaven abandoning Supreme, you paid such a price, yet Stone Emperor is waiting for you to sublimate to the extreme. Don't you feel regret? Yi Fan spoke. A pair of ice-cold eyes swept over. Many star domains became dim. This was a true matchless Emperor Dao Law, without the slightest flaw. Heaven abandoning Supreme's expression was cold like an ice sculpture. However, he didn't take action against Stone Emperor. At this moment, apart from the spiritual treasure celestial being's formation diagram, Wushir's formation diagram, as well as the heaven-devouring demonic jar's formation diagram, everything else was destroyed. The fluctuations of ancient emperor laws engulfed the world. Many emperor artifacts rose and fell within the formation diagram, but the beams of light that swept over couldn't truly injure him. Who in the world could match him? A true ancient emperor appeared. The 9 heavens 10 earths no longer had any opponents. All life in the world was suffocating, trembling. Under this type of oppressive atmosphere, lacking the slightest bit of hope. Indiscriminate destruction. A divine roar sounded from within an emperor artifact that was about to shatter. It took form, an elder, Tao light flowing about him, as if his blood was burning. He was the first to rush over, and then he exploded on his own. These were emperor-level fluctuations. He chose death, rushing forward without the slightest bit of hesitation. He turned into the most brilliant fiery light. Hong, heaven abandoning Supreme's majestic body swayed, but killing him was too difficult. There was no hope, not even a single drop of blood splashing out. This was the power of an ancient emperor, exceeding everything in the mortal world, truly matchless and unmatched. As long as he existed, there was no power that could kill him. A life of humiliation is not as good as a glorious death. Another emperor artifact advanced, its entire body transparent, extremely sparkling. This was choosing death, letting itself blossom like fireworks, carrying out a final struggle. This wasn't a damaged emperor artifact, but rather a perfect one. It actually also stepped onto this path. Hong, the emperor artifact flew over, exploding into pieces, completely obliterated. The radiance illuminated the past, present, and future, leaving the entire cosmos shaken. It turned into a great flood, rushing forward murderously towards the ancient supreme being. However, heaven abandoning Supreme recovered to his peak. Even though he was shaking intensely, in the end, when the radiance scattered, he still stood there. Even though his life was limited, at this moment, he was matchless and unmatched. Divine chains of order covered his entire body, sweeping through the world, resisting the many emperor artifacts, carrying out a slaughter. The darkness is in chaos, there is no hope, no light of dawn. Is this fated? Yi Fan sighed softly. There was no sorrow, no anger. In the great explosion just now, he already broke free from the blood formation. His expression was peaceful as he watched the tragic and stirring scene of the emperor artifact exploding. He was like an outsider as he said softly, "Let my soul and bones be buried here as well." In the end, he gazed into the depths of the cosmos. He resolutely and decisively ignited, borrowing the formation constructed by the Wuxia scripture to stop Stone Emperor from approaching. Then, his body turned into an undying torch. This was the great completion of the divine body burning. Then, his frontal bone shattered, exploding with the brightest flower of life, causing the evolved Tao immortal clothes to collapse as well. It passed through the formation patterns constructed by the Wuxia scripture and rushed towards Stone Emperor. There was no sound between heaven and earth. Even though the most resplendent radiance was blossoming, Yi Fan couldn't see it anymore. The flower of life blood scattered down, flowing into his eyes, covering everything. He broke apart, the bloody paste and shattered bones turning into light, smashing into Stone Emperor's body. This world became dark. He couldn't see, couldn't hear, and his perception disappeared. "Big brother." A tender voice rang out. In the starry sky, little Nan Nan's heart pounded and she couldn't help but shed tears. She gazed at the sky, her face full of fear and unease. Then, she screamed and crawled back up, crying, "No, big brother, don't die." At this moment, the Black Emperor was silent. He had already predicted this ending. There was no true great emperor in this world. Everything was set in stone and there was no turning back. Too many people had died in this world. Jizi, Jiang Taishu, Gai Jiuyo, one after another. It was a pity that such talents were lost. No one knew if a miracle would appear. Crazy Ole's back was straight. In the end, he couldn't deliver the immortal cocoon. His body was covered in blood. After understanding the ending, he trembled and stood up straight again. Too many deaths. So many people had died. This is reincarnation, ha ha ha. The silent Black Emperor suddenly laughed out loud, as if he had lost his mind. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he said, "At the end of reincarnation, everything will come to an end. The underworld will be the home of all living beings. How I wish for this to come true." In the distance, an immortal cocoon crushed the starry sky. There were many large cracks there, absorbing the power of the universe. No one could approach. Hearing this, the cocoon seemed to move. At this time, in the depths of the universe, the pressure of a great emperor shook the world. Nothing could stop it. It was a supreme and unrivaled fluctuation. What was a supreme being? Only at this moment did it truly manifest. After a long period of time, he had ascended to the pinnacle and ascended to the throne, ruling over the ups and downs of the human world. Boo-hoo! Little Nan Nan cried loudly as she placed her little hands on her chest. Her heart was aching, and a sparkling and translucent little stone appeared between her brows. It shone with a light that could cut through the universe as she looked forward with teary eyes. Finally, she saw the final scene of Yi Fan's resolute self-destruction. His blood was burning, and a flower of life blood bloomed on his forehead. His entire body was smashed to pieces. "No, I don't want to. Little Nan Nan doesn't want Big Brother to die." Little Nan Nan cried. This time, her tender voice shook the starry sky and resounded throughout the universe. She tore her heart and lungs apart. Then, her entire body turned into a rain of light and shot up, disappearing into the depths of the universe. "Come back!" The Black Emperor cried out loudly and ran with all his might. He wanted to catch up, but he didn't have that kind of extreme speed at all. That was something that exceeded the common sense of this world. Back then, little Nan Nan had disappeared from the Big Dipper just like that. It was as if she had ascended and soared into the heavens. She had been gone for many years. The old lunatic also took action, wishing to bring the little Nan Nan back. He had the Rho character formula, but he still failed, because that immortal light tore through the everlasting, going against common sense. The cold cosmos had long been dyed red with blood, the blood of all life, the blood of supreme beings, even more so the blood of great emperors. Star domains were ruined one after another. Little Nan Nan sobbed like an orphan who had lost a loved one. She cried in grief and her little face was covered in tears. She actually appeared on the battlefield. There was blood, there was light, there was the power of Tao transformation, and there were even traces of Yi Fan's remains. "Big brother, don't die. You promised Nan Nan that you wouldn't die in battle, that you would come back to see me, woo-woo." The little girl was just that helpless, sparkling and translucent tears continuously tumbling down. She staggered about, throwing herself into the blood and bones, crying loudly. It was as if the entire world was collapsing, as if she had lost everything she could rely on. The Supreme Being's Tao laws obliterated the vitality of life, the one character's secret known to be able to kill a person with a single drop of blood. It was useless even if one's flesh and bones were reborn, their vitality severed. I don't want to. Big brother, wake up. You promised Nan Nan that you wouldn't die in battle, that you would come back alive. She cried until she was trembling, sparkling, and translucent tears scattering down. The little girl was heartbroken like this, throwing herself into the blood, frantically piecing together the shattered bones and bloody paste. It made one's heart ache and feel great regret. Kung Chong. She opened up the tattered Tao Evolution Immortal cloves, frantically searching, her hands covered in blood. She cried and screamed at the top of her lungs, searching for traces of Yi Fan. He's gone, big brother is gone. The little girl was in a daze, and then she laid there, crying loudly. Her young and tender little face, her sorrowful expression made one feel extremely pitiful. She sobbed, muttering, reaching out her small hands, doing her best to grab forward, as if she was trying her best to grab onto something. On the other side, the heaven-abandoning Supreme's expression was indifferent. True Great Emperor-level fluctuations covered heaven and earth. He stood there alone, facing off against all of the Emperor weapons, looking down on the common people, looking down on all living things. At this time, he suddenly reached out his hand, touching his own cheeks. There was moisture there, sparkling and translucent. He spoke in self-mockery, saying, "There are actually tears rolling down my cheeks. Could it be that after returning to the Imperial Tao position, I have some memories from the ancient past?" In this instant, many past events appeared in his eyes. The bloody battle on the Emperor's path, that was a resounding song, the attention of all, the respect of all under the heavens. In the end, he finally achieved the Tao. After that, for an extremely long period of time, he protected all living things, being worshipped by all under the heavens. His brilliance illuminated the annals of history, engraved into the hearts of all clans. He fulfilled all of the responsibilities of an Emperor Tao expert, and was also respected by all living things. Later on, he watched as his friends passed away one after another, watched as the woman he loved also fell in the passage of time. He was so sorrowful, longing for immortality. In the end, he slowly changed, attacking the 9 heavens, exploring the 9 underworlds, all for the sake of living longer, hoping to revive those who left him one after another. In the end, he completely changed, stepping onto a different path. His heart gradually became cold, gradually becoming emotionless. He turned his back on all living things, using their blood to prolong his own life, stepping onto a path that went against everything. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. The heaven-abandoning Supreme laughed loudly, wiping away the tears on his face. His expression became cold and emotionless, saying, "What a laughable emotion. After so many years have passed, after I recovered to the peak and ascended to the Imperial Tao position, I actually have this kind of feeling again, just like back then when I achieved the Tao. However, even though I protected all living things, I couldn't protect all of my loved ones and friends. What use is this great compassion and righteousness? In this life, I only live for myself, without any shackles. I want to defy the heavens and step onto the path of immortality." The heaven-abandoning Supreme roared loudly, giving himself an end, severing the last bit of turmoil and emotion. Extreme sublimation doesn't necessarily mean certain death. There were people who survived, and even though the chances were slim, I definitely want to live forever in this world, he said coldly, staring at the Emperor weapons that hadn't shattered yet. Tao Friend's words are correct. Stone Emperor nodded in agreement. Heh. The heaven-abandoning Supreme only released a cold snort. He suddenly turned around, looking towards little Nan Nan, saying to himself, "I originally didn't have much hope or chance of victory, but her appearance has allowed me to see hope of continuing to live forever." Stone Emperor's eyes flickered continuously, not expressing his opinion. When he saw the heaven-abandoning Supreme walk over, his body trembled, as if he also wanted to take action, but in the end, he endured it and didn't act immediately. Because this was a paragon who had undergone extreme sublimation. Unless he did the same, only death awaited him. Originally, there was a reign of light here. That was the power of Tao transformation, but it didn't injure little Nan Nan. After the little girl arrived, all the light was extinguished. However, the Emperor's aura here similarly didn't cause her to tremble. When she saw the heaven-abandoning Supreme coldly walking over, she wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she held in sorrow, "Return my big brother's life to me. If you want to be together with him, it's very simple. Just sink into the darkness together and enter eternal slumber." The heaven-abandoning Supreme acted. That was an emperor's technique, shattering the sky. He actually went all out, aiming for little Nan Nan. This was something he viewed as his hope of prolonging his life. He couldn't afford to lose it. He wanted to seize it and devour it, refining it into his immortal foundation. "Still calling me big brother?" At this instant, the little girl didn't feel any fear. She only held in sorrow, as though she was crying blood. Her tender voice actually shook the heavens. "Nan Nan." The Black Emperor's expression changed. He who was in another star region also heard it. He roared in rage and rushed towards the battlefield, disregarding his own life. However, something even more terrifying happened. Behind it, the immortal cocoon that was crushing the starry sky suddenly exploded. A slender and beautiful figure stepped out, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to cave in. She crossed the river of time and charged into the battlefield. Boom! At the next instant, a resplendent light erupted from the battlefield. Today, the light illuminated the boundless starry space, shaking the years of time and shattering all the records of history. Emperor-level battle, a true battle between emperors, a life-and-death battle between two emperors who stood at the peak of the Emperor Dao. No one expected that there would actually be such an ending. The myriad of living beings had long lost all hope. The entire sky was filled with a gloomy atmosphere, so heavy that it was hard for people to breathe. At the very last moment, when the darkness was about to sweep through the universe, an unprecedented bloodbath was about to be carried out. A flawless immortal emperor appeared in the mortal world and launched the most terrifying battle. This type of light was something no one had ever seen before, not even the supreme beings themselves able to see it. Now, it actually erupted. This was produced by two great emperors, shocking the world. This was Ascension Light, the power of Ascension. The intense battle split the heavens, making even the heavens tremble. There was nothing that could stop them. The entire world was shocked, all creatures horrified. Even the surviving old great sage were petrified. This type of thing actually happened. Flawless immortal emperor facing off against an Emperor Dao supreme being. This was like something out of a legend. It was rumored that there might have been emperors who existed in this world during the legendary era, but no one had ever confirmed this. Now, everyone personally felt it. People at this level were fighting, their divine might matchless. Hong. In the cosmos battlefield, the white-clothed woman released a light shout. The sun, moon, and stars were all destroyed. What she released was ascension power, exceeding all methods in this world. The battlefield shifted, the world's creatures discovered something with shock. Heaven-abandoning Supreme was actually retreating, not because he feared death. As an Emperor Dao supreme being, the words cowardice and cowardice didn't exist in their minds. They all had unmatched beliefs, firmly believing that they were the most powerful in this world. However, at this time, he was sent flying by that white-clothed woman, forced to retreat through star systems one after another. The people didn't know the true result of this battle. They only knew that the battle between great emperors was too terrifying, and heaven-abandoning Supreme was retreating. The blood of an Emperor Dao supreme being, unknowingly when, everyone discovered that there was a dazzling scarlet multicolored light rushing into the heavens at the edge of the cosmos. That was the aura of heaven-abandoning Supreme. That was his blood splashing out, scattering across the cosmos. The final result of the battle between emperors was still unknown, because no one could watch it. However, all signs pointed to the fact that a massacre of Emperor Dao experts was going to happen today. They were all experts at the peak of the great circle of the Emperor Dao. They had all ruled over the great wasteland cosmos for a certain period of time, their combat prowess number one. Hong. A loud sound rang out, accompanied by the mournful cries of heaven and earth's Dao. A flawless great emperor-level expert's body was crushed, his blood splashing across the edge of the cosmos. The fluctuations were terrifying to the extreme. The bloody light instantly illuminated most of the cosmos. The void and the stars were all illuminated by the scarlet multicolored light. It was as if a giant bloody sun was surging, and the scarlet light occupied half of the cosmos. A great emperor-level figure exploded, and his blood splashed across the world. The power was incomparable, and the desolate edge of the cosmos was destroyed. The star systems grew dim, and they were annihilated into nothingness. This was an unimaginable disaster, and it made all creatures in the 8 wastelands of the cosmos tremble. It was an indescribable terror, and even their souls were about to shatter. Powerful divine will fluctuations were transmitted from the life-restricted regions, capturing the true result of the battle. The next moment, the cosmos seemed to have come to a standstill, entering a deathly silence. There was no sound, and all living things were withering away. Was he dead? An emperor-level expert had fallen just like that. Was he going from the most glorious peak to the end? This was the question in everyone's mind. Suddenly, bloody light rushed into the 9 heavens. The great emperor's fluctuations shocked the world. The endless bloody light and the beautiful scarlet multicolored light all flowed in reverse, turning back in an instant to reconstruct the emperor's body. With a loud Wenlong sound, it was as if a primal chaos ancestor god was splitting heaven and earth apart. The fluctuations of life shook the desolate world violently, and the sun, moon, and stars all swayed endlessly. The emperor battle is not over yet. The flawless emperor-level expert cannot be destroyed. Some people guessed that it might have been a deliberate self-destruction to recover. The strength of the emperor's body was boundless, and if it really exploded, the power would be too great and unimaginable. A great emperor-level figure was actually this fierce. It made people's hair stand on end. It's heaven abandoning supreme. He was at a disadvantage, and so he withdrew from the endless star systems and fled to the desolate edge of the cosmos. He was forced to do this. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They didn't know if the white-clothed woman was injured or not. This was the explosion of a great emperor's body, and she was using such unyielding methods just to pull back from a disadvantageous situation. The great battle continued. The power of ascension split the world, becoming even more powerful. It illuminated the cosmos in a dazzling manner. From this, everyone knew that the Empress shouldn't have been too affected. Otherwise, her aura wouldn't have been so great. This was an unrivaled style. This battle caused the desolate universe to collapse, and the stars to turn into powder. It even affected some ancient lands with life. In order to replenish his blood energy, Heaven abandoning Supreme cruelly shifted the battlefield in this direction. He was cold-blooded and merciless. He turned the 2 vital stars into a land of blood and cosmic dust. However, he only had these 2 chances. Next, he was forced into the mythological era's celestial being battlefield, which was the place where the emperors once fought. It was said that in the mythological era, there were emperors, there was no light here, no life force, no complete stellar rivers. There were star fragments everywhere, as well as enormous corpses that were even larger than a star domain. The 2 of them battled, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Ghosts wailed and gods howled. All sorts of terrifying and demonic things happened. This was especially true for the battlefield of the celestial being from the mythological era. It was raining blood, and there were even black lightning streaking across the sky. Vaguely, one could see countless heavenly soldiers and generals, as well as a huge number of netherworld soldiers, traversing the star domain and embarking on an expedition. No one knew where they were going. Unfortunately, nothing was enough in this emperor-level battle. All abnormal phenomena and strange scenes would be obliterated. Light erupted from the star system ruins. Bloody light rushed into the heavens again, and blood splashed across the cosmos. The battlefield of the celestial being collapsed, and a few enormous corpses exploded into ashes. Heaven abandoning Supreme exploded again. Bloody light surged like an ocean, spreading out for who knew how many light years. It shocked the world. A true battle between great emperors truly shocked the human world. That kind of intensity was incomparable. It had never been seen in the past, and people didn't even dare to think about it. The human body actually possessed such enormous power. If this continued, the cosmos would truly be destroyed. It was an endless storm that engulfed all living things. It was unstoppable. Is he dead? Can the darkness disturbance end? However, not long after, the fluctuations of the great emperors continued, and a wave of supreme life aura surged out. The emperors once again reformed their supreme bodies and joined the battle. It was so difficult. A truly flawless great emperor with an undying body was too powerful. It was truly too difficult to kill him. In the following hour, heaven, abandoning Supreme, exploded a total of 4 times. The last few times were all caused by the power of the Ascension Immortal. He was blasted into broken bones and blood, and even his primordial spirit exploded. In the end, he finally died. He couldn't resist and didn't make it through this era. That day, cheers erupted from every place. The noise reached into the heavens and resounded through the starry sea. That was the will of all life, and when they gathered together, it was magnificent. What about the Stone Emperor? Then, everyone seemed to have heard the sounds of a great battle again, but it also seemed like it was just the clamoring of the people. In the end, they only saw a large cocoon move through the sky, flying past every ancient land of life. When everything calmed down, there was no more chaos, no more great waves. The blood gradually scattered, and the darkness was expelled. Dawn appeared. A tall figure that was like a demon king appeared, crushing the heavens until it was about to collapse. There was a type of suffocating power fluctuation. He walked past star system ruins and battlefields one after another, looking at the remains. Did the Stone Emperor die? Did that woman fall asleep again after that battle? I am still alive, and I have to continue living. He had a large success tyrant body. His thick hair scattered down like a waterfall, his gaze terrifying. He walked through the star systems, searching for the blood left behind by the supreme beings, and even more so searching for the ruined half of the Void Emperor's body. There were too many things left behind in this battle, and many of them were what he needed. In the end, he also disappeared, thus, the darkness chaos came to an end. The most terrifying bloody chaos and great calamity in history thus ended. The amount of time that passed was shockingly short, much faster than expected. However, there really were too many deaths left behind. It's over, it's finally over. The darkness of blood and tears has come to an end. The great calamity has ended, and we are still alive. Cheers sounded from every place, resounding through the heavens, celebrating the fact that they made it through the end of the world. Everyone was moved to the extreme. Being able to survive really wasn't easy. Everyone had a new lease on life. They all breathed in and out, and then they roared towards the heavens. Only now did they understand how precious life was, that being alive was better than anything else. Everyone vented everything they had, roaring with all of their strength to express their emotions. In the end, when the cheers and excitement ended, everyone gradually calmed down. A sorrowful atmosphere pervaded the air, sounds of weeping gradually sounding. Woo-woo. There were too many people who died in this chaos. Ancient lands of life became scarlet red one after another, corpses piled up one after another on the great earth, taller than mountains, wider than seas. Child, where are you? Come back to see your mother. A white-haired old woman cried her heart out, her entire body covered in blood. She sat down on the ground, her entire body ice cold. Father, don't die, I beg you, you have to live. A weak young girl shook a body with all her might, but there was only blood flowing out of the man's mouth. His eyes were dim, and he reached out his hand powerlessly, touching her face. Then, he lowered his head, and there was no more sound. Mother, don't sleep anymore. Get up, hurry and get up. A 3 or 4-year-old child cried loudly, hugging the arm of his body that had long become ice cold, his large eyes full of tears. This was only the epitome of the tragedy of the human world. It was everywhere, not just in a single star domain, but rather spread to a large expanse of the cosmos. Bleak winds and bloody rain, gloomy clouds. The losses in this battle were too great. Many heroes' bones left their hometowns. Even though they didn't have the strength of a great emperor, they still rushed into outer space to fight, their blood scattering across the starry skies. In reality, many people didn't even get close to the battlefield before exploding, turning into blood and bones. They wanted to, but were powerless. In the end, they could only release an unyielding roar. There were many people like this. When they saw the darkness of the void, the blood of the eternal universe, and Gaijiryo's sorrow, they disregarded their own safety. Even though it was useless, they still ignited the unyielding flames of will. What a pity, we buried too many unbearable deaths. So many deaths. The large black dog was sad, lamenting in the starry skies. He was a bit depressed and dispirited as he slowly left. The void mirror shattered, the Thai sovereign sword snapped, the Ninely painting cracked, the West Emperor Tower was damaged, the Eternal Universe furnace exploded. From this day onwards, almost all of the Emperor weapons in the cosmos were destroyed, leaving behind too many wounds and grief. The price paid was too great, unbearable. The battle between supreme beings affected too many star domains, and similarly caused a terrifying bloody calamity. The glory of the past seemed so pale on this day. Sobs came from the cosmos. Xianxia wore a plain silk dress and carried a basket of pure white flowers. She shed tears along the way, and sparkling petals danced in the air, accompanied by a bloody mist in the ruins of the battlefield. "Yi Fan," she murmured in a daze. Divine King Xianxia's eyes were red. They had many people to offer sacrifices to, not only the Void Emperor, but also Yi Fan and little ancestor Ji. All of them left. The Ji clan had all arrived, and those who survived were all crying. "Find the remains, even if it's just a piece of bone or a drop of blood," Xianxia said with difficulty. Xianxia wiped away her tears, but they would soon fall. Her heart was in great pain. She scattered white petals and silently walked into the distance, searching along the way. Jiangyi arrived, and his sorrowful cry shook the heavens. He led the people of the Jiang clan here to offer sacrifices, and it was full of desolation and sorrow. The white-robed divine king died in his place, pushing him away at the crucial moment, giving him hope of survival. All the great inheritances, undying imperial courts, holy lands, and powerful races came. Some were silent, and some were crying out in sorrow. Many imperial weapons were buried here, never to appear again. The people of the heavenly village also came, searching everywhere. They were going to overturn the battlefields one after another, walking through the desolate border of the cosmos, crying out in sorrow. "Yi Fan, Senior Guy, Divine King Jiang, Ji, come back to life, don't die." Li Heishui's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted and searched crazily in these places. "Divine Son, where are you? I believe you will definitely survive." Little Kair cried out, tears falling continuously. "Master!" Yi Tong let out a long roar, his face full of sorrow as tears tumbled down. Back then, it was Yi Fan who picked him up, fought a bloody battle against the Golden Crow race, and brought him away. That was how he was today. Too many people came, and all of them were sad. The battlefield was too vast, and it involved many star domains. They searched tirelessly. Void Emperor, Eternal Universe Emperor. Many races came here to offer sacrifices. They were all very sincere and full of sorrow. The darkness was in turmoil, and the end of a bloody calamity left behind too much sorrow, making people feel bitter in their hearts. "Yi Fan! Ji!" The sacred prince roared loudly, all of the golden hair on his body standing on end. He was mad with hatred. Of the two brothers who had once fought shoulder to shoulder with him, he was the only one left. "I really want to flatten those great life-restricted regions." Dongfeng Yi roared angrily. Batch after batch of people hurried over, offering sacrifices to the dead, offering emperor weapons, offering sacrifices to this battle, offering sacrifices to this world. The burial ground of blood and bones, the battlefield where life rested in peace. It was cold and bleak. Yi Tong, Flower, and little Kair searched for an entire 100 years, hoping to obtain even a piece of Yi Fan's bone or a drop of blood. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. The all-life source energy cauldron Yi Fan left behind in the heavenly village had no one to inherit it, and no one used it. In the end, it was buried in his cenotaph. This era was filled with sorrow and sorrow. 100 years had passed. Some wounds couldn't be healed even with time. Many things couldn't come back, but some scars were forever etched into one's heart. 100 years of solitude. Some people guarded alone for 100 years, quietly waiting and gazing into the distance. 100 years of pursuit. Some people walked through the starry sky, bitterly searching for the footsteps that had passed away. 100 years of pain. Some people licked their wounds and recuperated in secret. Time slipped away. 100 years had passed just like that. The dark turmoil had ended, but it had left behind indelible pain and bitterness in this era. "Master, where are you?" Yi Tong and the others roared. They searched the starry sky but found nothing. Their tears scattered across the starry sky. "Divine Son, I know you're still alive. You'll come back." Little Kair left dejectedly. The wind blew down the yellow leaves. It was autumn again, and a chill assaulted them. There was a kind of austere killing intent. This late autumn was a little cold, a little chilly, and somewhat chilling. That battle had ended. All the races shed a lot of blood and tears. There were too many wounds that needed time to heal. Countless mortals had died, and too many heroes had passed away. The Void Sovereign and the Eternal Universe Sovereign were remembered by all the races. They had sacrificed too much for their own good. Gai Joyo's words were also passed down by the world. "Who dares to fight me?" Even now, it was still ringing in people's ears. Even though it had come to a tragic end, that kind of glory was still there. The stars vanished and the tides rose and fell. The lost could never be brought back. They were immortal in time, but they could only live on in people's memories. Too many people died in that battle. What a pity. So many heroes were buried in foreign lands. Many of them didn't even leave their names behind. A spray in the long river of time, splashing out rays of light that soared into the heavens, leaving one deeply moved. All the races were paying their respects. It wasn't just GZ, Jiang Taishu, Gai Joyo, and the others. Tens of thousands of powerful races in the universe had sent their heroes. Some died in battle on their ancestral planets, while others rushed to the outer realms. Although they couldn't get close to the battlefield, they had fought fearlessly and perished outside the battlefield. Only the Quasi-Emperor could enter the battlefield, and without a doubt, they all died in battle. After careful calculation, there were actually more than 10 Quasi-Emperor who had died in battle, their blood splattering in the outer realms. People of this level in the cosmos were almost extinct. This was the most powerful group of people, the elites of this world, to the extent where there was even hope of achieving the Tao, yet they all died in battle just like that, falling in the most terrifying darkness chaos. They became the heroes of their clans, firmly remembered, transported by others, becoming the imprints of an era. Everyone in their clans knew about them. Those who passed away were the strongest heroes of this era. Could it be that none of them survived? People had also hoped that a miracle would appear. However, after 100 years of solitude, not a single heaven-defying hero came back. No matter how extraordinary you were when you were alive, how many heaven-warping geniuses you were, you still died in the end. I ask the world, is there reincarnation? Many powerful races were grief-stricken. They raised their clans and roared towards the heavens, hoping that the strongest heroes of their clans who had died in battle would one day reappear in this world. But, could it come true? Death was like the extinguishing of a lamp. There was no reincarnation in the first place, so how could there be such a thing as reincarnation? There was no afterlife. This was the common understanding of many powerful cultivators. Asking the heavens like this was merely a form of sustenance, an expression of grief and indignation. Only a small number of people were looking forward to it, hoping for a miracle to happen. The old great sage sighed lightly. Since they had already died, it was impossible for them to reappear. Even the ancient emperors were like this. They didn't use this chance to reincarnate, they didn't hope for the future and could only strive for the present. If there was one special person, it would undoubtedly be the Amitabha Buddha. The Buddhist path firmly believed that the afterlife wasn't an illusion and could be waited for. In the long river of time, there would always be two similar flowers. One would wither, the other would bloom. The most beautiful radiance would be in the future. After this day, some golden arhats, bodhisattvas, protector heavenly kings and others from the Amitabha star region moved out, searching for the fallen elites of the Buddhist path. 100 years passed, 100 years of death. Everything finally came to an end. An era had passed. Amidst the ruins of blood and bones, there was also hope for new life. A batch of young experts grew up. They had witnessed the bloodiest chaos in history. They saw supreme experts charging over like moths flying into a flame, dying in battle without any hesitation. This caused them to be greatly moved since they were young. Their wills grew stronger, and because they could sense the supreme aura wreaking havoc, they grew even stronger than the previous generations. Although many people died, this generation that had been tempered by iron and blood became even more dazzling. They grew stronger amidst the flames of war, filling up the seats of many fallen saints. During these 100 years, the world wasn't peaceful. Many things happened. The underworld appeared domineeringly, manifesting itself in the mortal world. Countless soldiers traversed the star regions, collecting the corpses of the experts who died in battle. For this, many bloody battles occurred in various places. These were the local battles after the curtains of darkness fell, causing everyone to be in a state of panic. At the end of reincarnation, everything will come to an end. The underworld is the final destination of all living things. It was unknown who spread this sentence, but it once caused panic. The soldiers passed through for 100 years, causing some mysterious ancient regions to be in chaos for 100 years. In the end, they mysteriously disappeared. Apart from this, there was a great star in the depths of the cosmos whose seal loosened. A great army set out to attack the distance. In the end, there was a bloody battle. After 100 years of subjugation, an immortal bell rang loudly. They retreated in defeat, leaving behind many corpses. During these 100 years, many destroyed homes were rebuilt. Buddhist light appeared on the western desert's broken Mount Meru. Chanting sounds could be heard from several temples. The sun, moon, and stars of Big Dipper were moved over through great magical force. Great Xia, Jiuli, Ji, and Jiang families also built their clans' lands in the ruins. It was the same everywhere. Heaven Ascension Star Region, Heaven Completion Star Region, Gochin Star Region, Fire Mulberry Star Region, all of the powerful clans were recuperating, wanting to recover in the shortest amount of time possible. After 200 years had passed since the darkness chaos, the various regions of the heavens walked out from the shadow of chaos. Their populations all recovered, scenes of prosperity appearing. The broken ancient paths in the starry skies were repaired. Many heroes stepped onto the path of trials, sharpening themselves, wishing to display their brilliance in this era. Time was the world's greatest power. Under its mediation, everything could slowly change. After another few decades passed, the clans completely flourished. There were faint signs of a golden age descending. It was hard to imagine that there was such a great calamity in the past. It really is a great era. All types of constitutions have appeared, blossoming with the most dazzling splendor. It's hard to imagine that the prophesied golden age has arrived. It actually happened after the great calamity, from destruction to cultivation, then to the appearance of life, then to flourishing, and then to extreme prosperity. This process made one sigh in admiration. In the past, there were experts of all types of constitutions. After the great calamity, many people survived. Now, there were even more divine seedlings from the ancient, archaic, and legendary eras. It could be said that 100 flowers bloomed, groups of stars resplendent. Everyone had previously believed that when the path of immortality opened, this era would enter the most powerful golden age in history. Who would have thought that it would be the most miserable calamity? The cosmos was split apart, all clans were massacred, almost heading towards destruction. Now, no one believed that a golden age would appear, believing that all of the prophecies were wrong. However, reality proved that there would always be unexpected events. The will of heaven and earth was unfathomable. The golden age arrived after the bloody calamity. Tens of thousands of flowers bloomed, illuminating the cosmos with the most brilliant radiance. Groups of stars flickered, and all types of powerful constitutions that should have only appeared in legends coexisted in this era. It's hard to believe. 100 years ago, someone saw the undying heavenly blade traverse the cosmos, cutting apart countless stars and seizing the immortal light left behind after the path of immortality was destroyed. It was all for the sake of nourishing a stone egg. 100 years have passed, and someone has seen that shocking blade radiance again. It seems like that creature has been born for many years. Is this true? Someone has also seen the chaotic body. Tianda is about to become unrivaled under the heavens. Is the light-shaking realm going to become a king? The entire world was discussing this. Resplendent divine stars rose up one after another, illuminating the cosmos and tearing apart the heavens of this era. They released the most dazzling radiance. Sonorous war songs rang out one after another. Stunning figures drew the attention of tens of thousands of people, and all clans sighed in admiration. Another few decades passed, and the 300 years arrived. This world was gradually moving towards the peak of prosperity. This was a great era rarely seen since 10,000 years ago. Even though the supreme experts of all clans had fallen in that battle back then, they had long since made up for it. A few bloodlines that had only appeared in the legendary era had now appeared, shocking the human world. Their radiance was everlasting, and the entire world was paying attention to them. This was a glorious era. This was an incomparable golden age, and the people of this era were fortunate enough to witness its arrival, the ice-cold cosmos, the battlefield of the past. After so many years, one group of people left, and another group of people came to search for traces of the past. Some people came to pay their respects and offer sacrifices to their ancestors, but even more people came to search for fragments of emperor weapons. Those were unmatched immortal materials, and as long as a small piece was refined into one's own weapon, one's power would definitely increase greatly. Unfortunately, after so many years had passed and so many emperor weapons had shattered, not many had been found. They were still buried in the boundless starry domains. Where did so many immortal materials go? That's not just one or two great weapons. Practically all the imperial weapons in the world have been destroyed. How could there be so little left? It must have been taken away by someone with ulterior motives, and no one knows about it. Everyone was unwilling. Even though they had these thoughts, they didn't give up on their search. After all, the cosmos was too large, and no one could say for sure which regions the great battle of the past affected. Perhaps those emperor blood, weapons, and ruined corpses were still floating about, in some unknown corner. If they were found, then it would be a shocking treasury. The darkness chaos had passed for too long. Gradually, the number of people who came to offer sacrifices to the Void Emperor, Eternal Space Emperor, and Gai Joyo became fewer and fewer. Most of them came for treasures and emperor blood. The emperor battles ended, the blood calamity left. Now, everyone's eyes were focused on the stunning figures that rose up one after another. Yin Tianda, Yao Guang, and other names shook the starry skies one after another, flickering with radiance, drawing the attention of the world. Meanwhile, in the desolate border of the cosmos, blood and bones floated about. There was no light, no warmth, only darkness and coldness. The weapons that accompanied them had long shattered, covered in blood. This was the proof of those who risked their lives and fought against supreme beings. Nebulae curled about, primal chaos pervading the air. This was an ancient region that no one knew about. Since the ancient times until now, it was difficult for the outside world to enter. Only at the right time, at the right place, could special people tear through the void and reach this place. If one wanted to withdraw, it would be extremely difficult. This place was isolated from the outside world. Apart from this, one would have to wait for a special golden era. Perhaps a few people would fight their way in, carrying out the most powerful struggle since the ancient times, illuminating this place with undying and resplendent light. After passing through the layers of mist, they entered the boundless stellar river. This place was vast and boundless, groups of stars shining brilliantly. There was a great star here that was full of vitality. Looking down from the sky, one could see a blue sea and verdant great earth. It was full of a savage aura. Thump, thump, in the mountain region, a tyrant dragon was running. Its scarlet scales were shining, full of a bloody aura. It was unknown just how many creatures it had slaughtered before. There was even a vermilion bird that tore apart the sky, moving through the air. It was bright red, as if it was cast from phoenix blood. A long cry sounded, making the boundless mountain region tremble. Kacha, not far out, a mountain peak collapsed. Magma surged within, creating a scarlet-red expanse. It rushed out like a flood. There was a little beast covered in golden fur there. It released a loud cry, and then countless beast roars sounded from all directions. This was a prehistoric scene. All types of desolate beasts and barbaric birds moved about, all of them rarely seen species. There were many races that lived on this star, all of them innately powerful. Even though they were isolated from the great cosmos and couldn't pass through the mist, they still knew how to cultivate and were all extremely powerful. This star was extremely large, not inferior to Big Dipper and other places. The region was vast, but many regions were the territories of barbaric birds and desolate beasts. Other intelligent creatures normally wouldn't recklessly barge in, or else they would become food. Here, there were limits to where the races resided. There were some creatures that were just too powerful, and that was why some races could only rely on collective strength to survive. As for the human race, no matter where they went, they would display stunning performances. They were still at the top. On this star, there was a rather vast region that belonged to them. As long as they didn't challenge the bloodlines of the most powerful races from the legendary era, surviving wasn't an issue. There were many beautiful mountain peaks in the human race's region, as well as quite a few desolate mountains and unruly rivers. Looking down from the sky, there were cities that covered the boundless earth one after another. There were some regions that were connected, while others were separated by 100,000 great mountains. Clang, the sound of a bell shook the world. It was a strange bell that rang out in a long and drawn-out manner. It spread throughout the human race's territory, reaching every inch of land. Everyone could hear it. What happened? Many people raised their heads in shock and gazed in the direction of the sound wave. They were bewildered as they didn't know how many years it had been since the sound wave had surged through the world. However, as long as there was a sound, there would definitely be a shocking event. Who can tell me what kind of changes are going to happen? Why are the bell sounds shaking the heavens? At this moment, regardless of whether it was the farmers in the fields or the cultivators in the mountains, they were all stupefied. Their hearts were nervous, worried for the unpredictable future. Has Xianxia come, or has chaos really come out? Please don't. Many people were worried. In the Great Wastelands, there were some strange races with extremely powerful bloodlines. Even the strongest human experts might not be able to deal with them. No, it has nothing to do with those races. It's news from the outside world. It was clear that someone had received the news ahead of time. Clang, the sound of the bell was long and drawn out. All other sounds between heaven and earth disappeared, and everything became quiet. An emotionless sound wave transmitted over, resounding by everyone's ears. The Ascension Immortal battlefield is about to open again. Everyone, do not enter the Ascension Immortal stage to avoid attracting a great disaster. When this emotionless voice sounded, it immediately triggered an uproar. The news was just too shocking, and everyone couldn't help but look towards a certain region. In that direction was the Immortal Stage region, also known as the Ascension Immortal battlefield. There were too many secrets and riddles. From ancient times until now, it was unknown just how many heroes had shed their blood there. Finally, another golden era has arrived in the outside world. There are going to be more people entering the Ascension Immortal stage. We will be connected to the outside world for a period of time. Those people are about to come again. Many people revealed worried expressions. Those people that came were too powerful. It was clearly recorded in the ancient texts that they could stand shoulder to shoulder with the most powerful individuals in this world, and their numbers were far greater. Don't worry, as long as we don't enter the Ascension Immortal battlefield, there won't be any accidents. We absolutely cannot take advantage of them, or else there will be a great disaster. An old cultivator said. As for the farmers, pawns, and others, they quickly calmed down. These things were too far away from them, to the extent where they didn't even have anything to do with it, so they didn't have to worry about anything. As for a few sects, they were all discussing countermeasures. This was a reincarnation cycle, and the outside world was now in a resplendent golden era. It was worth them going out to explore. In the ancient times, there were people who used this time to pass through the destructive mist region to gain experience in the outside world. When they returned, they were already individuals at the very peak. Of course, very few people came back. 99% of the heroes had all gone missing. The immortal stage has already shown, turning into a battlefield. There will be many inconceivable changes. Once cultivation will be cut, cultivation will be severed. It is the most dangerous place, and we absolutely cannot enter. That day, many sects elders were strictly warning their disciples. They hoped that they would know their place, that they absolutely could not go out to explore out of curiosity and lose their lives for nothing. That night, great rain poured down. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, chilly winds howled angrily. It was as if all types of demons and ghosts were moving out, making the late-night torrential rain seem extremely terrifying. In the heavens, a body fell down. It was struck by lightning and roasted by thunder and fire, but it wasn't destroyed. Its body wasn't damaged, only a bit more scorched black. He fell along with the torrential rain, directly smashing into an extremely tall stone mountain below. The anticipated scene of his body being smashed into pieces and blood splattering everywhere didn't appear. He smashed through the stone peak, tumbling down, and then landed on another small mountain. Only after tumbling many times did he stop. At the foot of the mountain, there were several tens of families. A youth was startled awake by the lightning at night. Just now, when he saw the blazing lightning streak through the sky through the window, a body fell from the dark clouds, leaving him stupefied. "Grandpa, someone fell from the heavens, smashing into Oxhead Peak." The main peak was shattered. After the youth recovered from his shock, he shouted for his grandfather who shared life and death with him. He pointed outside the window, his body trembling slightly. "Don't bother with it. If there really is a demon or ghost, it isn't something we can deal with." After the elder sat up, a strand of radiance shot out from his turbid old eyes, warning the youth. However, that wasn't a demon or ghost. "I clearly saw that it was a person," the teenager said. He really wanted to take a look. "You aren't allowed to go. It is late at night, and demons can also turn into humans." The elder stopped him. When the sky brightened, the torrential rain stopped. The mist in the forest was quite great. The youth left the house, directly running towards the short mountain. The elder followed behind, fearing that something unexpected would happen to the youth. The mountainous region was extremely slippery, muddy water everywhere. However, their movements weren't slow, quickly arriving at the top of the mountain. A young man laid there, not moving at all. Half of his body was submerged in a puddle. He had been soaked in the rain for an entire night. What was strange was that there was actually a green lotus in the puddle. Wisps of mist curled about it, taking root in the muddy water, accompanying the man's side. Heavens, his body didn't rot. He smashed into Oxhead Peak, but it actually didn't shatter. The youth cried out in alarm. When he raised his head, he saw that the peak of Oxhead Mountain was cracked, a large piece falling off. What kind of physique did this person have? This is not a simple person. He is 10,000 times stronger than demons and ghosts. The elder's eyes revealed a wisp of light, his face a bit worried. He is still alive. It was because the youth heard a powerful heartbeat. His ears were extremely sharp, far surpassing that of ordinary people. "You." When the teenager was about to squat down to take a closer look, he was suddenly startled. He quickly retreated, because he discovered that the man's eyes were always open, and he hadn't fainted. The elder hurriedly explained, "We didn't mean to offend you. My grandson is kind-hearted and wanted to save you. Since you are fine, we will take our leave." He pulled his grandson up, about to leave, but the man didn't have any reaction. Even though his eyes were open, they lacked spirit, as if he was living in his own world. From start to finish, his eyes never blinked. "Grandpa, his condition isn't right. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been submerged in the muddy water for half the night. Let's carry him home," the youth said. The elder frowned. He looked at Oxhead Peak, and then looked at the person on the ground. He was quite hesitant. But the youth had already made his move. He directly lifted the man on the ground and was about to carry him on his back. The elder sighed upon seeing this and walked over to help. At this time, the young man who hadn't moved all this time pulled up the green lotus with only 3 leaves. The roots weren't tainted by a single drop of muddy water. Apart from this, he didn't make any other movements. He allowed the youth to carry him on his back, but his eyes still lacked luster. "I didn't die." In the young man's mind, there was endless blood, scenes of many great emperor weapons shattering, scenes of ancient supreme beings bathing the universe in blood, and scenes of him fighting with all his strength to splash the starry sky. He didn't know the result of the chaos in the darkness. At that time, he was already exhausted. He fought until his body was crushed and his blood spilled in the desolate border of the cosmos. He was already exhausted. Regardless of whether the world remembered him or forgot him, dying in battle in the outer realms was his final destination. I never thought I would still be alive. Many fragmented scenes flashed through his mind. Little Nan Nan was lying amidst his blood and bones, crying loudly. Many sparkling and translucent tears rolled down and sprinkled on his body. Don't cry. His lips moved slightly. Unknowingly, tears slid down his face. The Void Emperor was dead, Jizi was dead, Gai Joyo was dead, Jiang Taishi was dead. This made his heart ache. The world would remember them, right? Such a hero would never be able to return. A flourishing age would be built on the ruins of blood and bones. Regardless of whether the people of the world remembered them or gradually forgot them, those heroes of the past would never return. They would never be seen again. There was no luster in his eyes. They were dim. He had woken up for many years, drifting through the cosmos. He had seen shattered emperor weapons accompanied by blood and bones. He had also seen ruined bodies. He had vaguely caught a glimpse of them, but he was powerless to find them. That might be the last time he saw them in his life. Yifan was still alive, but he was exhausted and didn't want to move. Not only his body, but even his mind was exhausted. This battle was too tragic for him, especially when he saw the mutilated bodies and blood of Jizi and Jiang Taishu. It made him sad. He drifted for many years but couldn't move. The battle that day created ruins of blood and bones. The great emperors passed away, heroes fell, and blood rained down. Yifan fought in the battlefield of the universe and played a great role in that battle. He helped the two great emperors and launched two critical attacks. It was also because of this that the master of Samsara and the light and darkness supremes fell. Relatively speaking, he was like an ant. He fought with his life at the critical moment and paid a great price. The cauldron of ascension shattered and he himself was covered in blood in the outer realm. Not only that, but the Tao Evolution celestial robe also exploded into pieces. They were stained with his blood and were extremely dazzling at that moment. The reason he could survive was because the God in the Tao Evolution celestial robe protected a sliver of his spiritual consciousness from being extinguished. It used dozens of pieces to block the world-shaking destructive bloody light. The two great perfection saint physiques turned into a bloody paste with bone fragments flying in all directions. Of course, his body couldn't be preserved and was mixed with the bloody paste. But the two bodies were like the divine robe, blocking too much of the killing calamity and destructive power for him. They came from the same source and shared the same body. The bloody paste of the great perfection saint physique protected a drop of true blood from being extinguished. It was absorbed into the bloody paste and didn't lose its life to the supreme murderous intent. Little Nan Nan rushed over and cried among the bloody paste and the golden fragments of the Tao catastrophe. Her tears fell like rain and she was extremely sad. Those tears were like the elixir of immortality, protecting his last unerasable mark. But at that time, he didn't have the ability to open his mouth. His entire body sank into the boundless darkness. Perhaps that was death. He stepped into that realm. He didn't know what happened after the great emperor battle. The fragments of the great perfection celestial robe, accompanied by blood and broken bones, flew into the distance. They floated in the cold darkness and were separated from the outside world. It was unknown just how many years he spent in loneliness. A strand of imperishable divine consciousness was mixed with a drop of true blood, protected and preserved, passing his days in the darkness. Perhaps it was decades, perhaps it was centuries. In the darkness, he tried to open his eyes, but he couldn't. He was drowsy. Later on, he heard a passage of scripture that reverberated within a strand of undying divine sense. It was deafening, and it gradually brought him back to life. It was the ancient scripture recorded in the bronze coffin pulled by the 9 dragons that made him indestructible. Later on, he gained true consciousness. At that time, the secret character of swordsman was operating. It was reborn with a drop of blood, nourishing and rebuilding his body. Meanwhile, it was also at that time that he discovered a green lotus accompanying him. It scattered down a bit of light, unexpectedly containing his bloodline essence. It participated in his body's recovery, his true body gradually growing. At the same time, under the guidance of the immortal scripture in the ancient bronze coffin, the restoration of the swordsman formula, and the nourishment of the cyan lotus, his divine sense slowly grew stronger. Several decades ago, he had a true body. That was his own flesh and blood, sturdy and imperishable. Even if it collided with a meteorite, it wouldn't be destroyed. However, that was all. He didn't have the fluctuations of natural laws, didn't have divine Tao order. It was as if he was cast from divine gold, sturdy and unbreakable. However, he couldn't operate the secret techniques of the past. He fought a supreme being bloodily, the battle incomparably bitter. Great Tao fragments couldn't be seen anymore. During those years, he couldn't even budge an inch. Perhaps there were magical Tao fragments hidden in his flesh, but he couldn't use them. He could only travel alone, drifting about in the darkness of the desolate edge of the cosmos. During this time, he seemed to have seen half a void mirror, accompanied by a ruined body. Was that the void, or was it GZ, or was it Yellow Emperor? He wanted to roar out, but he could only watch helplessly, unable to move. He watched as they disappeared into the distance, buried in the coldness. Similarly, he also saw the blood and bones of Hengyu Great Emperor and Jiang Taishu, as well as many emperor artifact fragments soaked in blood. It made him feel great sorrow, yet he was powerless to do anything. Only in recent years could he move again, but he still couldn't fly on his own. His body's condition wasn't that great. Later on, he entered a state of slumber, only waking up after falling on this great star. After so many years passed, he didn't know what the outside world was like. He didn't know where his old friends were, to the extent where he didn't even know the result of the darkness chaos. Now, normally, he would still feel heart-tearing bone-splitting pain. His primordial spirit felt as if it was being cut apart by blade after blade, his bones as if they were crushed by great Tao fragments, about to turn into fine powder. This was the result of the battle against the ancient supreme beings. Even though he survived, it was extremely miserable. He was dizzy, body and mind weary, even more so feeling a type of heartache. Did GZ die just like that? Could it be that the white-cloaked divine king couldn't appear anymore? There was also Gai Jiuyo. Who dared fight against him in that life? Even now, his mind was still shaken. Many people had already left, even their final parting only passing by in the ice-cold cosmos. He couldn't collect their blood and bones for them. I'm home, this is my home. The young man's name was Bai Yi, a very strange and ordinary name. He was cheerful and optimistic. He was only 14 years old this year, but his strength truly surpassed that of an adult's. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to carry Yi Fan back to the village from the mountainous region as if he was flying. This was a very ordinary stone-tiled house, located at the easternmost position of the village, next to a fish pond. The furniture inside the house was very old, a few years old, but it was very tidy. Bai Ye's eyes were clear. He passed over a dry towel for Yi Fan to wipe his face, and then he carried over a pile of clean and soft bedding for him to rest. Yi Fan silently received it, wiped off the mud, and changed into a set of half-new clothes. He sat there in a daze. His head still hurt. When he tried his best to circulate his divine sense to recover, it would always be like this. The ancient Supreme Being's imperial Tao caused him great harm. Even though his true body wasn't destroyed, there was still a huge problem. If it was an ordinary person, he would have long been turned into ashes. He was only able to survive because of a combination of various factors. After so many years, Yi Fan really wanted to travel the world and soar into the sky again, but he couldn't control his body. He faintly felt that there should be a powerful force in his flesh that was always circulating, but he couldn't use it. Ah, why is it growing on the brick bed? At this moment, young Bai cried out in surprise. The green lotus had actually taken root on the brick bed and was growing. It only had 3 leaves and didn't have a thick root system, yet it had such a powerful life force in a place without water. It left everyone stupefied and in disbelief. Old Bai opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he held it back. Yi Fan pulled it up and walked to the pond in front of the house. He put it in, and the result was the same. In an instant, it took root and was planted in the water. Faintly discernible wisps of white mist filled the air. You can rest here and recuperate. Young Bai revealed a sunny smile. Thank you all. Yi Fan said. Although his divine sense felt as if it was cut by a blade, he still captured their divine wills in a short period of time and understood the language of this star. Perhaps, this was also the hope and signal that he could recover. No need to thank me. The young man scratched his head. There was a simple and unadorned expression in the sunlight. At this time, the old man brought over a bowl of hot soup for Yi Fan to drink. Even though he knew that his background might be astonishing, he still brought over the food and water of these mortals. Has the darkness turmoil ended? Yi Fan collected his thoughts and asked. This was currently the question he was most concerned about. In the battle of the past, many heroes had paid too much, but the result left people in despair. At this time even his voice was trembling. That was a bloody battle where he, Gz, Jiang Taishu, and the others tried their best to change the cruel reality. The Void Emperor, Gai Jiuyo, many people died. What exactly happened? It was terrifying. What turmoil? Are you talking about the appearance of Xianxia and the destruction of the primal chaos? They didn't appear, said the young man. I'm talking about whether or not this star experienced a blood disaster, whether or not an ancient supreme being descended. Yi Fan asked. It was because he could already tell that the old man was a cultivator. Meanwhile, even though the young man didn't understand magical techniques, his physique was extremely powerful, not an ordinary person either. He should understand the matters of the cultivation world. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other in dismay, revealing a doubtful expression. They shook their heads together, expressing that they didn't know what he was talking about. You are someone from the outside world? Only after a moment had passed did the old man ask with some hesitation. Yi Fan stared blankly. Soon after, he understood what kind of place this was. It was actually isolated from the great cosmos, blocked by primal chaos mist. This was a strange star domain. The darkness turmoil you are talking about, could it be that you are referring to the Ascension Immortal battlefield? Don't worry, as long as they don't actively participate in the battle, normally speaking, the people inside won't come out. Blood disasters are rarely seen, said the young man White Knight. Ascension Immortal battlefield? This name easily made one produce many associations. Yi Fan's dim eyes released an astonishing radiance. Look, it's over there. We live right next to it. White Knight pointed into the distance. That was a dusky expanse of land, and at the end of it was the Ascension Immortal battlefield. Many powerful people will come here to compete, and they all originate from the outside world. After Yi Fan understood these things, he softly said to himself. He didn't rest and directly walked out. Hey, have you recovered? That place is extremely dangerous, cutting off one's cultivation and cultivation. It's incomparably mysterious, White Knight cried out. I just want to climb the mountain and take a look. Yi Fan said. There were no problems with his movements, but he couldn't fly. His own magical Dao fragments were restricted in his flesh. White Knight followed him down. He was worried, so he followed him up a mountain peak and looked towards the Ascension Immortal battlefield. There were many specks of light at the end of the dusky earth, as if a divine land was reviving. Our star is called the First Calamity Planet, and that region is boundless, much larger than even human habitats. It occupies a quarter of this star's territory. The First Calamity Planet was a very strange name. Yi Fan listened and silently calculated in his heart. This was a continent that was even more vast than the Eastern Wasteland. It was truly a vast battlefield. He could faintly feel a mysterious wave spreading out from there. In the battlefield, talismans were condensed one after another and imprinted into the mountains and rivers. Look, the Ascension Immortal battlefield is reviving. It will endure terrifying hunts, battles, and encirclement battles. It is said that every time a golden era arrives in the outside world, people will come to our Ascension Immortal battlefield to fight. Every one of them is an unparalleled expert, the young White Knight said excitedly. Is that so? Are we going to see so many old friends so soon? Yi Fan said softly. His magical Dao fragments were not visible, and his eyes lacked luster, but they were even more profound. At the limits of the dusky land, not only were there many specks of light, there were also some beautiful mountain peaks not far away. There were palaces and pavilions on them, with phoenixes flying about. Those are some immortal gates. Sadly, I didn't have the chance to enter. It's not suitable for cultivation. Young White Knight spoke with regret. Yi Fan had long seen that the old man was a cultivator, but this young man didn't step on that path. It was just that his muscles and bones were tempered to be exceptionally strong. You're not suitable? Yes, my cultivation speed is too slow. I can't absorb the essence of heaven and earth into my body. The young man spoke in a low voice, feeling a little disappointed. Yi Fan didn't say anything. The path of cultivation was extremely difficult. There was naturally a need to choose 1 out of 10,000. It was impossible for everyone to have talent and be suitable for this path. He had long seen that the young man's physique was extremely strong. He could become a world-shocking expert among mortals. However, it was difficult for him to absorb spiritual energy into his body and accept the baptism. He was unable to take the next step on the Tao. In life, there are many things that you shouldn't care too much about. Let your heart be at peace and contentment, always maintaining a worry-free state. Yi Fan consoled. Young White Knight nodded and didn't say anything. However, he truly desired to become a cultivator in his heart. How could Yi Fan not understand his feelings? However, he didn't say anything more and walked down the mountain. He was unexpectedly calm after arriving here. He had once fought a bloody battle against an ancient supreme being and should have died, yet he was still alive. He didn't feel any great emotions of joy or sorrow. His head still hurt. His primordial spirit was split apart as if there was a nameless aura slicing at his immortal foundation. It even sealed his Tao fragments within his flesh and blood. In the following days, Yi Fan was very quiet. He strolled around the village and the fields, breathing in the clear mountain air. He would often sink into contemplation. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't change his state. He couldn't use any techniques. However, his body's agility and strength were recovering at a shocking speed. After floating in the cold universe for so many years, it was hard for him to move at all. It was only in recent years that he was able to move. Now that he had fallen to the ground, he intentionally moved his arms and legs, breathing in and out. He finally felt that his body completely belonged to him. In the following half a month, Yi Fan would face the morning sun, swallow the clouds and expel the impurities. He would start from the most basic foundation building, hoping to change the current situation. Every time this happened, the young Bai would run over and imitate him because he knew that Yi Fan was definitely a powerful cultivator. Otherwise, how could he collapse Ox Head Peak after falling from the sky? In the past few days, the villagers had been discussing that a snake spirit had appeared in the stone mountain and that God had smashed the peak of the mountain, killing the snake spirit. Only White Knight and the old man knew that it had actually been smashed by a single person. Half a month passed. In the afternoon, Yi Fan took a stroll in the fields and punched. In the morning and at night, he breathed in and out, swallowing the clouds and qi. He wanted to recover. His physical body was as strong as a dragon, and he moved as fast as lightning. He could shatter the void with his bare hands. That kind of explosive power was shocking. One had to understand that his Tao fragment had been sealed, and he only had his physical body left. He couldn't use any Tao laws or secret techniques. The young Bai had only seen him once from afar, and he was already shocked. He was dumbstruck and simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. He had heard Yi Fan say that he was only using the power of his physical body. Just his physical body alone was already this terrifying. Killing wild dragons and desolate beasts was definitely not a problem. Yi Fan tempered his muscles and bones. He was as fast as lightning. With a leap, he rushed from the village to the mountain peak. He was like a demonic god on a journey, shocking the old man so much that his heart was pounding intensely. He really didn't use any secret techniques or Tao techniques. The old man felt his fine hair stand on end. Just how powerful was this person for his physical body to be this terrifying? This was definitely something he had never seen before. Just by using this kind of physical body and not using any natural laws, it was enough to kill powerful demons. This was definitely an extraordinary person, leaving the old man shaken. I can't cultivate. Can you teach me the method to temper the physical body? The young Bai gathered his courage and asked Yi Fan for guidance. His eyes were filled with hope and desire, as well as a bit of apprehension, fearing that he would be rejected. I can. Yi Fan gave a simple reply. When he stretched out his muscles and bones, he didn't hide it at all. These were the basic movements of some of the most powerful combat skills, and he let him watch. Several days later, Yi Fan stopped the tempering of his muscles and bones. This was already meaningless to him. His physical strength had already reached great heights, and he only lacked the fragments of natural laws. In the remaining time, he only walked about as if he was measuring this land. He would walk for most of the day in this region, and when he had free time, he would give pointers to Bai Yi. Yi Fan sighed softly. There was still no effect. The pain of his heart being torn apart and his primordial spirit not apparent, so he couldn't rush into the heavens. It was still the same as before, without any improvement. Later on, he didn't insist on thinking so hard. He would either fish by the pond or walk into the fields to help some villagers plant seedlings. He would even hunt some wild game. That day, Yi Fan set out to take a look at the flying immortal battlefield. Bai Yi was shocked and hurriedly stopped him, saying that that place was extremely special and that it was best if he didn't take the risk. However, Yi Fan had already made up his mind, so he couldn't stop him. In the end, he followed him and walked towards the dusky limits of the great earth. At the limits of the horizon, the rain of light was still flying. The ancient battlefield's changes were still ongoing, and the nearby beautiful mountain peaks were already empty. The cultivators from a few small immortal sects had already withdrawn, fearing that they would be affected by the terrifying great battle that was about to happen. Two little babies, you two are quite daring. Why did you come here? It's quite dangerous. Could it be that you also want to enter the flying immortal battlefield to search for treasures and encounter immortal opportunities? A bearded man shouted from the front. There were more than 10 cultivators there. Their cultivations weren't weak, at the very least, they were much stronger than those from the immortal sects that fled. They were led by the curly-bearded man. Little fella, you haven't even stepped into the cultivation world yet you are too daring. Hurry and go home, don't come here to be mischievous. A young woman laughed softly. Even though she seemed to be teasing him, it was actually a kind reminder. We only came to take a look. Bai Yi argued. Then follow behind us. Don't run around randomly, just watch from the outside and gain some experience. The bearded man spoke heroically. On his back was a large sword, appearing quite bold and powerful. Thank you, uncle. There were old and young people in this group, all of them loose cultivators. They carefully arrived outside the flying immortal battlefield, and they all revealed serious expressions as they stared at the world inside. Up ahead, a rain of light scattered down, as if fireworks were blossoming one after another. When large amounts of light streaked past, they were like shooting stars that moved through the sky, extremely brilliant. Even Yi Fan was shocked. This place was truly mysterious. This world was vast and boundless, and talismans flickered between the mountains and rivers from time to time. It was as if ancient immortal caves were about to open one after another. Those exceptional experts should be appearing soon. I really don't know how the battle will end up in this world. An old granny said. Those people are indeed terrifying. After leaving this battlefield and recovering their original cultivation, they can pluck the sun and capture the moon with a raise of their hand, exploding stars. Their divine might is matchless, sigh. The bearded man sighed. That type of power was world-shocking, something only the most powerful individuals in this world could possess. Yi Fan discovered that it wasn't just their group of people. There were people coming from the neighboring regions as well. Some came in groups, and some moved alone, carrying out a lookout. In addition, he discovered that there were people who entered, walking into the depths of the vast battlefield. Even though it was called a battlefield, the scenery of the mountains and rivers was extremely beautiful. There were ancient trees and great waterfalls. The only difference from the outside world was that the rain of light was scattering down, turning into talismans that were faintly discernible. They want to find ancient treasures and encounter immortal opportunities. The bearded man explained. The great battle hadn't started yet, so a few people would enter the battlefield to observe those talismans and comprehend the Tao. If their luck was good, they might even find divine objects from the mountains and rivers engraved in the talismans. It had always been like this since ancient times. Every time this time came, there would be people who would enter. Of course, they would face great risks, because after entering, their cultivation would be erased, and after coming out, they would need several months or even several years to recover. During this period of time, anything could happen. Dying inside was one thing, but after coming out, they might be intercepted and robbed. Those who had already lost their cultivation naturally wouldn't have a good ending, and as such, normal cultivators wouldn't take the risk. As for ordinary people, most of them couldn't endure the overly powerful domain inside, and their bodies would quickly weaken and die. Hoping for them to find divine objects and bring them out was simply impossible. This was especially the case when the great battle inside started. Those exceptional experts would cruelly kill all those they didn't recognize, and the cultivators who entered to search for opportunities would be in a miserable state. That type of bloody scene was like a nightmare. Oho! A dragon roar shook the world, and even the rain of light in the Ascension Immortal battlefield became chaotic. An enormous azure dragon swooped down from the distant sky. It was tens of thousands of zhang in length, and it was truly world-shocking. This made even Yi Fan's expression change. This was actually a great sage. That type of draconic might made many cultivators tremble. In the end, it entered the Ascension Immortal battlefield. The moment it entered, its entire body shone, and its body shrunk several times. In addition, it couldn't fly anymore, and could only leap. Its cultivation was erased from the various mountain peaks. That's the Azure Dragon Great Sovereign. Many people cried out in alarm. That Azure Dragon was an outstanding and famous expert of this world. Its fame spread far and wide, and it oversaw a region. Is it also going to try its luck with immortal opportunities? Yi Fan asked. No, it's going to participate in the battle. It wants to use its strength to seize immortal opportunities, Big Beard said. Some of the people in this world who were powerful enough would choose to enter the battlefield and fight against the experts from outside this region. They would engage in great battles and seize their magical artifacts and inheritances. This old dragon's physical body is unrivaled, and its body is so enormous. Compared to other races, a single crush would be enough to collapse mountains and split the earth, crushing one's bones and flesh. If it enters, it will naturally be extremely powerful. The great sage-level Azure Dragon innately held an advantage, and it had nothing to fear. That was why it dared to enter. Of course, it didn't want to sweep through everything. After it obtained what it needed, it would definitely withdraw immediately, and there would definitely be people outside to receive it. Dang! Suddenly, a bell rang, shaking up the human race's vast habitat. Meanwhile, the region bordering the Ascension Immortal battlefield could naturally hear it clearly. Everyone's expressions changed at the same time. This place has truly become the most terrifying battlefield. The divine bell has already sounded, which means that some people from the outside world have already arrived. The bell is warning everyone that the mysterious confrontation, the hunt, and the encirclement have begun. Yi Fan's expression became sluggish. Then, 2 streaks of light shot out from his eyes. It was because he saw several dozen enormous pillars of light descend from the sky, connecting the heavens and earth like gods. Those were golden pillars that supported the heavens. Every single one of them was thick and majestic, and they blocked the 9 heavens. That was the descent of experts one after another. Yi Fan's eyes swirled about. He sensed a familiar aura from within. That astonishing fluctuation spread outwards. Those people's cultivation hadn't been severed yet. Those light pillars were all as thick as mountains. They rushed into the 9 heavens and descended into the 9 underworlds. The radiance was resplendent and the aura was boundless. It was as if deities had descended one after another to suppress the mortal world. They're here, they're finally here. On the dusky earth, many people cried out in alarm. There were quite a few people who hurried over from outside the battlefield. At this time, everyone couldn't help but take steps back. They were trembling from the bottom of their hearts. Those auras were too powerful. For many people, those experts were like the reincarnations of true deities. These are deities from beyond the heavens. Every single one of them has the strength to look down on the world. I truly don't know how they cultivated to this level, and even more so why they would come to the flying immortal battlefield to engage in a great decisive battle every once in a while. This was the question many people had. The golden age outside made them shocked. The brilliance of the matchless figures was too dazzling. Races stood in great numbers, and there were many experts. The light in Yifan's eyes was extinguished and became dim again. He stood outside the flying immortal battlefield and silently watched without saying anything. The young Baiye's eyes were extremely bright and full of desire. He stared at those light pillars with incomparable hope. He looked forward to the day when he could also become such a powerful person. The bearded man and the others were all shocked, but soon after, they shook their heads. Those people were too far away from them, and it was a bit unreal. Those enormous light pillars were mostly located in different regions, and they were all quite far from each other. At this time, they slowly dimmed, and the radiance gradually restrained. Their cultivation has been severed, and their cultivation has been erased. Those people are being suppressed. Only now did everyone release a breath of relief. Those people were truly too powerful. Every single one of them was like a deity. It was suffocating, as if they were deities that descended into the mortal world. Vaguely, there was still a faint aura of the great Tao pervading the air. It wasn't truly severed, and in the end, it was restrained by itself. There are some people who never lost their cultivation. This made everyone feel horrified. Just how powerful were they? Even the flying immortal battlefield lost its effect? There was actually this kind of result. It made everyone feel apprehensive. An old cultivator revealed a strange expression, but he wasn't too shocked. He said, there have always been some people who had secret artifacts or special opportunities on them. They would always be able to retain a bit of their cultivation and not lose all of their magical power. Moreover, these people would take the initiative to give up the ability to use Tao techniques in the end. They wouldn't use their trump cards unless it was a moment of life and death, as if they were deliberately tempering themselves. This was a battlefield. After coming here, people from different factions and regions would do their best to kill other peerless experts. It was as if there was a terrifying competition. All of the light pillars had disappeared. No one knew what was happening in the depths of the flying immortal battlefield. After all, this region was too vast, surpassing the eastern wasteland that Yifan had seen in the past. There was only a rain of light scattering down, and it was filled with a mysterious aura. Boom, suddenly, several hundred li out, rubble flew through the air. Dazzling radiance shone as several dozen enormous pillars of light descended. Two of them were too close, and before they stabilized, there were already people who took action, carrying out fatal attacks, directly starting a battle. The two streaks of light collided together. Magical Tao fragments flew everywhere. Their cultivation hadn't been severed yet, so when they carried out such a world-shocking attack, the mountains and valleys were naturally shaken. Even the great earth outside the battlefield was trembling. Enormous cracks extended outwards one after another, reaching several zhang in width. It was extremely terrifying. Many mountain peaks rumbled, and stone mountains collapsed. Smoke and dust rushed into the sky. That type of great explosion left many people terrified. Everyone couldn't help but back up. A sorrowful roar sounded. It was unknown which race's expert it was. His enormous body moved through the air like a fire phoenix. His entire body was covered in raging flames, but it was covered in scarlet scales. His tens of thousands zhang body exploded with a honglong sound. Large amounts of blood scattered outwards, directly exploding at the edge of the battlefield. That type of fluctuation overflowed into the heavens, terrifying to the extreme. A few people cried out miserably. They were unfortunately drenched in the rain of blood, pierced through on the spot. Then, the great Tao fragments contained within the scarlet blood even more so erased their life force. It was a matchless expert after all. A peak great sage was killed just like that. Too terrifying. Outside the battlefield, everyone's faces became pale, losing color. Just how powerful was that person? In such a short great battle, an exceptional expert like a fire phoenix exploded. It was truly shocking. Everyone backed up, all of them choosing to stay far away. Even though they were standing outside the flying immortal battlefield, it still wasn't safe. The people inside were too powerful, every single one of them as powerful as deities. Their blood stirred the heavens. Oho! In another region, 300 li away, there were similarly two supreme experts who encountered each other. A humanoid creature took a step out of the pillar of light. His entire body was covered in mist, directly passing through another enormous pillar of light. There was an enormous lion there that seemed to be cast from gold, even taller than a mountain. The two clashed, and a bitter battle ensued. Pooh! In the end, the humanoid creature was torn apart. That enormous golden lion swallowed him in a single gulp. Blood splashed in all directions, piercing through the void. Everyone was shocked. Just how powerful was that person? Just how powerful was that person? The blood rain contained natural law fragments that pierced through the void. He was definitely extremely powerful, yet he ended up becoming food for another. The radiance receded. That enormous lion that was as large as a mountain landed on the ground, disappearing from the heavens. It was clear that its cultivation had been severed. Just like that, pillars of light shot into the heavens from time to time. They were brilliant and dazzling, as if they were pillars of heaven and earth that had existed since time immemorial. Exceptionally powerful fluctuations spread outwards. In just an hour, people had already discovered the arrival of hundreds of extraterrestrial true gods. During this period of time, some of their light pillars encountered each other and a bloody battle ensued. At least 5 or 6 true gods had fallen. Outside the Ascendant Immortal battlefield, it was deathly silent. Many people were petrified. These deities were too powerful, even more terrifying than they had imagined. They still hadn't discovered a single expert below the Great Sage realm. No one could say for sure how many enormous beams of light had descended. This was because they could only see this region, and it was only within the range of the Heavenly Eyes range. The Ascendant Immortal battlefield was too vast. Even though the light pillars reached into the heavens and could shake a territory, it was impossible to see everything from too far away. This is only a corner. Just how many people are there? Could it be that there are thousands, or even tens of thousands of such powerful figures? Or even more? Many people's mouths and tongues were dry. Then, they felt a chill run down their spines. This type of feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Just how did so many experts cultivate? Each and every one of them had blood energy as vast as the ocean. They weren't old fogies that were on the verge of death. Finally, the Ascendant Immortal battlefield gradually calmed down. There were no more light pillars descending, and there were no more powerful fluctuations of laws spreading out. However, it made people feel even more reverent. A rain of light sprinkled down, and a kind of auspicious aura appeared within the Ascendant Immortal battlefield. The earth that had just been shaken up slowly healed, and became flat again. The Ascendant Immortal battlefield was actually like this. It was as if it had a life of its own and could repair itself. This made people feel a wave of astonishment. A clamor sounded from afar. Someone was collecting some blood rain from the ground. That was the precious blood of the deities from the outer realms. Regardless of whether it was used to refine medicine or to extract fragments of laws to refine weapons, it would be extremely useful. Without a doubt, after entering the battlefield, just the exploded body of the great sage was a supreme treasure for many people. Some people were tempted when they saw the blood rain so close to them. In the end, someone entered the battlefield. Of course, there would definitely be relatives and friends outside to receive them. Otherwise, they would definitely die if they went out. In the following 2 days, terrifying fluctuations were transmitted from the Ascendant Immortal battlefield from time to time. There were people confronting each other and carrying out life and death battles. There was once a battle that affected the periphery. Many people saw a humanoid creature uproot a mountain with his bare hands and suppress a great sage-level tyrannical dragon. Unfortunately, he failed and was torn apart. Blood splashed everywhere. In this battlefield, there were some races that occupied an absolute advantage. Their bodies were innately powerful and incomparably powerful. Even heroes that were not weaker than them in the outside world had to retreat. They were not their opponents. The struggle for supremacy on the emperor's path first places importance on one's physique. Every single emperor's physique is the most powerful in the same era. They are imperishable even after tens of thousands of years. They are even more powerful than imperial weapons, Yi Fan said to himself. In the following days, Yi Fan would come here to watch every day. The young man Bai Yi would also follow. His heart was stirred. Even though it was difficult to see the most terrifying battle between deities in the distant outside world, he was still overwhelmed with emotions. Yi Fan did not enter. Even though he had sensed a somewhat familiar aura, It was not the people he wanted to see. He did not set foot inside. On the fifth day, a river of stars descended from the sky. A hazy figure appeared several hundred li away. A huge pillar of light pierced through the heavens. Another group of people appeared. There was a great Tao precious vase floating above that person's head. It was incomparably terrifying and directly absorbed his own pillar of light. That place became a terrifying black hole. Yaoguang lineage. Someone cried out in alarm. In that region, unfortunately, 7 or 8 huge beams of light directly appeared. Someone recognized the most special pillar of light. There was even one person who was close to that black hole. The result was very tragic. That person exploded, and all of the blood and broken bones were devoured by the black hole. It made people's hair stand on end. After that, the other pillars of light dimmed, and no more bloody battles occurred. Only a cold voice transmitted over, causing the surrounding 10,000 li to tremble lightly. If you can't display the heaven-devouring demonic art, you are nothing but prey here. The last of the great Tao fragments dissipated, and the heaven and earth returned to peace. Yi Fan's expression was without ripples. He still had no intention of entering the battlefield. He silently watched everything that had just happened and revealed an expression of contemplation. During these few days, the flying celestial battlefield was filled with bloody battles. Many experts from the outer realms arrived. Almost half of the people were killed in the first moments. Some of them even fought to the outside of the battlefield. This place also attracted even more people. Even though the elders of the great cultivation sects had repeatedly warned their disciples not to come here, many people, including themselves, still came. The temptation was too great. Boom! On this day, in the depths of the flying celestial battlefield, endless divine light burst forth. There, a huge divine gate appeared. It was faintly discernible. People could see a majestic heavenly pass. The sun, moon, and stars all revolved around it. The people outside the battlefield were stunned. What kind of place was that? Why did it look so similar to the southern sky city gate of the ancient heaven in the legends? Almost at the same time, a few more divine gates appeared in various parts of the flying celestial battlefield. Through the gates, they could still see the majestic ancient heavenly pass. The flying celestial battle. How can the people of this era be so powerful? They have connected the two realms so quickly. They can freely travel between the outer realms and this battlefield. How terrifying. This was the most important battlefield. Some divine gates could be built on some divine mountains that were engraved with ancient seals. Some of the mountains even had ancient caves left behind. Countless people had died here. Every golden era, there would always be powerful figures who would hurry over, fighting a great decisive battle here. There were too many inheritances, divine materials, and other things left behind. They were all sealed, only appearing when the battlefield opened again. This place had a special meaning for the deities from the outer realms. They could train their emperor bodies, obtain inheritances, forge weapons, and prolong their lives. In addition, there was a mysterious connection between emperors and emperors. It was related to the flying celestial realm, as one divine gate after another was built. The flying celestial battlefield was divided into many spheres of influence. They were occupied by some of the most powerful figures. During these past few days, a few roars sounded from the battlefield from time to time. Even though many people had their cultivation erased, greatly suppressed, their voices still possessed terrifying penetrative force. Yi Fan vaguely heard the names of Tai Chu, Yao Guang, Zhang Byron, Golden Cicada, Yin Tianda, and others. It was as if someone was roaring out, shouting something. Soon afterwards, he heard a few more voices. Once my master appears, who dares to contend against him? There was someone who still had magical force left. His voice shook out, rumbling through the mountains. Meanwhile, there were more than 10 figures guarding that gate of light. That place became their divine land, outsiders not allowed to enter. Isn't he fighting alone? There is also a camp, followers appearing? Yi Fan said softly. Now, he was already sure that his suspicions weren't wrong. This was the only true path, an exceptional battlefield for the struggle for supremacy in the Emperor path. Meanwhile, he actually entered ahead of time. There was no need for the past impregnable pass crystal monument to summon him, he was already waiting ahead. When he thought about how this star was known as the first calamity star, this might very well be the #1 imperial pass, a place everyone had to fight over. A great sage came out. Someone cried out in alarm. That was an old Taoist who belonged to this star. He had previously entered to seize immortal opportunities, and he really did open up an ancient cave, but in the end, he was almost killed by someone. His entire body was covered in blood, barely escaping alive. Taoist Xianxia, it is rumored that his original body is a barbarian bird with phoenix blood flowing through it. After refining his flesh and turning into a human, he became even more powerful. I never expected his injuries to be this severe. Everyone was shocked. A group of experts walked up, protecting him to prevent others from attacking him. It was because after coming out from the battlefield, one's cultivation wouldn't recover for several months or even years. The fiend race old Taoist left under everyone's protection, his face dark. Before leaving, he revealed quite a bit of information that left everyone stupefied. This world was different from the past. There were too many people who came, exceeding the past. Taoist Xianxia reckoned that there were at least 10 times as many as in the past. This number left many people speechless. Moreover, the people of this world were extremely powerful, every one of them heaven-defying. He saw a few creatures from an unknown race, but they were unstoppable. They could easily tear apart the great sage with their flesh alone. In the depths of the battlefield, it was extremely cruel. A rain of blood splattered everywhere. It was simply a tragic scene of hell on earth. Some of the talismans on the ancient mountains have great uses, they might be the greatest immortal opportunity. Every mountain peak that was branded with an ancient seal might indicate an immortal fate, or it might be sealed with an ancient tablet that recorded an ancient inheritance, or it might even be an imperial orthodoxy. The main reason was because there were just too many people who came in the past, and there was no lack of imperial princes and imperial Dao inheritors. After they died, some of their great Dao fragments turned into talismans, leaving behind some imprints. Apart from this, there were strange immortal things that grew here. There were blood crystals and divine marrow underground, rumored to be produced after unmatched figures. Died, nourished by the veins of the earth, containing great Dao fragments that could extend one's lifespan, even more so increase one's comprehension and perception towards natural laws. As for divine gold, it wasn't like there wasn't any. How could those who could come here be ordinary? Countless experts had died since the ancient times, their weapons broken or exploding. All of the items they left behind were sealed here. You absolutely cannot touch those gates of light, or else you will be met with a great disaster. This was Taoist Xianxia's final warning before leaving. The gates of light carried a type of power. Once it was opened, it would only recognize the mark of the one who opened it. Anyone who wanted to pass through had to obtain their permission, or else they would be obliterated. That was unless one could shatter it with explosive power. Meanwhile, at this time, the changes to the gates of light were still continuing. The mountain peak there was rising explosively. The gates of light were located at the summit, and a few pavilions appeared. Then, streak after streak of light mist appeared, protecting that place. One could vaguely see that the imposing heavenly pass behind the gates of light provided a type of energy, protecting those regions. An unshakable fortress. Within a few days, several dozen sects appeared in the flying immortal battlefield, each immortal gate a type of inheritance. They were all under the protection of the gates of light, making it difficult for outsiders to break in. Yifan already recognized the heavenly pass behind the immortal gate. It was the only true impregnable pass he had seen before, but back then, he only saw a grand city gate tower. Now, it completely appeared. It was clear that those who left their names on the crystal walls all entered the impregnable pass, descending from there to fight here. The immortal gates were something only the most powerful heroes could possess. Every single gate belonged to a single person, only with their agreement could they pass through. Now, through the gates of light, Imperial Pass turned that place into fortresses that were difficult to break through one after another. Is this to allow people from different factions to fight here for a long time, and also to survive and operate? This is simply one sect after another, while those regions are pure lands. After understanding a bit, Yifan felt more and more like the flying immortal battlefield was extremely cruel. Soon afterwards, the local expert who entered before Azure Dragon also came out. Even though his entire body was dripping with blood, his benefits were tremendous. He successfully killed 2 people, and after a short period of rest, he still had to go in. There are actually the insights of ancient emperors and great emperors inside, as well as their life experiences. If one obtains them, not to mention achieving the Tao along their paths, becoming a quasi-emperor is definitely not an issue. This was undoubtedly a huge commotion, making everyone understand why there were people who insisted on constructing the Gates of Light. Those experts looked like they were going to stay here for a long time, because there were unmatched treasures buried here. This was a struggle for supremacy in the Emperor's path. There were some powerful figures who would have more than 10 followers at their side, perhaps even several dozen followers, all of them competitors they subdued along the way. It was all because some people were too powerful, those people unable to see the slightest bit of hope, willingly following them. Now, after just a few days, there were already unmatched heroes who had more than 10 followers, or even more. The more one understands, the more one will feel reverence. Even though this place has exceptional immortal opportunities, it is not fated with us. The bearded man said with a sigh. During these past few days, their group of people remained unmoved, reporting every day, watching from the sidelines. Bai also always stood together with them, his blood surging every day, wishing to obtain that type of power. He was full of desire as he stared forward. Look, there is a talisman on that short mountain up ahead. It is so close. Unfortunately, we don't dare enter. The bearded man said honestly. Yi Fan had already watched for many days, his expression calm, not making any movements. However, at this time, he took a step forward. Actually about to step into the ascending immortal battlefield. Hey, where are you going? Your body hasn't recovered yet. Bai called out, hurrying over, blocking his path. It's fine, I'm just going to take a stroll, Yi Fan said. But, your body, even though you were powerful in the past, you can't even fly now. He believed that Yi Fan's injuries were very serious. Yi Fan shook his head, not saying anything more, taking large strides into the ascending immortal battlefield, not stopping even half a step. Behind him, the bearded man and the others all widened their eyes, not daring to believe everything. For many days, they had always thought that Yi Fan was an ordinary person, never expecting this sickly youth to be so daring, directly entering the battlefield. After the deities descended, the people outside were no longer willing to step in, unless they were the great sage, or else they would only be hunted down. Heavens, he's rushing towards the talisman on that short mountain. A young girl beside the bearded man said in shock. After Yi Fan climbed up the mountain, he touched the talisman with his hand, but unfortunately, he did not get any reaction, there was no special manifestation. He did not hesitate, simple and direct, smashing the talisman with a palm strike, smashing the ancient talisman into pieces, causing the entire earth to tremble, rubble pierced through the air, the peak of the short mountain was flattened by him, huge rocks rolling down, turning this place into a mess. Behind him, the group of people were tongue-tied, shocked to the point that their eyes were wide open, all of them shocked, as if they had seen the most inconceivable thing. That was the ancient talisman of the ascending immortal battlefield, he actually directly obliterated it. This was too savage, even those great sages might not be able to achieve this with pure physical strength, right? They still remembered that other people used their hearts to comprehend, seriously studying. But this person was so direct, simple, and violent, smashing everything with a single force. Too savage. A young man said. Yes, too savage. The bearded man echoed. The group of people were already stupefied, instinctively muttering to themselves. After Yi Fan's palm cut off the mountain peak and obliterated the ancient talisman, a weapon that belonged to an absolute great sage was revealed. It was stained with blood, and even now, it had not dried up. He picked up this simple and crude blade, discovering that the deity inside was already dead, but there was a type of cryptic profound meaning, a passage of scripture, extremely profound. He silently comprehended it for a while, and then he turned around and walked out of the battlefield, flinging off the bloodstains on the ancient blade, tossing it out, throwing it to the bearded man and the others. This is, for us? They were stupefied again. Who was this person? This was an immortal opportunity, yet he gave it to them just like that, not caring about it at all. After the bearded man and the others picked it up, they were incomparably excited, looking left and right, discovering that there was no one else, because the others had already rushed into the distance. There was a great battle over there, right at the edge of the battlefield. Boom, boom, suddenly, enormous footsteps sounded from another direction. The great earth continuously trembled, and an enormous silver creature rushed over. It was unknown what race it was, but it was shaped like a fierce tiger, its entire body covered in silver scales, and on its head was a brilliant single horn. Yi Fan smashed the ancient talisman, previously making light rush into the heavens here, startling an expert. He directly slaughtered his way over, not saying anything, immediately fighting a decisive battle. The struggle for supremacy on the Emperor's path had to defeat everyone in this region, and in the end, one had to step on the corpses of all experts to stand at the absolute peak. The silver-scaled tiger was in the great sage realm, its body stained with blood, clearly killing more than one person. It was because its body was too powerful, possessing a great innate advantage here. However, the result of this battle was unexpected. Yi Fan saw it smash over with its silver horn that could tear apart the great sage's body, but he didn't move in the slightest, only smashing down at the last moment. Gotcha, that great saint horn was broken. One has to understand that this was a divine horn that was even more powerful than a great saint artifact, rarely seen in this world. It was hard to find more than a few in this world, yet it was broken so easily, leaving everyone stupefied. Oho! The divine tiger roared, and an expanse of immortal light gushed out from its mouth. Its cultivation wasn't completely destroyed, and instead, it launched a fatal attack, wishing to slaughter Yi Fan. Unfortunately, the result of this battle left it in despair, and the dozen or so people watching from outside the battlefield were horrified. Yi Fan's method was simple and direct. His methods were overly clumsy, but they were extremely destructive. Hong, the immortal light was scattered by a single fist. Pooh! The silver-scaled tiger suffered a series of heavy blows. It flew out horizontally, directly exploding, and a rain of blood scattered everywhere. In the back, Bai Yi, the bearded man, and the dozen or so others were all dumbfounded. Their mouths were so wide open that it wouldn't be a problem to stuff half a fist in. Yi Fan took out a divine bead from the silver tiger's body and handed it to Bai Yi. It was difficult for the youth to guide the world's spiritual essence into his body, so he couldn't step onto the path of cultivation. In that case, he could directly cultivate with this tiger divine bead, and he definitely wouldn't lack spiritual essence. Of course, he would have to throw it away after a few months, because this divine bead had temporarily lost the great sage's vitality. After a few months, it might recover, and at that time, it would be a disaster for the youth. Who is that person? He's a true deity. The bearded man and the others only came back to their senses and cried out in alarm when Yi Fan's figure was about to disappear from the battlefield. If it wasn't for the fact that the terrifying divine tiger's corpse was still in front of them, they would simply be in a dream. Before Yi Fan left, he only said one sentence, asking them to help take care of Bai Yi. This made the few of them excited and moved. A youth who was even more ferocious than a deity entrusted them with such a task was an honor for them, and it was also an opportunity. Deity, no, deity among deities, we will definitely do as you say and watch the battle from here. We look forward to you sweeping across the fairy battlefield, the bearded man and the others shouted. Although Yi Fan had lost his magical power and the great Tao fragments were sealed in his flesh, he still possessed extreme speed. His physical body was too strong, and this heaven and earth seemed to be unable to contain it. He turned into a bolt of lightning, moving close to the ground. Very soon, he saw a huge mountain, and there was a divine gate glowing there. And on the nearby mountain range, temples appeared one after another, grand and solemn. This was a Buddhist temple. A young monk sat cross-legged in the light gate, shrouded in divine light. He was like an immortal Buddha, standing above the mortal world. His white monk robe fluttered, and there was a kind of detachment in the light, untainted by dust. Golden cicada, an extremely powerful figure. Yi Fan didn't ascend the mountain, instead stopping here for a moment before leaving. On the mountain peak, in front of the divine temple, there was a woman who saw his rear figure. Her expression was greatly shaken, saying to herself, I seem to have seen someone who shouldn't have appeared in this world. She was precisely enlightened feeling, the most powerful expert of Western Desert Buddhist sect's younger generation, someone who had previously stood side by side with North Emperor Tim. At that time, her reputation and strength far exceeded Yi Fan's. She encountered Golden Cicada in the Starry Sky Ancient Path, and then became one of his followers. Inside the Gate of Light, Golden Cicada opened his eyes. He was stabilizing the Gate of Light, borrowing the Imperial Pass power behind the Gate of Light to produce many temples and mountain gates. Enlightened feeling shook his head and said, I saw wrongly, it definitely isn't him. 300 years ago, he died under the hands of an ancient supreme being. Even if an immortal came, he wouldn't be able to be saved. Yi Fan moved through the fairy battlefield, passing through many places. During this time, 2 more battles happened, but none of them could stop his advance. There was another divine peak with a Gate of Light on it, producing a Taoist temple. There was a Taoist seated there, as if he was overlooking the common people. There were more than 10 followers around him. Taoist 9 Tribulations, an extremely powerful figure. Right now, he was looking at a youngster who claimed to be a disciple of the Alkaid sect. His eyes were deep, not showing any fluctuations. In the end, the Alkaid sect's experts left the mountain. Both sides wouldn't fight intensely for a short period of time. There were too many experts, and the most powerful didn't wish for a decisive battle to happen too early. It was because this wasn't the only place. There were too many opportunities in that Imperial Pass that needed to be fought over. During this period of time, guarding the Gate of Light and stabilizing the passage between the 2 realms was the most important. In the future, regardless of whether it was coming here to fight for life and death, or going to Imperial Pass to fight over scriptures, inheritances, and other resources, they all had to use this passage that connected the 2 realms. Why are you exactly the same as that person from the past? You, who are you? When the Alkaid sect's disciples left Taoist 9 Tribulations Mountain Gate, they saw Yi Fan along the way. They were immediately stupefied. Yi Fan didn't pay them any attention, continuing to advance according to his original route. This expert released a short shout, saying, "Halt!" He chased after him, cutting off his path. He didn't believe that Yi Fan was still alive. The human race's divine body had fought a bloody battle against an Imperial Tao Supreme being back then, dying in the darkness chaos back then. How could he still be alive? What's the point of pretending to be a dead person? Who exactly are you? He shouted loudly. I am the dead person you spoke of. Not even the Alkaid sect dares to act so impudently towards me. Yi Fan said calmly. He took a step forward and released a palm imprint, sending this person full of hostility flying. Blood splashed through the air. Are you really Yi Fan? The expert was lying in a pool of blood. His body was almost rotting. He tried to get up several times but failed. His face was full of shock and fear. This was a person who should not have appeared. How could he appear in this world? If news of this got out, it would shake the heavens and shake the entire starry sky. In the past, everyone knew that the human race's divine physique had fought against a supreme being. In the end, his blood was scattered in outer space and he never returned. No one believed that he could still be alive. Everyone knew that he had died in battle. It's just a name. What's there to fake? Yi Fan's face was indifferent. Although his eyes were dim, there was a kind of unswerving determination that made people feel as if they were looking at the vast ocean. The young expert from the Yaoguang school shuddered and felt as if his soul was trembling. Back then, he had not faced Yi Fan but he had seen his statue. That kind of charm had been preserved. Now, he was sure that the person in front of him was not lying and that they were the same person. The ground trembled. The smell of mud and grass rushed into his nose. He saw Yi Fan walk over step by step. His strong and slender body was as heavy as a mountain. As he approached, he felt like he was suffocating and unable to breathe. Senior. Yi. The moment the young man spoke, he changed the way he addressed him. The fear in his eyes disappeared. I didn't think that Senior was still alive. I think many people want to hear this news. Perhaps. Yi Fan's expression was indifferent. There was neither joy nor worry. There are also people who don't want to hear this news. How could that be? Senior, you fought against a supreme being and fought in outer space. You should be respected by everyone. As long as you appear, there will be a huge commotion. Countless people will come to worship you, said the young expert from the Yaoguang school. Yi Fan did not deny it. How did the dark upheaval come to an end? He began to ask about the past. This was what he was most concerned about. I was suppressed by a female empress. Suddenly, the young expert's body shone and quickly dimmed. It was a powerful magical power fluctuation. He had a secret item on him that allowed him to preserve part of his cultivation. His body burst with shocking divine power. After all, he was a great sage-level expert, so he could naturally tear the sky apart. However, he wasn't going to attack Yi Fan because he had already experienced Yi Fan's celestial large fist. It was a supreme battle technique that had defeated an entire generation of heroes. Now that he had personally experienced it, he was sure that Yi Fan was invincible. At this moment, he wanted to escape and send back the terrifying news that the human tribe's sacred physique was still alive. He wanted his sect to make a decision and launch a big operation. However, even though he temporarily possessed qi and his qi shot through the clouds, he couldn't change anything. Yi Fan took a step forward. There was no light on his body, no energy ripples. His foot landed just like that, shattering the halo of light and causing a huge explosion. Boom, Yi Fan's foot stepped out, directly shattering the sky, blasting him out. He couldn't escape. Meanwhile, when his most powerful magical artifact attacked forward, about to fight to the death, blood splashed everywhere. He felt his vision go dark, and then he forever lost his senses. It was because a foot crushed him into a bloody paste, forever losing his life. It was that simple. From beginning to end, Yi Fan didn't have any expression. He didn't even look down. He walked into the depths of the battlefield, leaving behind only a steady and tenacious silhouette. In the ascendant battlefield, a rain of light scattered like sparkling flowers. It was as if someone was ascending to become an immortal. It was brilliant and beautiful. Yi Fan was like a lone wolf, walking silently. Back then, he had fought with ancient supreme beings and fought to the death. Naturally, his body was contaminated with a terrifying aura. When he was calmly alone, this aura was naturally released. Even though there were no divine force fluctuations, it still made one's heart palpitate. It was as if 100 beasts were facing a desolate beast king. They couldn't help but want to take a detour and avoid him. Even though Yi Fan lost the magical Tao fragment, he still didn't feel any fear. He walked forward coldly and alone, not fearing that anyone would come looking for trouble. Many years had passed. He hoped to meet his old friends here, longing to reunite with them. However, this region was too vast, even more vast than the eastern wastelands of the past. Now, he couldn't travel through the void, so he could only slowly search. A blood crow swooped down from the sky, silent. Only when it got close did it reveal its sinister sharp claws, tearing towards Yi Fan's head. The enormous bird body was several dozen zhang long. Blood energy erupted from its body. Clouds immediately pressed down, crazy winds stirred about. It was as if there were endless resentful spirits wailing. This was a great sage-level blood crow, one that made its way through the path of blood and bone. Its muscles and bones were naturally powerful. Its blood-colored feathers released king-chong noises, casting large shadows on the ground. Yi Fan sidestepped, a single step crossing several dozen zhang, avoiding this attack. He coldly turned around, staring at the blood crow, not showing the slightest bit of expression. At this moment, all of the blood crow's feathers stood on end. It felt like it was now the prey, locked onto by someone. Hong, it released its final attack, its claws shattering the sky, leaving this place in ruins. Then, it flapped its wings, about to rush into the sky. However, a figure was too fast, leaping up, even more ferocious than when it swooped down. That person's hands reached out, making it impossible for it to evade. It was directly grabbed. The blood crow released a long cry, shaking up the mountains. The inauspicious sound of death possessed a terrifying penetrative force, making a few mountain peaks crack apart. It wanted to break free from this terrifying human. Between its sharp claws, bloody light erupted, enough to make the peak-level great sage nurse a grievance, explode and die. However, that human didn't move in the slightest, instead firmly grabbing its claws. Moreover, his hands were exerting force, making it feel as if its bones were breaking, blood splashing out, and there was an irresistible power surging upwards, actually about to hack it in half. This type of power was too terrifying. Directly extending, shaking upwards. That person grabbed its legs, about to hack it alive, so powerful that it was terrified. Don't. The blood crow had cultivated for 500 to 600 years, moving unhindered through several star domains, rarely encountering an opponent. When had it ever felt this kind of death threat? This was the first time it felt such fear. This human looked extremely ordinary, but within that slender body that wasn't that large actually hid such a volcanic, ocean-like power. Grabbing it was actually like carrying a little chick. Bang! Yifan loosened his grip, but his arm grabbed onto one of its blood wings, flipped onto its back, and sat on its back. He was calm and composed, not moving at all like a boulder. The blood crow was furious. It was a great sage, powerful and conceited, or else it wouldn't have the qualifications to kill its way here. It never thought that it would be treated like this. There was boundless killing intent in its heart. After so many years, who dared to sit on its back? It wanted nothing more than to immediately flap its wings, use incomparable power to tear this person apart, and devour him on the spot. However, reason made it calm down. Even though it was angry to the point where all the feathers on its body were trembling, it forcefully restrained itself. Northwest. Yifan said. The blood crow was furious. This person actually treated it like a mount. Moreover, that kind of tone was so calm, without the slightest ripple, making it feel even more furious. It directly rushed into the heavens, all of its feathers standing on end, as if it was going to burn. There was a type of terrifying power fluctuation on the surface of its body, all of its muscles and bones moving rhythmically. It could definitely destroy the great sage artifact. However, this person was extremely powerful, completely difficult to move. No matter how violent it was, a single palm from the other party already blasted it until its entire body cracked apart, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Moreover, this person was incomparably cold, as if he was doing something extremely ordinary. From start to finish, his brows didn't even furrow in the slightest. This type of feeling was extremely bad, making it feel as if it was facing an ancient supreme being, and not an opponent of equal level. Meanwhile, the other party's temperament was also like this. The other party didn't show any fluctuations at all, directly sending another palm down, making it almost explode in the sky. Then, he still only spat out 4 words, northwest. The blood crow was terrified, involuntarily trembling. It knew that if it displayed any more hostility, wanted to kill the other party, it would immediately be smashed apart by this person's coldness, turning into a blast of bloody mist. For some reason, it felt as if it was facing an unmatched demon lord, its body actually betraying its heart. It couldn't help but start to convulse, feeling endless fear. You, who exactly are you? It really wanted to know this person's identity. It had heard about almost all of the people who fought their way up to the first Imperial Pass, yet it didn't know that there was such a terrifying person. Yifan. The young man on its back calmly replied, sitting on its body like a boulder, unmovable. The blood crow's body trembled, all of its feathers standing on end, even its voice trembling as it said, which? Yifan? The one you are thinking of. The young man on its back calmly said. What, you are, the human race's holy body, you survived? At this moment, the blood crow's entire body was shaking, even its bones about to break apart, releasing jeebing noises. It didn't dare believe everything, inwardly full of shock. It finally knew why this person was so calm and unperturbed, even when facing a great sage-level divine bird like itself, he still treated it like this. It was actually this person, someone who fought against ancient supreme beings, so he naturally would be like this. That was the aura of someone who fought a bloody battle against a supreme being, like the king of 10,000 beasts in the forest, appearing on this battlefield. Even though his strength wasn't number 1, that type of experience and bravery was still something no one could compare to. Since it was this person, there was no need for any other reason, everything was enough. He indeed had this type of aura that could overlook all others, all because he was Yifan. You, survived, still in this world. When it spoke up to hear, the blood crow couldn't continue. This information was too shocking, simply toppling everything. If news of this got out, it would make the entire battlefield tremble. Northwest. Yi Fan still said this. Good. Immediately afterwards, the blood crow flapped its wings, flying through the sky like a streak of blood-colored lightning, overlooking the mountains and rivers, taking in everything. It knew that Yi Fan was looking for old friends, which was why it headed towards some regions where pillars of light had previously appeared, tearing apart the peace of one region after another. On the boundless great earth, on every mountain peak, terrifying figures stood one after another, their eyes turning into beams of light, piercing through the clouds, staring at the blood crow that moved through the sky. Who is that person? He is sitting on a great sage-level vicious bird. Why does his rear figure seem a bit familiar? Why do I feel a type of trembling feeling? We are separated by tens of thousands of li in the sky, yet it is like this. That person gives me a feeling of déjà vu. Is it him? How is that possible? He fought a bloody battle against an ancient supreme being, long buried in that most terrifying darkness turmoil, shouldn't appear in this world anymore. Inconceivable. In a daze, I saw the most terrifying enemy return. Is it really him? He has returned to this world again. Is it that person who was previously unmatched in his generation? This isn't real. He was buried together with an ancient supreme being in the cosmos, blood dyeing the starry sky red. How could he appear again? At this moment, the flying immortal battlefield was shaken, as if a hurricane swept through the earth, shaking up the mountains and rivers. The others didn't feel anything, but the most powerful group of people in the past all felt a type of terrifying vigilance, looking towards the sky at the same time. Great winds blew past the ancient battlefield. The enormous body of the blood crow carried Yi Fan into the distance, raising heaven-overflowing waves. The hearts of the powerful sensed it, and they all stood on the mountain peaks, gazing into the sky. On the back of the blood crow, the figure was not very clear, and could even be said to be very indistinct. He was like a boulder, giving people a feeling of unshakable toughness. It was like a meteorite smashing into the vast ocean. Great waves engulfed the boundless heaven and earth. A portion of the supreme experts in the flying immortal battlefield saw it, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. Many people were shocked, and at the same time, somewhat doubtful. Was it really that person? No one could be sure. 150 years ago, a man that looked exactly the same as the white-robed divine king had appeared. He had caused a great disturbance, but it was later proven to be false and that he had ulterior motives. I feel that this time, it is definitely true. There is no reason, just a feeling that this battlefield is going to have a world-shocking disturbance. Even the ancient supreme beings were buried in the starry sky. How did he survive? I believe that some people will not be able to sit still. This is truly a great accident. The blood crow traversed the vast sky, causing the regions it passed through to become noisy. No one could remain calm, and many materialized gazes shot towards the sky. Some were shocked, and some were excited. Everyone had different reactions. There were enemies and enemies who clenched their teeth, and a haze appeared in their hearts. The human race's divine physique suddenly appeared like a great mountain, immediately pressuring many people to the point of suffocation. They felt that this was definitely a peak that would be difficult to pass in the struggle for supremacy on the imperial road. There were also some who were joyful, and even moved to tears. In the past, the dark chaos engulfed the world, and the merits of the human race's divine physique could not be erased. Even if some people with ulterior motives covered up some of his glory, they still could not hide the truth. Yi Fan shed his last drop of blood and was buried in the eternal void, never to return. Many experts of the later generations were influenced by him. They had never seen Yi Fan before, but they had heard of his legends. They were deeply moved, and now that they heard people whispering that he might have appeared alive, they were naturally shocked and moved. That person, to them, was a living miracle and monumental monument. Great winds rose, and the ancient battlefield was not calm at all. Did I cause trouble for you? The blood crow hesitated. Its words were filled with respect, as well as a bit of self-blame. It flew through the air without the slightest bit of concealment, so some of the most powerful people must have seen Yi Fan's true body. Nothing. Yi Fan said. There was no joy, no worry. He gazed at the magnificent mountains and rivers below, looking at the boundless territory without any expression. The blood crow had naturally heard of Yi Fan's past deeds. Although it was a member of the demon race and a ferocious beast that had always been conceited and didn't respect the laws of the world, it still felt a sense of respect when it found out about Yi Fan's identity. Back then, the difference between the human race's holy physique and supreme beings was too great, but he was like a moth flying into a flame. He used his blood and bones to demonstrate his fearlessness and unyieldingness. He fought against the green copper cauldron with his holy physique, causing the blood of a supreme being to splash the starry skies. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. At that time, the number of great sage in the cosmos wasn't small, but how many could be like Yi Fan, daring to pay such a price, splashing the heavens and earth with his blood? He killed a supreme being with the will to die, and yet he didn't shrink back. This required a type of boldness. The blood crow's feathers stood up, and waves of blood energy appeared, blocking the line of sight of everyone below. It was afraid that more and more terrifying experts would target Yi Fan. Yi Fan remained silent. Seeing the blood crow like this, he didn't say much and let it go. The blood crow came from a very distant ancient star region that was too far away from the human race's ancient road. Even though it had heard of Yi Fan's deeds for so many years, it didn't know about his old friends. This was because the cosmos was too big. Even if one was a hegemon of a region or even ruled over several star regions, it wasn't necessarily known by people further away. The reason why Yi Fan was known was because of the bloody battle 300 years ago. Let me think about it. There's a man called Pang Bo. I believe he's related to you. He's the illustrious great sage of my monster race. He once killed millions of miles in a fit of rage. He caused a great commotion more than 100 years ago, all for the sake of killing those who discredited you. In the end, the blood crow only mentioned Pang Bo after thinking about it, but it wasn't detailed. This was because the two places were too far apart, so it had only heard of him. How is he? Yi Fan was worried. He didn't suffer a loss. He was swift and powerful, slaughtering his way until a region flowed with rivers of blood. He didn't just destroy one orthodoxy. The blood crow sighed. They headed northwest. Behind them, intense fluctuations were transmitted from a few gates of light. Quite a few powerful figures received reports, all of them revealing serious expressions. Even though the news wasn't confirmed, making people suspicious, it was worth being vigilant. Someone who had fought a bloody battle with a supreme being survived. Just how terrifying was that? Forget about everything else, just the experience of that battle was enough for him to benefit for the rest of his life, leaving many experts speechless. It was precisely this kind of person. If he really came back alive, he would definitely block many people's paths. He would be like a demonic mountain, blocking their way, impossible to climb over. Those who could come here weren't weak. Soon after, they thought of a problem. Why didn't Yi Fan appear for 300 years? He definitely paid an unimaginable price, surviving with great difficulty. Perhaps he wasn't as terrifying as they imagined, and this was most likely the truth. Several days passed. The gates of light stabilized, linking up the two realms, freeing many heroes with astonishing backgrounds who reigned supreme. They didn't need to personally guard the gates of light. In those regions, camps appeared one after another, mountain gates. Established, inheritances different. It was equivalent to dozens to over 100 great sects taking root here, officially establishing themselves here. On a mountain peak, the gates of light were stable, already taking form, no longer needing to be suppressed or protected. The palaces here were grand and imposing, as if they were grand heavenly palaces. One of the main palaces should have been dazzling with gold and jade, but right now, it was an expanse of darkness, as if it was an immeasurably deep black hole. One could vaguely see a great Tao precious vase rising and falling at the highest point of the palace. It was precisely this vase that devoured all light, making this place enter darkness. Meanwhile, that precious vase's surface was covered in symbols, simple and boundless, as if it carried a world, not as simple as a single artifact. This wasn't a magical artifact, but a great Tao symbol formed after someone cultivated to the extreme. Now, it turned into this shape, truly taking form here. It was just that condensed, as if it was the most terrifying tangible Tao artifact. Below the great Tao precious vase sat a person. He was extremely terrifying, actually not having his cultivation severed in this world, able to form great Tao true symbols, turning into a black precious vase. It was clear that this person's cultivation reached the pinnacle of a certain domain, or else he definitely wouldn't have this type of terrifying display. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. It was as if two streaks of lightning tore through the void. In the radiance, one could instantly make out the outline of his appearance that couldn't be considered clear. His black hair scattered down, extremely thick. His appearance was extremely outstanding, horns outstanding. One could tell with a single look that this was an extraordinary individual, exceeding those of his generation. Is it really him? His voice was without fluctuations, extremely calm. It shouldn't be a lie. Those who fought against him before all had intense emotional fluctuations, and their abnormal reactions were captured by others. There were other people in the great hall, but the male under the great Tao precious vase was the most powerful. How strong is he? He shouldn't have broken through that shackle. It has nothing to do with Quasi-Emperor. Another person replied. They really did put in quite a bit of effort, coming to this conclusion through the battle traces Yifan left behind. Senior brother, should we immediately report this to Master? The male below the great Tao precious vase sat in the darkness, his gaze intimidating. When he heard this, he said coldly, Master will have a bitter battle in Imperial Pass behind the Gate of Light, wishing to seize those immortal scriptures and secret pieces. Divine Sovereign, Yin Tianda, Zhang Byron, and the others, which one of them is easy to deal with? He won't be able to spare any time soon. This was precisely the place where the Yaoguang bloodline descended. The male in the lead was the most powerful disciple under the Yaoguang bloodline, Mo Wendian. It was rumored that his cultivation was close to the Yaoguang bloodline. Golden Cicada, Nine Tribulations Daoist, Overlord, Great Mighty Holy Spirit, and the others have also returned through the passage between the two realms. It is because it is rumored that the immortal scripture might have been left behind by an Emperor Zun, something that has never been seen or circulated in this world. If one wishes to obtain it, they don't necessarily need to have heaven-defying strength, but rather truly comprehend the Emperor Zun's bewilderment, and only then can they obtain the true scripture. The absolute beginning and Emperor still haven't appeared. I wonder where they are. Is there really no need to ask for Master's help? That is the sacred body Yifan we are talking about. Someone from the Yaoguang bloodline said. There is no need. Mo Wendian shook his head. His eyes were like torches, and he was so powerful that it was somewhat frightening. He said, the sacred body of the human clan died in battle 300 years ago. He was buried in the universe with the supreme glory of a supreme being. He is worthy of respect. Then, his tone turned cold as he said, in 300 years, there will no longer be a sacred body of the human clan Yifan in this world. Someone will pretend to be a fallen hero. Not only us, but many people in the flying celestial battlefield will fight for Elder Ye's innocence and glory. A heroic name cannot be tarnished. Many heroes will try their best to kill that person. But he really is a sacred body of the Yifan, someone said in a low voice. Mo Wendian revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth and said coldly, in 300 years, there will no longer be a sacred body of the human clan Yifan. He is very powerful, someone else said. But he is still not the Quasi-Emperor. Mo Wendian said coldly and emotionlessly. The more powerful a person is, the more worth looking forward to. You have to believe that many factions will use this opportunity to train their own people. They will fight with him and will very consciously kill him for Elder Yi. I think it is better to report this to Master. He may not agree to this. Someone objected. However, after seeing Mo Wendian's coldness, he stopped talking. It is indeed a pity that Master has missed the opportunity to fight with Elder Yifan. However, Elder Yi still has a disciple named Xianxia, who also has a sacred body. I will fight with him to continue the battle of the previous generation. Who is stronger and who is weaker will be shown in our battle. Mo Wendian said calmly and somewhat coldly. He then added, he will definitely be in the flying celestial battlefield. I look forward to meeting him. That will also be the conclusion of the battle between Master and Elder Yi. Not everyone was like Mo Wendian of the Yaoguang bloodline. Some of the newer strong practitioners were now looking for Yifan with the mentality of a pilgrimage, hoping to meet him. Elder Yi, where are you? Although some people were determined and had come to fight for supremacy on the emperor's path, they were now wavering. This was all because of the appearance of Yi Fan. They wanted to meet him and follow behind him. However, just as Mo Wendian had said, there were people from other factions who firmly believed that there would no longer be a sacred body of the Yi Fan in 300 years. Many people were rushing over from all directions, gathering in a certain area. The flying immortal battlefield was not peaceful. A large number of people were moving out. They belonged to different camps, but at this time they all had the same goal, to find Yi Fan. The vegetation was lush, and strange beasts were roaring. This was a hilly area. A group of people with a murderous aura passed by. The coldness caused the leaves on the trees to wither, as if an autumn blade had swept past. They were clad in metal armor that flickered with a cold light. They were like a group of celestial soldiers descending to the lower realm. Each of them had the battle prowess of the great sage level, and they were not inferior to the strongest people of the ancient heaven in the past. What's the difference between a man who made the overlord suffer a loss? 300 years have passed, and many things have changed. They are no longer the same as before. A person said coldly. The iron clothes on his body clanked. These people looked ruthless and had a powerful aura. They were all experts. They came from the same camp and followed the same person. Each of them was a man of few words. They were like gods and devils who had broken free from the shackles of hell. They were very cold. They were the Overlord's followers. Some of them came from the Overlord's ancestral star, while others met him in the star field and followed him ever since. In the past, Yi Fan had experienced countless battles and swept through the human race's ancient road. He was invincible all the way, but the battle with the Overlord was undoubtedly extremely difficult. In that battle, his blood splashed across the starry sky, and he suffered serious injuries. Throughout his life, there were not many times that he was in such a dangerous battle, where his saint blood was surging wildly. Although the Overlord was defeated in that battle, it could not be considered a great humiliation. He was only slightly behind. Moreover, that time, Yi Fan had activated the divine restriction. Otherwise, the Overlord might have had a chance. In fact, the Overlord was definitely a peerless expert in that generation. However, many people only remembered that he was defeated, but they neglected the inside story of that battle, which involved the divine restriction domain. He was a peerless, fierce person who had been severely underestimated. In the Emperor's Road battle for supremacy, he had great potential and qualifications. If he had enough opportunities, it would not be a problem for him to become a sovereign in the world. In another region, there was a group of experts on the vast land. Black mist surged there, as if a group of unrivaled demon kings had appeared in the mortal world. Moreover, there were many of them, and there were already more than 20 of them. Wherever they passed, birds and beasts would flee in fright. All creatures were horrified, because the aura of death was too strong. The one in the lead was a death knight who wore black armor and had underworld mist curling about him. The underworld is the home of all spirits. How can it be without a divine body? A cold and faint voice sounded out like the sigh of the god of death, and it caused one's hairs to stand on end upon hearing it. It was filled with the aura of death, and it seemed to have come from the netherworld. They came from the underworld, and only a few leaders had their own consciousness. The other Death Knights were powerful war tools that were summoned and did not have their own consciousness. Of course, the Emperor Road powerhouse who hurried over from the underworld didn't personally appear, only a few of his followers. Right now, he was fighting in Great Imperial Pass, fighting in secret, not arriving here yet. In front of the Grand Waterfall, a man's upper body was bare. His bronze body was exceptionally robust, possessing explosive power. His eyes were filled with a wild radiance. 300 years have passed, the times have changed. Human race divine body, you have already grown old. With a hong sound, the great waterfall flowed in reverse, actually flowing in reverse. The several thousand zhang giant waterfall was actually like this under a short shout, it was simply too shocking. It was because this wasn't the result of magical force, but rather the result of a type of terrifying sound wave. Moreover, his ocean-like blood energy surged, actually making the mountains and valleys tremble, many mountain peaks cracking apart. This was a representative figure among late-stage experts, one of the most powerful individuals in the last 300 years. His name was Tuoba Mo, his words and actions all like a demon, completely unrestrained, extremely domineering. In the past, he had previously killed quite a few old great sages, massacring undying holy lands. His methods were cruel, his actions vicious. At this time, his eyes were like a hawk's, thick black hair scattering down his bronze body, giving him a type of demonic nature. In front of a thatched cottage, a green-clothed youngster sat under an ancient tree, an ancient sword resting on his knees. He looked otherworldly, possessing a type of otherworldly aura. Everyone said that something unexpected happened to you. In that case, there is no need to inform my master. Divine body Yifan, you've made my master feel regret for 300 years. Back then, I couldn't find you anywhere, unable to kill you with a single strike. Today, I will fight in my master's place, bring this grudge to an end. He was Yin Tianda's first disciple, named Yiming. His attainments and formation patterns were profound, his fighting strength even more world-shocking, extremely powerful. He had previously swept through several ancient paths alone. Weng, the ancient sword on his knees, released a light cry. Even without the support of Tao laws and magical force, it still rushed into the heavens like a waterfall, piercing through the clouds and splitting the skies, terrifying to the extreme. Is it really him? To be able to survive after fighting a supreme being to the death, this is simply a miracle. Wrong, from now on, he no longer exists in this world. That is only a demonic evildoer, nothing more. We only need to kill him. The flying immortal battlefield was vast, magnificent mountains and rivers everywhere. The territory was just too large. The region Yifan passed through was a place of unrest, a great upheaval starting. 300 years later, there will no longer be a divine body Yifan in this world. Anyone who dares to use his name will be killed without exception. Wind whistled and beasts roared. The mountains and rivers were filled with an austere aura. Large groups of people were moving, killing intent covering the sun, making this entire battlefield tremble. All of the experts moved out, advancing towards a certain direction. Many people acted as if they were facing a great enemy, as if they were going to surround and kill a matchless demonic lord, even though there were all types of rumors saying that there was a great problem with that person's body, or else he wouldn't have only appeared today. That name was too resounding, making some enemies not dare to act carelessly, all of them being incomparably cautious. This was a group of people who were hostile towards Yifan. Perhaps they had grievances with him in the past, or perhaps it was because his existence was blocking some people's path, so they had to forcefully move him aside. However, on the surface, not a single person dared to openly declare that they wanted to kill the divine body Yifan. They all raised the banner of fighting for Senior Ye's reputation and honor. No one dared to go against the general trend. If they were truly unrestrained and dared to do such a thing, they would definitely be drowned in the spit of the world in the future, and even if they didn't die, their name would stink for many years to come. This group of people were just this cold-blooded. In today's era, they dared to stand out and sharpen their blades without prior consultation. However, there were also some people who were afraid and beating their drums, hoping to eliminate them all. Of course, there were also many people who were pursuing Yifan's footsteps with a heart of pilgrimage. They were both excited and anxious. The flying immortal battlefield was vast, and this was only the great fluctuation in the outer regions. It hadn't reached the depths of the battlefield yet, and only the region where Yifan had appeared before was in turmoil. In the following 2 days, Yifan sensed a strange atmosphere. He had the blood crow descend onto the ground, turn around, and then return along the same path. You should leave. Yifan said to the blood crow, no longer using it as a means of transportation. I'm not leaving. I didn't know it was you in the past, and I've offended you, but now. The blood crow wasn't willing to leave. Yifan shook his head. Following at his side was destined to be extremely dangerous. Even though he lost his magical force, he still had a powerful intuition, and he sensed the abnormalities during these past 2 days. The blood crow great sage wasn't willing to leave, and was willing to become his follower. His attitude was extremely firm. Yifan gave him a look, and didn't say anything else. He took steps forward, entering the mountains and rivers. There were forests, silver waterfalls, and blood crows spread their wings. However, it was difficult to see his figure from the heavens above. A day later, Yi Fan officially encountered a large group of people in a spacious area. There weren't many words exchanged. There were more than 20 riders rushing over from the other side. The entire great earth trembled, and large cracks appeared one after another. This was a group of Death Knights. They carried a heavy deathly energy, as if they crossed through time and space from the underworld. The sound of hooves rumbled, as if thunder was exploding. This officially opened up the strange atmosphere of this day, turning a type of tacit understanding into a murderous disaster. The people of the underworld arrived first. They wanted to bring away Yi Fan. Only the leaders had their own consciousness, but the other death warriors all had the body of the great sage. They were all people who died in battle in the ancient times. Black mist overflowed into the heavens, carrying an ominous aura and deathly aura. It drowned out the entire open battlefield. Wind and thunder rose together, turning into the angry roar of fate. You have already died before. The end of reincarnation will see eternity. The underworld is your final resting place. The knight in the lead shouted. Yi Fan stood there, steady like a boulder. Only when he saw the 20 or so riders approach, that one Zhang long black halberd about to descend on his head, did he start to move. Dang, a light sound rang out. The great halberd, in the hands of the knight at the very front, directly exploded. Black divine metal pieces shot in all directions, immediately injuring many people behind him. Yi Fan's face was expressionless. He rushed over, his movements inconceivably fast. He destroyed a great sage artifact with a single fist, unleashing a great massacre here. These people were extremely powerful. They were all formidable figures when they were alive, their names shaking a region. They all had great origins in the past. After they died, they fell into the underworld, turning into soldiers and generals, becoming tools of war. They had copper muscles and iron bones, possessing Vajra unbreakable bodies. Unfortunately, they encountered Yi Fan. His physique was even more tyrannical. He was like a phantom, flickering left and right, inconceivably fast. His palms surpassed the most powerful holy artifacts. A moment later, Yi Fan's fist pierced through the head of the one in the lead, continuously attacking with unmatched divine might. There was no blood that splashed out, only the body collapsing. They were all blasted into broken bones and bloody mist. Yi Fan silently stood in place for a bit, and then he continued on his way. His clothes were simple, given to him by the youth White Knight. Now, he looked like an ascetic cultivator. I previously heard that you pretended to be the human race's heroic holy body, Yi Fan. Senior's heroic name and glory cannot be tarnished. Today, I will crucify you to death on a bloody cross. It was another encounter. This time, there were especially many people. People from many different camps gathered together, perfectly blocking up this ancient battlefield, surrounding this place until not even a drop of water could trickle through. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man who held a spear. His voice and expression were fierce, seated on a green Qilin beast. The great spear was 2 zhang in length, making him look extremely bold and powerful. This was a peak great sage, one of the disciples Divine Hall's Lord took in without a true master and disciple relationship. He had also left his name on the crystal monument, arriving here. He and a group of people were all followers of the Emperor Lord's son. However, the one they were protecting was currently in Great Imperial Pass, not appearing here. At this time, the great spear in his hands pointed at the space between Yi Fan's brows, hinting to the surrounding people. His eyes revealed a cold expression, preparing to attack. Regardless of whether it was in the past or now, Yi Fan wouldn't tolerate anyone pointing a great sage artifact at his immortal platform. Even when facing so many people, all of them great sage, he still responded powerfully. He left behind an afterimage in his original location, and then took action from within the army of 10,000. His movements were too fast, ferocious like thunder, a single palm smashing apart that great spear. Everyone cried out in alarm. This was a group of great sage from many camps. Yi Fan's attack was fast and ferocious, but it made everyone's minds jump. Divine Hall's Lord's disciple in name roared out, doing everything he could to resist. However, it was futile. Yi Fan used a killing blow, his palm like a heavenly monument, directly hacking down. The great spear had long shattered, and this palm's power didn't stop. With a pu sound, this person's fists were smashed apart, and then it hacked down on his head. Without any suspense, the great sage's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splashing in all directions. Moreover, Yi Fan didn't stop, taking advantage of the momentum to descend. That green-scaled beast that was tearing at him also turned into a bloody paste on the spot. At this moment, the entire valley became quiet. It was just a single palm. Yi Fan's palm descended, smashing apart the great spear, smashing apart the great sage's head, killing the desolate ancient variant green-scaled beast. This place immediately became quiet to the extreme, deathly silent. In the distance, there were some people with black great Dao vases floating above their heads, some with their upper bodies exposed, some with tyrant blood flowing through their bodies. Right now, all of their eyes turned into blazing divine radiance. Was it him? Was it really him? Right now, this was the question everyone was asking themselves. It was as if thunder rumbled within their chests. Those who previously believed that this was most likely Yi Fan actually had their suspicions this entire time. After all, 300 years ago, Yi Fan fell after fighting a bloody battle against an ancient supreme being, so how could he possibly appear again? At this moment, they were sure that this person was definitely Yi Fan. He really did return. This type of unshakable willpower, ferocious and unmatched methods, as well as that familiar style, apart from him, who else could it be? It was just a single palm, yet he killed a divine quartz illustrious great sage, moreover destroyed a great sage artifact. It was just too terrifying, making everyone shiver inwardly. The bloody mist scattered. A figure stood there, his body as if cast from divine iron, giving off a type of pressure, towering like a great mountain. They couldn't sense any Dao fragments from his body, not even the slightest bit left behind. Everyone stared blankly for a moment, and then they became convinced, guessing that it was true. He definitely paid a heavy price, only then did he reappear in this world with great difficulty. Those at this level would be suppressed by the flying immortal battlefield, but it was difficult for the cultivation of a few special individuals to be completely erased. Everyone couldn't sense the slightest Dao fragment from Yi Fan's body. In the end, he paid an unimaginable price in that battle 300 years ago. After obtaining confirmation, everyone who was originally horrified released a breath of relief. In their eyes, this could barely be considered reasonable. Of course, even more people found it hard to accept, feeling like he shouldn't have survived at all. After confirming his identity, many people's eyes revealed strange expressions. However, not a single person took the initiative to act out. Just now, Yi Fan's display was too powerful, intimidating many people. A group of trash. A youngster with a bare upper body, bronze-colored skin that was robust like a demonic body spoke, his words extremely rude, clearly directed at everyone. Many people were furious. They were the lords of a region, individuals whose eyes were at the top of their heads. Who dared show them any disrespect? However, when someone recognized this youth, their expressions changed. He was one of the strongest people in the last 300 years, Tuoba Mo. He was a true demon king, and very few people dared to offend him directly. Many people were indignant, but they didn't erupt immediately. They came from the myriad heavens and myriad realms, and they could be considered the strongest experts in their respective star fields. However, they were all at the same level here. Their past glory was nothing. Otherwise, there would not be so many experts following others and giving up on the Emperor's path. Tuoba Mo stood there with his arms crossed. He was as dangerous as a ferocious beast, causing the people around him to involuntarily back away from him. Although he hadn't made it clear that he was targeting Yi Fan, his gaze was filled with aggression. As he scanned Yi Fan's body, there was a kind of wildness and coldness. On the other side, Yin Tianda's disciple, Yi Ming, walked over with an ancient sword on his back. That sword seemed to have a life of its own and was one with him. With every step he took, the ground would tremble, accompanied by the humming of the sword. Although he had come for Yi Fan, he also wanted to kill Tuoba Mo. Yi Fan scanned the crowd and sensed a familiar aura. There were people who were similar to the Overlord, disciples of the light-shaking realm, and sacred spirits. They were either the inheritors of his enemies, or they were fated to be enemies with him. Are you all going to surround and kill me? Yi Fan's eyes were dim and did not have any shocking luster. However, that kind of calmness made people's hearts palpitate. We are here to fight for Senior Ye's reputation. The hero from 300 years ago cannot be tarnished by someone like you, someone shouted. The black bottle above Mo Wen's head trembled, and talismans spread out invisibly, secretly strengthening the body of the person shouting in the distance. His words were like thunder, shaking the sky. Where were you 300 years ago? Did you go to the starry sky to help him fight? Yi Fan asked coldly. We admit that you are very strong, but please do not blaspheme the heroic senior. Please respect yourself, another person sternly reprimanded. There was no lack of people like this at any time. Yi Fan looked at them, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he sighed. Rumble, the ground trembled, and more people from the other camps arrived. There were even more powerful cultivators, and they surrounded the area like an iron wall. The people who were alive were not as important as the reputation that had been buried 300 years ago. He was here in person, but he was not recognized. Instead, he had become the main culprit that had tarnished his heroic reputation. This was truly ironic. Yi Fan did not say anything. He only looked at these people. There were no powerful ripples emanating from them, and they did not have the soaring blood chi of a divine physique, but they were still frightening. After Senior Yi died, even his heroic soul could not find peace. Friend, you have gone too far. Under the black bottle of the Great Path, Mo Wen's voice was not loud, but it clearly penetrated the entire battlefield. There were so many people, but only he had a bottle formed from the Great Path. That was a combination of cultivation and imprint. It was truly astonishing to be able to have such a performance in the flying celestial battlefield, which was suppressed. Yi Fan looked at these people for a long time. In the end, he smiled, but it was a bit cold. In the end, these people were afraid and did not want him to return. Now, they were lying through their teeth, and they only wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of him. However, could he really kill them? Yi Fan took a step forward, and it was as if he had entered an uninhabited land. He looked at everyone, as if he was the king of 10,000 beasts patrolling the forest and facing a pack of wolves. Do you think this is interesting? Yi Fan stopped, and his eyes became very cold. There was a suffocating aura, and many people's hearts trembled. A person's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. Even though so many years had passed, and they knew that there was a problem with his body, they still felt a bit scared. Do you think this is very extraordinary? You humiliate your predecessors, and you are making everyone in the world your enemy. Another person in the distance shouted. At this moment, many weapons flickered with cold radiance. Many people decided to take action, surrounding Yi Fan here, joining hands to slaughter him. I am Yi Fan. Do you all feel like you can succeed by doing this? His calm words carried a type of dignity. Yi Fan stood there, overlooking everyone. He looked calm, his words not loud, but this was like a clap of thunder. He took the initiative to bring up the matter, not feeling anger, not feeling grief. He actually had this type of attitude, exceeding everyone's expectations. Nonsense. Senior Yi already died in battle 300 years ago, not even his corpse remaining. The entire world knows this, so who would believe you if you pretend to be him like this? Someone shouted fiercely, loudly berating. Yi Fan really didn't know whether to laugh or feel bitterly disappointed. The expression on his face was extremely complicated, making one feel a bit scared. 300 years ago, heroes shed blood one after another in the cosmos battlefield. Void Emperor, GZ, Gai Joyo, Jiang Taishu, fighting bloodily against the restricted region supreme beings for the sake of people like you really isn't worth it. Yi Fan's voice was this cold for the first time. 300 years later, there are no longer any human race holy bodies left in this world. He has already died, can't live anymore. Someone directly shouted, but this was a bit too impatient. Who is profaning the holy body, Senior Yi Fan? A great roar sounded from the distance. Figures leapt over one after another like resplendent stars, all of them carrying a type of powerful aura. There were some whose cultivation hadn't been completely erased. At this time, they appeared, auspicious colors moving through the sky, auras boundless. There was a group of people who had previously searched for Yi Fan with the heart of a pilgrimage. Now, they finally found traces of him, quickly hurrying over, every single one of them incomparably excited. It's Senior Yi, It really is him. Someone cried out loudly. They had never seen Yifan's true body before, but they had seen his stone statue before. They had seen that type of charm, and it was exactly the same as the one at the center of the battlefield. What are you all randomly shouting about? The devil-like expert Tuoba Mo coldly shouted, sweeping his eyes over those who rushed over. Everyone was shocked, never expecting this devil to be here. They all slowed down, as if they were facing a great enemy. A group of trash. Tuoba Mo spat out these words again, still directed at both friend and foe. Then, he walked over step by step, finally going to take action against Yifan. 100 years ago, before his demonic arts reached the great completion stage, he had previously been chased after by the blue flame spirit. In the end, he miraculously survived. Someone said softly. In the past, when Yifan was training in the human race's ancient path, he had also suffered the hostility of the blue flame spirit, wishing to kill him, yet he survived unharmed. They had both provoked that existence before, so it was naturally easy for others to associate them together. Hung, like thunder, blood energy rushed into the heavens from Tuoba Mo's skull, flourishing like a vast ocean. When his step descended, the great earth collapsed, and the distant mountain peak trembled, about to collapse. No one expected him to be so powerful, exceeding all expectations. The power of his flesh was simply heaven-defying. Could it be that the rumors are true? 50 years ago, he killed several divine spirits alone, and it wasn't just a rumor? Many people were shocked. On Tuoba Mo's bronze-colored body, every tendon was like a horned dragon. His powerful blood chi surged, making him look like a demon king. With a cold look in his eyes, he took a second step, and the mountain not far away finally collapsed. Many people were horrified. This was pure physical power, too powerful. When Tuoba Mo took his third step, the mountains and rivers swayed, and even the sun and moon lost color. The blood energy around his body rushed into the heavens. Everyone's expressions changed. Was it because his cultivation hadn't been completely severed, or did his flesh truly possess such world-shaking power? It exceeded common sense, making people suspect that he was the one with the divine body. 30 years ago, when he wasn't far from the great completion of the heavenly art, it was rumored that he had provoked Xianxia and was chased by an incarnation created by the Three Pure One's secret technique. In the end, he survived. Is this also true? At this moment, everyone thought of those rumors. Now, it seemed like they might all be true. Daring to provoke the blue flame spirit, killing many divine spirits, challenging an incarnation of Xianxia, these were all accomplishments from hundreds of years ago. When they were added together, it was truly shocking. Tuoba Mo's aura became more and more powerful, like a demonic god. Flames surged around his body, and the power of his bloodline rose to the peak. He rushed toward Yifan, causing the heavens to tremble. Hong, he took action. Many people quickly retreated. Fist winds surged, and the pure power of his flesh caused several mountains in front of him to explode and shatter. I know, he came from the eternal star field and has the Brahma battle physique. These words immediately caused an uproar. In the universe, the Brahma battle physique, primitive devil physique, supreme immortal physique, and others were the most terrifying bloodlines. It was just that they hadn't appeared for tens of thousands of years, yet Tuoba Mo actually had this kind of physique. No wonder he dared to fight against the divine body. The heavens exploded, the mountains collapsed, and the earth shattered. However, Yifan didn't move in the slightest in the face of all this. He calmly waited for the Brahma battle physique Tuoba Mo to attack. Have you forgotten about the eternal star field? I am someone who was born in response to calamity. I have the strongest battle physique. Tuoba Mo coldly said. Yifan didn't say anything. He struck out with his palm, and incomparable light erupted between heaven and earth. This was because it collided with the battle physique's fist. An enormous sound rumbled like a tsunami, exploding the heavens. Blood splashed everywhere on the spot. Tuoba Mo's hand was covered in blood as he was sent flying. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. His hand had already been fractured, yet it couldn't block a casual strike from Yifan. This was too shocking. In reality, he could be proud of himself. If it was any other great sage, he would have been smashed into pieces by Yifan's attack. However, he had only injured his hand. Clang, the divine sword split the sky. Someone else made a move. A sword slashed through the mountains and rivers, aiming straight for Yi Fan's head. Weng, the great Tao Aquarius trembled. Someone from the Alcade lineage also made a move. 300 years later, there is no longer a divine body in this world. Tao brothers, join forces and kill him, someone shouted. At this moment, many people responded. They were either the followers of the Overlord Physique, the Alcade lineage, or the people from the Divine Court. They all stood against Yi Fan. Murderous intent pervaded the surroundings and froze this place. You dare to be disrespectful to Senior Yi? Senior Yi, we have come to help you. At the outermost periphery, the experts who came with the heart of a saint shouted. They had just arrived, and there weren't many of them. However, they couldn't be ignored. There's no need. You guys can just watch from the side, Yi Fan said calmly. After 300 years, he didn't think he would have to start a massacre again. This was no longer the dark chaotic era. He wanted to kill the Void Sovereign, Gai Joyo, and the others who had once protected him. The battle has begun, everyone rushed forth with only a single goal, and that was to join forces to kill that terrifying man in the center of the battlefield. They didn't want to give him a chance to recover and rise up. Back then, this man had already dominated an entire generation and shouldn't have appeared in this world. Their eyes were cold and there were even some who went crazy. Today might be their only chance to eliminate him. At this moment, the sounds of battle shook the sky, causing the earth to tremble as an aura that could suppress the 9 heavens gushed forth. Yi Fan moved. At this moment, he changed. His expression was cold, without the slightest bit of emotion. He became more and more cruel and ruthless. He decisively attacked. In just an instant, he had already sent tens of weapons flying, including a dragon sword that was mixed with azure gold. Pooh! At this moment, he was extremely ruthless. When he truly decided to kill, he showed no mercy. He was like a bloodthirsty devil lord, resolute and sharp. With a punch, the person at the very front was directly shattered into pieces and exploded with a loud bang. Fresh blood and bone fragments flew everywhere. This bloody scene caused the hair of everyone to stand on end. However, these people didn't stop. After coming here, there was already no path of retreat. They judged others by their own standards. In the future, Yi Fan would definitely settle the score with them. Hence, they might as well eliminate him while he was at the lowest point of his life. The earth trembled as a few primordial beasts rushed over. All of them stood on their hind legs and stomped towards Yi Fan's head. The experts on them all raised their sharp weapons and stabbed towards Yi Fan's forehead. They were cold-blooded and cruel. In this place where one's cultivation base was suppressed, they gave up on many miraculous techniques and used terrifying combat techniques to attack Yi Fan's immortal foundation, wanting to kill him. The sound of iron hooves thundered through the air. Those sharp saint weapons gleamed with a cold light, resembling the scythe of the grim reaper from hell. All of them slashed down. Clang! At this moment, Yi Fan was like a demon king. He lifted his right foot and stomped down forcefully, causing the ground to crack open. Moreover, thousands of layers of earth and boulders were swept up, lifting up all the wild beasts and sending them flying. The great sage, who was riding on top of the ancient beast, also lost his balance and was sent flying by the huge shockwave. He almost fell into the crowd behind him. It was truly a complete mess. However, things did not stop there, because after Yi Fan stomped his foot, he had already leaped into the air. He was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, and he launched the most terrifying attack. Pooh! His speed was too fast. Those riders were thrown into a state of disarray. Before they could truly fall to the ground, Yi Fan had already caught up to them, a foot stepping on one of their heads. That place was like a blossoming peach blossom, red blood and white brain mixed together, splattering everywhere. Meanwhile, Yi Fan only left behind an illusion in his original location. He stepped over the head and soared into the air, landing on another person's body. Without any suspense, a large expanse of bloody mist splashed out. It was another fatal blow. Moreover, his body did not land on the ground and was still in the air. With a swing of his leg, he swept past. The man and mount on the other side immediately cried out miserably, splitting into pieces. Pu Yifan's body was in midair. He conveniently seized the holy spear and threw it out in that instant, piercing through the last man and mount, firmly nailing them to the ground, dripping with blood. With a pung sound, Yifan landed on the ground like a javelin. His body was perfectly straight, his clothes untainted by blood. His hair was thick, and his gaze was emotionless as he swept his gaze over the crowd. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They were used to clashing with the Tao. Now that they were carrying out this kind of battle, they felt a bit surreal. How powerful were they, able to control the life and death of others? Yet today, before this man, they were actually so petty and petty. Every time he shifted positions, he would definitely kill one of them. This was very surreal, making them feel like they were living in a nightmare. How powerful was this person exactly to have such confidence? He was facing all of them alone, yet he was unperturbed and calm, even exuding a type of coldness. In the clouds, the roar of a dragon rang out, blasting into everyone's ears, causing their immortal foundations to tremble. That was a type of terrifying fluctuation, condensing as one with the heavens and earth, becoming one. It was like he controlled the will of heaven and earth, controlling the divine punishment of the heavens. An ancient sword descended, its entire body jade green like a jade river. Ripples of the great Tao spread out, suppressing Yi Fan. It wasn't a slash, but rather a suppression. Yi Ming made his move again. He didn't purely control the sword, but rather, he circulated his Tao, infusing it into the sword, refining it in the air, bringing with it the will of heaven and earth to kill Yi Fan. He was a special person. After coming here, his Tao wasn't completely severed. There was a terrifying aura within his body, like a sealed sea. At this moment, it completely erupted. The sword was like an azure dragon, hanging down from the sky dome. The enormous sword was taller than a mountain peak, terrifying and astonishing. Strands of azure energy pervaded the air, the might of immortal gold. Before this enormous sword, humans couldn't even be compared to it, as small as ants. Everyone was shocked. Yi Ming was too powerful, the Tao he preserved was extremely powerful. Even if he didn't say that he could sweep through everyone here, he should be close. Dang, however, the following scene was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. That man's eyes were dim, not releasing any astonishing radiance. However, he dared to face the azure sword head-on with his fists alone. Under everyone's shocked gazes, that ancient sword trembled intensely. The radiance on its surface quickly receded, shrinking rapidly. All types of Tao laws directly collapsed. Heavenly Emperor Fist, quite a few people almost cried out in alarm. This was the most powerful secret technique Yi Fan established in the past. Once a fist was released, no one could stop it. Back then, it truly gave everyone a headache, difficult for them to face it head-on. Now, this type of secret technique reappeared, moreover seemingly even more flourishing than before. There was clearly no magical force support, yet there was a type of indescribable aura, as if it could even shatter this universe. Lawless, without heaven, without Tao, everyone was horrified, feeling a bit of fear at this moment. Could this be a cultivation path to sharpen one's body? Just by relying on the body's foundational force, everything could be destroyed. That dragon sword mixed with feather azure gold already shrunk, fine cracks appearing one after another on its surface, ready to explode at any time. A streak of blood flowed out from the corner of Yi Ming's lips. He supported it with his Tao skills and mind stigma, but he never expected this result. That person really was like a demon lord. Weng, the ancient sword trembled, and then it shattered the sky. Immediately turning back. If it was a step later, Yi Fan's fist would have blasted it apart. Yi Ming retreated, using both hands to catch the sword. Another streak of blood appeared at the corner of his lips, making everyone feel horrified. However, everyone saw hope in dealing with Yi Fan. This time, he used his fists to face the enemy, attacking more than once, no longer killing with one strike like before. Using natural laws to deal with him, using cultivation to suppress him, this might very well be the only hope. However, how many people in the ascended immortal battlefield managed to preserve Tao fragments? Suddenly, heaven and earth darkened. Black mist surged, and a death angel appeared with a pair of enormous black wings on its back. It descended from the heavens, violently attacking towards Yi Fan. He was extremely powerful, making people wonder how exactly his cultivation was preserved. He possessed immeasurable power of natural laws, shattering the sky. In his hands was an iron spear that was entirely black, only the edge of the blade shining snow-white. It emitted dense killing intent, and as it swung downwards, it split apart the mountains and rivers. The black mist of death covered heaven and earth, immediately covering the great earth. Killing intent surged in that area, as if a sea of undead was surging. However, Yi Fan stood in his original position, not retreating even half a step. His skin was sparkling, and the source of energy within his body circulated. When he brandished his palms, it was as if he coexisted with the entire world and was not suppressed. He seemed to be at the same level as the great universe, possessing his own unique source. At this moment, his attack stirred up world-shaking waves, allowing many people to see some clues. Hong, a pair of flesh palms shattered the power of natural laws in the sky, challenging the order of the starry sky. A rain of light that defied the heavens shot upwards. The death angel could not kill him. At this moment, Yi Fan was as fast as lightning, retrieving the divine artifacts of the people he had just killed. Then, he tossed them into the sky. Spears and iron swords pierced through the void one after another, entering the heavens. Under the support of this kind of enormous power, the divine artifacts were actually damaged and set aflame. One could well imagine how terrifying it was. Kill. The natural laws can suppress him. If we continue to fight, he won't have a chance. Someone from the Yaoguang bloodline took action. At this moment, weapons shone brilliantly. Blades were like mountains, swords like a forest, cold and glaring. They all aimed at Yi Fan and slaughtered their way forward. This was a wave of steel flood. The mountains and valleys were all trembling, shocking everyone until their minds became unsteady. Not a single one of them was weak. It was as if 100,000 divine generals descended from the heavens, slaughtering until their hearts trembled. Kill. This place erupted with chaos, and shouts of war shook the heavens. Pooh, the weapons that Yi Fan tossed towards the death angel did not all miss. A spear pierced through the death angel's chest, blasting him apart and causing him to fall down. This was undoubtedly a horrifying scene. Even the great sage who still had some cultivation couldn't avoid it. How terrifying was this, however, since they already took action, there was already no way out. Quite a few people frantically rushed forward to fight against Yi Fan, who was at the lowest point of his life. This was their last chance. However, Yi Fan's power exceeded everyone's expectations. He was cold and decisive, and his attacks were swift and fierce. He slaughtered everyone without the slightest bit of mercy. A streak of bloody light flashed past. Yi Fan's palm sliced open the neck of a great sage. Blood splashed everywhere, and that head directly flew more than 10 meters into the air. Meanwhile, the body that was charging over flew over 100 steps before collapsing into a pool of blood. A bright red blossomed. Yi Fan seized a heavenly blade and hacked forward. That person and mount were both split in half, and boiling hot blood splashed out. Pooh! His right leg swept out, and like an iron pillar, he smashed a great sage into a bloody paste. Then, the shining demonic blade in his hand flashed, and 3 more people were hacked apart in succession. Blood splashed several dozen feet into the air. This was a land soaked in blood. Even though some people still had some cultivation left, it still wasn't enough. They couldn't shake Yi Fan's true body. In just a short moment, there were already several dozen corpses beneath his feet. It was as if he had entered an unstoppable realm. No one could stop him. He had previously fought a bloody battle against ancient supreme beings. There was a terrifying aura on his body that made people tremble. After experiencing the most terrifying darkness chaos, even though his strength wasn't number 1, he still possessed a temperament that looked down on the common people. It left some people so shocked that they couldn't help but tremble. Yi Fan mercilessly harvested lives. These were all people that the Void Emperor, Gai Jiuyo, GZ, and the others had protected. At that time, some of them might still be in swaddling clothes, but now, he was going to personally end their lives. Flowers of blood blossomed. It was incomparably beautiful. This place became an azure field. Corpses fell one after another, dyeing the great earth red. Meanwhile, at this moment, Yi Fan's heart was strangely calm. There was no sadness, no joy, and no waves. It was as if he was doing something extremely ordinary. Gotcha, unknowingly, he had already crushed 2 great Dao vases with his bare hands. Experts continuously fell, and blood splashed everywhere. There was already no one in front of him. It was completely empty, and there were countless corpses below his feet. Blood energy pervaded the air, corpses everywhere. Yi Fan stood on top of the pile of corpses, silently watching everything. He didn't say anything, didn't make any movements, just like a stone statue. There was already no one in front of him. Yi Fan slaughtered until everyone was terrified. Even though they were the great sage, they had never seen such a bloody scene. The ones who died were all great sages. Did that man whose clothes weren't stained by blood really fight against the starry sky, protect the peace of a region? Just now, he was clearly like a demonic sovereign, slaughtering until everyone trembled, fighting until they wanted to cry out. It was just too terrifying. Those who were still alive didn't dare approach. At this moment, they were all terrified. They were all the lords of a region, coming from different star domains, the most powerful experts of their respective stars. However, in this place, they didn't have any dignity. They were so lowly, unable to raise their heads in front of that man, only able to crawl at his feet. This was a type of humiliation. They were backing up. Those who threatened to kill Yi Fan just now all shut their mouths. This place made them feel fear. In the distance, there was another group of people who were excited. They came with hearts of pilgrims to chase after Yi Fan's footsteps. More and more people gathered, surrounding the battlefield. They were truly incomparably shaken, feeling the blood within their bodies boil. They wanted nothing more than to beat their chests and roar out to express their current mood. 300 years had passed, yet that person had survived tenaciously, still just as powerful. There were some people who grew up listening to his legends. They had boundless reverence, believing that he was the most powerful. If he didn't fall, he would definitely be a monumental figure. In many people's hearts, Yi Fan was undoubtedly deified, becoming a type of motivation that encouraged them to forge ahead. Now, a miracle actually happened, personally witnessing that he was still alive. How could they not be moved? Just now, they were still afraid, feeling apprehensive, fearing that something bad would happen to Yi Fan and that his reputation would fall. That would shatter the unrivaled legend in their hearts. Yi Fan's power made their hearts surge with emotions. Even after losing the magical path fragment, he could still do this. A single person swept through everyone, showing disdain for the crowd. He was even more powerful than the divine physique they had imagined in the past. Attack together, kill them. The experts who came with hearts of pilgrims pressed forward, wanting to lend Yi Fan a helping hand. Yi Fan shook his head and stopped them. The enemies who had previously taken action became timid and wanted to retreat. However, Yi Fan coldly looked over, immediately making their bodies go rigid. This type of feeling was extremely uncomfortable. In front of them, corpses piled up like a mountain. That man just stood there. He had killed so many people, but there was not a single drop of blood on him. He was looking down on them. Although so many people had died, it all happened in an instant. It was so fast that many people could not even react. Tuobamo's right hand was fractured. Bright red blood dripped down and landed on the ground. His wild eyes were cold, like an awakened desolate beast. He was very dangerous. His joints released cracking sounds as his hand recovered to its original state. He stared at Yi Fan, truly unwilling to accept this. His bones were actually broken by a single palm from the other party. It was too sullen. Over the years, as one of the top figures of the younger generation, he had suffered setbacks before, but he had never suffered as much as he did now. Especially since he had the Brahma battle physique, his physical body should be able to fight against a divine physique. How could this be? Tuoba Mo took action again. This time, he was like a desolate beast, leaving behind waves of afterimages. He was fast to the extreme, and even time itself seemed to have become chaotic. Everyone was stupefied. His speed was too fast. Even if he had a portion of his cultivation, it shouldn't be like this. Moreover, his blood energy was like a sea, splitting the sky. Tuoba Mo moved faster and faster, almost disappearing from this world. It was as if he had entered the ancient Great Earth, moving between two different timespaces. He circled around Yifan, not in a rush to take action. He was looking for an opportunity. This was the first time Yifan revealed a strange expression, but it quickly disappeared. He sensed that the other party had grasped the rose symbol art, which was why he possessed extreme speed. And now, it seemed like the 9 secrets weren't completely concentrated on the Emperor Burial Star. There were bits and pieces of them in other star domains that had been passed down and inherited by others. Tuoba Mo took action. His aura rose to the extreme, and he borrowed that extreme speed to display his combat strength to the greatest as he attacked forward. He became one with heaven and earth, and even his breathing and pulse were synchronized. He borrowed the will of the heavens to suppress Yifan. However, at this moment, Yifan only took a single step, and his momentum was immediately disrupted. The great earth violently trembled, and Tuoba Mo's rhythm became chaotic. It was as if a foot was trampling down on his heart. What kind of person was Yifan? He was a battle maniac of the past, someone who had studied the rose symbol art to the extreme. He easily disrupted Tuoba Mo's rhythm. This strike split the heavens and earth. The bones in Tuoba Mo's hand released cautious sounds, directly shattering. Moreover, this time even his entire arm was deformed, becoming completely warped. He released a wild beast-like roar. As someone with the Brahma battle body, how could he be weaker than others in a contest of physical strength? He was unwilling to accept this, however, reality was right before his eyes. He could only hold back his hatred and retreat. He decided to refine his flesh to an even more profound realm before fighting again. However, his rose symbol art was useless in front of Yifan. Yifan was a great grandmaster of this path and could see through everything. Tuoba Mo had only taken a single step before his rhythm was disrupted by Yifan's stomp. Pung, Yifan swung his leg, sweeping across the battle body that couldn't evade in time. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and the sound of bones fracturing rang out from his body. He fell into a pool of blood. Then, Yifan took a step forward, stepping on his back. He was like a mountain, making him unable to move at all. Even his breathing stopped. Tuoba Mo had once said that his sacred body was old and couldn't withstand battle anymore. However, today, he suffered such an embarrassing situation, being stepped on by Yifan in front of everyone. The veins on Tuoba Mo's forehead bulged, but he couldn't break free. It was just a single foot from Yifan, yet he couldn't resist even if he used all of his strength. Pung, under the stomp of Yifan's foot, all the bones in Tuoba Mo's demon-like body shattered, and his foundation was injured. His 5 secret realms were also damaged, and he was completely paralyzed on the ground, no longer able to struggle. However, he didn't die. Why didn't you kill me? Tuoba Mo was fearless before, but at this moment, he felt his hair stand on end. He was exceptionally frightened. He felt that if Yifan left him alive, it would be even more terrifying. He felt a great fear. Yifan glanced at him and didn't say anything. He looked at the others. There were quite a few groups that could still fight. Everyone, at this point, do you still want to hold back? Do you think you can escape his pursuit? We can only fight here. Mo Wentian's voice was not loud, but there was a sense of authority and coldness in it. He was going all out. 2 of his people had already died in battle. Although he hadn't made a move yet, he knew that Yifan was still as powerful as he had been 300 years ago, unshakable. There were 6 or 7 people from the light-shaking realm here, but only Mo Wentian was a direct disciple of the light-shaking realm. Although the others were like master and disciple, they were more accurately his followers. They were originally powerful experts from other star domains, but they had been subdued. However, they had obtained the first half of the heaven-swallowing demonic technique and cultivated this supreme technique. Yifan swept his gaze over these people and felt pity for them. He knew that some of them were destined to become the great medicine of the light-shaking realm in the future. Yifan would borrow their strength to collect the great medicine of the human world, and then the light-shaking realm would swallow these people. Hua Yunfei had been like this back then. His existence was to help the light-shaking realm, and he couldn't escape this predetermined fate. However, he had been killed by Yifan first. Killing intent filled the air, and the battle began once again. Some people took out forbidden tools, but they were not restricted in the flying immortal battlefield. Brilliant rays of light immediately drowned out the heaven and earth. The mountains and rivers in the distance were all evaporated and turned into ashes. This was an exceptionally terrifying attack. Clearly, this was not an ordinary forbidden tool. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to display its might here and shock everyone. Die. A cruel smile appeared on Mo Wention's face. A painting scroll appeared in his hand, and he also took it out. It exploded and burned in the center of the battlefield that was already boiling over. Another powerful forbidden tool was put to use. Who still has forbidden tools? Use them all. Don't hold anything back. Mo Wention roared loudly. In the end, another terrifying forbidden tool flew out and landed in the center of the battlefield. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. This was a special magical tool that had been refined specifically for this kind of environment. It required an endless amount of natural treasures to be refined. The light drowned out the area where Yifan was. Everyone was excited, and the battle cries once again shook the heavens. They didn't believe that Yifan, who was at the lowest point of his life and had no cultivation at all, could still resist such a powerful law attack. However, when the light receded and the world became peaceful again, they saw a demonic figure still standing in the center of the battlefield with one foot on Tuoba Mo's back. How is this possible? At this moment, everyone was shocked. Even Mo Wention, who was the first to shout that there would be no more human divine physiques in 300 years, was terrified and couldn't help but tremble. There were countless corpses under that person's feet. He stood in the blood and bones. His black hair was scattered, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. He was simply an unrivaled demon king. If you don't have the power of the quasi-emperor, then don't even think about tearing my body apart. The reply he gave them was a simple sentence. The next moment, blood was killed. Yifan moved as fast as lightning. Pfft, he struck out with his palm, and one of the experts from the Alcade mountain range was smashed into meat paste. Then, Yifan seized the opportunity to grab a spear and use it to pierce through the bodies of the other two, causing blood to spurt everywhere. During this process, Yifan saw the followers of the Overlord roaring as they charged over to destroy him. He couldn't help but think of the accomplished Overlord body from the darkness upheaval. Pfft, he swung his spear, and those people were all smashed into pieces. Many people were directly cut in half at the waist before exploding into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Then, Yifan faced 3 stone men. He used his strongest power to shatter them into pieces, and the stone men's blood soared into the sky. At this moment, Yifan's blood was boiling. The accomplished Overlord body and the Stone Emperor had bathed the starry sky in blood. The races related to them had never been troubled, but he had encountered such a situation. Many people were shouting that there would be no more human divine physiques like Yifan in 300 years. Hearing these words, he was angry at first, but he quickly calmed down. On the other side of the starry sky, he had seen too many similar things. There were old soldiers begging on the streets. Some of the people who had been driven away by the martyrs with their blood and lives were now sitting on the stage in a dignified manner. It was just that they had changed their identities. They were well-dressed and looked dignified. The human heart and human nature were all very normal. Yifan became emotionless again. His heart was at peace. As he killed the great sage here, more and more corpses were piling up under his feet. In the end, everyone broke down. Even Mo Wention was almost scared out of his wits. With a boom, the black vase he had formed from comprehending the great path was shattered by Yifan's palm, turning into black light that filled the sky. Bang! Yifan stomped him onto the ground, and he lay side by side with Tuoba Mo. His 5 great secret realms had all been destroyed, and he couldn't move at all. Boom! In the end, Yifan's fist shattered Yiming's azure dragon sword. The shattered pieces of the azure sword body all flew back and entered Yiming's body. He cried out loudly and also fell into a pool of blood. He lay together with Tuoba Mo and Mo Wention. Everyone else had also died. They had been killed by Yifan alone. The ground was dripping with blood, and a red mist drifted about. The smell of blood was very strong, and there were corpses everywhere. This was a scene from hell. In the distance, only the pilgrims were left. There were more and more people, and they had all seen this shocking result. Also human, also God, and also devil. Invincible in the world. End of chapter 1619. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.